there's a lot of strength and depth in that win Autosport team.
So we're into the second half of the race. 12 hours and half a minute down, and you know, nearly home now, except not quite. But that is another one, Nick Damon, of these little goals that people will want to tick off. Get to sunset, get to midnight on Saturday night, get to halfway through the race, and that's the
last 2 or 3 hours, we've really been pushed.
Yeah, that's that high noon we talk about in the Porsche keys to the race. What we love about endurance racing, and if you're with us now, as we're you probably do as well, is the ebb and flow. Not too very long ago, before we were speaking to Pat Long, Philippe Albuquerque had pulled out a wee bit of a lead. That's disappeared in the last 2 or 3 laps, and Mike Rockefeller for Ally Cadillac Racing is now staring at the tailpipes and the rear section of that Acura. And Mike Rockefeller is not one to be backwards in coming forwards, Jeremy Shaw. If he thinks he's got a better car right now, even though there's still half the race going, as they carve their way past the Sun Energy One GT3 car, the AMG GT3, if he thinks he's got a better car, he's going to have at least a try at getting past Philippe Albuquerque. He hasn't quite been there yet, but Rocky will give that a go, I reckon.
I completely agree, yes, and you know, he's really taken to be back in a prototype again. It's been a little while since he driven a prototype car. He was here at Daytona a couple of years ago, but that was with the Corvette team. He's won this race previously in a prototype car, but the last lot of years, his focus has been a DTM in Germany. I mean, they're pretty sophisticated cars, no question about it. But he's got right back in a prototype here. He's given a really good of account of himself this weekend. You know, that is why they brought somebody like Rocky on board here to join this star-studded lineup in this 48 team, and he is, well, more than holding his own.
And there it is, Jeremy, the 111 Grasser car. They go either side of it down into the International Horseshoe. I thought for a moment that the leader was going to be massively held up. Well, he was, but still managed to find a way through, and Albuquerque is battling now. They've got more traffic right ahead of them as they're at the far end. That is the 64 Porsche that they're going by at the western end of the infield, and there was an opening for a moment for Rockefeller. You make a good point actually about DTM, because if you strip a DTM car, yes, German touring car, Deutsche Tourenwagen Meisterschaft, it's a touring car in name only, because underneath it looks remarkably similar to an LMP2 chassis. What's hung around it, and the engine is in front of the driver rather than behind, although it's pushed very, very, very back. Wow, very, very impressive by Mike to be right back on the pace. And he thought for a moment, I think, that there was just one opportunity to go around the outside, while the 111 Grasser there, with Nation behind the wheel, was going to be his friend. Had to deal with the number 4 Chevrolet Corvette as well in all of that. picked the left-hand side of the road going into the braking area at the International Horseshoe. Do you know what? I think he might have had his nose ahead for a picosecond, but no panic from the leader. Didn't do anything silly. Albuquerque clearly staking his claim to keep that lead well into the second half of the race. Isn't that amazing, Jeremy, how we can be plodding along in the middle of an endurance race and then suddenly it all kicks off again as if someone has fired up the gas to absolutely full power.
Brilliant. That was a great move though, by both of those two. I mean, heads up driving. You know, maybe there was an opportunity there, so he went for it. Then he realised there wasn't, so had to tuck in behind him. Great racing, yeah, but still we're not at the halfway point in this race, are we? This is fantastic stuff. Just a tremendous motor race. Magnussen hanging on there in third place, still within 10 seconds. Chase Elliott, he slipped to 25 seconds back into fourth position, and now it's Juan Pablo Montoya who is chasing after Chase Elliott in the number 60 car. He's got that gap down now, actually down to about a second and a half. So I think within a lap or two, we're going to see Montoya trying to make a move on the reigning NASCAR Sprint Cup champion.
A lot of people on Twitter from around the world very impressed with Chase Elliott. And we'll talk more about his lap times and how he's adapting here. But at the moment, we're going to keep our eyes on the front of the field, past the Ferrari number 63, again into that area. And this is what it's going to be like for the rest of their stints. Around about 20, 22 laps for the DPIs. So these guys have still got about 10, 12, 13 minutes maybe to go, 6 or 7 laps, and before they'll have to bring their steeds in for some additional VP Racing fuel. Through turn 6, which is the transition back onto the speedway. I'm on the high banks. Usual rules of etiquette apply. If you're slow, you stay low, and that allows the faster cars, normally the bigger downforce cars as well, of course, to be able to pick their line and go up over the top. Fascinating stuff at the moment. Join the conversation with us here in the wee small hours, the night owls portion of our coverage, very traditional with Rooftop Ray, and thanks to Chris and the rest of the production team from NASCAR Productions for making sure that we can still see the action out on the circuit and bring it to you at IMSA Radio, hashtag R24 Radio. Through the tri-oval again, lights flashing from the leader. That's because there's traffic ahead. Pick your line, any line. Now you see you've got a prototype in front. Which way is he going to go? It's all very well when it's a GT3 or a GT Le Mans car. Another inside move. You would think, Jeremy, that we were closing in on the last couple of laps, not 11 hours and 50 minutes to go. But this is it. Track position could be important. We never know when the key point, the turning point of a race like this is going to go. It could be now, it could have been 4 hours ago, and we haven't realised the significance of it yet.
Yeah, there's something going on all the way around this racetrack all of the time. It's a tremendous motor race. We've got 49 cars starting this race. We've lost a few, but not that many really. I think there was only maybe 3 or I guess it's 4 cars out of this race so far. But everybody else is running well. There's a few cars have had some problems and lost quite a lot of ground, but they're still going to soldier on the best they can and hope to pick up some positions all the way before the end of the race. But the battle at the front is as intense now as it ever has been throughout this race so far.
We'll keep an eye on what's going on in the other categories, but by far the closest battle for position at the moment is for the lead of the race overall. We'll get through the next clock hour and then give you another Mazda in-race update from the other categories. Audi in problems down on the apron is never a good thing to be. This is one of the GT Daytona cars that has an issue, and that is the Alan Metni NTE Sport Audi. Alan at the wheel of that car. Jeremy and I have seen him an awful lot in the last few years, plying his trade and learning his craft in the Porsche Cup, the IMSA Porsche Cup, which is brand new for this year. It becomes the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, moving on to Michelin tyres. Alan's really done very, very well indeed as a gentleman driver, Jeremy, and he's using that experience, has been using it very well, but I think he's got mechanical issues there, maybe a tyre issue. Look like we're sitting down at the back, but he's still moving that car. That'll get back to the pit lane, we hope. And now, has there been a coming together with, well, there was the 11 was off as well. So that was a car that we were keeping our eyes on. That was a turn 6, going back up onto the high banks, steering from race control. So that was Tristan Nunez in the Win Autosport at Orica. That car's having an awful few minutes. And that car has made it back to the pits, whereas Alan Metni is just through the bus stop and coming through. Some of the lights have gone out. Has he got it back to the pit lane? Yes, he has. So at least he's got it back for some kind of service. But I think he's going straight behind the wall here. Nick Damon, yes he is.
Yep, straight behind the wall, which is no one wants to say, but obviously whatever has been diagnosed, he knows there's no point sticking it on the apron and then having to push it back. This is something that needs the attention of the team and can't be fixed with a few men over the wall, so it's going straight back into the pit area. These mechanics running in front of him, and then he'll pull in and hope they'll be able to fix it relatively quickly.
Yeah, not the only one getting remedial work done in there.
He's just gone past Tristan Nunez again. That's Win Autosport car's back in there, I noticed, at the back of the pit. So that brake change didn't solve the problem. The car that was leading P2 an hour or so ago.
Yeah, good spot, Nick. They're both behind the wall. I don't think that was a connected incident. It was down at turn number 6. Oh, well, I say that. And of course, side-by-side contact between those two cars at turn 6. Jeremy Shaw, how did you read that one?
Yeah, well, it looked like the number 11 car turned across and the 42 was already there, didn't it? But you know, I don't know. I didn't see whether it comes in long enough before the actual contact to see whether it had been relative to that beforehand, because the number 42 car certainly was well to the inside of the corner. Was he going slow and trying to let the other guy go past? In which case, why did he push it to the apex of the corner? So I don't know. I'd like to see a bit more of that. I think as we see the number 48 car right on schedule at 410. So this is another. Actually, just a 20-lap stint. No, number 48 car was last in on lap 388. So this is a 22-lap stint for number 48 car.
Yeah, Mike Rockefeller staying in, but did get a new set of tyres, it looks to me. Did he not? They've got new boots, thank you. I can see them sitting behind the ones that came off. If you're used to watching WEC European racing, don't worry about the burnouts. They are not encouraged, certainly not discouraged. Not allowed in some other series. What is very much frowned upon, though, is turning wheels while you're up on the hydraulic jacks. That will get you a pit lane penalty. And we've already seen a couple of those handed out. In our Porsche Keys to the Race, we did mention rules. Shea Adam will be with us in a moment. She always reads the rule book, 158 pages, I think. And we're now hearing from race control that that incident between Alan Metni and Tristan Nunez, the 42 and the 11, incident responsibility with the number 42. So that will be a drive-through when that car comes back out of the pit lane.
That's not quite how I see it, but I'm not race control.
It's the job I would never want to do at a racetrack, if I'm very honest.
I think what happened there probably is what I was perhaps alluding to, the fact that the 42 car was well to the inside, seemingly allowing the number 11 car to go around the outside. And if you're going to do that, don't get to the apex when the 11 car is turning in.
Correct.
I think that's probably what happened there.
The issue as well is that the GT cars actually are very good in the slower corners. They don't have the downforce, but they have got mechanical grip, so they do actually work rather well in the slower corners, and that may have been just a slight mistake from the drivers. More pit stops, and Chase Elliott is back into the pits, overshot slightly, but we've still got the fuel probe in there, Nick.
Yep, 20 laps of chase in that last run. I think we also have who else was just trundling in behind him. Another piece of paper. It was Juan Pablo Montoya in the 60. He came in after a 21 lap race. Felipe Albuquerque should be in next time. He's done 21 laps already on this stint. I think it's his fourth stint, so probably he'll be getting out of the car and handing over to a teammate as they continue to turn around. Just going to a point about the GT Le Mans. GT Le Mans will pull away from a 50-mile-an-hour corner quicker than a DPI for the first 50 metres or so. They've got superb traction compared to the cars which rely on downforce.
Yes, that's very true. That's very true indeed. And that can cause problems at racetracks all around the world. Felipe Albuquerque into the pit lane as well. In the number 10, black and blue Acura. And that looked to me like that was that just VP Racing Fuel as well?
Hard to tell that one because it came to a difficult angle where they're so quick getting the tyres on. They do seem to change the tyres every single time, so my guess is in the DPIs. The real question is whether the driver changes. If not, Albuquerque, I think this is going to be his fifth, isn't it, for Albuquerque? He stays on.
I will tell you as he...
Yeah, he's done fourth. He's done fourth. If he stays in, it'd be his fifth. But again, we didn't have that view of exactly what was going on around the side of the car during the start and stop.
Winward Racing, number 57 in, and that car is taking fuel as well as we welcome into the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, Shay Adam. Morning, Shay.
Hello.
Good to have your company. I'll ask you the question. It was Ricky Taylor, by the way, who took out the Acura. So Albuquerque did get out after the 4 stints, about 40 minutes or thereabouts. And also in the pit lane, 21, Daniel Serra, AF Corsa Ferrari. Serra brought that in. I'll ask you the same question, Shay, as we come up to another clock hour at near as you know what, 4 o'clock in the morning. What's been catching your eyes then in the last couple of hours, how the race is developing?
Watching drive time is what I've been interested in, and to be honest, mildly frustrated because the most recent stint analysis that has been posted online does not have comprehensive drive times associated with it yet. So when that does, I will let you know who has completed their drive time. But yeah, trying to figure out in the AM classes, who are we not going to see again for the remainder of the race? Who do we need to see a lot more of? And then, of course, as far as championship points are concerned, we did have more Michelin Endurance Cup points handed out. I want to know who's leading those classes too.
Talking to the guys at Gradient who are running the 75 Sun Energy racing cars. Kevin Magnussen has brought in Cadillac Chip Ganassi car from the lead, that's Cadillac. Just talking to, as I say, the Gradient guys who are running the Sun Energy number 75 about what they're doing with drive time, and they were trying to get Kenny Bull, who is their full AM driver, through most of his drive time, and they soaked quite a lot of it up in 1 or 2 of the yellow flag periods. And as I think it was Michael Waltrip who said to me at Le Mans when he was there with the Ferrari team a few years ago, when I was asking him how he was adapting to this form of racing. He says there's two places where I'm just as good as everybody else, and that's when I've got my foot down the Mulsanne straight going flat out, and when the safety car is out. You don't gain any time in the safety car. It's brilliant. I've always remembered that from Michael Waltrip. He was very generous. But that's true, and good teams will work this out if they can see an opportunity to get some time soaked up under a race that has been neutralised. Then they're not gaining any ground, but neither are they losing any ground, and those minutes count. It doesn't count if you're sitting in the pit lane, but it does count if you're out behind the safety car under yellows.
No, you're spot on, John, and I've actually just looked up after race hour 11, so keep in mind this is a full hour and 20 minutes ago. Kenny Habul had not completed his driver time as of then. He had 3 hours and 55 minutes of track time, but not that additional 35 minutes that he needs to get to the 4.5-hour mark. So Kenny still owes us a little bit of time, assuming he has not been back in the Sun Energy One Mercedes, which I don't think I've seen his name on the timing screen for the last hour.
I will have a quick look at the 75 unofficially to see what the driver stint situation is. 3:58 and 6 seconds. That's unofficial, and the reason that Shea is talking about the printouts, because those are official and signed off by IMSA and Alcamel, the timekeepers, and they take account of in and out of pits and that sort of thing. So, but that's a good guide, Shea, so you're spot on. It looks like he needs somewhere in the region of 35 minutes, which is a wee bit under one more stint for him in that car, I reckon.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but again, that can be served under a safety car, under anything. If we get the possibility of a long safety car, they could very easily eat that time up.
So we've got a couple of decent battles at the front of the field at just after 4 o'clock in the morning at Daytona. First and second, shall we call it half a second? It's barely that, a little bit more. It could be about to come down as they head into the braking area at turn 1, through the tri-oval across the line now. And Ricky Taylor, who's taken over the black and blue number 10, has to go round a little bit of prototype traffic. That's always a tough one. Ricky has just got back in that car, whereas Mike Rockenfeller's been in the car that's chasing him down, the number 48 Ally Cadillac, for a wee while. So he's got his eyes in, really, you would say, in stick and ball sports, wouldn't you? Behind them, about another 30 seconds, Juan Montoya is in the purple and black Acura of Meerschacht Racing with Curb Akajanian, and he's got about a second on Felipe Nasser, who's been plugged back in to the number 31, the red-white Whelen Engineering Cadillac. So two good battles in the top 4, and that top 4, all on the same lap, all on the lead lap. Let's call it 33 seconds between those cars. 3 wide on the banking as Nasser is right up on the wall coming out of Speedway turn 2, but he can see his prey ahead of him, and when you've got something to aim for, Nick Damon, that really does, it just make your heart get a little bit quicker. You can see where they're braking, you can work out where you perhaps are a little stronger, they're a little weaker. Wherever you are in your stint, do you decide to push harder, or, as you were talking about before, do you sit in and save some fuel?
Shall we ask the driver, as we have Ian James on the line from the Heart of Racing team. Ian, did you hear that last bit? I mean, what is the tactics you go through the stint? Are you pushing? Are you holding back? What are you doing as you go along?
No, I think, we're pushing flat out. I mean, it's so close there. We're trying to stay on the lead lap, and there's so much jockeying and pit stops, and yeah, it seems like it's flat out every hour nowadays.
Yeah, we've talked to some of the luckier drivers who are in the faster cars. I mean, how difficult is it to drive consistently and steadily when you're permanently looking in your mirror for something that's dive bombing you every corner?
Well, to be honest, we had a restart earlier on in the race, and we were like 3rd or 4th in line. So then we had basically 45 cars trying to pass us, and it's pretty harrowing when you've got cars on both sides and you're trying to keep your own car on the track, that's for sure.
Apparently, you also had a bit of a whack with the number 1 Lamborghini earlier on. Is the car okay?
Yeah, we lost a little side fence on the diffuser, but I don't think that's going to hurt us too much. So yeah, car's good, car's strong. It's not really set up for the night, so it's a little bit of a struggle in the bus stop, especially. But well, hopefully, when the temperatures come back up, we'll come back into tune, as it were.
That's really interesting, because we've been talking about the ebb and flow of the cars up front, the DPIs, as we've gone through the various change of temperature. Can you explain to listeners, what do you mean by it's not set up for the light, for the dark? What have you done, and why have you done that? Which seems odd to make your car slower than it needs to be.
Well, it's really hard to change like the aero balance, and at night in the colder weather, it tends to go to a bit more of an understeery car, which hurts us in the bus stop in direction change. But as the temperature comes up, that goes away and it becomes more neutral and faster. And obviously, that's at the end of the race, so it's harder for us to change the aero balance, because the DPIs and that they can make a quick change. For us, we're kind of set with what we got.
Ian, it's Hindhoff here at the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Thanks for being with us. What's the mood like in the Harter Racing team? You're a big fan favourite for as much for what you do off the track as what you do on it. How are you guys feeling right now?
Every time we get to come to the track, it's an honour, and we're having a blast. We obviously take it seriously, but we enjoy our racing as well. So, we're pretty positive. We've been bouncing around in the top 6 most of the race, and we're ready for 4 hours to go. We'll see what we've got, hopefully.
Explain a little bit about Heart of Racing and what that means in terms of your activities away from the circuit with the team.
Yeah, the Heart of Racing is, it's a race program, but on the side of that, we raise money for pediatric cardiac research for kids here in Seattle, and the Guild has raised over $7 million to date, which has helped put a lot of machinery and stuff in Seattle Children's Hospital. So every time we're on the track, we're helping some of the kids a better chance going forward.
And just to finish off, great stuff, by the way, on that. It's something that we all support here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. I have to say, you guys are taking social distancing in the team to a whole new level, with literally some of your team members on the other side of the world at the moment. Give us some news on that situation.
Yeah, well, team patron Gabe Newell, he's in New Zealand. One of our teammates, Alex Riveras, is over there, Darren Kelly. So we have a racing program over there that they're pretty lucky with the COVID situation. So they're chilling in New Zealand, and we're racing in America, and I'm sure we'll be racing in many other countries in the near future.
Ian, I know how difficult it is to get in and out the track and get yourself prepared, so thanks for taking some time for talking with us. We wish you a clean run, race well, be safe.
Thanks, John, and thanks for all the work you guys do. We love hearing your voice.
It's our pleasure, literally it is. Ian James from Heart of Racing and the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Darren Turner in that car, the rookie, running a strong 4th position, about 40 seconds away from a podium position at the moment, chasing down actually that Synergy 1 Mercedes that we've been talking about, the number 75 car. Scott Dixon, 5th position now. Shea Adam, did I see a penalty being called for Scott Dixon in the 01?
When there are some penalties that are just so egregious, you put them on a bingo card because you think they'll never, ever, ever be called.
But really weird ones.
Yeah, well, no, the ones that are just really flagrant, that you think, no one's going to go 25 kilometers an hour over the speed limit in the pit lane.
Excellent.
Yep, it elicited the 01 machine of Scott Dixon a stop plus 20 penalty, which he has served, and now he's fighting his way back up. But that is a big miss over the limit, and methinks that's finger trouble coming out of where the pit lane limiter used to be, getting on the loud pedal, and then remembering, oh wait, I still have to go through the Michelin RFID readers. I'd better slow. Oops.
Yeah, explain about those, Shay. We have in past years, and actually it's often caused some issues getting out the pit lane because it's really very tight coming out the pit lane. You trace a tighter inside line through turn 10 and rejoin effectively in between turns 3 and 2 and 3, excuse me. And it used to be just at the entrance to that left-hand turn, but that was a bit dangerous for this new technology that Michelin have, these RFID chips. I mean, you don't have to have those markings on the side of the tyre, they're automatically a red, so somewhere somebody's got a list of exactly how many tyres each car have used, so they had to move it. Why did they have to move it?
Basically to try and protect the equipment, given the exit of the pit lane where it used to be, it was exposed straight to the track. And a few years ago, actually, we had cars crashing down through there, and they totally would have taken out those very expensive machines from Michelin. So they've decided to move them a little bit further down the pit lane, as Ray is demonstrating. Thanks, Ray. Good to know you're up there. And put them in a much more protected area. It's a bit like when a hurricane's coming in and you move all your stuff in from the patio because you don't want it to get blown around. That's what Michelin did. They moved it to a safer location. But yeah, you're spot on. The tire allocations for the weekend are set, and every single tire equipped with an RFID chip. So as soon as they drive out the reader, Michelin knows exactly who is on what tire and whether or not they've used that tire before.
Sounds like science fiction, doesn't it? And you might think that that's a great application of technology that's come out of racing. But actually, talking to our colleagues at Michelin, it came from tracking truck tyres, heavy goods vehicle tyres. It's been in that side of things for quite some time. Really important to know for the haulage companies around the world what their trucks are doing, and at their various depots you can just scan them, quickly walk around, so you don't even have to be able to do it in the daylight or anything like that, because it's an RF radio frequency ID chip. And somebody, some bright spark, said, hey, that could save us a load of work in motor racing. And I'm hearing from Michelin that street tyres will be getting the same kind of technology in the relatively near future for passenger cars. So there's some clever things that they can do with that in passenger car tyre technology. Always learning at Michelin. And they've been a great partner for motor racing down through the years, and every car, of course, in this 59th running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona, running on a set of tyres with the smiling face of Babenda on the side, which was pretty good actually for well over 100 years old. I think he's lost a bit of weight recently. Rather than putting on the COVID-19, I think he may have taken them off. It's IMSA Radio around the track on 107.9 on Sirius XM, and Sirius 216 XM 202, and of course around the world in sound and vision on imsaradio.com. And we welcome our US fans and audience to the visual part of our presentation as well, as we're on the Night Owl slot before we hand back to our colleagues at NBC for their run to the checkered flag. They're all getting a bit of shut-eye at the moment and missing some fantastic racing, to be quite honest. So still just under 11 and a half hours to go, and Ricky Taylor leads by a second and a half from Mike Rockefeller in the 48. 10 Acura from 48. Then it's first the Cadillacs, of course. Then the red and white wheel in 31. It's another 27 seconds further back, and just 2 seconds ahead of Juan Montoya, who hasn't quite been able to close that gap. So first and second, 1.7 seconds. Third and fourth, 1.7 seconds. Then about 50 seconds back to Scott Dixon after that whoopsie and the comprehensive pit lane speeding that was penalised. And he has got, with them coming across the line, 24 seconds on Jonathan Bomarino for Mazda Motorsport. They lost a lap early on. They actually had some trouble with Ollie Jarvis getting it out on the formation lap. problem with first gear, but a quick bit of ones and zeros fired into the gearbox controller sorted that out. So they did take the start, albeit right at the back. Lost a lap. Then they failed to get that lap back with a bit of miscommunication on the radio, which Larry Holt of Multimatic was not very happy about. And then when they came in thinking they were going to get their lap back, and another yellow, they've had a problem with the rear section, the tail of the car, and that cost them extra laps. So they're sitting actually now 3 laps off the lead and 2 laps off the cars in front of them. Scott Dixon is the closest to them, as I said, by 24 seconds. Timothy Pure is behind the wheel of the Tower Motorsport Oreca, which leads LMP2 from Roberto Lacorte for Cetilar Racing in the Dallara. The number 47 car is the Dallara meet in the Oreca Bred there, with Dragon Speed bracketing them and with Tower. And that's Chris Meese, the Audi GT driver, in the number 82 car, getting some LMP2 experience. Then Ryan DL, who is a lap down, but trucking on for Aero Motorsport. What is it, 9:15 in the UK, so the UK waking up. And I saw that a number of the Scots were up early this morning, exceptionally cold north of the border in the UK. A bit of snow up there. Duncan Vincent, I know, is tuned in and was cheering on Ryan, who said he'll be pushing on. RWR Eurasia another lap further back in 5th position in the 51 Ligier. In GT Le Mans, it's Corvette, 2.5 seconds. That's about as much as they have been apart throughout the whole race. Alexander Sims and Nicky Katzberg in the 4 and the 3, so they have turned round again. It started off with the 4 and the 3, went to the 3 and the 4 for about 4 or 5 hours. Now it's back to the 4 and the 3, running in that order. 6.5 seconds further back, Jesse Cron in the number 24, the darker coloured BMW, almost a grey-black. Philip Eng is 15.5 seconds behind his teammate in 4th position, and only a second ahead of Alessandro Perghidi. So the red BMW Team RLL number 24, the red 25 and the red 62 are in fact just a second apart. Obviously that's BMW Ferrari. In LMP3, it's all started to break up a little bit. Riley Motorsport in the Ligier leads by 3 laps from Muller Motorsport, who started on pole. Ken Cook still behind the wheel of the 6, trying to make up some time on the 74, but the lap times are pretty much identical. Sean Creech Motorsport, Lance Wilsey behind the wheel of the 33 car in 3rd. That's a Ligier, and he's 90 seconds away from Kenton in 2nd. In GTD, Indy Doncha leads for Winwood Racing in the AMG GT3. That's the 57 car on their debut in this category in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. They've been regular IMSA Pilot Challenge runners in the past with GT4 cars. AF Corsa and Ferrari number 21, Daniel Serra, is about 25 seconds further back, and then just over 30 seconds further back in 3rd. In the 3rd position is the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes GT3 Lucas Stoltz in that 3rd spot in the car that's been run by Gradient. That's your Mazda in race update, and Nick Damon has this interview as part of our VP Racing Fuels pit and paddock report.
Yeah, with great pleasure I welcome the Olympic Motorsport Person of the Year. It's Felipe Albuquerque. Felipe, great to have you on the show. Just give us an idea of how you feel being the Person of the Year of Olympic Motorsport, as you were voted just recently.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I mean, pretty honored, because I think you guys are in good consideration, and I really appreciate you as the Personality of the Year chosen by you guys and voters. It means a lot, because your public is the one that look the most on the races, and for what I achieved last year. So thanks a lot to everyone that is listening, and to you.
We're into 2021. this is the first big race. Look, a very general question. How's it been going? First half of the race is done. The car is in contention, but then again, so is just about every other DPI. How do you feel the number 10's been running, with the Acura's been running?
Yeah, it's right, and it's a new chapter for me. I'm with Acura and we're racing. It's going on. So it's interesting now to see how they operate inside, and I've been for the last 5 years fighting them, and yeah, and I've been able to drive for them tonight, and actually now leading the race was good. Yeah, the first half was okay. Quite aggressive, everyone in the beginning, in the first 3 stints. Kind of chaotic with LMP3s and a bunch of ETDs as well, so a lot of cars to deal with that. And yeah, so far, I just only one moment where 2 cars spun, one guy on the outside and another one on the inside on P6, that I was avoiding one and nearly crashed the other one. But I guess it's part of the racing. It's never easy, and sometimes we can get caught in traps. Yeah, and then this one now we are just trying to survive the night. But even then, like the 48 was in my mirrors all the time and just trying to manage that. And again, we have the hours for the NAC in first, which is good, but we just want 24 hours win.
Philippe, it's Hindhoff here in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Thanks for joining us. You were having that really great battle with the Cadillac. That's a car that you know very well. Does that help you to know where that car is strong, or better still, to know where your Acura now is stronger?
I think sometimes it's worse because I keep thinking where they are strong, and I want that. we always want what we don't have, right? And it does that in life and everything. But yeah, I could picture, because it was my engineer, Ian Watt, is doing the engineering of that car, the 48. So I could imagine him on the wall, like, and I know him very well. We have a great relationship. I know how he was thinking, and all the drivers, because Rockenfeller was team for 6 years in Audi, so I know him very well. He's a good friend, and yeah, we were having fun there. But and Rocky as well knows me very well, and as well Ian, you know, Express, they know how I operate. It's good to know who are we fighting, because we know what to expect, and we know that both of us will do anything silly. We would get obviously. I knew that Rocky stood in like he would, but not do it. So that's good fun when we are like that.
I've got one more before I hand you back to Nick. Clearly, we've got just under half of this race still to go. We've been talking about getting to midday today, and then the last 3 hours and 40 minutes. Part of that equation is having resources left at the end of the race. How have you guys been managing your tyre allocation? Have you been double stinting some of the Michelin tyres during the night, or have you been putting brand new cold Michelins on at every fuel stop?
No. Since we started tonight, we are doing 2 tyres only, changed, and then double stick the other one of the sides. So we are, like everyone, I believe, everyone is on the same strategy now, getting to the night, getting the tyres ready for the last stint. So yes, we were taking care of it, and it was just who was on what they were doing the third degradation now, because I had to manage those tires. Obviously, I think I have quite a good experience with that, because in WEC and Le Mans, we have to double spin, sometimes triple spin the tires. So taking care of the long life of the tire helps a lot. And yes, that's why I was not spinning sometimes so much, because we knew that I was going double spin the tires on one side. And yeah, so to be fresh for you.
Seen during the course of the first few hours different cars in the DPI class being quicker at different times. I mean, how much non-tyre related, how many sort of non-related tyre rate changes can you make at the stops? Are you doing small aero changes, or have you basically got a platform that's got to run all through the race?
the DOP that we got doesn't allow us, not even in the beginning, to change nothing. I mean, we can change 2% of the car balance, so we don't have range to adjust the car. No, but at the moment, we are happy about the car. But even when you change anything on the car, you will lose a lot. You could eventually lose a lot. So, no, we are not going to do anything. The car is good, thankfully, and it's just tires and fuel, driver tanks, and off we go to the end. Obviously, take care of the car off the sponsor, do the bus stops, and to have the fastest time we can for the last when the day comes, and see how the balance is. Hopefully, we get a little bit stronger because at the beginning of the race, the Cadillac were instead of us. Let's see if the rubber helps a little bit more our car than there. Let's see how it goes. But, like you guys said, it's still 11 hours to go. What happened? The car number 5 that he was really, really quick, having problems. So let's see who's falling off until then.
Felipe, thanks very much, mate. Go and grab some sleep. Cheers, Felipe.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Philippe Albuquerque from the car that is leading at the moment. And that is the Ricky Taylor number 10 machine. Alexander Rossi and Elio Castroneves, the other two drivers. The Portuguese then in with the American crew. Shit, Adam.
Do my eyes deceive me, or does the 10, where its leader light should say number 1, say 10?
It's been like that for hours. It has been like that for hours. It was, I think, a couple of stints ago for me, but you're absolutely spot on. There's a few cars where the self-illuminated number panels aren't working. That's not so much of an issue here at Daytona. That would get you pulled in at Le Mans because it's so dark out the back. The corner workers can't identify, or find it more difficult to identify the cars. They're very good. They know all the cars, but you know what I mean. To be absolutely certain, particularly for video evidence nowadays. But that leader light number, which is just beside the number, is as you say, showing the number 10. Sean Creech Motorsport, the third place car in LMP3, is off the circuit, and that is turn 1. Got it fired back up again, and it will continue. So Lance Wilsey, who is behind that car, he gets back on in front of the 63 Ferrari, the Scuderia Corsa car. Let's do a couple of updates. Shea Adam has been making sure that the team contacts aren't getting any sleep either at the moment. What have you got, please?
Sorry, group chat, if I'm up, you're up. We have 2 cars of note that we need to talk about. The 42 NTE Audi of Alan Metney that we saw have the contact earlier on with the Win Autosport LMP2 car. Both cars are back out on track. Well, I say that, but Metney did just make a trip down the pit lane. That car was behind the wall and in the garage. They had to fix broken toe links, plural, because the steering was not functioning as it should have. Now the car back out, and it does seem to be turning left and right, so good news there. Metney's still behind the wheel of that Audi. And I'm sorry to report to Lamborghini fans, but both of the Grasser Lamborghinis from GRT have retired officially. The 111 car, which was wearing that number because Lamborghini has won the last 3 years in a row, that car was several laps down. They have finally retired it. We believe it is because of that plaguing electrical gremlin that they've been dealing with all week long.
Felipe Nasser into the pit lane in the number 31. That is another spot-on stint. That's going to be 22 laps when he rolls across. Oh, no, it's not actually. It's a 20-lap stint for Felipe when he rolls across the start-finish line, which he will do any second now. The transponder, which he's just done, right in the middle of pit lane. So that makes that in 2.20 lap stint. That's his first since he took the car over from Chase Elliott round about a half an hour ago, a little bit more than that, about 32, 33 minutes. The other car that you were, did you do both of the updates there, GRT and NTE? Shea? Sorry, I was looking. Yes, you did, didn't you? Because you were talking about
did, but I have another Metney update,
okay.
Unfortunately.
I'm psychic.
Car 42, penalty, speeding on the pit lane, +1 has elicited that car another drive-through. And we've got a car stopped on track at turn 2. Maybe Ray can spot this. We've got the 48 in the pit lane. That's Mike Rockenfeller. New boots for him. He is not getting out of that Ally Cadillac as they are doing fuel and tires. So that's a very good spot by that pit box. The Action Express crew who is fielding that car. Very, very nifty at this sort of thing, and they do have a nose for when a car might be causing an issue. And it is, in fact, car number 7, which is the LMP3 machine of 47 Motorsports. It is stopped on course. Let's see if I can find it on timing and scoring. I'll let you know if it makes it back around into the pit lane, but Mark Vame took it out of the pits quite some time ago now, 15 minutes.
Spot on, 22 laps for Mike Rockenfeller. This will be the start of his 3rd stint. If you're watching timing and scoring and wonder why Scott Dixon's made an extra pit stop, don't forget he had blown through the speed limit and therefore had to come in for not just a drive-through, it was a stop and hold, and that's what's pushed the number 01 Cadillac down. He'll be in a couple of 3 laps time, as will in fact the leader, Ricky Taylor. Oh, in fact, as I say that, Nick Damon pit stop for the Konica Minolta Acura.
As if by magic, almost like you conjured the car up there, John, isn't it? Yeah, so it's full service, no driver change, so fuel, 4 tyres, drink bottles, nothing else going awry. So they're not having to fill any fluids at the moment. As the Acura, which is rotating for the lead with a number of the Cadillacs. So interesting, one Montoya in the 60 Meyer Shank Racing Acura is also up there. So we're seeing a kind of a coming together of those top 5 cars, the 3 Cadillacs and the 2 Acuras, with the noticeable left behind being the Mazda, the 55 car that's never really got going after having gearbox issues right at the start, and of course the Mustang sampling Cadillac that's had some problems and lost about 4 laps. As in comes Juan Pablo.
Shea Adams watching this one.
This is fuel and tires. Juan Pablo Montoya not getting out of the Meyer Shank Racing Acura that he's very used to driving. Last year it bared the number 6. This year it bears the number 60. And when it bared the number 6 the year before, actually 2 years before, he and Dave Cameron, sharing the car full season, drove it to a championship victory. They're now at about 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and go. There we go, full load of fuel in that Acura. I love the Montoya. This kind of power I could get used to.
Yeah, into the acceleration lane. Hello to Marcus Miller. He's tuned in. David, who his Twitter handle is David AMG, but is in Weissach, which is the home of Porsche Motorsport. Hello, David. How do you make the BOP for these cars? What can be changed to bring the cars onto the level playing field? It's a very good question. IMSA have a technical department with computing power that would rival NASA, to be honest. They collect an inordinate amount of data from the cars. So last week at the Raw, for example, David, they were taking data sticks effectively out of the cars, Shea, at fairly regular intervals. So there's actually quite large penalties for people who don't turn in their data stick within a requisite amount of time.
Yeah, so it's a really interesting principle that IMSA has set up. Every 4 times a race, so every 6 hours in effect, you have to take the data stick out of your car, take it to IMSA within 15 minutes of removing it from the car. They do that so that you don't fiddle with anything. You don't plug it into your computer and change what the data coming out of the car said, which you can do if you're smart enough with computer programs and manipulating that sort of thing. So they've made it so that you have to change your data stick between hour 5 and 7, i.e. within the first 6 hours, hour 11 and 13 halfway through the race, and then hour 17 through 19, I think was the other one. So they give you those opportunities. And then, of course, when the car goes into Parc Ferme after the race, IMSA themselves will remove the data stick, or your team manager can pull it out and bring it to IMSA, but once again, within the set period. If you don't do that, it can result in disqualification. During a session, if you miss it after a practice session, they hold you in the pits for 5 minutes of the next session, which tends to be about 12% of the session. So they are quite big penalties for messing around with data sticks.
And then all that data, as you say, data is taking up to the Charlotte Technical Centre. The numbers are crunched, including from some sensors that are independent of the car manufacturer's sensors. So it's not just like the team says, oh yeah, we can give you throttle position. Yeah, that just comes off here, and you know, it doesn't always just work like that all through the
Come on, a professional racing team would gain a sensor. That would never happen. Certainly not by the biggest racing team in the world, that's for sure.
Maranello. Yes. But they don't do it because they have independent sensors here. In comes the 01, by the way. And as far, Dave, as what can they use to do it? Fuel, tank size, you can have restrictors. We've seen in the past even gear ratios being changed by IMSA. They've been working very hard on these DPIs down through the years, and they seem to have got things pretty good. They're going to have to start all over again, of course, with the new iteration in 2023, and with the added complication of hybrid power. Well, at least it's going to be a spec hybrid system, so that at least will take out one of the variables. Quick update on that stop there, Shea Adam. What was going on in the pit lane?
It was fuel, tires, windshield clean. Chip Ganassi's boys and girls very adept at doing pit stops in the car. As a matter of fact, was only stopped in the box for a total of 31 seconds. Scott Dixon now back out onto the racetrack. And the reason that I say 31 seconds being relevant, the maximum amount of fuel that it takes from an empty tank to a full tank in a DPI car is a 30-second fuel drop. So that means that the car was either almost empty and they filled it up perfectly, or no, we'll just give it to Chip Ganassi Racing. We'll leave it with that.
Yeah, okay. 55, Jonathan Bomarito will be next to the DPIs in at the end of the lap that it's on. So before that happens, let's give you a quick rundown of what's going on as we're coming to the end of the 13th race hour, starting GTD this time. For the mere reason that that's where I happen to be looking on the timing screen for something else. Indy Dodgy leads for Winwood Racing, and Mercedes AMG GT357 has 20 seconds on the F Corsa, and that's the Ferrari number 21 with Daniel Serra. Lucas Stoltz still holds on to third place ahead of Darren Turner, but there's nearly a minute between those two, and then 12 seconds back to Ryan Sellers from Paul Miller Racing in the number 1 Lamborghini. The top 6 made up by Wright Motorsport, struggling with that out of kilter left rear wheel that Pat Long was telling us about early on. It's Trent Hinman behind the wheel there. In LMP3, it is Riley from Mulner, but there's 3 laps between those, and then even with that little half spin a few moments ago for Lance Wilsey in the 33 Sean Creech Motorsport car, he still holds on to third position in class. In GT Le Mans, Alexander Sims from Corvette Racing leads Nicky Catsburg from Corvette Racing by all of 3 seconds, 4 from 3. They are being caught, however. That is a battle. We'll take a look at that in a wee moment. Half a second between Corvette number 3 and Jesse Kron in the 24, the dark grey stroke black BMW. Alessandro Perghini's another 18 seconds further back in 4th position for Racing Competizione. In LMP2, 7th overall now for Tower Motorsport with 43 seconds of a lead from their number 8 car driven by Timothy Biret to the number 47 Cetilar Racing Dallara with Roberto Lecourt in the driving seat. And he has got quite a distance actually at the moment, showing us a full lap on Fabian Schiller for Dragon Speed in 3rd position. At the top of the shop, it's Ricky Taylor by 21 seconds from Mike Rockefeller for Align Cadillac Racing, 10 from 48, Acura from Cadillac, and another 17 seconds back to 3rd, Felipe Nasr in the 31 Cadillac. Juan Montoya now 8 seconds further back in 4th place in the number 60, the blue and black car, the purple and black car, and Scott Dixon in that sort of chalk coloured Chip Ganassi Cadillac. The 01 car is in 5th position, but another 47 seconds back. That's how it stands, and we've got a problem out on the racetrack. That was Nico Lapierre that's just left the pits in that 52 Wins sponsored machine, and he's had contact. That was your Mazda in race update, and we've just gone through another race hour. The next 60 minutes of racing starts right now. So turn 3 is just at the back of the pits, and Shea Adam, I thought I saw fire in, I thought I saw the car fired up, and it does look as though it had some forward momentum for a moment. The windscreen wiper off the screen tends to mean it's not somebody who's been out there asking for a couple of dollars to clean the windscreen. That normally means it's had a pretty lurid spin and the air's got underneath it.
Yeah, and I apologize for my explanation. I looked up from the screen to see one of Ben Keating's cars that he has completed drive to him, and I believe now parked on the side of the racetrack, so that is rather unfortunate for the Texan. But yes, the car not moving as of yet. There are marshals nearby to the car as the guardrail sits. The ground behind the guardrail actually gives you a good viewing platform at that part of the track, but Nico has not been able to get the car going once again. The lights are still on the side, meaning that it does still have some sort of electrical power going to it, but Nico has not been able to get the car rolling. This doesn't look good for the Wins number 52.
Full course yellow. It was somewhat inevitable. Got to give credit to race control again as we go yellow for the 7th time after 2 hours and 32 minutes of green flag. And when that was coming, they gave time to see if Nico Lapierre, who was on his outlap from the pits, by the way, to see if he could get back going. A number of people dived in, including Ryan DL in the 18. I thought he might have stayed out and tried to get the lap back. Ollie Gavin came in the number 14. That's the Vassar Sullivan Lexus. Timothy Bure from the lead of LMP2 came in just before the full course yellow as well. In fact, Ollie Gavin came in and went straight behind the wall in the RCF. So that's something for our VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock reporters to get onto and find out what has happened there.
Guys also came in just prior to the yellow being shown. So Alexander Sims and Nicky Catsburg in the Corvette Racing and Jesse Kron in the BMW. So the top 3 all came in and are running through their rotation at the moment. I don't think anyone's changed driver, and I think they've all stayed on board, those 3, Sims, Catsburg and Kron. The rest of the LMP2 field, like vultures circling over one of their own, have come in for a free pit stop as well. Timothy Bure in the Tower Motorsport, Andrea Fuoco in the Cetilar Racing Dallara. Go Dallara! The reason I say that is because the iRacing LMP2 with the Dallara, and you say Ryanair and Motorsports. So yeah, a lot of people took the in the lower classes took the opportunity, but all the DPIs, having just done a stop, have all stayed resolutely out and not gone for a little bit of a top up.
That's Nick Damon with that VP Racing Fuel Pit and paddock update. Looks like Nico is extricating himself from the car. He's being talked to at the moment for the team. Let's see if we can find out what happened with our wonderful replay team, who I still with great love call the Tape Apes. Out of the pits. Well, now that was interesting, because that is, it's the there was another prototype right in there with the purple marker lights on the top. It wasn't the Ali Cadillac, but was the side-by-side contact, because there's some debris on the circuit at the point that those cars were very close together. Thank you, Chris, and everyone in the truck for finding that. Excellent work. Just remember, that car just come out of the pits, and if there wasn't a touch, it was very, very close indeed. And thanks to Jared, our director, and the rest of the team for pulling that out.
Might have been avoidance, which ended up putting one wheel.
Correct. Yes, exactly right, Nick. Could have been that.
And it was the performance tech car that was alongside of it, the
Right.
38 LMP3 machine.
Yeah, okay. It is, you know, that is quick. Even coming out the pits there, you've just come off the pit lane speed limit, and you try and get up to speed. You have to steer to the left-hand side of the blend line. Nico Lapierre, very experienced driver, just in fact bought into his own team now, what used to be Cool Racing. He'll be running cars in championships in Europe in the LMP2 category. Thought of an LMP3 as well from Nico and his partners. I believe he's staying in the car, and well, the bad news is, if he stays in the car, he's going to get a free lift back if he has stayed in the car, because the flatbed has arrived. So sorry, say again, Nick.
That looked pretty serious where it was cartwheeling down the barriers. That's not going to be the work of moment. At least it's knocked off various parts of bodywork. I mean, he might be lucky and get away without suspension damage, but I'd be very surprised. The medical centre guys are there as well, because he had a bit of a shock as he came off at not massively high speed.
Standard operational practice to have the AMR safety crews there in the Cayenne, and they'll be the ones who were talking to him. So the performance tech car with the purple lights was out on the track, and the car that's ended up in the barriers, 52 with Nico Lapierre, well, that's at least 2 full spins, and it is slightly downhill from the edge of the track. Impossible to tell whether there was a touch there. I do have some good news for Lexus fans. Ollie Gavin's car has come back out from behind the wall. That's at least a couple of times that car's been behind the wall now, Shea. Was that the one that had the debris damage at the front of that car earlier on, or was that the 12? Because they were both behind the wall at one time, weren't they?
Yep, that was definitely the 12.
Right.
They've both been behind the wall a few times, and I've actually got my Lexus contacts getting us a report as soon as they can.
Yeah, not the start of the season that they would have wanted. You're watching and listening to IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. Thanks to our network colleagues for giving us a bit of time so that you can join us in the USA as well. Nice to have your company in this traditional night owl session. Going to have about an hour and 10 minutes of us before we hand you back. Rooftop Ray Wenzel Jr. right at the top of the grandstand where it says World Centre of Racing up where the spotters are up there. It's a great view, but my, is it cold at this time of night. It gets windy up there as well. There will be many layers around Ray up there. Often tries to put up a little windbreak as well. Well, I think Nico's out of that car now. He's very many layers. Thank you, Ray. Nico is out of the car. The problem is I don't think they can get the car out of gear. And now they're trying to push it. There's damage to the left front suspension, tyre and wheel area. There's bodywork damage pretty much everywhere else as it clattered down the barriers, nose to tail, nose to tail, nose to tail. And that's not going to be a quick fix. They'll be disappointed with that. Nick Damon and Shea Adam are with me, John Hindhaugh.
Every single corner in Daytona. That's one place I haven't actually crashed. So you know, well done, Nico. There, he's been making a new accident. Definitely a 2x, probably even 4x on the whole situation. But very unlucky. And it is, you know, when you get a wheel off the track. Especially, my guess is what's happened is that he's effectively been spooked by one of the other cars coming across. He's tried to avoid it while still applying power. The thing's just bit on one another. Don't forget, he's just got the pits and in cold tyres as well, John. So the double whammy. And it just goes to show even the most experienced and probably the most successful LMP2 driver can make mistakes.
So the pits then have opened for prototypes. Kenton Cook was the first to come in the number 6, second in class at the moment. And Shea Adam, have we got fuel going into that car, or are they just putting in a new driver? This seems all a bit relaxed there. I suppose it's under yellow.
John, they're doing the brakes.
Oh, of course they are. Of course they are. So, just a reminder. Thank you, Nick, for that. The cars in LMP 3 are doing a brake change that is within a 8-minute category. That's an LMP 2 car, and therefore they've got to do it as fast as they can. Sorry, that is an LMP 3 car, so they're burning their 8 minutes right now for Milner Motorsports, and that is a very good way of getting it out of the way. However, in the top class, we've got a brake change too, Nick Damon, for one of the leading runners.
Konica Minolta Acura is taking the opportunity to change the brakes, or the disc brakes, or the rotors for our American viewers and listeners. This will be on what's called a dry brake system, which means you can actually just disconnect the entire caliper and reconnect it as like a kind of as simple as an electrical socket. But you actually manage to maintain the pressure of the brake fluid.
They didn't have a replacement disc there for a moment. There was something not quite right. The other thing you'll notice is that there's nothing holding the brake disc on in terms, the brake rotor on, in terms of anything being bolted onto it. It fits on a spline around the hub or a locating peg. And then when the caliper goes back on and is bolted up, that is what holds it on once the wheel is tightened up to it. That's fairly standard operational practice.
Motorcycle technology, floating disc brakes.
Floating disc brakes.
Not in carbon, obviously.
No, indeed. We designed that into the S7R Celine when I was working for Ray Malek back in 2000 when we took that programme up. Share interview time whilst we've got a full course yellow. Great time to speak to some of the drivers with this VP Racing Fuel pit and paddock update.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to speak to Kyle Tilley out of the Era Motorsports, number 18. He's currently in his motorhome just chilling and trying to recover as Ryan Dial is out on the track. And Kyle has one of the best liveries in motorsport, and definitely in terms of the race today. Kyle, can you hear us?
Not quite. Well,
might not have him yet. We'll have to come back to that one.
Just a reminder, of course, that everybody working in different ways nowadays. So our production team up in London working hard to get the connectivity to the track and liaise with the PR people at the circuit to get the chats to the drivers. We'll see if we can get back to Kyle in a moment or two. It's Tim Gray who's in London, and Kyle is there now. Shay, take it away.
Hey, Kyle, thanks for joining us on IMSA Radio. I was talking a little bit about your livery that you're running on the 18 Era Motorsport car. Tell us about the background and tell us who's Owen and why should we know him?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Always a pleasure. Owen is a 6-year-old race fan from Canada. We started this livery competition, it's actually this event last year, and the intention was to run the livery at Road Atlanta for Petit Le Mans, but obviously, you know, with accident in Le Mans. So we wheeled out the livery this weekend, and the response to it's been crazy. I think it looks great on track. I was a little skeptical when I first saw it in the workshop, but no, I'm super excited. We've been keeping in touch with Owen throughout the whole event. He's been sending us some videos and things, and we've been sending him videos, so it's been a lot of fun.
So it's basically like a Crayola drawing, correct? That all of a sudden you guys translated onto the race car.
Yeah, we thought about whether we just wanted to make it like a solid color, like where he'd put the color, but in the end we decided just to go with like the Crayola kind of drawing as he submitted his entry, so it was as accurate to that as possible. And of course the lightning bolts on the side, everybody knows they're worth half a second a lap.
Yeah, well, anytime you add Harry Potter to a car, it just brings that little bit of extra magic. For Era Motorsports,
right, exactly.
and you and Dwight, yeah, it's your second Rolex. So how has this race been different than a year ago?
You know, we got the car a couple of weeks before the race last year. We've got a year of driving it, and the boys have got a year of running it and engineering it. The car is super quick right now. We were unfortunate to have some electrical gremlins early on. We couldn't downshift for whatever reason, so we had to do the old Control-Alt-Delete. We lost some time with that, but yeah, we're looking okay. The car's fast. We just need a break with a caution. I'm hopeful that this one can get us a lap back.
Yeah, and that's hi, Kyle. It's signed off here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast
Hey, John.
Centre. How are you? Fair enough?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
Good. It's that never say die attitude that you've got to have in endurance racing, though, isn't it? You know, if this had been a 45-minute sprint or a couple of hours even, losing laps earlier on, it would have been, I'm sure it would have been pretty hard to motivate yourself. Quite clearly, you guys have not got an issue with that. You feel that you've got the pace in the car to challenge if you can get back on the lead lap?
Yeah, 100%. We absolutely have the pace in the car, and Paul, Lou, Ryan and myself have all been very, very close on lap time, and it's just us three to the end now. Dwight's got his minimum drive time done. So yeah, fingers crossed, but as you said, it's all part of endurance racing, isn't it?
And all part of the tactics as well, to get that bronze driver time out of the way. Was that deliberate that you're going to get Dwight Merriman in his time, get his time in early, or did you change your thinking when we had the yellows early on?
No, it was always the plan. It played out really well, and the yellows early on helped us for sure, but it was always on the cards.
What's the plans for the rest of the season, Kyle?
Rest of the season from here, we go to Asia for Asian Le Mans Series, and we're also, I don't know if anybody knows this might be a breaking news, we're entered for the season with IMSA, so we'll be floating around.
Whoa, you've just lit up Twitter. So that's an exclusive here as you talk to us. So you are going to be doing the full IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship?
That is the plan. My PR girl's probably going to hate that I've just said this, but that's okay.
Okay, I like that. Hi, Kelly Brulé, K-Brew. Just one final one from me. Asian Le Mans Series has been relocated to the United Arab Emirates with a couple of races in Dubai and a couple at Yas Marina. That's coming up fairly shortly. Is that still going to be able to go ahead from your point of view? I know that the team are going, the organising team is going out there fairly shortly to get their quarantine and such like. The logistics for that quite complicated.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare, but we're okay so far.
Oh, I wish you the best in that, and great news that we're going to have you for the rest of the season. We'll let you get back and get some rest and keep an eye on getting those laps back. DL will get you. DL will tell everybody that he drove fast enough to get a lap back. You know that anyway, don't you?
Yeah, for sure.
Cheers.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Kyle Tilley from the wonderful livery on that number 18 car, sitting fourth in category. Young fan that did the livery for that. Still under full course yellow. Class split is going on at the moment, so we'll be going back shortly. Amazing to think that a 6-year-old Shay, that little race fan Owen, has started a career. Andy Blackmore might have an apprentice, although in fairness, Andy's daughter Kira is pretty handy as well, and has already done her first livery. She did one of the Dragon racing cars, I think, a few years ago that went to Bathurst. I want to say.
She did a Dragon on JMW, at Le Mans, I think it was.
That's right.
Yeah,
there was a Dragon involved.
She's very good at doing Dragons. But I have to say, Owen, young Canadian, so making us proud from just outside of Toronto. So, you know, maybe there is something. Andy Blackmore lives in Canada too. Maybe that's where all the art is.
Going back to green, the flag is in the air, and immediately there's a jink out. There can't be a pass. Oh, now, was that a pass before the line there from at the front of the field? It's a pass that was trying to get a lap back, I think, from the Idemitsu Mazda. Jonathan Bomarito trying to get a lap back there as he's trying to fight his way back through, but that looked very close to going before the line. Shea Adam was watching that. You saw the last time that somebody got called for that, Shea. What did you reckon there?
Close. I want to see a replay. Yeah, it's going to be something that race control will look at, and I'm expecting to see the little words from the race control chat start under review.
A couple of light-coloured cars that were going very well indeed at the front of the field, but maybe, just maybe, jumped a wee bit early. Mike Rockenfeller for Ally Cadillac Racing, excuse me, still scored as the leader. So in fact, was it that car that nipped out to the high side? I didn't think it had that much of the purple on it as it went underneath on the tri-oval. And they were slightly mixed up with some lap cars in there because the Mazda clearly stayed out to get its lap back, so that's what they were trying to do. And 55, yes, it is the 55. I was right the first time. Is at the head of that group and pulling away, just going across the line now. Just followed by Mike Rockenfeller. The tail lights of the Mazda just disappearing into turn one as the Ally Cadillac makes the transition down. And Shea Adam with a penalty, but not from the restart.
Nope, but this is still a big penalty. It's a stop plus 60 seconds for the number 6 Mjolnir Motorsports Duquesne in the LMP3 category.
It's third place in class.
Working on a car in a closed pit.
Oops.
That's a big oopsie.
But Shea, that is basic stuff. That is not a rule that is, you know, hidden away anywhere. And the way around that is, okay, bring your car in because you need to work on it and either do emergency service and get it back out again, or just let it sit there and wait for the pits to open. A minute or so, probably less than a minute away, if he only got a 60-second penalty, and then start working on it then.
But even then, you're entering a closed pit, so just wait until the pit's open for the prototypes and then come in and do all of your work that you have associated with it. There's no need to incur this kind of penalty. But I do have some insight as far as that team is concerned. And by the way, Lawrence Hoare back behind the wheel of that car. He is the... Oh, no, sorry. All of the drivers in that car still need to meet minimum drive time. But that car has been struggling more in the colder conditions, so the team is waiting, sort of rocking on their heels almost until they get to the point where the sun comes up again and things start to heat up, because they are very fast in the sunshine, not as fast under the moonlight.
The Whelen car eased off at turn 1 in that kerfuffle on the restart and lost a good 4 or 5 places, I reckon, there in the queue, but still scored in 2nd position.
Another interesting penalty just came through. This time for the 14 Lexus, working on the car in an unapproved area drive-through. I wonder where they stopped, if they just stopped in the middle of the throughway.
Yeah. Just pulled over. Just pulled over, you know.
Just go around, it's fine.
So just after 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 minutes past 5, we're a couple of hours before official sunrise in this part of the United States of America. And the start, well, the Mazda was rapid. J-Bomb did get round over the top. Then down into turn 1, the Whelen Cadillac goes out wide and just goes over the white line and then onto the grass. Was there a bit of hip and shoulder there? Might have been, but 1, 2, 3, 4 cars whipped by. Amazingly, that car still scored in 2nd because, as I said, there were some lapped cars mixed in. And I've not seen that start being looked at yet. It may even have been, was that the, I think that was the Mazda that was ushering it off. It surely wasn't its team car, Shea Adam, was it?
That's the car that's right in front of it on the racetrack right now.
No. If it was the car that's right in front of it on the racetrack, then it lost more ground than that. Nick Damon, how did you see that restart and the subsequent grassy excursion for Felipe Nasr?
Well, Jonathan Pomerito had a run into turn 1, wasn't prepared to give the lap back he'd been fighting so hard to gain, and just took his line. And we go around turn 1 at maximum speed, there isn't room for 2 DPIs on their line. So other DPI, Nasr went wide and picked up the grass, lost drive. And of course, the worst time to do it is a restart because all your rivals are queuing right behind you, or other cars are. So yeah, I mean, just you look at just come up. But I very much doubt there's no indication of any impact there. The car isn't doing anything, but it's a case of get out of the way because I'm not giving you any space. So a little bit naughty because he was being lapped.
Well, he was trying to get a lap back. I think that's the thing.
He had the lap back as he went down the main straight, but he was out dragged into the first corner, and therefore at that point he was being lapped. And it's a very grey area with, obviously the rules within, in America are slightly different from the more black and white, where you don't have the wave around. If you're on a lapped car, you get a blue flag and you move out of the way. Obviously, tapped, so you don't move out of the way. Within himself.
Yeah, we're trying to hold on to the real estate that you've picked up. It is Mike Rockefeller, by the way, out of all of that still leads in the Ali Cadillac racing car by 0.6 of a second from Felipe Nasr. So the 2 cars going through the international horseshoe now and onto the kink, the left-handed little notch in the infield. That's 1st and 2nd, and there are cars around them that are laps down. Juan Montoya is another 2.6 seconds further back, and then Scott Dixon in the 0-1 Cadillac is just half a second behind Montoya. Oh, hello, Montoya, Dixon and Ricky Taylor all within about 1.5 seconds of each other, battling for position. Yes, we'll take that at this time in the morning. That's fairly tasty, isn't it? By the time the sun rises at 7:13 this morning, we'll have had from sunset 13 hours and 11 minutes of darkness. Just by way of comparison, we were talking at Le Mans, which which was held in September in 2020, rather than its usual June, about how unusual it was to have so much darkness at Le Mans, and we had just over 11 hours there. So this is more than half the race, substantially more than half the race running between sunset and sunrise. And with the slightly later start time this year, as we went green flag at 3:40, then it was a relatively short run into the darkness. It made for a very long day for the teams and drivers. And as we were talking about, Adam, in our Michelin Countdown to Green, one or two of the team managers and particularly the PR staff, most of whom, as we've said, aren't with their chargers, aren't with the drivers. It made for some very bored drivers, and bored drivers are dangerous things, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think we know that Kelly Brulé is currently on her way to beat up Kyle Tilley for telling us that. But yes, it's a very dangerous thing. We've got 10.5 hours remaining in this race. Normally at this point in time, well, last year at this point in time, we had 8.5 hours to go. That 2-hour time difference does make a big difference because we then get drivers who are sitting around for 2 more hours before the race day begins. And this year, no autograph session meant that we had drivers who were especially without something to do. A little bit of a note on Corvette Racing, by the way, they split their strategy for the first time the last time around. The 4 car, which is the silver one with the yellow accents, has been getting slightly better fuel mileage throughout the course of this race. They've been able to go about a lap or two further than the 3 car had been on their pit sequences, or at least the 3 had been pitting a lap or two before the 4 had. They split the strategy in order to try and even things up. So the 3 came in and pitted under the caution, whereas the 4 stayed out. And now we're going to get an opportunity to see BMW mixing it up with the Corvettes, because the BMW of Philip Eng has fresh tires as well.
Yeah, and immediately starts to give a bit of grief to the number 3 Corvette. Those two battling for position. Alexander Sims is only 3/4 of a second further up the road. Just a reminder, by the way, that on Monday afternoon Eastern time, when you're just beginning to realise that you're coming down from the race, the good news is we'll be taking you through all of the action and discussing it with the people who made the headlines in our online Haggerty Inside Track, 1 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock in the UK, via the live pages on haggerty.com. Join me and a selection of guests. Now, we've got a few people lined up, all very interesting, with a few options depending on what the result is in 10.5 hours time. So that's 1 o'clock on the live pages of haggerty.com. And if you tune in live, you'll be able to ask questions as well. So you drive that as well. Looking forward to that. We've had a lot of fun and a lot of good information out of that as well. Somehow it seems that people relax after a 24-hour race. We managed to get Brendan Hartley in the first one, of course, which was after the one in September last year, giving us details of the Toyota Hybrids hypercar program, didn't we, Nutty?
If you get them after just done a 24-hour race, they've not slept, their defences are down, they're not totally PR. You can get in there with the question they're not supposed to answer. They go,
it's the Colombo question at the end when they think they've got through. And Brendan had just actually got back home. He hadn't even spoken to his significant other, and we got right to the end of the interview, and I just did that Colombo with the last question and threw it in, and he was so tired that he couldn't remember whether he did answer it, he couldn't answer it, or he should answer it. And in the end, we did get an answer from him. In fairness, I don't want to make trouble for Brendan with Alistair Moffat, who is the excellent PR at Toyota Gazoo Racing for the WEC. I don't think it was top secret news, but it was news to us, is what we should say. Hello to Ollie. Good morning from a cold and sun shining in Germany. Ben Keating's done the most driving after 13 hours, SRA says. They're both tweeting in using the hashtag R24 radio, R24 radio to @IMSA radio. Ben, that's over 7 hours and 25 minutes already, but he's splitting that between 2 cars, Shane, and he's got to get his drive timing in both, without, of course, going over the maximum. And you can only do a certain amount of time in any period, and that's total, that's not in one car, isn't it?
No more than 4 hours in any 6-hour period, and that is cumulative. So that goes between, if you get out of one car and straight into another, your drive time continues to go up, let's say. Unfortunately for Ben, the car in which he's completed the most amount of drive time is the 52 PR1 Matheson Motorsports Orica, which is currently behind the wall after that crash for Nico Lapierre leaving the pit lane. Very, very strange. But Ben is waiting to get back into the 97 TF Sport Aston Martin that Charlie Eastwood is currently piloting. In that car, if I flip to my handy page that I've got going, Keating is the only driver who needs to hit the minimum drive time left in that car as far as the amateur ranks are concerned. You mentioned Ollie a few moments ago. You weren't talking about OG, but Ollie Gavin's car, I do have an update on that. The 14 Lexus went behind the wall. We saw that quite some time ago. The team saw something in the data that they didn't like, so they brought the car back to the garage for a systems check. And if I scroll down on timing and scoring, it is still back in the garage, so that does not bode well for the Lexus team, who hasn't exactly had the easiest of Daytonas so far this year.
Thank you, Shay, for that VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock update. The battle continues at the front of the field, and despite the intervention of traffic, Mike Rockenfeller has not been able to get away, or you could say Felipe Nasser has not been able to get past. Juan Montoya now within 3 seconds of those two, with half a second behind him, Scott Dixon. So the top 4 still only separated by 2.6 seconds. And Ricky Taylor's not that far back either. He's only another 3.5. Sound of the Cadillac motor up on the high banking. And heading towards the braking area for the bus stop on the far side of the circuit, the other side of Lake Lloyd. The leaders very close together as they sit in traffic. Too far ahead, that was the Ricci Competizione Ferrari, I think they were going by. Not too far ahead, that Mazda. Jonathan Bomarito got one of his laps back. The car, by the way, that was in there on the restart, I think, was the number 5 Mustang Sampling, the dark grey car that's laps down after its problems earlier on, but there's nothing between the leaders as they're behind the pits again into another clutch of traffic. Our listeners collective from Radio Show Limited came up with the term clumping of race cars, and this has now become recognised as a scientific phenomenon. It actually doesn't matter how many or how few cars you have and how long or how short the circuit is. Ultimately, you will find cars of very different paces. They will end up in the same place at the same time, and the leaders will have to fight their way through them. Definition, Nick Damon, of clumping.
Yeah, the weird thing is, the only other place I've seen the word clumping used is in relation to cat litter.
I don't want to know.
Clumping and non-clumping.
No, leave it. Even at this time in the morning, the answer is no on that one. We have eclectic chats.
The English words mean 2 things, or 3 things.
Yes, eclectic is one thing, but that's just, I'm afraid that's icky. Sorry. Even at this time of the day. Rockenfeller doing a great job. Isn't it good, Shea, to see Mike Rockenfeller back in a prototype. It was very nice to hear the compliments and the respect that Philippe Albuquerque was paying him. Knows him very well, as we heard in that interview earlier on, from way back down the years and the Audi years as well. But Rocky's clearly lost absolutely none of his drive, his desire, and importantly, of course, none of his pace either in that number 48 Ally Cadillac.
Yeah, Mike Rockefeller, a guy that we've long associated with prototype racing. And it's so good when they announced this all-star studded lineup. Everyone knows Jimmy Johnson. Everyone in America knows who Jimmy Johnson is. Everyone in America, well, most of the people in America know who Simon Pagenaud is after he won the Indy 500 a couple of years ago now, and people fell in love with the fact that he brings his dog everywhere with him too. Most people are aware of Kamui Kobayashi, at least people who pay attention to Daytona, over the last 2 years, because his ability to pick up the Cadillac, carry it on his back across the start-finish line, and push people out of the way in the meantime, it's simply stunning to sit back and watch. And then you've got Mike Rockefeller, who is well known in Europe, not as well known over in America, but he's got all the big endurance race wins. And he is somebody that sports car enthusiasts, they smile when they see his name on an entry list. So to have Mike as a part of that group, and to know that that's the group that was handpicked to drive this car, oh man, it's a good feeling to have him back on our rotation.
And into the pit lane at the end of his stint, and that means that there's no VP fuel left in the car, and that, with a little bit of yellow, was a 24-lap stint. And Nick Damon is watching this one. I don't think Rocky's getting out, Nick.
No, he's stuck in that car now. It's tyres, it's fuel. A little bit of interesting.
Two tyres only, though, just the insides.
Yeah, a little note from me and James actually a few minutes ago, just talking about that we're going to start seeing a flurry of GTD brake changes coming up, he said. But remember that GT3 are not allowed dry brake systems, so they can only do the pads and the rotor. You know, we'll see the big spreaders come out, but he's expecting that to start happening probably with the next full course caution if one comes next hour or two.
Yeah, again, two tyres, just as we heard the tactic from Philippe Albuquerque. So they're double stinting opposite sides of the cars at the pit stops in the cooler temperatures, and that's. I wouldn't have thought. I wouldn't have thought that there were so few tyres and they needed to do that. But in our Porsche Keys to the Race, we talked about what you've got left when you reach high noon, midday, today, Sunday, 3 hours and 40 minutes left. And I'm guessing, Shea Adam, what they want to do is have as many sets of stickers left in the relative heat of the day as we move into the afternoon to be able to get them to the end if they need them. If, for example, there's a late race caution, leave them out in the sun, get them on there and give your driver something to fight with.
For sure, because ultimately nothing else in this race matters besides the last lap, and you want to have your car in the best possible position for that last lap. So if that means throwing new tires at the car at the period of time where you need the car to be the best, i.e. from the time when the sun comes up, you want to have as many sets of fresh tires available as you do. Now, the interesting thing about all of these DPI cars doing the one side of the car tire change only, they don't exactly get to choose what tires they get from Michelin. So they get 38 sets of tires. That doesn't mean that they can request 42 sets of left side tires, or 76 sets of left side tires only. They have to take the full sets. So they're doing left side tires only now. Does that mean they're going to leave the lefts on at some point and then put fresh right side tires on?
And the other thing is that other than the GT Le Mans cars, it is a spec tyre across the class. There are compound choices for GT Le Mans, but not for DPI or any of the other prototype classes. And indeed, there's been a change this year in the GTD tyre compound. They've In fact, I think all of the compounds have gone a little harder, and that might actually be one of the reasons why the Dallara is going so well in LMP2, because it's working well with that slightly harder tyre.
Yeah, and specifically as far as GTD is concerned, last year we ran 4 races on the S8. Every other GTD race was on the S9, so that was 7 races on the S9. It did lead to a little bit of confusion and a little bit of discrepancy between the performance in the GTD cars, and particularly the BOP results, because when you're bouncing back and forth between different tires, it does make it harder, as well as doing the different tracks. Last year at the Daytona 24 Hours, they ran on the S8, which was the softer compound. But then when we came back for the race in July, we ran on the S9. Now, we were supposed to run on the S9, I should say. That was a rain race, so that did affect things. They did eventually get to put on slicks, but it took a little bit longer of asking. But if you look at the performance of the various manufacturers over the course of their different tire life cycles in effect, everyone seemed to be happier across the board on the S9, and so Michelin has brought that tire for 2021.
Lovely. Top 3 together. Shea Adam with that VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock update on the Michelin tyre situation. Top 3 now within a second and a half. Top 4 within 4 seconds, with Ricky Taylor just trying to close down. He's a couple of seconds away from the back of the top 3. 31, red and white wheel and Cadillac. Then Montoya in the Shank with Curb. Agajani and Acura, that's the purple and black car, the number 60, and then Scott Dixon. They are absolutely carving their way through the field, about to go past Alexander Sims, who's the leading GT Le Mans car for Corvette Racing, and Scott Dixon just got in the wrong place at the wrong time, caught him at the wrong place at the wrong time in the early part of the infield. But just to give you an idea, the leader is coming out of the Western Horseshoe as second and third are in the middle of it. It's not even them going into it. They're all on the short tube between 5 and 6 to go up onto the banking. What have they got ahead of them? Well, still, actually, Jonathan Bomarito's probably doing them all a favour, because he's got a lap back after the restart and cleared off just a wee bit from this, and therefore they've got a prototype, almost like a snowplow going ahead of them, or a motorcycle outrider, and waking up the back mark as they come to them. The next car that they will have to put a lap on in their own battle is Owen Trinkler in the Team TGM Porsche. Ted Giovannis doing this race for the first time with his team. Regular competitors in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, and indeed a championship winning team from a couple of 3 seasons ago. Owen, highly experienced, I think has the most starts in Michelin Pilot Challenge, and the hills just outside of Nashville. Owen in the car at the moment. That Porsche not quite where they wanted at the moment, but Ted told us a few weeks ago what he wanted to do was get to the end. It was good to hear his tones on our broadcast earlier on as well. So those top 3, Nick Damon, the concentration levels now, going from following the safety car at what would feel sub-walking pace in these thoroughbred cars, to being switched on for that restart, and then within a couple or 3 laps, just as your Michelin's are getting nice and warm, and you're thinking, yeah, I'll crack up some fast laps now, here comes the back of the traffic. Oh, and by the way, you're racing for first, second and third at the same time. Parallel processing? I think so.
Yeah, I think the thing is, though, I think that the fact that you're constantly thinking about how to negotiate the traffic actually really, really helps your concentration. I mean, these professional drivers are obviously at the top of the game anyway, but there are elements where you can disappear into a darkened piece of straight in the backwoods of Spa and kind of just drift off a bit at some points of total concentration. But here, because not only are you after a couple of laps for a restart attacking cars, you're also having to think, where how do I actually pace myself to get past this car in the most effective possible way? Do I just ease back on this corner and go faster? And then again, you've got to look in your mirrors and see the car behind you. I don't think at this point in the race the cars following are desperate to get past. If the leading car
chance,
makes a mistake, we'll do it. But they're not going to start nudging back and showing their nose and everything else, because they also know it's all about cleanliness through traffic, and they also know that getting 10 seconds ahead now isn't going to matter come 2:30 for the last hour of the race.
Well, probably won't, unless we go green the whole time. Cleanliness, to misquote the well-known phrase or saying, cleanliness in motor racing terms is close to speediness. What about the front of the GT Daytona field then? These GT cars running to the International GT3 specifications, but with the balance of performance influenced by IMSA's technical department, for the unique nature of American racing. First and second now, under a second between them, with Indy Donchi for Winwood Racing in the Mercedes AMG GT3, and Nicholas Nielsen for AF Corsa, the number 21 Ferrari. They're together on the high banks, very, very close indeed, and this has been a very good run, Shea Adam, from the Winwood 57 car, but I fear that there's an inevitable pass coming. There's just a sense that Ferrari is picking up a really big toll. Now they've got traffic as well, as the Turner car is ahead of them. They haven't had the clean run that they were hoping for. And they are side by side with the BMW. And what a battle that is. Let's just watch this play out before we take another guest here. Absolutely side by side for the lead in category, fighting through to go up onto the high banks. Now onto the Speedway turn 1 and 2 again, and that has actually split them up a little bit, which is perfect timing for us to welcome Frank Weisman, the manager of product communications of Porsche Cars North America. Frank, thank you for joining us in what I know is a very busy weekend, but keep our eyes on that GTD battle. My goodness, what a race we've had so far. Frank, have you had time to watch some of this, or have you been too busy?
No, absolutely, John. Good morning, and thank you so much for having me. No, it's been an incredibly, for us, I guess, nail-biting race so far. Obviously, we had the unfortunate incident with Kevin right at the start, and then some contact with several of the GTD cars throughout the field. But as you guys were saying earlier, the race is still long. We still got just about 10 hours to go. So from here on out, it's just keeping concentrated, keeping motivated, and fortunately, all the cars are still running. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll stay optimistic.
We miss the works cars, and I know you guys do as well. A bit of a bonus to get the WeatherTech entry into GT Le Mans with Cooper McNeil and his organisation putting that together. Did that take a bit of organisation to get the vehicle to them? Because it seemed that it was quite a late decision when I spoke to Cooper, a couple of 3 weeks ago.
Yes, absolutely. So that took some work, but it's obviously something we wanted to support, and like you said, a nice surprise after we had the goodbye tour, you could call it, last year. Wasn't necessarily something we expected at that point in time, but getting that call and putting that together was certainly something we were excited about. And again, unfortunate that they had that bad luck early at the start, but they're running well now.
Oh, and we lost him. That was Frank Weisman, Manager Product Communications for Porsche Cars North America. We'll try and get him back, and whilst we do that, I'll remind you that if you're watching and listening to us in the US, our TV colleagues will be taking back over again to take you to the end of the race in about 25 minutes, and That will be Dave Burns with Calvin Fish and Marty Snyder on the pit lane. That's in about 25 minutes time. Dave, excuse me, Frank, are you back with us there? Sorry about that. We are pushing the technology, of course, in these unusual times.
I'm still here. Yeah, well, it's technical difficulties, but
yeah, don't worry.
Sign of the time.
We're all having to learn to work in different ways, whether it's covering races or doing our work in our 9-to-5 jobs. Listen, a couple of quick questions so that we can get back to the action. A couple of big announcements that Porsche have been involved with, and it goes right to the very heart of Porsche Motorsport across the year, which is customer-facing racing. First of all, LMDH. That's a little while old now. The new version of the DP cars. Porsche in Germany from Weissach saying, yes, please, we'd like some of that. And speaking specifically about coming to IMSA. That's very, very exciting for everybody on this side of the Atlantic.
Yes, absolutely. Certainly something we've been thinking about for a while. And it's something we absolutely can't wait to get back into. Of course, the other big news is the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, which we're hosting for the first time this year in the United States, a series that has a 30-year history with the one-make racing throughout the world that goes on with the GT3 Cup cars. But yes, LMDH, we can't wait till 2023 to be in that top class and race for the overall win again. And yeah, something that we were very excited to announce at the end of the year. So on both ends of the spectrum, we have great action, great racing coming up, and looking forward to see how Carrera Cup unfolds this season. We have the first race in March, and 8 races in total throughout the year in the U.S. And then 2 years down the road, the big class LMDH, where we're very excited to be a part of it.
Yeah, full live coverage of that on IMSA.tv here in the US and further afield. The particular part of Carrera Cup North America that I think is very exciting is for the young career drivers. There'll always be a nice mix, I'm sure, of drivers, and you recognise that with the different categories. But for the young career drivers, effectively, for the first time, you're giving them a Porsche Academy in the US with some off-track training as well. And now that the championship is on Michelin tyres, you can send people to the shootout in Europe, and they won't have the disadvantage that they've had in the past. They will be able to compete for those young driver spots.
That's correct. The shootout ticket is something that they'll directly have access to now, and that's something that wasn't the case before. So it really gives us a better opportunity to place young talent directly in that global pool to hopefully advance further up in the Porsche racing ladder. So again, something that's new to this year, new for us, and we're looking forward to see how that develops.
One quick final question, and we'll get back to the GTD battle, which is just heating up again. The guys have been kind enough not to swap positions. Indy Doncic still ahead of Nicholas Nielsen, the AMG ahead of the Ferrari. GT Daytona Pro for next year comes in to be the top class. Now, all right, that's not necessarily customer racing, but does that make things more interesting for Porsche Motorsport in the United States? Can you guys envisage an opportunity for you guys to get back into some works or semi-works racing with that?
Absolutely. I mean, I think if you look at the field right now, you're already seeing a bit of that mosaic of mixing between customer teams, but also a lot of factory drivers, not just at Porsche. So I do think it's something very worth looking at and worth considering to continue to have that factory influence and involvement along with the customer passion that's defined racing in the U.S., certainly for Porsche, for pretty much as long as Porsche has been around. So yes, another very exciting development. Just shows you that racing is always evolving, and certainly not getting less interesting this year and in the years to come.
Frank, thanks for joining us. Get back, watch a bit more racing, and we'll speak to you across the season. There's going to be some fantastic Porsche action, I know that. Cheers, man.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
So we are coming to the end of another race hour. So let's take a Mazda in race update. Thanks to Frank Weissman, manager product communications of Porsche. The battle in GT Daytona continues. Nothing has changed in the course of that interview. We kept our eyes on it. Winward still ahead of AF Corsa, and in third place Lucas Stoltz, now just 15.5 seconds behind the battling pair at the front of the field. So frustrating, I'm sure, for Nicholas Nielsen in that Ferrari. Every time he gets somewhere close, there's a car gets in between them, and all of a sudden he drops back just a little bit. Got the Turner BMW in there as well. At the other end of the field, Mike Conway has taken over the Whelen Engineering Cadillac number 31, and he leads by 4.5 seconds. Scott Dixon has got Ricky Taylor in his wheel tracks. About a second between the number 01 Cadillac from Chip Ganassi and the Wayne Taylor Racing number 10. And then another 9/10 further back is the 48. That's Mike Rockenfeller. So second, third and fourth absolutely together, with fifth place AJ Allmendinger taking his break from the NBC broadcast booth. He's only 1.2 seconds, check that, he's now only 0.6 of a second further back as this battle for what is going to be very quickly second, third, fourth and fifth is raging at the front of the field. So let's run down the other categories quickly. LMP2, Tower Motorsport by 13 seconds from Chetila Racing, 8 Orica from 47 Dallara. Third place now is, it's going to be now, I think Fabian Schiller is probably got out, still in third place. Aero Motorsport just a wee bit too far back, and they're trying to make up a lap. Alexander Sims and Nicky Katzberg in the 4 and 3 Corvettes lead Philip Eng by about 4 seconds. The first of the BMWs, the 25, the red car, and then it's Alessandro Perghini, another red car, but that's a Ferrari for Risi. And in LMP3, Spencer Piggott for Riley Motorsports in the Ligier number 74 leads Jan Claret for Sean Creech Motorsport in second now, that 33 car, because of the problems for Milner Motorsport in the Duquesne in third position. That's your Mazda in race update. Shea Adam will give us a little more news on the on AJ Allmendinger, who currently sits in fifth position but is closing and has now caught Mike Rockenfeller.
Well, and you said he's taking a break from the TV booth, also taking a break from his pet dad duties very clearly. But AJ is the only driver in that car who had not hit the 2-hour drive time mark, which is the minimum drive time for the prototype class. So he, yes, was taking a break, but he also needed to complete his job here before Mike Shank could say, yeah, AJ, you're released to go do whatever you want for the rest of this one. Just make sure you're back later for some champagne.
Shea Adam with that VP Racing Field pit and paddock update. Nick, we're coming to the end of our time together. What really sticks in my mind over these last few hours is just how close everything has stayed in all of the classes. And now Rockenfeller is right with the Ricky Taylor car, is right with Ricky Taylor, yeah, as they go side by side on the banking, up and over the top. Across the line, it's still Conway leading from Scott Dixon in second. Actually, that was a lapped car, I think, that he was going over there. But
John, we've actually got another hour together.
Oh yes, we have. Yes,
I'm pulling the midnight hour, the early morning graveyard shift. You got the young attractive team with you, with myself and Shay, you see, helping you out here.
Well, you need something to to balance my undoubted face for radio. So that's fine. That's fine. What have you taken out the last 3 hours or so?
I think I get the impression there's several teams now who quite like to get another full course yellow, so that they can effectively make the most of it and do those little changes they want to do with the brakes or whatever under the yellows flag situation. I think there's a sort of hanging on going on with some of the teams, certainly in the GTD field. So expect, if someone does make a horrible mistake in the next 45 minutes, everyone to pile in. The rest of it, I think, it's remarkable how these DPIs keep going around with a very minor ebb and flow between them. But it's fascinating to watch, and it's going to get even better once the sun comes up and changes the entire setup for all the cars.
And are you able to make any major predictions, Nick?
I personally do fancy the Cadillacs over the Acuras. It's a 3-2 battle now. I just feel that it seems to me the Cadillacs have been faster at the start of the race as well, a little bit, and then it's this middle period where the Acuras are back on again. I'm just thinking when the temperature gets back up again, I'm just thinking it might play back into the Caddies again.
The guys at Mazda were thinking that they would do all right if it warmed up, but they've got to get those laps back first of all. Mike Rockenfeller, by the way, will be the first of the top group into the pits in that Allied Cadillac, but he's got about another 7 or 8 laps still to go. And that will take him out of that battle for a wee while, at least. 37 at the front of the field for Conway, 1:35.9 for Scott Dixon. So that's come down again, just about a second. That's the traffic. Remember, in endurance racing, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. There will be the ultimate balancing of the endurance universe, almost always. Just a quick look at some action earlier on, side by side. Was there a touch between the Mazda and the number 60? I think there might have been going through turn number 6. And Nick Damon has another VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock interview.
With Kenton Cook. Kenton, how are you doing? The end of your stint got very interesting because the team pulled the car in for its brake change but got it wrong in the rules.
Yeah. So I don't fully understand exactly what happened. I believe the rule goes that if you complete a pass around, you're not allowed to pit on the lap you complete the pass around. And I think that's where we made the mistake. We were planning to do the 8-minute mandatory stop at that time to do the brake change, but turns out it was invalid. Unfortunately, so we're going to have to do that again later on in the race, which is unfortunate. So, yeah, we stopped for longer than we needed to.
So that penalty has invalidated the 8-minute stop, and you still need another 8-minute stop, Kenton?
Correct. Yeah. So we'll need to do that again.
Wow.
Yeah. So hopefully we can find an opportune time again to take that, maybe I don't know, during another caution, hopefully, to mitigate the loss that's going to occur from that. But I mean, at least we'll have some more time to look at it. But yeah, it's highly unfortunate. It's definitely unfortunate that that happened, because 8 minutes is going to be a few laps.
Yeah, I mean, we're in ways of being the unknown now, into the 14th hour with LMP3 car. I mean, you were there a while ago. How was the car? Was it feeling robust inside, or was it beginning to feel a little bit tired?
Yeah, I would say it was starting to feel a little tired, in the sense that the car was touching a little bit down, touching on the banking a bit more. For me, for some reason, I'm not sure if there was some damage on the plank or not, but other than that, the car actually had a decent balance, and the car actually feels okay, but yeah, it was just touching on the banking a little bit more than it had, and from the contact earlier, the steering wheel is a little bit off, and I think that's really not helped our situation currently. But Lawrence is in the car right now, and he's doing a good job. So we'll just need to keep pounding around, and hopefully others have. Hopefully the luck starts turning into our favor. Obviously, we don't wish anyone harm, but hopefully we can get our laps back.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I would ask you, I think we see it a lot. I mean, the P3 seem to be getting a difficult car to get past. A lot of the traffic involves a P3. I'm not saying that the P3s are any fault in this. Is it a difficult car to negotiate around the traffic with the various, with the same speed as the GTLMs and the differences of the other prototypes? Of course, your lack of basic straight line speed.
Yeah, the GTD cars are, I guess, less of a problem really. The GTLM cars were somewhat similar, but honestly, they've got some pace over us for sure. They've turned it up since the roar, it seems, and yeah, we don't have anything for those cars. And depending on if you come out of the pits, you can certainly be in the way of GTD cars, but once you get tired, that's not really a problem. But I can definitely understand how if there's an AM in the car, the pace can be close to that of a GTD car, but which would make things interesting. And I think everyone kind of knew that coming in, for it to be an interesting ebb and flow of how things are going to go. But I guess it just adds another twist to the race. Fortunately, though, at least the yellows that have been caused haven't really been induced by LMP3 cars. So I guess if that's one thing to say, that's kind of a positive note.
Good, thank you so much for hanging on to talk to us. I know you need to get a bit of rest, and I really hope that the remaining 10 hours are a little bit luckier for the Muller Motorsport team in the first 14. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, man. We'll keep pounding.
Ken Kirk from the number 6 Muller Motorsport prototype. As we head into our last few minutes with you in sound and vision if you're in the USA. Shea Adam, let's do a little roundup of what's been happening. The battle at the front of the field is still raging on. We've got some GTLM pit stops to talk about, but let's start with the penalty count.
Well, we've got two that have come in. The first one is the most recent one, car number 96, which is Bill Oberlin. Incident responsibility with the 63, which is currently being driven by Marcos Gomez. He does need to meet his minimum time as a silver in the car. Drive-through for Bill Oberlin. It's a rare day when Bill gets a penalty. It's a rare day as well when Brian Sellers spins on track, which didn't sit well with me. So a little bit of investigating, and it turns out that there was some contact between him and Klaus Bachler about 40 minutes ago now at this point, I would say, between those two cars, the one and the 16. It has been looked at by race control with the help of TV. So thank you everyone for cooperating with that. And it is nice that race control is still up there, still watching, still paying attention. Still remember to read the rule book, people. And it was a drive-through penalty assessed to Klaus Bachler just now, putting Sellers in the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini number 1 back into the 4th position. We did have those GTLM pit stops that you mentioned. Outlaps right now for Alexander Sims in the number 4 Corvette as he stayed aboard that silver machine. Connor DiFilippi in the 25 BMW, that's the red one, and James Pilato in the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari. We are waiting a pit stop from our GTLM leader right now. That's Nick Katzberg in the yellow Corvette number 3.
Yeah, and that's the time that the Corvette swap over when they do their pit stops. They have been very, very consistent on their fuel usage in those stops. 35 for Corvette, 30 for the BMWs. So Nicky's probably got 3 or 4 laps still to go in that car before he needs to come in. And by the way, Kevin Estre has just rejoined the circuit in the other GT Le Mans car, which we haven't talked about for a wee while, because that was the car that got nailed at the start and then had all of that rear diffuser, the underfloor problem early on. That's the 79 Porsche 911 GT3 RSR 19, to give it its full title. The WeatherTech car is the easier way of saying that. So Mike Conway by 0.3 of a second. What does 0.3 of a second look like? 4 or 5 car lengths on the banking, if that. Conway in the red and white number 31 for Whelen Engineering. And in second place, Scott Dixon for Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing. They're on the tri-oval now, and Taylor's only another 0.6. Top 3 within a second. How'd you like those onions, as they say? We are leaving this race in a very, very spectacularly good way for our colleagues at TV when they rejoin us in a moment or two's time. Mike Rockenfeller is only another 0.6 further behind, so let's make the top 4 in a second and a half. Are we going to see a change in that lead? This could all go spectacularly wrong unless they play very, very nicely. On the infield again, through turn 6 and one of the high banks. Which of the Cadillacs has the best drive? It would appear in the early part of the banking to be Mike Conway, but in the draft behind, here comes Scott Dixon. Dixon's got the run. Which way does he go? He goes to the high side. That's going to be a tough call if he's going to get that one. Bails out of that early, but did he force Mike Conway into a slightly tighter line? He may have just done that, but can't capitalise coming out of the bus stop. If you're in the USA and you've been watching and listening to us here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV, thank you very much for spending your wee small hours with us. Stay with our NBC colleagues as they'll take you through to the end of the race. Coming up, it's Marty Schneider in the pits and Calvin Fish in the booth with Dave Burns. Thanks a lot for being with us. Enjoy the rest of the race. So for those of you who are still with us around the rest of the world, our coverage continues with Nick Damon and Shea Adam. I'm John Hindhaugh in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. And great thanks to all of our TV colleagues, particularly Rooftop Ray, who's been up in the cold for a very long time indeed. Not sure when Ray comes down from that. Battle for the lead still on. Scott Dixon in the same place. This time he gets to the inside, but tries and fails to outbrake Mike Conway. So where is Scott Dixon going to find the pace to get around the car in front? We've said this all the way through the race. I've said this all the way through the race, Nick, that we have got Cadillacs that have different performance levels and different parts of the circuit and different times throughout their run. Cadillac number 31 engine that I'm listening to doesn't sound as clean as it did earlier. Could that be a broken exhaust manifold? Say again?
It can be a broken onboard microphone as well.
Well, it could be, yes, it could be. I'll have a listen to that. We'll just take the effects down a wee bit because we've got another VP Racing Fuel pit and paddock report.
Just Bomalito, quite a fresh out of Mazda. Jonathan, it's a bit of a struggle so far with the 55 car.
Yeah, we've had a couple little issues. Hasn't been the smoothest race for us. We've kind of been in a good rhythm the last 8 spins or so through the night, but we had a tail, the pins that hold the tail on in the gearbox kind of sheared off, so we had lost a lot of rear downforce. We went to change the tail, and the boys couldn't get the new tail on because the pins broke off in the back of the gearbox, basically. So long pit stop. We're down, you know, kind of keeps fluctuating 2 or 3 laps. Hasn't been nearly as many yellows as we need through the night. So we need a couple more yellows at key times and put us back on the lead lap.
Yeah, I was thinking that you're looking for yellows, but are you now pleased with the basic ground speed of the car? Do you think if you got the car back on the lead lap, you could compete with the Acuras and the Cadillacs in this situation?
Yeah, I think from what we saw during my stint and at the end there, once we were kind of at the front, we could stay there. We might have just enough pace. It's tough. It's definitely a fight out there right now. The pace is pretty quick. I think we do have a car to race for it, but you're not going to get it all back on pace the laps back. So you really are banking on yellows at this point. Team's doing a good job. You know, I'm looking at the TV feed right now, 9.5 hours to go. So long time still.
Big difference, of course, for you guys this season is you're just a single car entry. How has that affected your approach, and do you think it's negatively affected the competitiveness of the car at this race?
I don't think it's negatively affected it. You know, essentially you just have one chance at it instead of 2. You know, if we had 2 cars out there, maybe the other one wouldn't have had the rear wing issue and it's running up on the lap right now. You just never know. I think from a preparation standpoint, I think the one car makes it a little bit easier off the seat. But, but then you lose again on the amount of setup stuff in the practice session. So, you know, it's give and take, but we're making the most of it. It's what we're forced into at the moment, and we just have to make it work.
We're looking at some quite. The car looks very pretty. You've just gone for the grey one rather than the Sol red car colour, which was a surprise to me. I'm surprised about the colour choice of the car. I mean, is it pretty much the same car which went on the trailer at Sebring that's come down off the trailer in Daytona, or have you done some work on it and developments over the very, very short off season?
Yeah, it's actually a new chassis. It's a new tub. I mean, all new components, but not a lot of development took place. Little things. We got a adjustable front roll bar, a little bit better AC cooling system. So more of some driver aids, but as far as the basic suspension components and all of that same carried over from last year.
What's the success with the car over the last couple of seasons? Do you perhaps feel that Daytona isn't necessarily the track that suits the basic concept of the Mazda?
I think we proved in the 240, the July 4th race last year, that the car is actually very fast around Daytona. We just, you know, these 24-hour races are hard. You have to be perfect the whole time, and we haven't put one of those together yet. But but this one's not over. Don't count us out yet.
Thanks, Jonathan. I'm not going to wish you good luck. I'm going to wish minor bad luck to 2 other cars. So you
can't. You cannot do that.
I don't want.
J-Bum, it's Hindhoff here. Can you get these laps back? Is it just a question of when the yellows fall?
Yeah, it's going to be a question of the yellows. We need to get lucky on a few of them. You know, the field's so competitive. You're not just going to pass everybody, drive around, you know, get a minute, 40-second lead, catch them again, and drive right through. It just doesn't work that way at this level and the quality of drivers in the field. So we need some yellows. Fingers crossed for us.
You were very, very aggressive on that restart. You were pretty close to getting across the line and doing some overtaking beforehand. Was that about the best timed restart you've ever done in your career? It was outstanding.
Yeah, it was good timing, and the 48 car had a little bit of wheel spin, so that worked out well for us. We got a lap back, but they were right behind us, so it's hard to stay there. We need some yellows like we talked about, but yeah, it was fun dicing it up at the front. That was a good time.
Say hi to everybody down there, particularly to our friends, all of our friends in the team, Larry and Lena, and indeed all the team. We always like hanging out with you guys. Sorry we can't be with you in person, but thank you for your time, J Bob. Really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for everything you guys do, and 9 more hours. We all got to keep pushing, right?
Us too. Have a good one. Be safe.
All right, take care.
Jonathan Bomarito joining us there after that impressive stint. Got 1 lap back in the 55. Pushing really hard at the moment, Ollie Jarvis. Nothing wrong with that car, 35.5 last time around. The car that was slightly worried about, well, it's only doing 37s at the moment, is the 31 of Mike Conway. Shea Adam, been watching the times. More importantly, as they try to chase down the 10 in seconds, the Cunningham and Alta Acura and the 01 of Scott Dixon in the lead. Really struggling, it seems, to get past LMP2 cars, that 31 now.
Yeah, watching the times, it's not that far off. I mean, 1.5 seconds a lap when you're in traffic, that's not the most unexpected thing in the world, but it was the pure struggle of the 31, and we commented on the fact that the Whelen Engineering Cadillac doesn't sound necessarily 100%. It could be the microphone, it could be the onboard microphone. Please let it be the onboard microphone. But it couldn't pull past the Tower Motorsports LMP2 car, currently being driven by Timothy Buret. And all right, Timothy's a very good driver, so that could be the instance there. But it still didn't look like it had the ponies to get up and go, and that is not Cadillac at all. The Cadillacs normally can pull people on the banking fairly easily, and it was even going into the bus stop having some issues too, John. So that made me a little bit worried. I've reached out and I'm waiting back to hear from the team.
Shea Adam with that update from the pit and paddock. Couple of people, Ben Stevenson has tweeted using the hashtag R24Radio, as has Jake Parrott to IMSA at IMSA Radio, about the Chettilar car, which was sitting at the sharp end of right at the top of the LMP2 field. Antonio Fuoco brought that Dallara in a while ago. Shea Adam, it's been in the pits for quite a while now, dropping laps. I think 5 laps the last time I glanced at the screen. What was the issue there?
Don't know. Unfortunately, that's one of the teams that never got back to us about having a contact in the pit lane. But remember, this is the same car that in the 100-minute qualifying race was running so strongly and then had to pull into the pits with about 6 minutes to go.
Alex Brundle with us this morning from the UK, listening as we were to the sound of that number 31 Cadillac, the Whelen car. He says he thinks that sounds like it's misfiring at the bottom end of its rev range, looking like it's low on power as well. So that could be a header, it could be something electrical, a manifold, could be something electrical, but Alex thinking the same as we are. And in fairness, at the moment, Mike Conway, as the pit stops start for the DPIs, 37.6 last time around. He's dropped 8 seconds now to Scott Dixon, and Dixie pretty much a full second quicker last time around. So the number 31 car is definitely struggling at the moment. Alex, good morning. Congratulations on your news for your full season drive, and you know you're welcome in any of our Radio Show Limited booths when you're not being busy in your day job as a racing driver. And with the greatest of respect, AB, and I say this with much love, if we can't get you into the booth, it's normally because you're too busy racing, which is exactly the right thing, as much as we miss you and your superb knowledge. Wish the best for 2021. Say hello to your mum and dad as well when you speak to them. I loved your dad's tweet the other day about his list of things that he's not going to do anymore, that he's realised in lockdown. And I think, like most people, he's realised that's a very long list. At IMSA Radio, hashtag R24, R24 Radio. Coming down to just 9.5 hours. So we're inside now, Shea. The length of a Petit Le Mans race as the 31 car is in to the pits. It looks regular at the moment, Shea.
Yep, and I'm not even seeing the fluid being added into the left-hand side of the engine bay, so that's a good sign for the crew. They did look over it. They were making sure that everything's good, but no, it was a perfectly timed stop, 32 seconds on the mark, so it did need a full load of fuel. But Mike Conway heading back out, they're not worried yet, which is good and, well, not good because we're worried and they're not, which means that they know something we don't, or we know something that they don't, and we don't know that they don't know what we don't know. Friends reference gone wrong. But yes, that 31 machine is heading back out onto the racetrack. EJ Allmendinger recently served a pit stop as well in the number 60. He went out for another stint in the Meyer-Shank Racing Acura. And I believe we also have had in Ricky Taylor, yes, in the Konica Minolta Acura. That car recently down the pit lane, as was Ollie Jarvis in the Mazda, car number 55, still 3 laps off the lead of that category, but making a trip down. And also of note, Christina Nielsen has now completed her drive time in the 88 Team Hardpoint Porsche. They still need to get the minimum drive time in for Rob Ferriel, but he has not been driving well. It's been dark out, so I would imagine it is Cat Legg getting back behind the wheel of the 88.
Yeah, good to see those two drivers back. Christina in particular has some unfinished business with this race. Twice an IMSA champion on in GT.
Whilst we were going down the rabbit hole of Friends references, all I could think of the song was Little Does She Know That He... Anyway, there are 2 other options there.
The Curse All Flyers.
Yes. 1, they know what's wrong and they can't fix it easily. Right. Or 2, they know what's wrong and they're hoping it'll fix itself. Because, you know, if you've got something that you know you're going to have to stop for 12 minutes to fix, but you don't feel it's terminal, like it's not getting worse, people will live with it because we're losing a second a lap. You can't park it for 12 minutes to fix it. You know, it's like an intermittent spark plug issue. You know, it'd be interesting now on a set of new boots whether we still see Mike Conway dropping down. Basically, he was losing a second lap when he factored in traffic. So you know, this is the problem. You see, it sounds wrong. We've got professional racing drivers saying it is wrong, and now the team's hoping they can make it right without actually having to go behind the wheel.
Well, they sprinkled magic dust over it, Shea.
Well, no, they just gave him a new set of tires. Mike was on a double stinted set of tires. That's why his lap times were just slightly slower than the other cars around them. But I have heard from Felipe Nasser, who said he feels like they're just a little bit down on straight line speed compared to the car that's in the pit lane now, which is the 01 of Scott Dixon. And Scott is staying aboard. No, he's getting out. Oh, and it's Renger van der Zande. Ladies and gentlemen, stand back from the fences. Renger van der Zande plus Daytona plus Cadillac has equaled watch the last 2 years in a row. So Renger will be getting back behind the wheel of this car that he knows how to drive very, very well, even though it's a different chassis. I saw a wheel nut go rolling from the right front. Hopefully the mechanic noticed that. He didn't. Oh, they dropped the car off the air jacks before the wheel was secured. They lifted it back up. Now the mechanic is putting the wheel nut back on. Long stop. They haven't lost time yet, though, because fuel was still going in. So even though the car was stationary for 3 seconds longer, they didn't actually lose any time because of that errant wheel nut.
Yeah, that was unusually scrappy, that pit stop there. 4 tyres, the invest there. Okay, I take, Nick, what was said about the tyre wear situation at the end of a double, but that does make the engine sound a bit off.
No, you don't suddenly have the tyres affecting the the bottom end of the engine. I mean, obviously you would lose some drive, but it would still sound fine whilst losing the drive. I mean, unless it was triggering the traction control, which I don't think would sound like that anyway. So yeah, we need to just watch and see what Mike's lap times are now he's out. I think he's in 1:36.4. But obviously we need to know what the traffic conditions are around that, because a clear track 1:36.4 is not very good, but overtaking 3 or 4 cars, it's great.
Well, keep an eye on it, no doubt, because if anybody can bring a performance out of a car, it is Mike Conway, 36.4. Give him a couple of laps. We've seen that it does take a little time to get up to speed. Full tank of VP Racing fuel as well. 2 Corvettes in lockstep. They have been, Nick, pretty much all race. I think they got out to 3.2 seconds at one stage, and then quite clearly it was decided that that precision driving wasn't close enough, so they've closed them up to just under a second again.
Yeah, and despite the fact that Cardiff Felipe is certainly keeping them honest, you don't get the impression that there's going to be any other winner apart from the Corvette at the end of this. You do feel they're doing that thing which great long distance.
Nick, I think you've just muted yourself.
Then they'll both sprint off and have a kick fit and see where they are, and the poor old bloke from Britain will be stranded behind the 2 East Africans again.
Well, we missed part of that, but I think it's probably just as well.
No, it was fine.
Probably just as well. Chip Ganassi and JDC Miller Motorsport grabbing a few Zs where you can. It's very cold in that pit lane. Working in easy ups or tented areas. You need to have every bit of clothing that you've got on there, and then steal other people's if you can, and completely deny it. And with the gaps between the pit stop share for the prototypes being down at probably only around about 40 minutes now, it's not a great amount of time for you, even if the car is running faultlessly, to grab a cat nap. But that's really what you've got to do. There's somebody asked earlier on Twitter, and I forgot to get round to it actually, because we had something exciting happening. Not a headline news story, that it's been buzzing all the time, hasn't it? Somebody said, so how many sets of pit crew do they have, and how many hours do they get off? And the answer to that would be...
Oh, that's so cute. How many hours do they get off? More like how many seconds do they get off? Yeah, this is a very long race, a very, very long day. And by dint of starting the race 2 hours later, it means that the mechanics, in effect, get 2 hours less sleep. You might find people with blankets, you might find people trying to get shut-eye here and there throughout the paddock and the pit lane, but to be honest, even if you're in DPI and you can go 45 minutes on a tank, you're looking at maybe 15-20 minutes where you're not actively doing anything to get ready for the pit stop or cleaning up from the pit stop. So it's a lot of power naps. And you'll find crew members in the paddock who have worked in the paddock for a very long time. They're very good at feigning narcolepsy almost. They can fall asleep anywhere, in any position, at any time.
We have somebody like that in our crew. He does it particularly when you're driving anywhere. Hopefully when he's not in the driving seat. That's Joe Bradley, who will be back later with Jeremy and Johnny. They're getting their slightly longer break at the moment, and hopefully are sound asleep. Literally any time I've ever been on a long trip with Bradley, the worst thing you can do is have him persuade you to do the first stint of driving, because you'll barely be in the third gear and he'll be sound asleep. He'll often bring a pillow with him and he'll be sound asleep. It's extraordinary.
I can verify that.
Yeah, time travel he calls it. That's like travel narcolepsy. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
There is a very good
many
story.
A time.
Sorry, Chick, go ahead.
We've many a time, his part of the deal is that he drives from Heathrow, picking me up in the airport, to the train to go on the Eurotunnel. And then my part of the drive is from the Eurotunnel to Le Mans, which for those of you who have done it, realize that that's probably 5.5 hours versus the hour-and-a-half trip from the airport to the Eurotunnel. And Joe has maybe slept Ooh, you know what? I think he's maybe been awake 20 minutes total of all the years that we've done that drive together.
And that's only when you need him to put a credit card in the peage.
Exactly. Thank goodness for Sam.
Yeah, very good. The responsible adult in training.
Hey, that's me.
You are the second responsible adult in training, is that then?
Aww.
Well, I don't know how that works. That's not something that I'm allowed to talk about normally, so I'll shut up now.
Can you train responsibility?
No,
that doesn't seem like something you can't be born with responsibility. You know, us feckless radio people. You know, I mean, we're going to get responsible, aren't we?
No, it's not about the responsible part. It's about being in training.
Right. So it's just the training. So basically, it's just about the training and not about what you achieve at the end of it.
Well, no, it's about understanding the yin and yang of the universe, and you know,
isn't it where you in your spare time you do courses on herding cats and things like that?
Oh well, that's the first thing you've got to do.
And in fairness, I'm very good at that.
At herding cats.
Yes.
It's a skill that anybody who works with radio and TV presenters or drivers needs to learn very quickly. At IMSA Radio, join the conversation. Use the hashtag R24 radio if you would like to join the conversation. Johnny P, not that one. Said, could the 31 be missing a gear? No, I don't think so. It sounded like it was revving all right. And it just sounded, as Alex Brundle said, it just sounded a bit recalcitrant and a bit wrong at low revs.
Back on the pace now, though.
Yeah, I know.
You know, it's 130. Everyone's on 136. The top three need 136s, over 36s, 37 from Ollie, which is just down to traffic. You know, so he's back on the pace. So whatever it was, the new boots miraculously solved it, or perhaps someone hit the car we didn't see halfway through. Like you usually hit your telly in the 70s. It just whacked it once, and suddenly it started working again. The horizontal hole kicked in, the car couldn't grip, and off we go. It
was Andrew Luscombe who asked the question about the pit crews earlier on. That's what I almost always have to do when I take the car for the MOT. I banged one of the rear lights, which worked fine this year, but what I didn't realise I had a number plate like that as well. But apparently that's only a warning now. If you've got multiple lights. So once the weather in the UK gets a little warmer and I don't risk frostbite by lying underneath the back of the 968, I will be replacing that. It's a little job, just one of those little jobs.
It's been so wet, you risk trench foot before you risk frostbite the last few weeks.
But honestly, if I'd been out, last week and the week before, I would have needed an aqua lung to get under the car if I'd been out that long in it. Jacques Cousteau is now delivering the post around ours at the moment, and of course we've got flood tourism as well. Every time the river bursts at Banks, everybody decides it's a good idea to walk up through Eve's immaculately kept beds and through our garden, which is lovely.
Nothing worse than someone walking through your bed, is there?
No, it's not when it's an immaculately kept bed as well.
Oh, yes.
And would it be anything else? Let's be absolutely honest on that. Rob Chalmers says, how do you train responsibility? Are you, quote, asking for a friend? Very good. Our Porsche Case the Race, rules. We've been over that several times, and it sort of feeds into number 2, pitch perfect, which not everybody has. I think there's been more little infractions and mistakes in the first part of this race, just over half of this race here, than I've seen here for a very long time. I know we've got some new teams, or teams new to the championship, but it does seem that people came into this a wee bit rusty.
Yes, my penalty notation sheet is 2 pages long, and that's not good. That's not normally how long it is at this stage of the race. Now we still have 9 hours and 16 minutes to go, so there's plenty of time for more infractions to come down. But a lot of the penalties that I've been seeing, few of them have been speeding, which is good because people have figured out their pit lane speed limiters finally as we got into the race. Most of them have been incident responsibility. We saw that coming with the additional classes, but we didn't think it would be within the classes that we've seen it in, if that makes sense.
No, I know exactly what you mean. What I haven't got, which I thought I could get from the Alcamel site, was the list that has numbers on them for how many stewards' decisions there have been in the race. Yeah, we haven't got that at the moment. Meantime, out on the track, side by side, across the start-finish line. This is the 52 prototype, which has had some delay. Sorry, the leader.
Unlapping himself from the leader in P2, which is Gabby O'Brien, who's managed to eke out an entire lap and been gone full course yellow. Which is good news for Mazda, bad news for someone.
It is bad news at the bus stop for the number 7-9 car, and that is why we have gone full course yellow. And there's been, I think it's clobbered one of the signs and people are running over it, and I can see bits of fixings out there as well. So it may be that that car has continued, but it's just the debris on the track here that has caused the issue.
That's Kevin Estra again.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, sorry, I should
Kevin Estra doesn't spin very often, but that is a signboard that has been taken out, as you say, so our marketing crew will not be terribly pleased about that. Hi, Casey and Emily. Yeah, they worked really hard to put those signboards out, but the fact that it is lying on track at the exit of the bus stop is one thing. The fact that there is a sandbag right next to it, that is potentially even more dangerous, because if someone hits that at speed, they would do a lot of damage.
It's coming out of the bus stop, isn't it? So it must have been across the grass at some stage and taken that. People have been taking a few liberties with cutting the corners. It was a spin from Estra. Oh, he could not have done that more perfectly if it had been scripted to a stunt driver. So if you think of the bus stop as 4 elements, so the first left, then the 2 middle rights, and then the 4th part is the last left. Kevin had got through the first 2 elements and was turning through the second of the right-handers, and just as he turned into it, the back end of the WeatherTech car got away, slid sideways, and perfectly sideways, completely demolished the sponsor signboard, which is actually his sponsor as well. Of course, I've just realised. How funny is that? Well, at this time of the morning, it's tickled me a bit. An hour and 23 seconds since we came out of the 7th full course caution. We are now in our 8th. And if we have been clawing back some laps towards the distance record that Johnny talked to me about earlier on of 833. My prediction before that yellow had gone up as far as 805. And of course that will now slow down a little bit.
Very slow start of getting the laps away in the first hour and a half, because we've had what, 9 hours, only 2 or 3 since then. So it's, it just started badly yellow flag wise, but it's been pretty good since then.
Well, we had that big 3 hours and 10 minutes from yesterday evening.
I think Jeremy said it's 4 hours and 6. I think.
No, he was counting it wrong. He admitted to me that he'd counted it from the start of the previous yellow flag, not the end of it. Which was when I pointed that out, he went, "Oh yeah, that'll be 3 hours and 10 minutes then." I went, "Yeah, that's right." So Very good. Sorry, 3 hours and 49. 3 hours and 49. My apologies. But yes, it is 3 hours and 49. Just under. Let's call it 3 hours and 50. Just under the 4-hour mark was the long one. Finished at 10 past 8, having started at must be 20 past 5, I suppose. Working backwards. Now, where are? Sorry, sorry.
20 past 4.
20 past 4. Where are we with the sunrise? I hear you ask. We are about 40 minutes away. We should get the first vestiges of light, according to several websites, at about 6:47. But the official sunrise, which gives us 13 hours between sunset and sunrise, 13 hours and 11 minutes for those of you counting, is at 11 minutes, no, not 11 minutes past anything, at 13 minutes past 7 in the morning.
Yeah, but we're talking about Florida. Florida is flat. As a Floridian, I can speak with authority on this topic. The sun doesn't have to be up for the sun rays to start coming over.
Oh yeah, and there is what they there is what they call a pre-sunrise light, and that's due to start at around about 10 minutes before 7, so a good 20 minutes before official sunrise.
Issue with Daytona is that we are in a bowl. So that was scary. The number 7 did not respect the safety officials and went between them.
Right, so let's explain for those who don't have pictures. We're in full course yellow, and the pits have just opened for the prototypes. But a couple of moments ago, the prototype number 7, which hasn't had the best of races, that was Trent Nestep in the 47 Motorsport, where the track services and officials are at the exit of the bus stop. There's a little bit, looked like there may have been a little bit of a grass fire going on there at one stage, and they have got the cars parked so that they're protecting the people who are working there, and Estep drove between the cars. Now, that I don't think will go unnoticed from race control. We'll leave that at that. It's not our call to make. Shea Adam, you've got the prototypes in, and as you might expect, it's a good time for everyone to pit. They've all got laps under their Michelins, so the first 5 prototypes have all come in. The Mazda will stay out. What's going on?
Fuel only for the 2 Cadillacs being run by Action Express. That's the Ally Cadillac, the number 48, and the 31 Whelen Engineering car. Fuel only for the Meyer Shank Racing Acura as well. That's the pink and black one, as that resumes back. Somebody further back in the GTD field did not notice that the light was on, but hey, no harm, no foul. They all managed to get rolling once again. I think that's actually just fuel only from the entirety of the people who came down the pit lane. The only one I'm waiting to see is Ricky Taylor in that number 10 Konica Minolta Konica Minolta Acura. I tried to make it. Oh goodness, it's that time of the morning. I need more coffee. Acura. Yes. So Ricky is still showing is on the pit lane, which means that it was a longer service for the 10. Yes, driver change. Elio Castroneves behind the wheel of that one, which tells me that Elio probably has some new boots to go with that car as well.
Well, Kobayashi was the one who was furthest through his stint in the Ally Cadillac. He had done 18 laps since he took that car off for Mike Rockenfeller, and that was obviously 18 pretty much green flag laps. Renger van der Zande had done the fewest laps since he took that car off from Scott Dixon. He'd only done 9. So any slight differences between their times likely down, as Shea said, to the fuel fill. slightly different tactics being employed by the Wayne Taylor Racing Acura. Ricky Taylor, in fairness, got into that car a very, very long time ago. So this is Ricky Taylor's stint. He got in at... No, he can't have.
When?
He can't have been in that long. Wait a minute. Let me just check back. So I've got Ricky Taylor as a 21 lap stint, a 9 lap, a 22, a 21 and a 12. All off the beds. So I should really have added them up as I was going along.
About 70, I believe.
That's a
little bit more.
stint. That is a Truswellian Ironman stint. So he got into that car. How many stints were there before that? There can't have been that many before him. He got in after Albuquerque's long one.
While you add that up, would you like me to call the GT pit stops?
I think he got in about... Hang on. I think he got in at 4 o'clock in the morning. He's been in that car 2.5 hours.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's pretty typical for Ricky.
That's impressive, though, isn't it?
It would be if it wasn't Ricky Taylor, and that's the kind of drive that I expect from him. To be honest, he set the bar that high. We have GTLM cars into the pit lane as well as GTD, but from GTLM, Alexander Sims come in from the lead in the silver Corvette. Nick Katzberg comes in from second in the yellow Corvette. One of the BMWs comes in. It's the red one, Connor DiFilippi. He should be staying behind the wheel of that car. He hasn't been in a terribly long time. James Collado in for the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari. I'd imagine Marco Wittmann in the 24 BMW, that's the black one, should be in the next time around. And as for GTD, only the top 3 coming into the pits from our top 10. That's Nicholas Nielsen in the Ferrari, car number 21, Phil Ellis in the 57 Mercedes for Windward Racing. And from the other Mercedes, Raffaele Marciello comes in from the 75. And a great story about that Sun Energy car. Kenny Habul wanted a little bit more team bonding than he had been finding out earlier in the week. So he had all of the drivers dye their hair blue. And Raffaele Marciello, he doesn't look bad with blue hair, a little bit like Cookie Monster. Not taking anything away from you, Alex Bredel, just want to put that out there first and foremost. But yeah, I love to see that sort of team effort from everybody. Driver changes, by the way, in GTLM for the Corvettes. It's Garcia back in the 3 and Milner back in the 4.
VP Racing Fuel Pit Paddock report from Shea Adam. Now that we've had everybody cycling through, check to see, yeah, the Mazda did get its lap back. Let's quickly do a Mazda in-race update before we go through this racing hour. Still 1 or 2 GTD, so I'll leave them till the end this time. So behind the safety car for the 8th time of asking, we've had just over 2 hours and 19 minutes of yellow flag in the 15 hours near enough that we've had of racing since the green flag dropped. Pierre Fillon waved the green flag. So it is Renger van der Zande, Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing 01. AJ Allmendinger in second place in the 60 car. 31 Mike Conway in Whelen Engineering Racing Cadillac in third, and fourth is Kamui Kobayashi in the Ally Cadillac racing car. They're actually further apart behind the safety car than I think they were when they were racing. 2.6 seconds behind them. Don't worry about the times at the moment, we are under yellow. Elio Castro Neves is now aboard the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing, Konica Minolta Acura in 5th position. 6th is Ollie Jarvis, but 2 laps off the leaders. But now only 2 laps off the leaders. Remember, they had a recalcitrant gearbox when they were pulling out of the pit lane on the formation laps. They tried but failed to get a lap back with a bit of miscommunication. Then they did get a lap back, but they had a problem with the tail of the car, the rear section of the car, which cost them 3 laps, and they dropped back off again. In LMP2, 7th overall, Tower Motorsport, Gabriel Aubry leads in the Oreca 07. That's the number 8 car. Then Di Francesco is behind the wheel of the Dragon Speed car in second. That's the 82. Paul-Loup Shatter for RWR Eurasia is in third position. They're the only 3 cars in the lead lap, with Sven Muller, Porsche GT driver, standing in for another Porsche GT driver actually in that car, as they get some prototype experience. That really is the thing to look for the future, isn't it? RWR Eurasia then with their leash just 3 laps off the lead. GT Le Mans Corvette, it's back to being 3 and 4 this time, as they've been taking turns to lead. Somebody will be adding up the laps so they get exactly the same, and then 5 laps from the end will get the race to the flag, and it'll be great like it was a couple of 3 years ago. Connor De Filippi is in the number 25 behind Milner in second, and Garcia who's leading. James Collado for Racing. So 3, 4, 25, 62 and 24. Kevin Estre has, with his teammates, got the 79 car back up into 18th position. So through most, in fact past all of the GTD runners on the timing screen now, but not the leader in LMP3, but is now, let me see, 9 laps off the GT field. In LMP3 it is Spencer Piggott from Riley Motorsport. He's completed 468 laps. The next best LMP3 is Joao Barbosa for Sean Creech Motorsport, who has done 463 in 33 car, and also on 463 is the Milner Motorsport car that was on pole position at the start of the race, the number 6 car. And in GTD, Phil Ellis is back behind the wheel of the leading Mercedes-AMG GT3. He tops the times, the number 57 Winwood Racing car, ahead of Raffaele Marciello in the number 75 Sun Energy Mercedes-AMG GT3. Sun Energy 1, that's the car that's been run by Gradient. And Matteo Cressoni for AF Corsa is in third position. Ben Keating's just come back out for TF Sport, and Matthew Campbell has come out for Pfaff Motorsport in the Porsches 97 and 9 respectively. That's how it stands. We're going back to green, and we'll start another racing hour now after that Mazda in-race update. So back to green flag racing after our 8 full course caution. And Renger van der Zande trying to make his way away from the hordes behind him. It's not very far until he's going to catch some cars up who dived into the pits trying to make up laps on their category leaders. Austin McCusker for Riley Motorsport, I think, will be the first car that the train catches up. And indeed, he gets out of the way at turn 6. That was a smart move. Here comes the 48 car, now on board. Rui Kobayashi in the Cadillac, right underneath the rear wing of the Whelen car, goes down, of the 60 car rather, going down the inside of Allmendinger into the bus stop. We've seen how good Kabui is down there. It's a lovely piece of driving. He has gone through. That, Nick Damon, was copy boot stuff from Kobayashi.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, it's yeah,
cool
you need a little help.
Well.
You need a little help for the person letting you through, and they're going, that's fine. But you know, the point about it is that now, following with Van der Zande's got 2 choices now. He can make a fight of it, or he can sit in the slipstream half a second behind, saving fuel. You know, and that's the other option you have. Kobayashi may want to lead because he feels happier being the first person to see and not having his space blocked by another Cadillac in close proximity. And that's what can go wrong. As the
that was the Volt Racing Aston Martin.
Oh, Aston, yeah, yellow. Yes,
going into turn 3, the international hairpin, as Kamuika was trying to go around one way. The Aston move because he was trying to move out the way. But Terenga van der Zande now from Kobayashi scored in second with Almendinger in third. And yeah, I agree with that. That's what I can see on the track.
Yeah, I mean, I think you know, it's debatable, but especially in this train of DPIs we have, it's debatable as to where you want to be. I think it's personal preference. You know, certainly the guys in the middle of the train are saving fuel. They could, you know, slipstream up. They don't need to. They can ease off the throttle. They can coast into the bus stop. They can coast into turn one slightly. There hasn't been much fuel. No one's really seemed to have seen the need for it. We've seen what seem like identical cars in identical sessions doing 20, 21, 22 laps. So I'm really interested to know how this fuel is being run, but it's obviously nothing they're going to tell us while the race is still going on.
3.5 miles around. It's not as if this is a short lap either. Let's keep our eyes, Nick and I here in the Hackney Global Broadcast Centre, we'll keep our eyes on the track action. She will stay with the battle for the lead in the tri-oval at the moment. Kobayashi's got a super run on the leading car. Down the inside, there's contact, and Kobayashi goes around. Kobayashi got there, but not quite enough. And he'll have flat spotted, I think, those Michelins a little bit. Oh my goodness. Van der Zande gave enough room, but only enough. Kobayashi had to really get out of that. There was a tiny little touch, and as so often happens, Nick Damon, a beautiful run off the tri-oval. Kobayashi seemed in position, but then ran his left-hand side Michelins onto the dirt and actually pushed the leader wide. There was a touch, but it was initiated, I think, Nick, by Kobayashi just dropping the left-hand side Michelins onto the dirt at the start of turn one.
Optimistic. Van der Zande didn't know he was going to do it and came across, and just enough. When Kobayashi moved in, he then hit the rear left on the dirt, and there is no grip on that dirt. And he then tried to brake because the rear end was locked, and round he goes and back. And there was a small touch, but I think what you say a non-damaging touch, more a touch that gave momentum for the car to go in the wrong way. I don't think either of those are going to need big fixes. The questions you very rightly raised, John, is has he flat spotted that set of tyres?
He may have got away with it, because he was, by the time he was on the brakes hard, and then he was sideways and stopping, so he may have got away with that if he was off the middle pedal. He's very experienced operator. This from John Love from Michelin. As you know, America's race, the Daytona 500, coming up here in a couple of weeks. The race leaders 3 laps ago completed the Daytona 500 distance. 500 laps rather, of the road course. Now that totals 1,780 miles. That is an average speed, including the cautions and the pit stops, of 118 miles an hour. And with 9 hours still to go, or just under, 1,000 miles remain. So the old distance of Petit Le Mans before it became a time-sensitive race. 1,000 miles to go. And the computer says 800 laps we'll click off, so we'll be short by about an hour. So we've had about an hour. We're going to be an hour short.
Fortunately, together cost Kobayashi 16 seconds, John, which is, when you saw how spectacular it was and what could have happened, to get over 16 seconds, it's A, good driving, bad driving to get the position in the first place, good driving to get out of it and damage the car and the tyres, but in the scheme of things, as long as he is pointing in the right direction, nothing's falling off like a strake or a bit of under tray, he'll forget about that one by the time that one next minute.
So that battle for the lead has calmed down a bit, but there's always something else to look at. So let's head into GG Le Mans, where Tom Milner for Corvette in the number 4 car is now in third behind Antonio Garcia, and BMW Team RLL lead. And I think that might be the first time that certainly I've said that.
They've all come together, haven't they, again, but on the same process. They were near that far apart. You get a nice full course caution that pulls them together in the train. And my guess is it's just the fact that the BMW were a little bit swifter in the pit stops, and they've managed to then pull out a couple of seconds ahead. It's not a lot, and you do feel that everything we've seen so far is the Corvettes can get it back if they can be bothered at the moment.
The battle is for third position, because James Collado is up to the high side, now down the low side, trying to pull the Kobayashi. Doesn't get that done. through turn 1 and left and right of turns 2 and 3, traffic ahead of them, including first and second in their class, so they'll hit the traffic first. Ferrari just looks a little sharper coming out of the corners, Nick, at the moment, and James Collado seems to be able to pick and choose his line a little more. He's moving around behind Tom Milner for that scrap for third spot. A number of people asking about the Corvette's engine, saying that they feel, obviously this thing in on 107.9 at the track, they feel it sounds a little different from the C8R from last year. I'm not aware, Shea, that there's been any major change in the specification of the Corvette from that last year to this.
No, I would agree with that. As far as I know, the season ended in Sebring in November. They were testing with their new drivers beginning of December in Sebring. Same car, same everything. I can't think of anything different on the car, but I'll consult the wise Ryan Smith for answers on that.
Very good. Now, we were going to talk about penalties a while ago, but things got rather exciting. 3 penalties, one which I think that pretty much any of us could have called, and that was the track services incident, Shea?
Yes, so car number 7 has been given a drive-through penalty for failing to drive with caution in relation to track services, and quite a few people up and down the pit lane have actually expressed their surprise at the lack of severity in that penalty, but that was race control's decision. We've also had penalties for car 52, which, yay, means car 52 is back out on the racetrack. That was the Nicolas Pierre car that stopped in turn 3. Penalty for running the light at the pit exit. That's a stop plus 60. And another penalty that came off the restart for car number 6, that is the Mjolnir Motorsports Duquesne LMP3 machine. A pass under yellow, which necessitates a drive-through. So race control is very busy right now.
So at the moment, the top 4 in GT Le Mans are all on the same piece of racetrack. GT Daytona, Phil Ellis for the Windward Racing Team is 0.3 of a second ahead of Raffaele Marciello for Sun Energy One, the Mercedes, and in third it is Matteo Crezzoni, and they are separated by less than a second, those 3 cars, and I'll try and tell you where they are on the track at the moment. Just coming out of Speedway turn 1 into turn 2. So down through the tri-oval, that battle. Now, I said at about 47 minutes past the hour that we'd be looking at the first vestiges of light in the sky. So we've been past that now. So this is pre-sunrise light that we're seeing around the speedway right now. 11 minutes past 7 is when officially, 13 minutes past 7 is officially when the 13 hours and 11 minutes of night and sunset and sunrise ends here. Now this is going to be interesting. BMW that leads GT Le Mans has cleared little GTD scrap on the infield. Through goes Antonio Garcia. Tommy Milner needs to get through quick sharp because the Risi Competizione Ferrari of James Collado is right on his tailpipes. It's the right Porsche that is there at the moment, doing exactly what they should do. Stay on the racing line, let the faster cars find their way past. And that is Jan Halen behind the wheel of that car. The Ferrari just held up for a moment, but has the Mustang sampling Cadillac. Maybe I'll get a bit of drag from that car as it goes down into the braking area for the bus stop. So that's just broken up that much scrap for a moment or two. And Phil Ellis now has a massive lead in GT Daytona. The Windward car's fully half a second ahead of Raffaele Marciello, has pulled out 4.5 tenths on third place, and Matteo Crezzoni, 2 AMG GT3s and a Ferrari 488 battling there. So Shea and Nick, I'll start with you. Another hour of racing completed, heading to the clock hour of 7 a.m. and breakfast time at Daytona. And you know, honestly, really, if I was being absolutely forthright, I don't think we've really found very much more out than we knew 15.25 hours ago, have we?
We finally had one of the DPIs trip over another DPI. They've been swinging past each other, both in the pits and on the faster parts of the speedway all day. Finally, one's tripped over another one, but it was a no harm, only a slight foul, so that was good news. No one got knocked out. No, I think it's interesting. I think you had a nice little reset in this last hour with the yellow, and what we have is a battle in certainly 4 of the classes. I'm not sure if P2 is going to be a battle or not, but it's bubbling up, and of course now, after having 7 or 8 hours of nice solid temperature and air and pressure and humidity, here comes the sun, here comes the change in the track, and this is where we might see where people who have, for example, like the harder racing Aston Martin, set their cars up for the daytime and may be able to start really producing some gaps and gapping the other cars.
Shea Adam in the classes, LMP2, slightly been blown apart. We have got laps gaps between first and second, but Delvin Di Francesco is only 8 seconds behind Paul Loubchat, who, I mean, that Era Motorsport car back into second place. That's great news for them.
Yeah, you know, Ryan Dial, we said that he would work his razzle-dazzle magic, and he really has. But Devlin Di Francesco on his tail, that's going to be difficult for Paul Loubchat to keep the Aero Motorsport car up in second. But a lap lead for Gabby Aubrey. That's impressive at this stage of the race for the Tower Motorsports Orica.
Shea Adam and Nick Damon have been joining me, John Hindhaugh, in this section of the race in the Hackney Global Broadcast Centre. It's been an absolute blast. GTD, Nick, quite clearly, well, there's still 3 or 4 cars involved in that, and you can probably say the same about GT Le Mans. The top 5 are still pretty much together.
I think what happened was GTD got upset because we were talking about GT Le Mans so much, about how close that was, and they got no, you just haven't noticed. We've all come together again in a multi-engined and multi-car fight. And I think, if we get a regular spatterings of full-course yellows, this is what it's going to be like all the way to flag in 8.75 hours time. Really feel that this race is going to explode. We'll probably do it during Johnny and Joe's next 3-hour session, or 4-hour session. But I'm already looking forward to coming back to see where we're at in the bright sunlight as we race to the flag, and really at that point, quite near the end, we'll have to start back timing rather than just reacting.
And we've yet to find out, of course, Nick, which cars are the best when the sun properly comes up. And starts climbing at the track temperature, which has dropped down as low as 14 Celsius overnight. It stayed, as soon as the sun went down a couple of hours after, it's basically mirrored the air temperature, and that's where it is at the moment. Morning, JP, heading up to 7 a.m. You get to see the track come back to life. And the sun rise and that change in temperature, and what is that going to do to the performance levels of these cars? Fascinating few hours coming up.
It's another pivot point in the race, isn't it? And Nick, I think hitting the nail on the head regarding setup there, because some cars have been designed during the free practice sessions to go well at night, others much better through the daytime and to the checkered flag. But even though we are minutes away from sunrise, they're still nowhere near there, because we've got well over a third of the race to go. It's another milestone. Psychologically, you feel like you're a step closer, but an awful lot more can unfold, and we've seen that many times in previous years. I mean, a lot of drivers say you've got to be there or thereabouts on the lead lap into the final 4 hours, and that's where the race starts properly.
I still think the story's to be written here, Johnny. To be honest, the night time is nearly over. That's another little waypoint, really, isn't it, for all of these teams to check off their list. But as our Porsche Key to the Race said some 15.5 hours ago. It's what happens in the last 3.5 hours that really counts.
Completely. And you know, you can legislate for being a certain amount in the lead by a certain hour, but all you need is caution, and then the reset button is pressed, and that's your strategy right down the pan. And you've got to deal with it. I appreciate this race in chunks, but you can't think too far ahead. It's not like other races that offer a code 60, for example, rather than the full reset. Yes, okay, laps ahead is good. I mean, if you can get laps ahead of your rivals, then they can only ever gain 1 lap back at a time. And just ask Mazda about that. When they fell 3 laps down, it's now just 2 to the race leader, who is Renger van der Zande. Oliver Jarvis hasn't lost faith, nor have anybody at Mazda Motorsports, with Joest looking after matters there. Lena Gade calling the shots. She's no doubt been in this situation before. You don't focus too hard on exactly where you are right now, because it's where you are in 8 hours and 40 minutes. And in 1 second, bang, we are now at the end of another clock hour. So 7 a.m. at Daytona, the hint of daylight appearing in the sky, and particularly as the cars head through Speedway Turn 1, they are really getting a big dose of sunlight now in their eyes. That Florida sunshine, which is unmistakable. 2 classic moments for photographers and fans alike at this racetrack, when the sun goes down and when the sun starts to rise, as the 31 virtually leaps over the first bit of the bus stop chicane. It's got Mike Conway at the wheel, by the way, in his Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Renger van der Zande leads the race by just under 5 seconds from AJ Allmendinger for Meyer Shank Racing. That's the better of the 2 Acuras currently, but only by 3-4 seconds. The 2 Acuras are pretty close to one another, actually. Separate entities, of course, one from Meyer Shank Racing with Curb Agajanian, the other from Konica Minolta Acura. Helio Castroneves, Brazilian driver, piloting the number 10 in 4th position. Kamui Kobayashi is at the wheel of the Ally Cadillac Racing DPI. That car's 5th, and it's the 48 machine, also with 512 laps completed. And then the slightly larger gap back to Oliver Jarvis, as I say. 4 LMP2s. Now, for a long time leading up to midnight and slightly beyond that, I think there was something like 7 LMP2s all locked together in combat. So 1 or 2 have dropped away, 1 or 2 have hit problems, the notorious problems at Daytona. So Gabby Obrey for Tower Motorsport still well and truly in the hunt, and actually leading, as displayed on my timing screen, by a lap currently. We're waiting for Pauline Chatat to cross the line again to confirm that, but I think the way this timing system is configured, it is a lap between Tower Motorsport and Era Motorsport, with the Dragon Speed machine of Devlin Di Francesco, 82, currently in 3rd place, and then it's the RWR Eurasia Ligier, and that has Sven Muller driving in this tricky transitional stint between day and night. Connor Di Filippi is piloting the GTLM leading car, which is now a BMW. Remember that for many hours it was a Corvette 1-2. They're not far away from that red BMW, the 25, with Tonio Garcia just 2 seconds adrift and Tommy Milner a second away. So Corvette very much still in the fight, as is James Colado's Risi Competizione Ferrari. Marco Wittmann dealing with a larger gap of 1.25 minutes back to the 5th placed car. And you know, Kevin Estre has been working very hard to gather all of that lost pace back again, lost position back again. He was down 37th overall a number of hours ago, now back up to 18th place, and all that stands in his way between the nose of his Porsche and the back of Marco Wittmann's BMW are 2 prototype cars. Matt Bell's LMP2 with Autosport Orica, and the LMP3 of Spencer Piggott in the 74 Riley Motorsports car. So that's a tremendous run for WeatherTech Racing and their Porsche 911 RSR 19. They have kept out of trouble after a trying opening few hours and finally getting some reward. They are laps down, and to give you an indication, it is around about 10 compared to the GTLM leader. Exactly 10 according to that graphic, in fact. But psychologically, to be as close as they are to GTLM, I think that's meaningful, just to know that they are steadily climbing the path. And it doesn't take a lot to lose 10 laps if you hit a drama, if you're one of the 5 cars that is in the mix in GTLM. In GT Daytona, Philip Ellis for Winward Racing, the Mercedes number 57 leads that class from Matteo Cressoni in the AF Corsa Ferrari number 21, and Raffaele Marciello for Sun Energy 1 Mercedes is running in the number 3rd spot, by the way. So, you're tuned to RS2, IMSA Radio, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It will be Joe Bradley joining me very, very shortly as part of the VP Racing Fuels Pit and Paddock reports. But before we head to Joe, I'm delighted to say that on the line we can chat to Christina Nielsen, I believe. Aha, you are there. Brilliant. Sorry, I was sounding pretty doubtful there because I wasn't sure that all the technicals were in line. But you are here. Fantastic. How are you, Christina? Because we're getting to one of those really important psychological points in the race. Sunrise, we're nowhere near there, but you've done well to get this far, I feel, as a team, as a driver, to get to Sunrise is a big step.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, unfortunately, the diffuser came loose here in my final stint. So it's causing a bit of issues about halfway through. So, you know, we're trying to get the drive time done because it fitted with the with finishing that stint. So, yeah, basically just bringing it home, and the guys were fixing it in the pit, and then Kat jumped in. So, you know, we're still there, but we did have our first challenge. But yeah, what can I say? Luckily, there's still quite a few hours left. So we're still staying hopeful.
That's the thing, isn't it? I mean, you can look at the timing screen at this point in the race and feel, yeah, we want to be a little closer to the top 10, for example. But, I mean, I've been saying this about the Mazda crew in DPI as well. They lost, I think, 3 laps with 8 or 9 hours gone. But you have to concentrate on this one particular stint, this one particular lap, in fact, because you never know when the next caution is going to come out and an opportunity to gain a bagload of time back again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, focus on the things that are within your control, right?
That's it. Control the controllables is the famous phrase, regardless of what sport you're playing. Tell me about this initiative this year, then, attacking the race with a Porsche. I mean, in more recent years, I've associated you with, I think, other manufacturers within GT Daytona. You've raced Porsches before?
Yes, yeah, I've raced quite a few manufacturers now that's available in GTD. But yes, I did race the previous generation of the GT3R with Wright Motorsport back in 2018. That was the best enjoyable experience, not with them, but you know, unfortunately we had an off on the summation lap. So we starting the race from the pits basically, and got back on track like an hour and a half, 2 hours after, and was completing the 22 hours of Daytona at that point for us.
But you're in quite a good position, therefore, to comment on the ins and outs, the intricacies of quite a lot of the GT Daytona cars in the class. I was mentioning earlier on that a lot of the time in World Motorsport, even if a category is open, then it may tend to just veer toward one particular manufacturer. But GT Daytona never seems to do that. We've got this amazing spread of different cars, and take a snapshot of the top 5 or 6 in GT Daytona, and very often it involves 5 or 6 different manufacturers. Is that the organisers doing something very right in terms of the balance of performance and making it fair for all?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Of course, there's always this talk about DOT and balance performance and doing all the prep work. I think the series does a great job, but I think it's also about creating big international events that are on people's bucket list that they want to come and do, and I would say Daytona is absolutely one of those kind of races. And I think, the competition level is really high. It's, acknowledged among the manufacturers, among pro competitors. Like, this is a place that you want to be. You want to be in the championship, and you want to be competing. And that naturally attracts, so many different brands and people from all over the world, I would say.
Tell me how Cat is, because I was due at the start of 2020 to call the debut season back in Europe, the European Le Mans Series. As I'm sure you know, the test weekend for Paul Ricard did not go well at all for her. Pretty much put her out for the season. It's brilliant to have her back racing again in 2021. It's been a long road to recovery.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if there was a year to sit out, I guess last year was the worst one.
That's
with
true,
all the
yes.
circumstances, but yeah, we got to have the glass half full. But no, I mean, Kat and I have been spending a lot of hours on the phone and, trying just to do everything that we could to put something together for 2021. This deal with Hardcore and EBM came together rather late, thanks to VB BioCare and Richard Mill. So really grateful to have them on board and being a part of this effort and being a part of showing that, IMSA has diversity and are supportive of, creating an equal playing field for both men and women. So very excited about that, and I very much hope that we can continue it after Daytona. And, we don't want to repeat last year where we just did Daytona. We would like to be back full season, absolutely.
And are we close to being able to announce your plan for the rest of the year? Things presumably are up in the air right now, but the calendar has been obviously released by IMSA, and I guess you guys are working very, very hard behind the scenes to make sure you can do as many races as possible.
I'm going to say yes, we are, and that's about it what I can share right now. But we're feeling confident and hopeful for the future moving forward.
And is the idea that you and Kat will stick together for as many races as possible then, as a twosome, and then you will invite others along when necessary?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think both her and I have built up a nice friendship besides the track as well. But, on the other hand, it's also a part of showing something that hasn't been done before. I mean, both Kat and I have had a go at the championship. I won it together with Alessandra Balzan back in 16 and 17. She was fighting for the championship in 18. And, we both done it with male drivers, and we would love to do it as a female duo as well.
I mean, something that's happening in the World Endurance Championship for 2021 is that, fingers crossed, we'll have two driver lineups that are all female. The Richard Mille Racing crew of Tatiana Calderon, Sophia Flörsch and Beitske Visser for LMP2. And the same goes in GTE AM with stepping up. Rahel Frey, Michelle Gatting and Manuela Gosler, who have done ELMS campaigns and now move into the WEC. I mean, I'm a man, right? But it's important. On one hand, it's important not to focus on it because the timing screen cannot tell the difference in genders. The other hand, you've got 5, 6, 7-year-old girls perhaps at the moment thinking, I can't go into motorsport because it's all men in there. And it needs people like you to tell the younger kids that is not the way we want to carry things on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that's the whole purpose of it, right? On one hand, it's about creating awareness, but also being part of action being taken and steps moving towards creating more opportunities for women within the sport. And, I think the nice thing about racing is that, while we as drivers get more of the glory, there's a bunch of people on the team that are part of creating the results that are, done together. And, the girls can hopefully one day look up to both if they want to be a driver, if they want to be a team manager, a mechanic, an engineer. There's plenty of roles that are still quite male-dominated within the world of motorsport, where I would love to see more females stepping up and taking those roles.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Brilliant. Thank you, Christina, for taking the time out to chatting to us. And OK, timing screen tells us you are in 13th right now, but very much in touch with the next batch of cars, and let's hope after the recent hiccup that you can get some solid running in for the next few hours.
Yeah, we're crossing fingers for some yellow, something that'll help us get back in the game.
I'm sure. Excellent. Thank you so much. Christina Nielsen joining us here on RS2 IMSA Radio, part of the Team Hardpoint EBM outfit. Earl Bamber, of course, the EBM within that, and juggling the driver and the team manager role in car 88. So Christina Nielsen, Catherine Legg, Rob Ferriol, the man we didn't mention, and Earl Bamber represent that quartet. So in a moment or two, rejoining me in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre will be Joe Bradley. That, by the way, was a VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock report, and we're grateful to Christina Nielsen for taking a few minutes to tell us all about her race so far. And well timed, actually, because we're now heading to a new set of pit stops for Renger van der Zande in the Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing DPI, car 01, and the AJ Allmendinger-driven Meyershank Acura, car 60, also in. Elia Castroneves follows suit, and having already made their stops, back to the track go Pipo Derani and Kamui Kobayashi for Whelan Engineering and Ally Cadillac, respectively. 7:15 in the morning. Joe Bradley, we're turning up the dimmer dial here steadily, more and more brightness appearing, and just once again one of those real atmospheric parts of the race.
Yeah, very much, Johnny. Good morning. Morning, everybody. At 7 a.m. just ticked by a whole 15 minutes ago, and it's for me, this is one of the major milestones of this race. You've gone through the night, you see the sun coming up. It's the most ambient time of any race, sunset and sunrise, and you've achieved something, and you get the feeling when you see the sun coming up and the ambient temperature kind of starts to rise. You kind of see that finish line just off in the distance. What you've got to then reconsider, and you've got to keep telling yourself, there's a full day's work there. There's just under 8.5 hours still of this race to remain, and it's very much not over. And I'll tell you what, Johnny, that LMP2 battle is very much not over, is it? The Olu Shatan, who's just been in the pits and now rejoined the track, just before that pit stop, he managed to get onto the lead lap of the number 8, the Gabriel Aubrey Tower Motorsport Orica, onto the lead lap with that car, and he's going to be chasing that leading LMP2 down. So I'll keep monitoring that gap and their lap times, because I think that LMP2 battle is hotting up. And you know, that's not to not consider what's happening out front, because there's a great battle, a game of poker on the front. I know I call it a high-speed game of chess with regards to the DPIs leading this race, and they are just going out and just hitting their marks, putting in those lap times so consistently. It's incredible. And Johnny, are you aware that the 31 Wheeler Engineering Cadillac has got a damaged fork, and the team are worried about it? It doesn't seem to have affected, or it certainly didn't seem to have affected Mike Conway's lap times. He was lapping very much in the region of the cars around him. I'm just wondering what Pipo Derani's now going to make of that damaged underfloor. It's causing a problem with regards to the car's aero performance and the downforce. So that's another one to keep an eye on, just at the front of the field. Nobody began to talk about the VP ranks up.
No, we'll have plenty of time to do that. I mean, all classes are doing this, but I've noticed it, I think, more so in the DPI division, that they are just bombing over that first curve at the bus stop, and surely the under tray of the car will be grounding out as they hit that. So you've got punishment there, you've got other curbs as well around the racetrack, but I think that because you're hitting the curb at the bus stop at such high speed and such high ferocity as well, maybe that has created an issue. Maybe it's completely unrelated. It's something that maybe the car's run over and picked up a bit of damage there, which has been made steadily worse. But I suppose Pipo Derani then getting some experience of exactly how the thing's driving now. It can be described to him in all manner of ways, probably also by Mike Conway, by his radio messages. But until you feel it at first hand, you won't necessarily know how to drive around the problem. The good news is he does seem to be able to keep pace with those around him, because doing about the same sort of lap time as Kamui Kobayashi, who is always a good benchmark, the Japanese. Low 1:37 from Dirani. The second place Acura is just underneath that marker with a 1:36.9. But there's no indication as yet, Joe, that's holding Pipo Derani back at all. My only worry in that regard is that it may be getting steadily worse, and it's a question of, you know, again, how much are you pushing? I mean, Jeremy mentioned this earlier on. We're still at a phase of a race where you're driving within yourself to a degree. These cars are capable of 1:35s, and well, we had at the very start of the race a 1:34.6. So bear in mind they're about 2 or 3 seconds off that. There is more time to find as we get to the really crucial hours of the race, but they've got to make sure at the 31 crew that there's some of that car left by that point.
Well, I got that information from the team, and I'm not sure whether that information is kind of now old, and the team at the time that I was sent that were indeed worried about what effect that damage to the underfloor was going to have, because just looking at Mike Conway's lap times and his average lap time from his previous stints, it didn't seem to have that massive effect, and I'm only comparing it to the cars around it. And at the moment, to give you an example, the leader, Renger van der Zande, at the front of the field, 1:37.2 was his last lap time by, and Durrani's was a 1:36.4. So up ahead of him, Castro Neves, 1:36.9. If anything, he's just within a quick lap in all of the top 5. So it's not really affecting him that much.
Doesn't seem to
and
be.
And maybe that's settled the team's minds.
Well, yeah, and you want to be doing that as much as possible, because they've had a long night already. Will be on tenterhooks in case they get a last-minute radio message, maybe at Speedway turn 3 or 4, to say Pipo's got to come in. And with that, I mean, underfloor is not something you're going to access quickly, so that would have to be behind the wall job, surely, to get things straightened out. But the signs are good at the moment. I mean, he's only 0.3 of a second off the back of Dane Cameron, so I think the car's fine. But if you were to repair something like that, it's not a quick job, Joe.
No, that is just going to completely take that car out of contention. Right now, I would suggest that car's in contention for the win. Certainly a podium position. You try, and this is, I think, what was the dilemma that the Williams engineering team had, was they found damage on the floor. Would have preferred to have replaced it, because, you know, race engineers and race mechanics, they like a pristine race car, and they like everything to be perfect. Already had a qualifying race, we've already had a week of running where things will have been tinkered and tampered with, settled and resettled. The amount of engineering debriefs that have gone on for hours, in my experience, is no one's business, where the engineer just, you know, they just can't make that decision on, you know, let's just try a different camber, let's just try a different caster, or whatever that might be. So they wouldn't have been happy with it not being absolutely perfect. However, I think the choice that they made was the right one, because if they had decided, no, let's replace that floor, that car would now be way down the field and out of contention. It's not a quick fix, like you said.
And it's, you know, probably better to get more than one driver into the car so that they can offer some assessment and advice. But, you know, so much of a 24-hour race is, as problems develop, learning how to drive around them, working out how much, if any, time you're losing per lap, and then just living with them. And it's very hard to simulate a broken car in free practice. I suppose you could do it if you rented a track and did a couple of test days, and then worked out, you know, which bits you could maybe take off the car and say, well, we can live without that, but really that's an integral piece, so that should be replaced. But very similarly to how mechanics simulate broken cars and how to fix them at speed, I suppose it would pay you to work out which of the bits of the car you could safely run with for several hours. And we're still talking a third of the race here, so well, there's never a good time for an issue like the 31 has suffered. But you can hear the engine of the 31 in the background now, right behind an LMP2 car. Oh, and I was just wondering whether we might be able to hear some flappage, perhaps, but I think it's more subtle than that, and maybe just the feel of the car's setup that something's not quite right. Down the gears it
will
goes.
be very subtle, Johnny. The design, the aero design on the underneath of these cars are actually more important than what we can see, and there will be subtle differences with regards to. I'm not sure. I didn't get the impression as to where they think the floor was damaged, but there is. The floor has been rearranged, let's say, and it's the perfectionist attitude that the engineers, the mechanics have looked at that and thought, well, that floor has been rearranged. That's going to affect our performance. I think that question has been fully answered though, because that car it may lack something somewhere, and the drivers are able to be aware of that. For instance, the car's now got a great turn in, or it's a little bit loose on the throttle application coming out of the infield hairpins. By now, they've got their heads around that, and they're driving around that issue, and it really shows the caliber and the stature of these drivers. They are the best sports car drivers in the world right now, what we're watching here at Daytona, and it doesn't surprise me that they're able to drive around that issue and have now regained that pace, having identified exactly where the problem is lain from whatever it is that's been rearranged on that car.
And now that Pipo has cleared the LMP2 machine, he's right with Dane Cameron now. So this is a good yardstick. Dane, much earlier on in the race, was given some rather second-rate Michelin tyres, purely because he'd been through one stint already, and he ended up with some second-hand rubber. And it was notable in the lap times that Dane was still pedalling as quickly as he could, but as safely as he could. And again, if you end up with a set of tyres like that, it's really something, once more, that you just have to live with for 30-odd or 20-odd laps in the case of DPI, and then hope that the next time you're in the car, the situation has improved. The 97 Aston Martin stays nice and high and wide at turn 6 to allow the battling DPIs through. Third and fourth positions then for Dane Cameron and Pipo Derani, and for fear of not giving GT, LM and D any love, then let's give you the order there. Speaking of the 97 Aston Martin, I can tell you that's Ben Keating in the TF Sport Aston in another highlighter yellow liveried car. So yet another version of the British Racing Green, you could argue. They used to be in that very deep, traditional British Racing Green colour. Then there was a slightly lighter shade of that adorned the new Vantage, and I would say that's a different colour again for car 97 and TF Sports. Obviously Tom Ferrier deciding to, for the moment, scrap the blood red livery that ran on the number 90 car throughout the World Endurance Championship campaign, won the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and we need to get used to this new livery for Ben Keating, the car that he shares with Richard Westbrook, Charlie Eastwood and Maxwell Root. That car is 7th. Ahead of him on the road is the Pfaff Motorsport Porsche in the plaid colours, so half tartan and half silver. That's the number 9 car, and Matty Campbell, the Australian wizard, is at the wheel of that car, running in 6th. Then it's Jan Halen 5th, also in a Porsche for Wright Motorsports, car 16. In 4th place, Corey Lewis, Paul Miller Racing's Lamborghini Huracan, last year's winners, running just outside the podium spots right now. Raffaele Marciello is in 3rd for Sun Energy 1 in the Mercedes from number 75, metallic blue with the flame effect around the nose. Philip Ellis is driving the Winward Racing Mercedes, car 57 in 2nd, but back to the lead of the class in GT Daytona, Matteo Cressoni for AF Corsa. That's the 21 entry for the Scarlet Red Ferrari of Cressoni, Simon Mann, Nicholas Nielsen and Daniel Serra, but it's Cressoni who's really impressed me in his stints so far in this race, leading the way by just a second over Philip Ellis. And in GTLM, it's still BMW from Corvette and Corvette, less than a second between each of those cars, and you can lump in James Collado as well. Completely nose to tail for Conor Di Filippi, Antonio Garcia, Tommy Milner and James Collado. And it's Marco Wittmann who was very much with them as well until this pit stop for the 24 BMW. The black M8 GTE has just come in to serve its 19th stop. Corvettes were doing better on fewer pit stops, let's say. Their first and second places, as was the case many hours ago, I thought was a reward for pitting on fewer occasions. But then you look at the 25 BMW that's done as many as 21 stops compared to Corvette who've done 16. They still have, the BMW still has the race lead, so that logic can't necessarily be followed. And BMW,
it's that GTLM battle, Johnny, just reminds me of those 4 cars are just driving to a fist fight for the last hour.
Oh yeah, completely. It's the same every year, isn't it? It's a smallish class, but always I tend to find the most competitive, Joe.
Absolutely, it's an incredible battle, that, and you can just tell, especially when the stream goes in car and the way that the drivers are driving, they're driving very, very quickly, but they're driving very smoothly. And there's not, if once we get into the last hour, let's say, and especially into the last pit stop kind of stint phase, as the BMW peels off now out of the lead of GTLM, Conor De Phillippi on the pit road. This is a battle that's going to go right to the very end, and into the pits also is the number 4, Tommy Milner, bringing the Corvette. Have we got Farfus in yet? Farfus has been in and gone out, so that means that the number 3 Corvette will inherit the lead of GTLM, and James Collado in the Racing Competizione Ferrari has gone through and will take up that second place. Of course, this will all pan out when we get through this pit stop phase, and we'll see these cars back out. Conor De Phillippi, and it's the Corvette that gets off the pit apron first and will overtake the BMW. BMW a little bit slower in that pit stop, the actual pit stop that took place. So Tommy Milner remaining in the car. Didn't quite see if there was any driver changes there on either of those cars. So De Phillippi stays in the BMW number 25, Tommy Milner in the number 4 Corvette, and it's Milner who has made that move while standing still effectively. He took the pit stop and then moved off first, and it was fuel and tyres on the number 4, no driver change for the Corvette, and it was an absolutely choreographed dance around the car that has gotten that number 4 Corvette. It's the silver liveried car. There's a number 3 car is the usual Corvette yellow. Number 4 that will effectively inherit the lead when we see the 2 cars running at the front of GTLM take their pit stops. It was once again proving that long distance sports car racing, it's all about the team. Number 3 Corvette now in, and the Ferrari of Collado in. Let's see if number 3 Corvette team can do as efficient a job as the number 4 did. Car just take on fuel, tyres are done. A little bit of rubbish being scooped from the front grille. That will assist in getting the air to that mid-engine. Corvette with the heritage of that mark. It's now mid-engine. Number 3 off the pit apron. But it's going to stay ahead of the Ferrari of the Ricci team. Once again, Corvette Racing showing they are indeed a very solid team. And the GTLM pit stop phase is pretty much over. Farfus is out of sequence currently running 5th in GTLM. Just only 2 minutes behind, but we'll see these cars close up back on the track and see them regain that track position, JP.
Yeah, I noticed as the 3 car headed out again with Tonio Garcia at the wheel, so that wasn't a driver change, was it? I can't remember now whether Jordan Taylor was at the came in, but I think it was Garcia throughout. Davide Rigon has taken charge from James Collado, but I noticed that there's one headlight out on the yellow Corvette, and in Le Mans rules that would need to be fixed, but in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, particularly as the night section has almost been completed, I think that's less of a drama, and therefore Corvette didn't address that. I was right in my memory, by the way, that it was BMW winning in 2019 and 2020, so they are on a hat trick. There's been a drama for the 75 Mercedes. It was nice and high up in the standings in GT Daytona. Now that, I believe, is an outlet for Kenny Habul, therefore on cold Michelin tyres, and couldn't get the car stopped into the international horseshoe, so just had to run out a little bit wide onto the grass there, which has cost him some time and quite possibly a position as well. Three of the cars, or all three of the top three, have pitted on the same lap there, including the 21 of Simon Mann. So Mann and Habul in on lap 491. Philip Ellis pitting a lap later, 492 for the Winward Mercedes, which therefore leads briefly a lap. Now we've got a battle out on track because the BMW is having more than a little look around the outside of the number 4 car. This is for, at the moment, 3rd position in GTLM, but bear in mind, Antonio Garcia and Tommy Milner have just rejoined the racetrack, and this is quite possibly Connor De Filippi's opportunity to get back in front of the Corvette. He led going into the stops in GTLM. At the moment, looking at least losing at least one place. And is that the other Corvette just ahead as well? I believe it is.
Yeah.
So Corvette first and second, and the BMW has suffered a net loss, Jay Bradley, of 2 places, as now there's an Aston Martin off at the bus stop chicane together with a Porsche. I think 2 GT Daytona cars have clashed there on the braking zone on the back straight section.
Yeah, confirm it's the 97 TF Sport Aston Martin. Not sure which car they've had it coming together with. It's into the bus stop chicane on the back straight. Always a tricky piece of racetrack, especially to share it with anyone. And that's Porsche number 64. Yes, Porsche number 64 there, coming together with the 97 TF Sport. And again, shared real estate. Oh, and the Porsche looked like it was, he didn't turn in. He didn't turn into the first apex. Yeah, looked like he was about to straight line. It looks like a bit of damage on the 97. That's going to be making his way to the pit. I think both of those cars got away with that very lightly, Johnny. I think that that 97 Aston, from what I could see, didn't look as though it's been affected too much. But getting back to this GTLM battle, Johnny, the reason we've got the Corvettes out there in front of GTLM right now is down to those guys in the pits. They were outstanding, the pit stops that we saw carried out on the number 3 and 4.
Unbelievable, this battling, and that's pure air effect. It was almost as if the 3 car didn't have a final gear to pull there, but I can assure you it's near enough identical to the number 4, and the benefit that the number 4 car had was that massive hole punched in the air by the 3, all of the wind resistance being caught by the leading car at the time, which was Antonio Garcia, and he had little choice but to allow Tommy Milner around the outside. Or was there a clever little bit there of maybe feathering of the throttle, realising that Tommy Milner's got slightly the quicker car in this phase of the race? You allow him to go, try and let him pass, but not the BMW at the same time, and potentially build a gap for the silver Corvette. It was tough to call that, Joe. Meanwhile, the 97 Aston Martin has reached pit road again. A chance to describe it to you from another angle, this time as the cars go into the bus stop from behind those cars. And it was just a missed braking point, I think, for the 64. Yeah. Let me tell you who's driving that. Just no opportunity to turn in, realising, I think, that there was a car to be battling with, but the opportunity to turn in was sadly missed for Ted Giovannis, the man we were hearing from right here on RS2 IMSA Radio earlier on in the broadcast. So Ted sadly had to come into pit road with, I guess, a damaged Porsche, and likewise, at least the 97 was dragging something, probably a part of its splitter, on the ground, so that's going to be looked at by TF Sport. And actually Ben's back in the session now, Ben Keating, back in the race for the 97 car, so I reckon TF Sport have turned that car around pretty quickly.
there's a lot happening at that point, Johnny, into the braking out. It's a very, very high-speed turn-in, and it's a left-right followed by a right-left, and the right-left exit is pretty flat out, so you try to scrub off as little speed as possible, and we saw there. I'm not sure whether that was the Aston trying to go around the outside of the Porsche, or the Porsche down the inside of the Aston, but it's not common to see that. There's nothing out of character there, seeing an incident like that at the bus stop, and hopefully we'll see both of those cars rejoin without too much of a delay. Back to GTLM though, this is a quality fist fight. Do these guys know that there's 8 hours of this to go? Can they keep this up? This is mega.
Of course they do. Of course they do, and of course they can. They do it year in, year out. And Corvette, after such a strong championship year in 2020, with a brand new car, let's not forget, look like they're going to continue in this championship where they left off at the back end of the previous season. But BMW very much taking the fight to the well-known American brand. So you've got the German BMW squad, the Corvette crew very much from the USA, and then the Ferrari of Italy, represented by American squad Risi Competizione. Porsche are there as well, okay, not with the factory cars, but there is an ex-factory Porsche in the hands of WeatherTech Racing as well. And yeah, get used to this, because it will be this frenetic, I get the feeling, all the way to the flag. We're moments away from the 16th hour being completed. You're tuned to IMSA Radio, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Remember, you can get in touch using the handle @IMSA Radio and the hashtag R24 Radio, R24 Radio. Joe Bradley and myself, Johnny Palmer, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. It is time, therefore, for a racing update, a Mazda in-race update, which sees Renger van der Zande in the Cadillac DPI lead on 535 laps by 4.7 seconds over Helio Castroneves in the best of a couple of Acuras. The first from Konica Minolta Acura, car number 10, running in second, and 3 seconds adrift is the Meyershank Racing example with Curb Agajanian and the Dane Cameron car number 60, third. Then, just a couple of feet away, really, from the tail of that Acura is the next of the Cadillacs, Pipa Dirani in the Whelen Engineering number 31. Damaged floor or not, that's going very strongly. Allied Cadillac Racing represented by the 48 car of Kamui Kobayashi, and then a couple of laps down from the DPI leaders, Oliver Jarvis in the Mazda Motorsports DPI car 55. 4 LMP2s come next. Gabby Aubrey in the 8 Tower Motorsport Oreca. Paul-Luc Chatin for Era Motorsport, same type of chassis, car 18. And again, another Oreca for Devlin Di Francesco, and Dragon Speed number 82 is third, ahead of the RWR Eurasian number 51 car, which is being driven by Cody Ware. Don't really need to remind you of the order for GTLM, because they're completely together, and it's likely to change at any moment, but I'll give it you anyway. Tommy Milner leads in the number 4 Corvette. Tonio Garcia glued to his rear tailpipes in the 3 Corvette. Then Connor Di Filippi just a few metres behind in the red BMW, and Davide Rigon is a massive 6 seconds adrift of that top 3, but looking to get involved as soon as possible. Augusto Farfus slightly more distant. He's over a minute adrift now in the 24 BMW, the black one. LMP3 is led by Oliver Askew for Riley Motorsports, the 74 Ligier, leading Joao Barbosa in another Ligier for Sean Creech Motorsport, number 33. And in GT Daytona, it's now Mauro Engel for Windward Racing in a Mercedes, number 57, leading the AF Corsa Ferrari of Simon Mann, 21. Kenny Habul, despite that grass track moment, is still in third in the 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes. And then it's a Lamborghini from Paul Miller Racing, fourth, car 1, and Jan Halen in the best of the Porsches for Wright Motorsports, car 16, despite that damage it incurred in the night when it arrived at turn 1 backwards, having had some contact. That is the latest Mazda in-race update, and there are now just under 8 hours to go. Back up onto Speedway turn 1 go a clutch of GT Daytona cars led by Ben Keating, and I'm trying to judge the pace of Ben's number 97 Aston Martin. to see whether it's carrying significant damage. It's about to be challenged by a couple of cars, and there is an overtake to be made there by the Wright Motorsport Porsche. Brilliant car placement from Jan Halen to get on the inside of Corey Lewis and snatch 4th place away from the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. So Ben will be grateful not to have been involved in that. It was almost as similar as the clash that Ben had with the Porsche of Ted Giovannis. Thankfully, though, in this case, contact was avoided, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, this is what I mean, and it's like, really is like threading a needle into that bus stop chicane on the back straight. Very, very high speed. While we're in GTD land, I've got to mention Kenny Habel is now at the wheel of the 75, third in GTD. Kenny Habel in the number 75 Sun Energy Mercedes. Kenny is about to complete his mandatory bronze drive time. He's already done 5 stints previously. I think before, towards the middle of the night, he'd completed 5, and then he went off and had some rest. So this is the first time we're seeing Kenny back in the car. But that's one of the things that the teams will be ticking off, will be to ensure that they meet what the regulations they're obligated by the regulations, and they'll be making a note of their bronze drivers and making sure and ensuring that they have got the right amount of drive time and not underneath that. We've seen that on many occasions, haven't we, when teams have been excluded because of minor miscalculations with drive time, and we'd hate to see that because they're having a really strong run. They've been leading that class for some time, and now they're just kind of ebbing and flowing as we ebb and flow through the pit stop phases. Right now, 3rd place for 75.
Yeah, the regulations, if you're not paying attention, it's very easy to breach those when you're not intending to, because not only is there the set minimum drive time, particularly for people like bronze rated drivers and silvers as well to an extent, but also because it's a sliding scale which tells you that particular drivers can only be at the wheel of a car, for example, for 4 hours in any 6, but it can be any period of time that sort of slides along through the race, and it's very difficult from a strategist's point of view to stay on top of that, because it's a movable feast. You know, the race is happening around you, and if you're not paying full attention to cautions and when you think you might be able to get a driver out of the car thinking, right, they've done their time, sometimes the caution can really throw the cat amongst the pigeons, and time disappears at different rates depending on what part of the race you are in. So it's who would be a team strategist? Engineer's job is tough enough, but then to make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed as far as drive times are concerned, it's a very tricky business indeed, and also the race officials need to stay on top of all of this as well. So I'll stick to the commentary. Thank you very much. Yeah, leave all the rest of the stuff to pick more important people than me and you.
That's what I was about to say, Johnny. That's where we're sat in the commentary booth. Car off, pointing in the wrong direction, just into the West Horseshoe there on the infield. Not sure. Try and clarify who that is. And it's the Wins liveried car, isn't it? Not sure the number off the top of my head, Johnny.
91, if it's an LMP3 car. Well, that looks like...
Yeah, it's LMP3.
Looks like a P2. No, it's a P2, I think. It's the 52 car, which has also got the Wins livery on it. And I just needed to see the race number there to see whether it had a blue backing or an orange backing, but it's too big a car to be a Ligier as it is in LMP3, so I reckon that's an LMP2 car with it's another Ben Keating machine that he drives from time to time. Remember, he's entered into 2 different cars this year, not a first for him, but the 52 car has at the moment Scott Huffaker, I make it.
Yeah. It's the PR1 Matheson Motorsport car, and it looks like he's kind of beached himself on that outside curve, the outer curve, into the pits. Has come some of our leaders. The Whelan car is in, the Meershank Racing car 60 is in, Dave Cameron bringing that car in, Durrani's in the Whelan car, Castroneves in the number 10, and Kobayashi in the Allied Cadillac. Also, Renda van der Zande has not come in, he stayed out, and that might be I don't think that's anything to do with track position, is it? Just being caught out there. But the teams there, seeing that car beached, are kind of receiving that will bring the full course caution, and they are getting into the pits before the pit stop window shuts. Wheel and car already on the move.
Preempting the caution, which, you know, can be clever until the caution doesn't happen. But and it hasn't happened yet. But I think that's race control giving Scott Huffaker as much time as possible to recover the car. I couldn't work out whether it had made contact with the tyre or not. It's difficult to tell from that particular angle whether Scott can easily drive it out of its resting place. There's a tyre wall there. What do you reckon, Joe? Is it just stalled, or has it suffered quite? Yeah, he's trying to get restarted, isn't he?
There's a chance that he could be beached, although there's no real heavy curbing on the exit. He just lost the back end going in, and he looks like the rear wheels are on the grass on the outside of that turn. Now we have gone full course caution now. It looks to me that he reversed the car. Now the car's moving ever so slightly. Now I'm wondering, Johnny, if that spin has been a selection issue, or whether he's spun it and he's just stalled the car. But the car's back on track and moving. It's going to be a very short. You know what? I bet the race stewards are thinking, why couldn't you have done that a minute ago?
Yeah.
We've thrown the yellow now.
Yeah. Well, it's not Scott's fault. It's not race control's fault either. It's just one of those quirks of a motor race. It so often happens that way. You know, you count to 10 or 20, think he really cannot get out of there, so we must throw the caution. And 10 seconds later, the car's moving again. But I think the main issue was actually getting the car started once more, because the headlights were going on and off, which is indicative of a reset, Control-Alt-Delete, as it's often coined, and just getting the car going again. I was kind of siding with you that it was beached for a period of time. Now, whether he was able to roll it back sufficiently to make sure that the car was no longer grounding out, and then finally got enough power to the rear wheels to get him off the grass. But I'm just grateful to see the car not make anywhere near contact with the tyres. He stopped well short of the barrier, thankfully, and did well to half spin the car and keep it out of the scenery. It'll come down to pit road now. Sure. No, it doesn't. It continues on, because I suppose pits are closed right now, being a full course yellow. And then we will have our first phase of pit stops for the prototype cars. How long since the previous caution? Over an hour. So this will be a regular caution period with each batch of cars allowed to come into pit road and take on some much needed fuel. Quite possibly a driver change as well. Maybe a new set of tyres. And what this will provide, Joe, is again nose to tail DPIs for 5 cars that all remain on the lead lap, so we get to enjoy one of these fantastic restarts again.
And it's what's going to happen to Renger van der Zande, I think, Johnny. He steered out, whereas the cars behind him in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th all pitted, and that has put the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th place cars, of course, are going to come round right onto the tail of the leading 0-1, the Cadillac of Chip Ganassi Racing leads this race, but kind of owes a pit stop in comparison to the other runners around him. So I'm not sure how that's going to work out now.
Yeah, let's just see how far
into the stint he was. Yeah,
you can do that. Yeah,
I'm just checking that now, Jim.
To work out how much longer Renger is likely to go. Might be on the ragged edge in terms of fuel here, you know. The caution's definitely going to help the Dutchman, because you don't burn as much fuel circulating. Go on,
Joe. He's not
on
the edge of his fuel stick, Johnny. He's not on the edge of his fuel stick.
Does that suggest he's been in then? Because I've got him completing a 22 lap stint, so has he already come down pit road? Are you talking about Renger here, or are we talking about somebody else?
Yes. No, Van der Zande. I've got him at 22 laps as well, which means he's due a pit stop, isn't it? Very, very imminently.
Yeah.
He didn't sneak in under our noses, did he?
Well, I just wonder whether he's taken a stop as emergency service because it was that close. But no, he's still labelled as the race leader, down to 19 seconds now because, of course, everything is being bunched up behind the safety car. But I think next time around, because we're circulating at, what, a third of the pace of racing speed, or probably even less than that, burning nothing like the amount of fuel it would do on a normal racing lap. So maybe they'll get away with this. A 23-lap stint. He did do 23 laps previously as well. And judging by how long the green's been out for, that will have been a fully green stint, I think.
It's been out for 38 minutes. Putting it in a time, putting it to a time sequence rather than laps. It's been out 38 minutes, so he very much is. And it looked like the cars behind got in just before we threw the yellow, preempting that yellow, as you mentioned, Johnny. And now we've got the 01 team, the Chip Ganassi Racing Cadillac team, preparing to receive Renger van der Zande, so he didn't sneak in under our noses. Our data in front of us is correct, and he does indeed owe us a pit stop. So they're just waiting for the pits to open under this full course caution.
The team will know how close he is because I think if there was any concern at all, they would have called him in for emergency fueling, which provides you with a quick shot of fuel for 5 seconds, but they haven't needed to do that, and that would have of course taken his lead position out, away from him as well, and wants to try and retain that for as much as possible. There's no telling how things will unfold once they finally do get to pit road, and the best place to be is out front. Okay.
He's gone past the pit entrance, so he's staying out. I'm not sure whether the pits have opened yet.
The last message from race control was to commence the pass around. That was 2 minutes ago. So, and car 5 has entered the pits. That's the only car that's peeled off so far. So Loic Duval is obviously right on the cusp, but confirmation that the pit lane is still not open. So Loic having to do emergency service here in the Mustang sampling Cadillac DPI. Renger van der Zande, or at least his team, Chip Ganassi Racing, are happy for that car to stay out. Happy in inverted commas. I'm sure they would have liked to have pitted the car, but they just cannot at the moment.
He's due a pit stop. He was getting to that point where in the fuel stint he was needing fuel, and it was just bad timing, Johnny. This is what can happen. It was bad timing that yellow came out, and he's obviously got enough fuel he can feel that he can run behind the safety car and make it round another lap. And the thing is, we need the pits to open under this caution process for the 01 to be received by the Ganassi team. They're waiting patiently, and they know what job in hand they've got. Looks like they're preparing a front section to go on the car. What you find the teams will do when they pit under a yellow period, they'll take the opportunity to remove the front deck and replace it with a serviced one or a brand new one. And while the serviced and brand new one is being used, they'll repair the winglets and clear out the ducting on the one that's just come off the car, and you'll see them swapping round. And it's usually period because that's when they're not going to cost themselves too much time in the pit stop in the yellow. And that's what I think the Ganassi team have got in hand there as part of the servicing process on that 01 car.
Do they have in DPI such a thing as daytime bodywork, so that the aero settings are very slightly different on that new nose of the car? because obviously, rather the air quality changes, doesn't it, overnight? And I'm sure we've seen Toyota before at Le Mans changing bits of body panels because they feel that the car goes slightly better in different setups through the evening. And now, of course, we've reached the daylight portion of this race.
So he's entered the pits, and the number 48 has also come in to take a pit stop. The national team go to work. Fueling and tyres going on at the moment. Brenda van der Zande will stay in the car. There's no sign of a driver change there, I think. And get to that point of the stop where we are going to remove and replace the front section of the car. It's designed to be able to remove very quickly. There's maybe 3 or 4 fastenings on the car. The crew already with the right tools. That front end of the car is slipped off. The pristine looking, unblemished new front section is offered to the front of the car. They've got to get that in line, not forgetting to plug in the connector for the lights. Oh, beautifully designed, just the way that the front section, if you've ever, Johnny, tried to fit a piece of fiberglass to your race car, it doesn't always look as easy as that. Tear-off strip comes off the windscreen to give Van der Zande and a bit of oil replenishment, also a full service then. And the fuel one off the apron and back out into the race.
Full service and then some, but if you did plan a nose change at some point, far better to do it under a caution period, ensure that you don't fall off the lead lap. But teams were doing full brake changes earlier on in the night time and didn't lose a lap. Jeremy Shaw making the comment that you couldn't do that in the old days 30, 40, 50 years ago, but the technology these days allows you to do that fairly comfortably within a safety car lap. And I believe that is the first fluid replacement for a Cadillac, of which there are 4 in the race. So possibly just covering all bases there. There were, I think, 4 in the race, but 3 in contention at the moment with the Chip Ganassi, the Whelen Engineering and the Ally Cadillac car. The other one that sadly is no longer in the fight is the 5 car that hit problems much earlier on, and car 5, though still in the race, is down in 35th position overall with Loic Duval at the wheel. That was the car that came in for some emergency service before the pit lane was opened properly. Renger van der Zande then on and out lap. I'm sure someone that is attuned to his car as much as the Dutchman will notice a slight difference then in the car's performance because of the new nose. The main reason we're doing that is because the other one was laced in tyre pickup, and the problem is the rubber wraps itself around the dive planes and the carefully designed aero of that car, and all of a sudden the aero stops working. It also becomes slightly heavier as well because it's got lumps of rubber all over the front. So the team can now clean that now that it's safely off the car and the new piece has been attached. And Joe Bradley with the VP Racing Fuels pit and paddock update knows a little bit more, in fact, about the work that was taking place.
Well, I haven't. I've been informed by one of the collective listening, Nick, no second name, NH247, has mentioned that he understands more about generating tyre. I'm not sure. I'll check that out. Still can't find out the second name. Bodywork changes about generating tyre temp at lower ambience than anything to do with air. Lower air density is more about extra horses at night, of course. So we may have seen that, Johnny. We may have seen the nighttime front of that car being removed and the daytime one being put on that car. So you called it there, my friend. We'll probably fight about that.
Yeah, the word I was chasing for was atmospherics rather than aesthetics, but I think I was wrong with both of those in actual fact. And
you would have been right. I think you would have been right on both counts. I think you would have been right on both counts. Aesthetics, because it's cleaner and it looks
it looks better.
and atmospherics because it moves the air a little bit differently in the daytime.
Okay. Palmer gets two things right in one fell swoop. Mark this day down in your diary. That doesn't happen very often, let me assure you. So yeah, it looks very smart indeed, does the 0-1 car.
So pretty much the whole field, Johnny, taking advantage of this full course caution and pitting, as the GTLM guys have pitted now and are back out. Would you believe all 5 cars that are running at the front of the GTLM field have been in and full service?
Yeah, a number of people spotting that the rest of the GT Daytona field takes the opportunity to pit. Thank you to Declan Brennan for once again his extra pair of eyes on the Daytona class. It's tough to call this race because there is so much happening all at once, and almost being able to see the whole of the racetrack is a negative thing, because you think, oh, I should have seen that, I should have spotted that collision over there, I should have seen that overtake here, because it all plays out in front of you. But at the same time, you cannot have your eyes in all of the places around this amazing racetrack. There are lots of nooks and crannies that tend to hide little incidents, particularly when you sit in the main grandstand. There can be the odd overtake pulled off at corner 2A, which is a tricky corner to actually see from that distance. You need to be down on the infield to witness the right and left kink between turn 2 and 3 on the run into the International Horseshoe. And cars can go missing very easily around here, even if you're a team wondering, where's that car gone? It should have finished the last lap 2 seconds ago. There are 1 or 2 that have felt that already this weekend. Sadly, some retirements, including in the LMP2 category that started with 10 cars. It is now down to, well, possibly 6. The best 7 cars. I don't know how Antonio Fuoco is going in the Cetilar Racing, the Lara. That car had actually led the class for a period of time, number 47. But Fuoco, I think, has been in the pits for a little while now. The 3 definite retirements for LMP2 are the Racing Team Nederland Orica, last driven by Guido van der Garde, High Class Racing's Orica, number 20 car, and Ben Hanley's Dragon Speed machine, sadly, reaching the end of their race after just 53 laps completed. Another car that is definitely out of the race is the Franck Pereira GRT Grasser Racing Lamborghini Huracan. Doesn't look too rosy for the sister car within that team either. The treble 1 of Mirko Bortolotti, Rolfin Eichen, Marco Mappelli and Stein Scotthorst. There are 1 or 2 other question marks as well in the GT Daytona category. Although still running for Vasser Sullivan, a now repaired number 12 Lexus, which caught fire in the night time on the back straight, arriving at the bus stop chicane and then grinding to a halt with a large amount of flame licking from both exhaust outlets, which exit the car just behind the front wheels, and that started a small grass fire as well, with Frankie Montecalvo at the wheel having to exit very quickly indeed. But the corner workers, the marshals with their rescue unit, were to the scene very quickly indeed, as you would expect here at the Daytona 24 Hours. Quick response doesn't even begin to describe it if you are in trouble around this place. GTLM cars snaking their way through the bus stop chicane, followed by the GT Daytona cars. Really not very far away now, Joe Bradley, from the order being re-established, and I think we're shaping ourselves up for a restart very soon.
Yeah, they're bunching together, aren't they, Johnny? I think it might be this time by...
I think you're right.
I think we're right. I think we're about to go green, JP.
So Elliot Castroneves deciding he's got enough of a margin just to weave very slightly to the left and to the right. The Mazda, remember, is not on the lead lap for Harry Tinknell, and around the outside there goes the all-white car of Renger van der Zande, wasting absolutely no time at all. Picked off at least 1 place there and unlapped, or rather lapped again himself compared to the Mazda. So That put Renger up to 3rd position already. He's managed to leap ahead of Pipo Dirani as well. Confirm that in just a moment as they head into the West Horseshoe. But there's been no change at the head of the order for Elio Castroneves. Then it is Dane Cameron in the 60 Meyer-Shank Racing Acura. So 2 of the Acuras, 1st and 2nd. And then in 3rd position, Renger van der Zande, hotly pursued by the Pipo Dirani car. Jimmy Johnson losing 1 place in the Ally Cadillac machine. Started, restart 4th, it's now in 5th position and duelling with Harry Tinknell, who's still a couple of laps down. Gabriel Aubry taking the restart in the lead of LMP2 from Kyle Tilley and Devlin Di Francesco. And it's Tommy Milner, Davide Rigon, Antonio Garcia and Conor Di Filippi for Corvette, Ferrari, another Corvette and BMW. And you can lump the other BMW into that as well. They are completely together once more. And that's what ensures that GTLM, I think, will stay nose to tail all the way to the finish, pretty much. If we get cautions as regularly as we've been having them, and because of that, we're not going to reach a record distance, by the way. In fact, at the moment, we're going to struggle to make 800 laps. The record distance set last year at 8:33. But these cautions, yes, they interrupt the flow, but they do deliver a restart like that every couple of hours or so. So they're welcome for me, but I do appreciate from the team engineer's point of view, you want to be into as much green flag running as possible.
And they're a bit scary as well when you're watching your car.
Well, that's true.
TV screens on the pit wall going side by side, almost wheel banging. I'm a little bit perturbed by the exhaust note on that third one, the Wheeler engineering car. Durrani, we were aware that the team had concerns about the underfloor, which was causing something. I think we're pretty settled with that, but the exhaust note for me sounds like it may have a leaking exhaust, quite frankly, from the header maybe, the exhaust manifold. If you're in Europe, it's got a completely different sound to it, and I'm not sure, usually when that happens, lack of back pressure can cause an increase in power, but it's also doing detrimental effect to the overall workings of the car and the engine, and it can cause all sorts of anomalies within the engine management system. So I'll be amazed if that car makes it with 7.5 hours with that exhaust sounding like that. Hey, I've been through one many times.
Have you mentioned what we think is the issue for the Cetilar Racing Dallara, by the way? Apologies if you have.
I thought you mentioned that.
No, I didn't call it because I thought I'd leave that to you.
All right. Well, I've had information from the Chetlock team that they had high temperatures in the number 47 Dallara, high temperatures in the engine and the gearbox. It turns out that the gearbox is where is what's fallen over on that car, and that's caused, I think that's down as an official retirement now, Johnny, am I right?
Yes, you are right.
Gearbox. So it's a gearbox failure, and going way back to the very beginning of this race, a gearbox issue destroyed the hopes of the racing team Netherlands, the number 22. Fritz van Aert put the car off, and it's believed by the team that when Fritz put it into reverse to back it out of the tyres, very front of the car, they broke a tooth off one of the cogs in the gearbox. That tooth, because of this very tight confines of the inside of these gearboxes, that broken tooth caused absolute mayhem inside the gearbox of the 29 and caused a catastrophic failure. And that's all it takes. All it takes is a chipped tooth. You've got a loose bit of metal floating around there, and if that gets in between the teeth on the cogs, you have catastrophic gearbox issues. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's something similar when they get that number 47 Dallara gearbox off that Chetlar racing car and to the workshop, open it up, and they'll find something nasty in there.
To completely go against my last statement, I look at the screen and 47 is back in the race.
Yes.
Literally. it's been there for, it's been in the pits for 3 hours. That has not been a quick fix for the gearbox and replacing the whole unit. But yeah, high engine temperature, high gearbox temps were a major concern for Chetelaar, and that's the reason why it sadly had to sit out a very large portion of this race. But they are not a retirement. Let me retract that statement. Dallara lives again to fight a few more hours at least.
I like that spirit, Johnny.
So some
I
reward.
like that spirit.
Yeah, well, well, those guys at Chetelaar, run by AF Corsa, have won many an award just purely for racing spirit before, either awarded by us here at Radio Show Limited, or I think one year the ACO actually gave them a gentleman award after a season at the European Le Mans Series. One thing they are not short of down at that team is sheer and brazen enthusiasm. So if they can get the car out again, they will do so. And Andrea Bellicchi, he's 41st of something like 43 remaining cars, but that doesn't matter because now the target is to finish the race.
And why wouldn't you? If you're one of those 4 drivers, all 4 of those drivers want to drive here at the Daytona International Speedway. So if they can get the car out and running, we can at least enjoy and have the pleasure of driving a racing car around this beautiful track. And I think that's what it's all about. There comes a point, if you've encountered issues, where you've just got to resign yourself to, well, today's not our day, let's just go and enjoy driving this race car. And I've just been told, thank you Nelson Balkenberg, just passing me this information, it's their final race with this Dallara. That's a good enough reason to get that car back out and enjoy the Dallara LMP2 for the final time.
Yeah, I wonder, and somebody will have the stats about that car, how many races it's actually competed in, because there'll be a few 24-hour races, I'm sure, along the way. Not here at Daytona, but 24 hours in Le Mans. And then it will have done an awful lot of 4 and 6, and quite possibly 8-hour races as well along the way. So someone will have the history of that car. Remember, 4 different available chassis in LMP2, and we're about to go into a slightly different era for that division as well, with some tamed LMP2 cars, because the top class in the World Endurance Championship is becoming hypercar, which won't produce quite the lap time that LMP1s did, and therefore the trickle-down effect to other classes is that they will have to be slightly slowed as well. So it's the end of an era, really, for LMP2s to an extent. A little bit of performance shaved off. And, of course, the same 4 manufacturers that feature in LMP2 currently will be the same manufacturers available in LMDH as well. The future category, which will take this particular championship forward, and those cars, the LMDH cars, will be eligible to be run at the 24 Hours of Le Mans as well, in a very interesting decision for future sports car racing. And hopefully there'll be the opportunity for a lot more crossover between the ACO governed and regulated championship and all things stateside. 7 hours and 24 minutes still to go. Unsurprisingly, the top 2 in GTLM are completely neck and neck, with a BMW just in the background, a second and a half away. Connor Di Filippi keeping the 2 C8Rs very much in sight, and Augusto Farfus, who has won this race, I think I'd said, the last 2 years running. Yes, he has. Now, is Augusto the only driver to have featured in the 2 BMW wins here at Daytona in 2019 and 2020? I believe that's the only common name. So 2019 was Farfus, joined by Connor Di Filippi, Philip Eng and Colton Herter. And in 2020, that was a shortened race, remember, 2019. And then in 2020, which ran to a record distance, a total of 786 laps for the GTLM category, it was that man again, Augusto Farfus, but this time with John Edwards, Chaz Mostert and Jesse Krohn. So 25 BMW won it in 2019, the 24 BMW in 2020, and could they do it again 3 years in a row, therefore, in 2021? There are 2 Corvettes out front in order to stop that from the Vet brand, and 2 BMWs still with fire in their belly. I think in previous years we've had one of the BMWs drop away and the other one looking very strong. Yeah, in 2019, the sister car, the 24 that didn't take the win, finished something like 20-odd laps adrift in 9th position. And it wasn't particularly a happy year last year for the sister BMW either. 24 BMW won it from 2 Porsches, and a 4th place finish was the best that Corvette could muster from their debut event. But remember, 2020 would be very special indeed for Corvette racing, with a championship to take away with them at the end of the season, and that from a brand new car. So they did incredibly well with the mid-engine Corvette straight out of the box. Busy down at turn 1 again with GT Daytona cars, including the Kenny Habul machine. Now, Kenny stayed out, didn't he, Joe, in the last caution, and that is again in order for him to tick off his driving time. So they're getting the bronze time burned here as quickly as possible, and that will mean that he can hand over to his 3 co-drivers to the flag, they being Raffaele Marciello, Luca Stoltz and Michael Grenier.
So he's just lost a place there, Johnny. That was an overtake for position. Jan Heylen in the Light Motorsports Porsche, car 16, moving up to 2nd in the GTD class. And Kenny Habul just ticking off that driver time to achieve his obligation, but no disrespect to Kenny, we wouldn't expect him to be as quick out on track as a driver like Jan Heylen.
No, but yeah, go on.
Just clearing my throat there. News in from Laurent Vantour via Josh Barrett. Thanks, Josh. He's in the number 9. He's down to drive the number 9, taking over from Matt Campbell. That car currently 6th in GTD. It's the Pfaff Motorsports Porsche, due in for Laurent Vantour to take over. And Laurent informs us that during the night there was a pit road accident in the night, and our steering is bent pretty badly. I'll guess we'll try to hang in there. So it's a kind of a damage limitation run now for that number 9, and I can only guess when he says a pit road accident, which was culminated in bent steering, I can only kind of suspect, Johnny, that that car hit the pit wall. It's the only thing I can think that bent the steering.
That's a fair summation, I would say. There's a little bit of speculation in there, but as you say, you've got to hit something very, very solid in order to bend the steering, because it's built incredibly strongly and built to take a lot of punishment as well. But once it starts to be bent in the angles it wasn't designed for by a concrete wall, there tends to be only one winner there. Kenny Habul, every credit to him for holding off briefly a certain Mauro Engel there in exactly the same car, the Winboard Racing Mercedes, level pegging Kenny on the infield section there, and Kenny Habul was giving no quarter or no inch given or taken there for the 75 car, and they were elbowing each other out. I think Kenny realised he was probably going to get picked off at some point by Mauro Engel, but he didn't make the job easy for the German, and the 57 car does slot through, and as you described, Joe, Jan Heylen followed suit then in the Wright Motorsports car. Daniel Serra's up to 3rd, 21 AM Corsa Ferrari, and in 4th place now Corey Lewis in his Lamborghini Huracan. And Kenny Habul, presumably that is the minimum drive time done and dusted now, because he has handed over to his Canadian teammate Michael Grenier, and Kenny Habul can take a well-earned rest. He'll find a seat either on the Pratt perch or back in the RV and enjoy the remaining 7 hours and 18 minutes. He can become a fan for once, but it's very tricky to do that when one of the cars that you're watching is yours and you are absolutely desperate for a race win. But well in contention, that 75 car. Kenny Habul can breathe a sigh of relief that his hard work for this 24-hour race is done, Joe.
Yeah, and a great run for Kenny. He had a very busy day yesterday at the start of this race. He did a 30-lap stint, followed by a 14. He then handed the car over. He then did a 27-lap stint, an 11-lap stint that was punctuated by, I think, a yellow flag where he came in then for fuel, and then he finished off yesterday's job with a 31 lap stint and then back in the car today to fulfill his requirement. He'll be happy with that. I'm not sure he'll probably be beating himself up, and I am trying to see if we can actually get Kenny on the telephone and maybe give him a call and get his thoughts on it. I'm sure he's not beating himself up too much for letting Jan Halen get by there, because you know he's up against the pros there, and he is the AM driver, and it was great, and he's kept it on the island, and he's absolute for the AM.
Yeah, and remaining in 6th place for Michael Grenier. So it's all about making sure you hang on to that lead lap for as long as possible. And they're still there. Okay, there's a minute and 20 seconds now between the rejoining 75 and the next car, which will be Matt Campbell's Pfaff Motorsports Porsche. Maybe that the Sun Energy One car drops another place, but maybe Aidan Reid is at a sufficient distance away, actually, in the Turner Motorsport BMW. You always get this slightly grey area when a car rejoins, and the timing screen, the timing system sorts everything out. But they are there or thereabouts, crucially, for Sun Energy One. Meanwhile, Renger van der Zande in the 01 Chip Ganassi Racing Cadillac is leading the way by 1.5 seconds from Elia Castroneves in the number 10 car in the Acura. Then it's the Meyer-Shank Racing Acura third, with Pipo Derani and Jimmy Johnson for Whelan and for Ally Cadillac Racing. Tower Motorsports' Gabriel Aubry leading in the number 8 car for LMP2 ahead of Kyle Tilley in the Era Motorsport Orica, and Devlin Di Francesco still in 3rd position as the Elia Castroneves Acura arrives at the bus stop with 75 Mercedes just ahead of Michael Grenier. And around the outside now of the rejoined 47 Dallara will go Pipo Derani to put another lap on that LMP2 car. Pipo's last lap still very much on the money, a 1:36.832, and he is only 0.6 of a second shy of Dane Cameron. At no point really do we know what age of tyres these cars are on. I know Jeremy Shaw got some information earlier on in the piece about some tyres that were being double stinted. There's nothing really stand out in terms of times being produced by the DPIs there which suggest that anybody's on very old Michelin rubber. I think that they're able to hold some of the better tyres back. It's 38 sets available to all DPI cars, but that's not for the whole of the race, that's for every single session. So it didn't involve qualifying last weekend, of course, in this year's format of the race, but they've had to do 4 free practice sessions and now all of the race on just 38 tyres, 38 sets of tyres.
It's like a holding pattern, Johnny, at this stage. Just over 7 hours remaining. They're lapping in the 36s, the 37s. Van der Zande currently holds the fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:34.6. And the cars behind him, 1:35.2 for the Castroneves car, 1:35.2 for the Dane Cameron Meyer-Shank car. That's their fastest laps. And then the Whelan Engineering car, that's got a fastest lap of a 34.8. So we're not at an optimum pace. We're at a very quick pace, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of like what we described in the GTLM class, where you've got those cars just keeping to the pace, keeping to the program, pushing without risk. Yes, they are pushing the cars without really destroying and leaning on those tyres in an overly aggressive way, and that's pretty much what we're going to see right now until perhaps the final couple of pit stops, and then it'll be gloves off, and we'll see what performance levels of these cars the drivers are really like going towards the checker flag.
Nothing again between Pipo Derani and one of the LMP2 cars who's looking to get by. But this is tough when you're in a DPI car and looking for a way past the LMP2s. The DPI is faster up on the high banks and the back straightaway, but it's a game of patience when you're on the infield, because the aero benefit for an LMP2 versus a DPI is about the same. Actually, it's pursuing an Acura, I beg your pardon, so you can't tell the difference between the back of an LMP2 and the DPI, but from the front that is very Acura shaped indeed, the Dane Cameron car. The point still stands, though, that it's tough to overtake when you're in the top 2 prototype classes, and the DPI looking to lap an LMP2 car. Much better to do it through speedway turns 1 and 2, sort of shape up a manoeuvre that can then be completed on the back straight and into the braking area for the bus stop. Pipo very close indeed to Dane Cameron coming out of turn 6, and then Dane kind of checked out for the rest of the lap. So whether the back markers meant that Pipo just couldn't get onto the throttle as early as he would have liked, he is steadily reeling in Dane Cameron now as they reach the tri-oval. Just going to run out of straight road though. That 31 car looks very good on brakes, mind you. They have changed the brakes on that car. Probably the case on all of the DPIs actually, as around the outside there goes the 0-1 of Renger van der Zande, and that was a moment or two ago to take the race lead, and Helio Castroneves had very little response to be able to provide to the bravery from Renger van der Zande, who was up on the high side through 1 and 2 in the marbles. And from Helio Castroneves' viewpoint, Joe Bradley, that 0-1 car was moving around all over the place in the marbles, fantastically controlled by Mr. van der Zande.
Worth the risk, wasn't it, just to get by that traffic? And I think that's where the time we're going to see being made up, and it's going to be those decisive moves. And the move really has to be decisive, Johnny. You need to tell the slower class car that you are meaning business, that you're coming through. It's the tentative approach that will cause the GT driver to be a little bit hesitant, and that ends up in all sorts of constant cars tripping over themselves. That was a decisive move, and quite courageous as well from Renger. He's quite known aptly for his bravery, isn't he, the Dutchman? And that was another example of just sending it really, and having to deal with the car on the marbles, and we really saw the skill and the reaction time of these young drivers. They are absolutely outstanding. I've said it before, I'll say it again, John. This is the top echelon of sports car drivers that we're seeing here at Daytona.
Agreed, and I'm not saying I necessarily forget that the intervening 12 months between each of these events, but it doesn't take me very long to access the archives and remember this race is just a wonderful event to kickstart the season. Of course, actually here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, the first event of our season was the Dubai 24 Hours a couple of weekends ago. Then we had the Raw, unusually between Dubai and this event, and the Raw between the 24 included the positions on the grid being aligned courtesy of a race, and there is still that slightly grey area as to whether the 50-odd lap race last weekend, won by the 31 crew, was actually a race at all, and will that stand as a race win in the IMSA archives, or was it merely a qualifying session held over, was it 51 laps or something? So Jeremy's still unsure about that, but we'll try and get some concrete information in due course. This is round 1 though of the championship, make no mistake about that, and we'll offer the winners at 350 points, so that's a factor of 10 multiplication year on year. Used to be 35 points, and irrespective of how long the race was, that's another really interesting quirk to this championship, is that irrespective of whether you've won a 2-hour and 40-minute race or a 24-hour race, it's exactly the same points haul. Of course, in the WEC they do things slightly differently there and have increased points for a 24-hour race as opposed to a 6-hour race, but I kind of quite like the fact that it's the same points on offer. There are various stages to this race as well, where points are awarded according to the positions at the 6-hour mark, etc. But last weekend's qualifying race did run to 51 minutes, just over an hour and 40, and was a win for Felipe Nasr and Pipo Derani. They drove as a twosome for Whelen Engineering Racing in the Cadillac. Second, and therefore second on the grid for the race, was Oliver Jarvis and Harry Tinknell in the Mazda, and Tristan Vautier and Loic Duval in the 5 JDC Miller Motorsports Cadillac, the Mustang sampling car, which unfortunately has dropped well down now in this event, but they managed to achieve 3rd place on the grid. So, Joe Bradley and Johnny Palmer are here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. You're tuned to RS2 IMSA Radio, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We are 7 or 8 minutes away from another hour being completed. That will put 17 hours in the books for this year's race, and it is time for a VP Racing Fuels pit and paddock report. A chance to speak to a guy that we were waxing lyrical about just a few moments ago. We've given you, Kenny Habble, a moment at least to catch your breath, but well, a frenetic stint, and one that will live long in my memory, because you're very nearly towards the end held off a certain Mauro Engel, also in a Mercedes. Brilliant driving, Kenny.
Oh, thanks, mate. I appreciate it. I was driving my nuts off, I'll tell you that much. There was a lot of bloody pressure looking in the mirror, and bogeys all over me, and my right rear was shot. It was starting to go off, and he was a little bit wounded, so I was struggling to get traction out of the low corners. And of course, when you got Mauro Engel looking at you, you might as well be in the ocean and a great white's looking at you.
Well, let's say that... go on, Joe, you're asking the question.
I was just going to say, Kenny, yesterday, I'll call it yesterday, it was before the night time, you did quite a few back-to-back stints. Give us an idea of how physical it is. I mean, all right, your job is done now, isn't it? That was I believe that was your last stint. You've qualified with your drive time. It was really busy for you before the nighttime sessions, wasn't it?
Oh, mate, it was. And I tell you what, I'm not too happy with them, because for some reason, when I was due to come in for a stop and do a double, obviously get fuel, and of course you're supposed to get tyres. And they said, look, we're sorry, we're going to keep you on the old tyres and give you 120 litres of fuel. I said, you got to be joking, mate. I'm as nervous as a butcher's son. You know, that's just impossible with all that weight, and the rears are just melted. So that was tough for me, and they did it twice. So I don't know what that was about, you know, but I said, these professionals are meant to be doing that stuff, not me.
Yeah, leave that to the pro driver, eh? So what exactly do you mean then? So the heavy car on the worn-out tyres?
Yeah, so they wanted to save some new sets for the end because we were short, and so I did a double stint. And when I come in, I was expecting tyres, and they said, can you last another stint on the old tyres? And I said, I can, but I mean, it's just really tricky with all that fuel in the back. So, mate, look, all in all, thanks to Mercedes-AMG, I'm really proud. It's a strong car, and mate, I'm 47 years old, so it's not that easy anymore, but my lap times were very good, very consistent, and we're happy.
Yeah, we commented on the consistency of your lapping, and we've been really singing your praises, Kenny. That was a great stint. Now, with 7 hours of this race remaining, you can kind of dust off the overalls, hang them up. Your job is done, and I've got to say, you should be proud of yourself, because you've done an excellent job, i.e. you've got the car back in one piece, because it's very, very dicey out there. Have you, at this stage of the race, is it a little bit of relief, or does the disappointment of not getting back in the car that you're at this race now overshadow that?
No, I'm relieved, mate. I'm going to have a coffee and a donut and just watch these guys. I don't want to get back in it.
Kenny, well done. You've done your job, mate, and it should be a big pat on the back. Yeah, usually at this stage, I'll be patting you on the back and getting a handful of sweat. I'll let you go and cool off, and thanks for talking to us, Kenny. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Appreciate it. Appreciate everything. Thank you, guys.
Kenny Habble, who I'm most envious of, because normally in any usual motorsport year, right after Daytona, the RSL, the Radio Show Limited team, will be heading for Mount Panorama to call the Bathurst 12 Hours. Sadly, that race is missing a year for 2021 for obvious reasons. But Kenny, I understand, has just bought a house on Mount Panorama, so he'll be heading back to that wonderful part of New South Wales, and we'll get views across just an epic track, sadly with not any race cars on it next weekend, although he'll probably have a sneaky lap or two once the security are looking the other way.
Just a case of
3.5
gate, isn't it, driving on?
Well, for him it sounds like it is. You just head to the end of his driveway and make sure you remember which way the traffic goes.
Yeah, hopefully you can get back to us.
Well, that's the other difficulty, isn't it? Unfortunately, whether his home country will let him in at the moment. He'll certainly need to spend a couple of weeks in a hotel before he can do that. Anyway, let's move on, because we've got a really close fight in GT Daytona between Mercedes and Ferrari. That looks like for the lead of the class. It very definitely is. Daniel Serra around the outside, but the 57 car's not having one bit of it. And Maro Engel stays to the inside line. Okay, 2 wheels on the grass for the German. But he could see that lead being snatched away from him, and Maro Engel was not going to give up the fight. I could see those cars almost starting to touch one another. They avoided the contact, thankfully, and the 57 Mercedes to the inside line retains the race lead. But, you know, this lap, actually, the leader was called as Daniel Serra for the space of a corner. And now it's gone back again to the 57 Mercedes. Fabulous racing, still over 7 hours to go. And the 0-1 is back on pit road because we've had sufficient time under green since the last stint, 31 minutes. Well, remember that pretty much everybody pitted in the last caution, which was just under 20 minutes in duration. And we must have had, therefore, roughly 20-odd laps under green, which means that the DPIs need to have another splash of fuel. It was 21 laps for Renger van der Zande, 25 for Elio Castroneves. Well, he was helped out by the caution. Jimmy Johnson has done 21 laps as well, and all three just pitted. But that brilliant run that Daniel Serra had on Maro Engel out of Speedway turn 4, a little bit of side draft as well, taking to the outside line and then wanting to put the Ferrari in front of the Mercedes. But Maro Engel's been in that position many times before. He wasn't going to permit the Brazilian in the very Italian car from doing that. But the very lap later, Serra's going to have another slice of the action here. We're in exactly the same mould. You can be forgiven for thinking this might be an action replay. It is not, and it is the next lap around as Daniel Serra tries exactly the same move. This was not quite as close, and they're about to be overtaken by a Ligier in the LMP2 category as well. Well, make sure, if you're not already, that you've clicked onto imsaradio.com and to the live video tab to make sure you can stay on top of this. We owe you, I'm almost sad to say, a Mazda Racing update with the latest order. But hopefully in the background, if you've got the video stream at your disposal, you can enjoy this scrap at the head of GT Daytona. It's RS2 IMSA Radio for 2021, and time for a Mazda in-race update. Kevin Magnussen for the Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing Squad has completed 566 laps, scored as the leader, but that car is actually on an outlap after pit stop number 29. And as I utter those words, Elio Castroneves will become the new race leader. So car 10 now out front from Kevin Magnussen. By the way, Elio Castroneves drives the Acura from Konica Minolta, the ARX-05. And the 60 car, Dane Cameron for Meyer Shank Racing, that Acura is in 3rd position. Pipo Derani running in 4th, and number 31 Whelan Engineering Caddy ahead of Jimmy Johnson's similar machine for Ally Cadillac Racing. And then the Harry Tincknell Mazda still 2 laps off the pace in car 55, but lap times being produced from the Mazda DPI are still very solid indeed. The 18 Kyle Tilley driven Era Motorsport Orica leads LMP2 from Mathieu Vaxivière back inside the Tower Motorsport car. Devlin Di Francesco has just come into the pit lane to serve a scheduled pit stop number 30 for car number 82. GTLM is Tommy Milner leading his teammate Antonio Garcia, both in Corvettes, car 4 ahead of number 3. In 3rd position, it's Augusto Farfus for the BMW Team RLL squad, the first of the M8, and Davide Rigon is 4th for Risi Competizione. Connor Di Filippi 5th in the second of the BMWs, the red and white one. In LMP3, Oliver Askew in the Riley Motorsports Ligier leads the category, 17th position overall for car 74. Second in LMP3 is Joao Barbosa for Sean Creech Motorsport, and 3rd is Stephen McAleer for Mulner Motorsports. And in GT Daytona, you don't need a timing screen to tell the difference between the top 2 in the GT3 category, because Maro Engel and Daniel Serra are pretty much door handle to door handle all the way around the lap. It's still just about the Mercedes ahead of the Ferrari, first and second. Jan Heylen is third for the Wright Motorsports Porsche, and fourth position Corey Lewis in the best of the Landos for Paul Miller Racing. Fifth is another Porsche for Matt Campbell and the plaid liveried Pfaff Motorsports car number 9. There are 7 hours still to go in the 59th edition of the Rolex 24 of Daytona here on RS2 IMSA Radio. That is the latest Mazda in-race update. Fabulous entertainment being delivered by Maro Engel and Daniel Serra, and they've got to be careful, along with strapping very closely indeed, not to be delaying themselves too much, so that Jan Heylen can then be a part of this battle. He's about 7 seconds away, so incredibly, despite the closeness of the battle at GT Daytona, they're not losing a great deal of time, able to punch out 1 minute 46.7 for Engel and 1:46.8 for Serra. And what positions again? Last time around, they have. I know. That's what's momentarily confusing me now. What I don't know is whether the Ferrari properly established itself as the lead, or there was some contact that time through, and that was a slight touch from Maro Engel to ensure the Ferrari did not take the position, and that's really put Daniel Serra on the back foot. But that's the type of contact, Joe Bradley, joining me in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, that will be reviewed, I'm sure, by race control.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like they ran out of real estate, didn't it? It's the, you know what? I'm going to say this. I'm going to throw this out. It's probably the hardest piece of racetrack in the world, Turn 1 here at Daytona. You're coming off the banking, you're turning and braking at the same time from maximum speed. It's the run all the way from the bus stop chicane on the back straight, all the way around NASCAR's Speedway turns 3, turn 4, and down towards the tri-oval, and then as you're coming off the tri-oval, you are trying to control the car and modulate the brake and scrub off the speed so you can actually turn in. Let's add into that mix that you've got a car alongside doing exactly the same, and that was just a prime example where both cars are just absolutely trying to make that corner and just basically ran out of racing room for one another. They've had a mild contact. Hopefully, Johnny, that contact won't have too much of a detrimental effect, and we continue to see this. My concern, if I was on the wall for any of these, either the Mercedes or the Ferrari, would be just how much those drivers are taking out of those tyres by maintaining this pace and actually racing one another.
Yeah, and well, I don't think Maro Engel is necessarily the character type to say, in this phase of the race, Daniel Serra is slightly quicker than me, I'm going to let him go, because the all-important thing is that you hang on to the lead. Lead lap, yes, most important, but class lead where possible, hang on to it. And what he has provided with, I'm sure, unintentional contact in turn 1 is just a little bit of breathing space now, to the tune of 0.6 of a second. And Daniel Serra, having worked incredibly hard, A, to reel the Mercedes in, and then B, to get possibly 3 bites of the cherry there coming out of Speedway turn 4. He'd done it on sequential laps, put the Ferrari in a cracking position, and clearly that top-end poke in that Ferrari is mighty compared to the Mercedes. You've got the draft as well that you should factor into it, but it's the ability to gobble up the mileage coming out of the bus stop chicane and through Speedway turns 3 and 4, and the Ferrari just seems to be slightly sweeter towards the end of each of those laps, and he was able to get fully alongside and fully in front, albeit for a short period of time, of the Mercedes. But then it was a question of whether he could get the Ferrari down to the inside line to take the apex at turn 2, and Engel on his inside was never going to make that easy. So 5/10 of a second is currently the margin, Engel to Serra. Then this 7-second gap back to Jan Heylen, who has in turn a 5-second cushion on Corey Lewis to the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini Huracan. Matt Campbell in the Pfaff Motorsport Porsche is 5th, and still going strongly in 6th place is the Gradient Racing Run Sun Energy One Mercedes of formerly Kenny Habul, the man that we had on here on RS2 IMSA Radio a short time ago, now being driven by his co-driver Michael Grenier, with a certain Lucas Stoltz and Raffaele Marciello still to come in the 75. They'll be working out when to apply those drivers in the remaining hours. Pretty close between Kevin Magnussen and Dane Cameron as all mechanics prepare themselves down in pit road. So the 10 car not very far away from a pit stop. Very impressive indeed. Some press-ups going on as a part of the warm-up down at Wayne Taylor Racing and the Konica Minolta outfit. So Helio Castroneves pitted, that car has pitted in total 27 times. And he's got 27 laps on the stint. This has been a long run, Joe Bradley. There was the tail end of the... Oh no, beg pardon. I need to scroll across a little bit further to tell me that Helio's now into his next stint of 5 laps. So maybe that was just a bit of down training from Konica Minolta and their crew, because they've already performed that 27th pit stop, and it'll be another half an hour or so before the car is back in again. But Castroneves, on the face of it, 26 laps looks a very long one, but as I say, that included the tail end of the previous caution as well, Joe. We're up to just over 40 minutes of this current green flag run.
I think I'm back, Johnny.
Aha! Here is Joe Bradley. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I was just saying, Johnny, that we talk a lot to the drivers and we talk a lot about the drivers and the physicality and the exertion that the drivers go through. But endurance racing is also very, very physical and exertive on crew members. I mean, try being a crew member. The idea of being crewing a race car is you want long periods while the car is out on track and going round and round and doing what it's supposed to do. And then you get bursts of intensity. The car comes in the pit lane, you've got to get the job right, you've got to get the wheels done on, you've got to get the tyre onto the pegs, you've got to get the nut back on, or reacting to adversity like we've seen all night, and the car coming in with a problem and having to be repaired. It's a pure team sport, endurance racing, and isn't that why we love it? Isn't that why we fall in love with endurance sports car racing? It's a massive feat. When you get towards the checkered flag, it's an achievement just to get your car to the finish. And I coined the phrase, didn't I? A soap opera behind every garage door. Well, I suppose in IMSA racing, it's a soap opera behind every concrete piece of pit wall.
Yeah, and you can understand the annual outpouring of emotion from the whole team if you are lucky enough to be part of a squad that takes victory, no matter what class you're in. But there's also, to an extent, an outpouring of emotion if you can just get to the finish, and you might be in the middle 30s in terms of overall position, but you know, if the target at the end of the day was to get to the finish and you managed to achieve that, that is something that is just should not be underestimated to any extent. And you know, you can have a game plan at the start of the race, but whether it will actually play out to the letter, I would argue probably not, because there's always going to be hurdles, there's always going to be something to overcome through the course of the race, and that's when you rely on the team. You know, the drivers are a pretty significant part of it, but they can only steer the car in the right direction, accelerate and brake in the right points and do the overtaking, but the thinking of where the car needs to be on the racetrack at any one point, into the clear air where possible, that all has to be done by the team. And then of course you've got to think about the preparation necessary ahead of such a long race as this, not least the 4 free practice sessions, but also logistically getting everybody to the track, particularly in the current climate, with all the necessary tools and infrastructure around you, and that there's no surprise that when the checkered flag finally is waved, all of a sudden that emotion and that fatigue catches up with one. And we've seen it year on year so many times. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of stories all unfolding at the same time up and down that pit road. And one or two heart-in-mouths probably surrounding the incident between Mauro Engel and Daniel Serra. Well, everybody involved there can breathe again, because that has been reviewed by race control and it's deemed that no further action is necessary, so called entirely as a racing incident. It delayed Daniel Serra, but it didn't put him out of the fight for the lead of the race, and he's again glued to the tailpipes of Mauro Engel. So give them a few more laps, and I reckon Serra will try exactly the same thing. He'll put out of his mind what happened previously, and it is a fresh start for the Ferrari to try and mount a challenge on the class-leading Mercedes of Mauro Engel. Jan Heylen, it was 7 seconds the last time I checked. It's grown to now 9 seconds. So Jan unable to live with the speed of both Engel and Serra in the lead of GT Daytona. And Corey Lewis stabilising the gap really to Jan, to remaining at 5 seconds there or thereabouts. And Matty Campbell completes the top 5 in GT Daytona. In GTLM, still 2 Corvettes, with Tommy Milner with a slight advantage over Tonio Garcia, but it's less than a second after 548 laps completed for those 2 Corvettes. The recent Competizione Ferrari is in 3rd, ahead of the best of the BMWs for Brazilian Augusto Farfus. And in LMP2, Mathieu Vaxivière now to the pointy end. So he's got ahead of Kyle Tilley, and Tower Motorsport now lead LMP2. Here we go, Daniel Serra. I told you that he might do this, to the outside of Mauro Engel. Something like a 4th bout of deja vu for me, and he still can't get the move done. But that won't prevent him from trying. And again at the start-finish line, Serra was scored as the race leader. The positions switch back again in favour of the German by 23 thousandths of a second. But this is going to stay nip and tuck, at least to the end of this particular stint, Joe Bradley.
I really do that. Yeah, absolutely. It really is. They are so close on performance. Serra gets the Ferrari ahead across the line, across the tri-oval. But then the Mercedes has the optimum line into turn 1, and that's what we see. He can brake more steadier, if you like, and the car's more stable on the inside line using all the rubber line. And here we go again. They're out onto the banking once again, and Serra will want a time getting up behind and under the rear wing of that Mercedes to use that slipstream effectively. And what we're seeing now is the Mercedes driver having to drive defensively. They're side by side into the bus stop. Not really. It's always been a dubious passing place through that very, very fast section of racetrack. Now, this is where Serra will want to try and get the drive. He's got about 3 car lengths in between himself and the Mercedes, and you'll see the slipstream effect come into play as they come through NASCAR 3, NASCAR 4, or the drag down towards the tri-oval is where the slipstream effect really comes into play. And Serra moving to the right again, ahead of the Mercedes once again. But as we see the cars go into the braking area, it will be the Mercedes that once again, it's deja vu on numerous occasions, Johnny. It's the same act every time we see these cars going through and into turn 1. It's the same placement, it's the same everything. Now what Daniel Serra needs to do, he needs to rethink his tactic and how he's going to get by.
Daniel Serra, who has sealed a full season in the World Endurance Championship for AF Corsa, replacing Davide Rigon. So looking forward to seeing how Serra gets on with a full campaign laid out in front of him. He's done the odd round, was called in to the Bahrain 8 hours last November to replace Davide Rigon, who was busy racing GT3 cars in France. Now Daniel Serra gets a big opportunity with AF Corsa. Well, he's doing his fans no injustice at all here, and backing up really AF Corsa's decision to seal him into the WEC, because to be able to take the fight as he is doing to Mauro Engel is mightily impressive. But I think I agree with Joe in that he maybe has to just start to think about a different way of doing this, because 4 or 5 times he's had an attempt around the outside of the tri-oval and into turn 1 and just can't make it stick. I would argue he only needs maybe a couple more inches of an advantage, and then he should be able to slice across the nose of the Maro Engel Mercedes. My only worry would be then what Maro had up his sleeve in terms of a fight back. We've already seen some contact, and it's quite obvious that the Munich Meister is not going to give this GT Daytona lead up without some form of a fight. But Ferrari has massive advantage coming through the tri-oval, but then Engel is perfectly within his rights to use all of the racetrack with the inside line to form that defence, and that's exactly what he does again at the start of lap 535, Joe.
How many times have you said to yourself, I only need a couple of more inches? And that's exactly what Daniel Serra's thinking. And I think what we need now is for Serra to maybe get down the left-hand side of Engel. However, Maro Engel has been around the block a few times. He knows exactly what is required to overtake himself. So that's why we see when the car comes out of the bus stop chicane, he's just hugging the yellow line down low on the banking, and he sits on that yellow line and he blocks that entry into turn one.
Yeah, time and time again it is happening, so maybe that thought process is echoing in the mind of Daniel Serra now. How can I start to try and fashion a different line into turn one, or maybe just do it somewhere entirely different? But I can't see the advantage anywhere else on the racetrack for that Ferrari. Equal or as good as it is. I don't think he has. That's his only chance to get by, isn't it? And Engel is never going to give up the inside line.
No, and he's going to sit there and he's going to do that lap after lap after lap, and that's what we're going to see. Now, we could be in a situation here where Daniel Serra is just going through the act. He's just playing the game. Both cars on the pit lane at exactly the same time, Johnny.
So now we need to work out how long these drivers have been at the wheel, and whether we're in for another dose of this for another hour-long stint, or whatever these cars can do on fuel. It normally is an hour around this place in a GT Daytona car. So let's have a look. 57 in. Oh, they're virtually side by side to the pit bay as well. They would be just a pit stall apart, wouldn't they? So I'm sure there's been plenty of banter between the teams as well, shouting at a suitably social distance. Some sledging going on between Winward Racing and AF Corsa, and 30 lap stints each. Now, who was in the cars prior to Engel and Serra? I'm struggling here to track back again. It was Engel in the 57, and it was Simon Mann in the 21 car. So Serra's fresh and good to go for another stint, and I'm sure Engel is being kept in the car here as well. Fuel's going in, and the Mercedes is released marginally before the Ferrari, but to be honest, that can probably be made up by Daniel Serra.
It's the battle of the fueling there, wasn't it? Both cars off pit road at exactly the same time, Johnny.
Yeah.
I think we've got Ross Gunn on the line. Ross Gunn out of the 23, the Harnett Racing Aston Martin. Ross, hopefully there you can hear me. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
We're good, mate.
Hello.
Your car at the moment, currently 8th in GTD. Tell me, what's the story of the race so far?
To be honest, it's been a fairly smooth race for us. We've not quite had the pace of the front guys, but we're chipping away. We had a couple of little bits of bad luck in terms of cautions and whatever, but we're still in the fight. As you know, at Daytona, anything can happen and things can change very quickly with the cautions. So we're plugging away. I think we're about a lap and a half off the lead, and the pace in the last stint didn't look too bad, so pushing on forward.
Now, we've just been watching that battle at the front of your class with the Merc and the Ferrari there, Ross. Give me a driver's perspective on that. It looks, for all intents and purposes, as though Serra is trying all he can to get by. I'm sure that's the case, but surely he's not going to risk everything in a silly move on the Merc.
Yeah, I've literally just got back
in that situation, Spot?
Yeah, well, as I said, I've literally just got back to my motor and got the race on in front of me, and I'm watching the battle, and it looks like Sarah has got a little bit more straight line speed, and he's doing everything he can to use the side draft at angles, defending very, very well. It's a difficult one, really. I think being with 6.5 hours still to go in the race, I think from Sarah's point of view, he just needs to stay where he is and not make any risks, and if he can save things like fuel and also brakes and potentially get it in the stops, because Engel is driving a very, very good defensive line.
That's a good point you make about managing brakes. We talk about tyre management. How much tyre management is going on? Because, you know, it's a very high-speed train, that, isn't it? Just how much are you concerned or conscious of how you're using the tyres during the stint?
For sure, you've got to be pretty careful on the outlap. Obviously, there's no tyre warmers in input, so it's very important not to destroy the surface of the tyre before you've even started the stint. And then, yeah, for sure, you've got to be careful in the infill with the rear tyres. Look after the rears and not spin at the rears in the infield. And yeah, it's a massively high leg circuit, but the first few laps on cold tyres are very, very tricky for sure, and it can catch a lot of people out.
The team this year, Ross, sorry, go on, Johnny.
Yeah, just a very quick question. I'm going to be very brave here, Ross, and approach this topic, but I know you, so I feel like I can just have a little chat about events that happened here 12 months ago for you. A certain altercation with the pit wall. Is it a case of wanting to come back to this event to really have closure on what happened in 2020 and fully move on from it?
Yeah, to be honest, it was playing on my mind a little bit before coming to this race. Obviously, for those that don't know, I had a bit of a mishap last year on the pit exit, a momentary lapse of concentration, and that was all that shoot boat really, and that was the end of the race for us last year, which was bitterly disappointing. But yeah, this year it obviously has been on my mind on pit exit, but it so far has stood me pretty well. Obviously, having another Aston Martin customer team here as well, they've experienced new tyres this weekend, and they've all said to me that they will never take a look at me ever again, because it is very, very tough on the pit exit and also on the first line lap in the cold night time. So far so good, and I haven't had any problems, and we're looking forward to pushing forward for the rest of the race.
Good stuff. Thank you for your candor and your honesty in that reply. It's obviously been slightly on your mind. There's plenty of movement at Aston Martin at this stage. Sadly, no more factory cars in the World Endurance Championship. Where does that put you in your role with the team?
So I'm very fortunate that I've been kept on as a factory driver for this season. There's been a shift of direction in concentration of the business, so we're going to be supporting customers all over the world more, concentrating on customers more, and it's just a bit of a refocus. GT3 racing is looking very, very strong, as is GT4 racing, so I think it's a good time to support our loyal customers that we've had for the last so many years, and yeah, keep giving them full support, whether that is with engineers, drivers, or technical support back at Banbury. So we're very lucky to still be in great jobs and doing fantastic races like Daytona is.
One race I think is still absent from your CV, just scanning through it now, is a trip to the Nürburgring on the Nordschleife. You must fancy that one day.
Yeah, so I have done a few VLNs. I did VLA
okay.
At the end of 2018. I did 2, and but I've never done the 24, and that's definitely something that I want to do very soon. And yeah, it's a pretty mythical place, and certainly a place that I want to have a long future at in the years to come.
Well, there is a near enough permanent Aston Martin suite there, as I'm sure you know, so there's a facility in place. We just need some very smart Aston Martin cars to return to that big old 24-hour race. We've missed them in recent years, but maybe with, obviously, Formula One is the priority within Aston, but it would be great to have some GT3 cars thundering around the ring once again, and maybe you can be part of it. So what's the plan for the rest of the race? I'm assuming you're down as one of the finishing drivers.
Yes, so I will be back in the car towards the end of the race. Not 100% sure when, but I've still got a good few spins to me left yet. So at the moment, I'm just going to have a relax, drink, and then come back later.
Do you feel across your stints the track's changing a great deal? I mean, that's another amazing thing about a 24-hour race, is that the track condition is very fluid, particularly night and then back into day.
Yeah, for sure. It does make a big difference. And as I said, with the lack of tyre warmers here, you know, the nights are very, very difficult, and it does change the balance. And that's, you know, one of the things that I've been trying to work out during this race, actually, is trying to work different ends of the car that need it more than, you know, than in previous stints because of the temperature drop. So the balance is changing quite a lot, and we're working on that as we speak. But yeah, things are pretty good so far, and there is a big change for sure in the track grip throughout the race. Obviously, it's rubbering in. But at the same time, the cars are also wearing out as well, which is why sometimes you might not always see fastest laps coming towards the end of the race. And I think the actual fastest lap in GTD was set at the start when everything is fresh. But the track for sure is definitely pushing up nicely at the moment.
Really good intel there, Ross. Thank you so much for taking the opportunity of taking the time out of your downtime to speak to us. We very much appreciate it, and with many fans of Aston Martin, of course, tuned into RS2 Into Radio as well. Great stuff. Thanks, Ross.
Cheers. Thank you. Take care.
We wish Ross very much well for the remaining stints that he has to do. The fastest lap that he talks about in the category, actually produced by the Scuderia Corsa Ferrari, which is down in 10th position, the number 63 Ferrari, which has at the wheel at the moment Ed Jones. But as Ross makes the point, that lap was set many hours ago, probably in clear air for the GT Daytona cars. A 1:45.724 is still the best lap within that category. But Mauro Engel's car has done a 1:46.1, and Mauro able to produce pretty close to that, actually, in the current conditions. Into pit road, Joe Bradley, VP Racing Fuels pit and paddock report now for Pipo Derani. This will be his 31st stop to match his race number.
And I'm being told by the team that I need to check my hearing because my assessment on the strange exhaust note has been denied. Well, I'm standing by my first assessment, and I do think that car has got a problem with the exhaust. However, it doesn't seem to be any detriment. We do know that there was concerns about some rearranged underfloor on that car, but that has sort of manifested in no issues. And there's no doubt about it that when that car goes by, it's got a different exhaust note from the other Cadillacs. Again, it doesn't seem to be to the detriment of the car's performance. In the 31, NASA now at the wheel of that Whelen Engineering car, and he is currently in fifth by dint of that pit stop. And he's back out after that pit stop, Johnny, and back into this race.
Indeed so. Another half an hour of the race ticked off, and we're working our way towards the 6-hour mark, therefore. At 22 the hour, we will be there. Just a quarter of the race still to go at that point, but important just to focus on this stint in hand. Felipe Nasser then taking charge of the 31 car. I suppose that is really the staple response, the expected reply from the team. They're never going to admit that something's wrong with the car or sounding slightly strange, and claim that that's exactly how it's intended to sound.
Take this, Johnny. Of course, teams are listening, and they don't want to give anything away. However, I'm pretty sure the teams would have heard that exhaust note and be fully aware of what's going on with the 31. They're always monitoring your competitors up and down the pit lane. You're looking at their cars as they come in the pits. I mean, even at this stage, with just under 6.5 hours to go, there's still a chance that you want to try and optimise your position to the detriment of the other competitors. That's competitive sport, isn't it? That's what racing's all about.
Yeah, quite right. And yeah, you have one ear on the team radio, and let's hope another ear on RS2 IMSA radio to get a fair reflection on what's happening up and down the order, and, namely in your class. But it's also important to know, for example, where the GT Daytona lead scrap is, because they're likely to be two abreast virtually all the way around the lap, and therefore difficult to lap once you get to them in a big DPI or LMP2. Onto pit road also is Dane Cameron. Relatively clear pit road for Dane on this occasion. There's one other car being serviced, which is the Mac Club Team TGM Porsche, car number 64. And apart from that, Jimmy Johnson also heads off the main speedway and into the service area. A little bit of tyre pickup removed from the nose of the number 60 car as well, but nowhere near as bad as to need to switch the nose over. That can be removed by hand and it's sent back into the race. Windscreen tear-off rather removed from the number 48 Ally car. Fuel still going in. Some tyres have been done already, so it's set to go once more with Jimmy Johnson still at the wheel. Didn't see a driver disappearing back into the pits. So Jimmy keen for another 22 odd lap stint. And he'll return in something like 5th position when this all unwinds itself. And the race leader is in as well. And the Konica Minolta outfit couldn't have an easier run into pit road. They are in pit stall number 1, Joe, right next door to the 2 Corvettes, and it's the easiest entry therefore to the team. They've got to remember they've got a different car though this year, so no longer are they looking for a Cadillac to appear out of Speedway Turn 4, but it's a very sort of stealth-like looking Acura with that unique nose arrangements with the horizontal strip across from left to right to give it a bit of a styling cue from a street Acura.
Yeah, very much distinctive nose that the team will be looking at, but also the Konica Minolta livery on the Windtailor racing car has always had for a few years now that black livery, very distinctive out on track. That car, I believe I saw a driver change, but Helio Castroneves showing that he stayed in the car, but I'm pretty sure we saw a driver.
Yeah, I don't think the car's actually
But that car's back out.
pit
Also
lane
out
yet.
is the 01. Sorry, Johnny, go on.
It's Alexander Rossi. There you go, Joe. So you were right. You did see a driver change, and I was incorrect. I was incorrect with Jimmy Johnson staying at the wheel of the 48, so apologies. It's actually Simon Pagenaud taking charge of that. So quick was Simon to get on board. I missed it. And NASCAR legend Jimmy Johnson coming to the end of another stint. But the 48 is in contention. Same can be said for the 4 cars ahead of it on the road as well. The 01 for Chip Ganassi, the 10 for Konica Minolta and Wayne Taylor Racing, Felipe Nassa's Whelen Engineering Cadillac, and the Meyer Shank Acura for Olivier Pla. And just about all of those pit stops were carried out seamlessly. Still mightily frustrating for all those involved with Mazda Motorsports though, Joe. They just cannot get any closer than this 2-lap deficit that they've been carrying for probably 4 or 5 hours now.
I think it's the game that we're playing now, right till the flag is what we're going to see. Let's break away from this because we've got another driver to chat to. giving us another bit of insight. This time we've got Stephen McAleer on the line out of the number 6, the car that's currently running third in LMP3. Stephen, hopefully you can hear me.
We're chasing him, Joe, but
yeah,
he's not there quite yet. Yeah. So give it another few minutes and Stephen will be there. But so Joe's ready with the VB
Stephen's
Racing Fuels
and
paddock report. Obviously, obviously drivers having to juggle with their various duties when they're out of the car, and time can disappear very quickly when you have cooled off after a stint, headed back to the motorhome, and then there are various duties, particularly now we're back into firmly daylight hours for the run to the line. So we'll give Stephen another opportunity in the next few minutes to catch up. I'm interested to see what he thinks to an LMP3 car around Daytona in a 24-hour race, just about the longest race that an LMP3 car will have competed in, although there was we think the Thunder Hill event almost certainly had LMP3 cars in, and then there was a question mark as to whether LMP3s have run for this race distance at Silverstone. Now, I remember a 24-hour race that was run for 50% for prototypes, but I'm pretty sure the prototypes in the 24 hours of Silverstone actually got a checkered flag after only 12 hours in that event, so therefore won't have got anywhere close to this race distance, and therefore it's probably only here and Thunderhill where the LMP3s have got their teeth into a 24-hour race, and so far 3 of them are doing brilliantly well. Oliver Askew for Riley Motorsports leads in the 74 car. Wayne Boyd is second for the Sean Creech Motorsport outfit, number 33, and Moritz Krantz for Mooma Motorsports America in the Duqueine DO8 car number 6, running in third. Jeroen Blekemolen in the sister Riley Motorsports car is down in 31st position overall, 4th in class. More importantly, there are 10 GT Daytona cars separating Jeroen from the third place car of Moritz Krantz, so it'll take a little while to work his way through that party of GT Daytona cars, and you have to think they're not necessarily going to be forward in opening the road for Jeroen, so he's going to have to work hard to get through those battling cars. Ed Jones will be the first on his list, followed by Richard Westbrook and Colton Herter, so we'll try and keep tabs on that as the class leader, Ollie Askew, working his way now out of the West Horseshoe. And speaking of LMP3s, there's been a spinner from that class at turn number 6, I make that, car 38, which isn't one of the top 3 cars. It's actually Rasmus Lind in the Performance Tech Motorsports Ligier, which is running in at 6th position in class and can now rejoin. Was I right in suggesting that was turn 6? Yes, up onto the high banks now to Speedway turn 1, and Rasmus Lind is back into the race. Still chasing Stephen McAleer, so fingers crossed we will get him to air as soon as possible, as Tristan Vautier in the number 5 car returns to the racetrack. The 7th placed DPI Cadillac still a long way away from any of its buddies, if you like, within that division. The race started with 7 DPIs. It's most impressive and testament to the strength and reliability of the cars in that category that we've got 6 still at the sharp end of the timing screen, and just the one difficulty for the number 5, which was actually assessed as its fault. Car 5 at the time was being driven by Tristan Vautier when there was a clash with Jan Heylen in the number 16 Porsche, which pitched the Wright Motorsports 911 into a spin, and there was a secondary impact. This all took place at turn number 1, and as the Porsche spun through 180 degrees, it then in a backwards motion T-boned the number 5 car and put the 5 behind the wall for lengthy repair work to the left-hand side pod. That happened deep into the night. I remember when Joe was on with me here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Jeremy Shaw was part of that portion of the broadcast as well, and will rejoin us, by the way, a little bit later on. We've got, roughly speaking, another hour and a half or so with myself, Johnny Palmer, and Joe will be keeping me company for some of that as well. At which point
we were
John
about to talk, Johnny,
over.
about...
Yes, Joe.
Johnny, we were about to talk about the Mazda, weren't we? And about that damage limitation run that the car was in after losing that time very early in the race. And I was about to make a comment with regards to just how difficult a task it is. It was 3 laps down after that initial delay. It's now clawed that deficit back to 2 laps. However, this race is such an optimised 24-hour race. What I mean by that is it's nigh on flat out the whole 24-hour race. And you'll find that the lead cars, there's very little in it. And it's kind of we've mentioned this before, the leaders keep a holding pattern without overdoing it. And they're pretty much running optimised every lap, nursing the car, nursing the brakes, nursing the tyres. We've heard drivers mention this. And for the Mazda Motorsports team to then pull a fast one, the only way they can really do that is by a bit of luck when it comes to pit stopping. Maybe pit stopping right on a yellow flag, just before a yellow flag period comes out, so that they soak up less time in the pits. You need something like that. You need the planets to align, and that really is a massive ask. And so, you know what, team at Mazda, they've been there, they've done this before, they've got many t-shirts with regards to this situation, and they will continue running around as fast as they can and hope that the planets do align, and they'll be in a position to take advantage of that very thing.
Yeah, as you say, it's one thing finding 1 lap to get back to the lead position, or the all-important lead lap, but then you've got to find 2 more. So they were doubly snookered, were Mazda Motorsports. But the question, as Joe says, is waiting for the next caution, maybe getting a single lap back again, and then you've only got 1 more to find, and that really is a big psychological boost. It is not impossible for Mazda still to get a podium in this race, and some very unusual circumstances could even present an opportunity to win it, but they would need an awful lot of luck heading to their side, Joe.
Andy Cotton, editor of Race Car Engineering, that they're getting their situations perhaps exacerbated because the leaders have been going out of sequence with regards to their pit stop windows. So it's going to be very hard for them to read as to how to get back on and in touch with those leaders. Thanks for that, Andy.
Yeah, there's no definite right time to be pitting. I suppose early on in this race, you get that sense of a rhythm. The cars come in roughly on the same lap. If they've got 2 cars in the entry and they're in next door pit stalls, then they'll deliberately pit them on alternate laps. But they, early in the race, generally only are a maximum of a lap apart. But we are well away from that now in terms of the leaders. Elliot Castroneves and Kevin Magnussen, to go against what I've just said, are due to pit on the next lap. However, rather the same lap the next time they come in. Felipe Nasser will have pitted 3 laps before that, I make it, and then you've got Olivier Pla and Sam Pagenaud on a different cycle again. They are somewhere between the 2, expected in a lap prior to the race leaders. So yes, it's awkward to judge from a Mazda Motorsports point of view, and therefore maybe even more reason to concentrate entirely on their own race, and then just keep your fingers crossed that you can keep it neat and tidy, and a little bit of luck does head your way. They're certainly due some, and their preparation for this race couldn't have been better, it seems, because Harry Ticknell was interviewed here on RS2 IMSA Radio during the night practice, a session they decided to sit the majority of out, and they did feature in FP4, but only from memory in the start of it, where they did about 5 laps and then parked the car. They were that confident that they'd done everything, all the job list was complete, and they were raring to go for the race, but haven't necessarily had the performance that they expected from the opening stints, and and then they hit the trouble, which put them laps behind. While out of the bus stop chicane goes Felipe Nasr in the Whelen Engineering Cadillac, running in third, and he's got Kevin Magnussen in sight for the second placed position. It's much further down the road, Alexander Rossi going very strongly in the Konica Minolta Acura. 5 laps away from the 600 lap marker. That will put us back ahead of the 800 lap marker. Now, it seemed pretty obvious from about quarter distance that we weren't going to be in the ballpark to go further than we managed 12 months ago. 833 laps, the record distance, remember. But we've been sort of flirting with just slightly fewer than and now slightly more than 800 laps as the predicted range to reach by 3:40 this afternoon. By the way, local time just gone 25 minutes past 9 in the morning at Daytona. I make it 803 laps as the predicted mileage currently, which means 208 laps to go, but that could change at any moment. But it's getting tight now, isn't it, Joe, for second and third with Jan Magnussen, Jan Magnussen. There's that first mistake.
Oh,
Kevin
that's the
Magnussen.
first time, Johnny.
I think it is.
That's $1 in the chart. That's $1 in the chart. It's only got $1 in it, though. I'm amazed that.
You know, I said another well-known line at the start of the race, some reference to how much time there was still to go. That's not the line, so it doesn't therefore mean another $1 in the jar. But I did terribly in terms of uttering that phrase, I think, in my opening stint. And now I've said Magnussen Senior rather than Junior, but that was always going to happen, I think. Many races I've called in the past with Sebastian Priaulx in the race and called him Andy. It's just force of habit. But I'll get there eventually. Tired minds, that's my excuse. At 9:30 in the morning.
Talking about that battle at the front of the field, let's get some absolute insight into this. I've got Renger van der Zande on the line. Renger, can you hear me?
Yeah, of course. How are you guys?
Brilliant. We're great, mate, and it's great to talk to you. We've just been speculating as to just what sort of finish we've got in store for the final 64 hours. What's it like being at the front of it and the thick of it?
I mean, it's pretty crazy, man. So far, we had so many moments where the bus stops get rolled off and we're supposed to get out of the bus stop. That's when you are sitting duck and people fly by. So, you know, sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you're not lucky. So, but we've been able to get to the lead a few times, many times. So, the car is running okay. I feel the Acuras they picked up some speed overnight. So, hopefully can have a good go at it at the end. But it's so competitive. It's very very tight and everything. And I think BY has done a good job because I think there's many cars who can win this race today.
Renger, you're no stranger to the top step of the podium at this race. When exactly, without giving too much away, when exactly do you think you guys are going to go, right, let's go for it? Is it going to be 3 hours to go, 2 hours to go, 20 minutes to go? When should we be looking out for that?
No, it's so tight that any last yellow, that's going to be the decider. So if that's with 20 minutes to go, and you know, with 30 minutes to go, it's only a short yellow. It's not going to be a long yellow. So you better be ready for that last half hour to, you know, put the knife between the teeth and go for it. So it's, I think, you know, to be honest, from the beginning, the get-go, people were wheel banging and driving their asses off and taking a lot of risk already. I was kind of surprised with that. Kind of sit back and looked at it all, and I was able to drive to the lead at that point anyway. So people were running wide and all that, but so far it's been one big sprint race really. So pretty cool at the same time.
Your experienced pair of hands in endurance racing, Renger. You've got two, what I can only describe as hot shots. You've got Kevin Magnussen just out of Formula One. You've got Scott Dixon, an IndyCar legend. Both drivers more familiar with sprint racing and having a very selfish attitude. How have you found these two guys to work with regards to you know, compromising the setup, for instance, and it's a completely different sport, isn't it, endurance racing to IndyCar and Formula One?
Yeah, it is. It is different, and you know, you don't have to tell Scott what he needs to do, and he knows exactly what to do, and he also understands the concept of team racing. You know, racing as a team. So within Ganassi, I think anyway they look at that. You know, Chip says there's no dumb questions, for example. That's something what brings the philosophy within the team that hey, we're here together. And let's make the most out of what we have and what we can do. And I think Scott grew up in Chip Ganassi racing, so I'm just a big fan of Scott, really. And Kevin, I think he had a dad who has been here for 22 years, so I think he told, you know, Jan told Kevin exactly how it's going here, and I think Kevin is very low ego in general, so we've been working really nicely together. It's been really good so far with them.
Renger, it's Johnny.
Very easy.
Sorry.
Very easy. And it's down to you, the Dutch and the Danish having very similar personality traits.
Yeah, it is. I think the Danish and the Dutch are kind of similar. They're not far from each other anyway, so that might be part of it. They're a little bit more Scandinavian, but I think you're right. The Dutch and the Danish are a little similar, but yeah, it's been really good. We've only started working this week, right? So he had a baby 2 weeks ago, so he stayed away for the factory visit that I did together with Scott, and then I met him here in Daytona, and I know Kevin from the past, so on that perspective, it's already quite easy to talk with him. But you know, and the other thing is like getting kids is changing your life, as all of you know probably. But this is something also a big topic during this weekend, of course, when I got this kid. So it's been really nice.
Renger, it's Johnny Palmer joining Joe Bradley in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre here on IMSA Radio. I just wanted to ask you whether a certain thought has crossed your mind, because you look back at the overall win in 2019, your name is there. 12 months ago, you did it again. A hat-trick of wins around this place is an incredibly rare thing. Have you even begun to sort of think that might be possible, or is it best to put it out of your mind?
I mean, statistically, it's impossible, right? So, but I'm going to give it a go anyway. So let's see.
Does it add any extra pressure, knowing that there's another Rolex on the line, or is it just the same as it was when you first did this race?
No, it just feels like I don't know what's going to happen in the last 6 hours, but it just feels like there's many more cars who can win this race right now. Last year we were dominating. This year we've been really good, so we're going to be dominating. So I think there's many cars who can win this race right now. So it's so tight, so tight. So I think that's something what's going to make a difference, you know. So in this year's edition, that the one who's you have to be almost kind of lucky to win this one, you know, with the traffic and all that. But you know, every time Scott showed up last year, we won. So he's our lucky charm.
Maybe it's as simple as that at the end of the day. Has there been a little bit of banter during race week with your old friends at Konica Minolta, now that they've changed their car? But of course you took the 2 titles with that team in 19 and 20.
Yeah, I'll just race them a little harder than the rest of the field, that's all.
Okay, maybe keep the conversation to a minimum. Thank you, Renger. We'll let you concentrate on the job in hand, because it's a big one, and you're well in this fight, with K-Mag currently running in 2nd place and only 5 seconds off the tail of Alexander Rossi. Brilliant to hear from you, though. Thank you for taking the time to chat to us here on IMSA Radio, Renger.
Same to you guys, and always a pleasure. It's always nice to hear you guys. See you later. See you at the end.
Excellent. Indeed, see you at the end, and let's hope it's a good result for Chip Ganassi Racing, although we have no favourites here on RS2 IMSA Radio, remaining entirely neutral and calling the race as it unfolds, with the 10 car that I suppose you could say was the team, but not the car that Renger van der Zande ran with 12 months ago. He's now firmly ensconced in the Chip Ganassi Racing outfit, with Scott Dixon and Kevin Magnussen, the aforementioned. Felipe Nasser still running in 3rd, with Olivier Pla and Simon Pagenaud completing the top 5. So, yeah, actually Tim Gray, our executive producer up in London, making the point that 3 wins in not necessarily sequential years is less rare, but the point is that it will be back-to-back victories. So, well, that's the nature of a hat-trick, isn't it? It's not a hat-trick in cricket unless you do it in 3 sequential balls. So that was my definition of hat-trick, but anyway, there we are. The BMW heads out of turn 6 and up onto the high banks, the 25 BMW of Team RLL, and around the outside of the 75 Sun Energy 1 Gradient Racing run Mercedes. Also at the same time as GTLM overtaking GT Daytona traffic, there was a prototype that needed to nip through and into the bus stop as well. The bus stop, Joe, on paper looks to be a relatively simple run through a left and a right kink. However, you add traffic, and in that case 3 different classes worth of traffic, and it can be very, very hairy indeed.
It's all about race car dynamics, Johnny. It's about changing direction. It's about shifting that weight in the chassis and coming off a very high-speed piece of racetrack and then braking in a straight line, turning the car left, immediately then turning it right, and then firing it out the chicane. That's where the skill comes in, for just timing that weight transference and making that transition from putting the weight on the right-hand side of the car and then transitioning to the left. That's what race car driving is all about. It's all about the middle ear, it's all about the balance, and would you believe it's all about the feel through your backside. And any race driver will tell you that. It's all about the feel in the car. You have to become as one with the car and feel its every move and feel that weight transference. And that's what makes good drivers great drivers, the ones who can do that better. And that bus stop chicane here at Daytona is perhaps, again, there's so many parts of this track that look on paper to be, well, that looks like a doggle. It's just, you know, straightforward right-hander. But, you know, even the infield hairpins are tricky because of the way the track is cambered. There's adverse camber on the outside of both of those infield hairpins. The transition out of the infield and onto the banking, very, very tricky corner just to get the maximize your acceleration. And then running down to the bus stop chicane, which started the conversation, it kind of looks like a passing place, and some people will try it there, but it's a very tricky place to pass. Not one of my favourites, and not one of favourites of many that I know. But yeah, you know what, Johnny, if it would be easy, we'd all be doing it.
Quite right. That's the voice of Joe Bradley. I'm Johnny Palmer, and we're both in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, bringing you live coverage of the 2021 edition of the Rolex 24 of Daytona. Amazingly, the 59th time that this race has been run, and you're tuned to IMSA Radio, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels right here on RS2. You can get in touch, remember, at IMSA Radio on social media. Make sure you use the hashtag R24Radio, R24Radio, and the tweets will find their way to us. The latest Mazda in-race update then sees Alexander Rossi in his Acura lead the way in car number 10. And he has a lead of 4.8 seconds over Kevin Magnussen's Chip Ganassi Racing Cadillac car 01. Third position is the Felipe Nasser Whelen Engineering Racing Cadillac for the Brazilian driver, number 31. And then Olivier Pla is fourth for the Meyershank Racing squad with Curb Agajanian in the second of the Acuras. In fifth place, it's Simon Pagino for Ally Cadillac Racing, number 48. And the Harry Tinknell Mazda remains now only 1 lap down, I noticed. So the 55 car has been on the move since I last checked. Now that might just be a quirk of the timing system. Will allow Rossi to cross the line again, and it may revert to 2 laps once more. But Harry Tinknell certainly going in the right direction in terms of trying to gather that lost ground back up again. In LMP2, a bank of 5 cars run 7th to 11th in overall position. Mathieu Vaxivière for Tower Motorsport leads in car 8. That's an Oreca. As is the Era Motorsport Kyle Tilley driven number 18, second. And Christopher Mies for Dragon Speed is third, also in an Oreca 07. Then it's Sven Muller in the best of the Ligiers in LMP2, running in 4th place for car 51. GTLM has a Corvette leading and a Corvette in second for Nick Tandy and Jordan Taylor, car 4 and 3. Then it's John Edwards for the BMW team RLL squad with the best of their M8s. Third for car 24. Davide Rigon is fourth, number 62. And in fifth place, it's Timo Glock, also in a BMW for team RLL. Oliver Askew in the LMP3 category continues to lead for Riley Motorsports. He's got a Ligier JS P320. That's car 74. Ahead of Wayne Boyd, also in a Ligier, and Moritz Krantz for Mühlner Motorsports, car number 6. And in GT Daytona, Daniel Serra finally getting ahead of Mauro Engel in the AF Corsa Ferrari. The 21 machine tried several times to get in front of the Germans' Mercedes and to no avail, but now the Ferrari enjoys, well, half a second. So the question is he actually ahead of him on the track? Because a number of times they've been through the tri-oval, Serra's been scored as the leader, and then you look against the infield and it's still the Mercedes in front. It might be that scenario again, quite frankly, but I can only tell you how the timing screen's telling me 21 leads 57. Andrea Caldarelli for the Lamborghini Huracan is in third, car 1, ahead of Trent Hidman for Wright Motorsports and a Porsche number 16 fourth, and Laurence Vantor also for Porsche, and this time for Pfaff Motorsports in fifth. That's the latest Mazda in-race update, and there are another 6 hours to go here on RS2 IMSA Radio. Now we get to the complex point in the race where the MEC points are awarded. Now Shea Adam is always on top of this sort of thing, but so what have we had? 18 hours done, yeah, so 3/4 distance, and therefore a milestone for the Endurance Cup points to be awarded. They're not as big as the overall points that will get to the end of the campaign, but spreadsheets galore with Shea. And I'm probably going to wait until she's worked it all out and is back on air in just over an hour's time to deliver who stands where. But, points are awarded at various positions or various points in the 24 hours. Brilliant. She's going to send it along once they are published, and I presume that Alcamel, the timing company that look after things here at the Daytona 24 Hours, will produce a document as well to let us know who is in the leading position as far as that's concerned. Leading position overall on the racetrack, slightly easier to read. It's Alexander Rossi, but now by only 2.9 seconds. So Kevin Magnussen is chiseling away at that gap, and readily. So they'll be very far away from a neck-and-neck battle for the lead of the race. It's also very tight in GTLM for John Edwards and Davide Rigon, who are heading into turn number 6. Nothing between those two cars. Maybe a BMW length, and that is about it. Heading up onto the high banks for yet another time. And GTLM has just remained as close as it ever was, really, Joe. In fact, 4 seconds, I think, represents the biggest gap we've had for the last 5 or 6 hours between the two Corvettes. Still absolutely nothing.
It's settled down though, hasn't it? We had 4 cars pretty much nose to tail. It's settled down insofar as the two Corvettes, the leading number 4, it's now got a gap of about 4 seconds. Nick Tandy at the wheel of that. The number 3 at the wheel. 4 seconds is the deficit there, and then Jordan Taylor has got 9 seconds to the BMW of John Edwards, who pretty much has got Davide Rigon breathing down his neck in the 62 Ferrari, and that's the actual on-race battle, on-track battle that we can keep an eye on. However, on saying that, Johnny, a 9-second gap from the BMW to the first of the Corvettes and then a further 4 seconds is absolutely nothing. And all that would take is tripping over a slower car, getting through traffic, and then that race can be spread out and could be a completely different look to what we are looking at right now. So it's everything's still to play for, and everybody's still pushing without risk, I think is the term I've overly used this weekend.
You're in good company though, with a certain leading game master of that statement. Just a slight feathering the throttle I noticed there from Darren Turner in the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin, well aware that 2 GTLM cars wanted to get by just before the kink at 4, and he allowed them the real estate in order to do that. So the Aston Martin That's well, 90-second gap. No, beg pardon, 40-second gap to Michael Grenier in the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes. So DT, I was right first time, it is a 90-second gap, in fact, to Colton Herter. So Aston Martin chasing Turner Motorsport BMW, that's probably where the confusion crept in. Darren Turner and Turner Motorsport, with Michael Grenier in the 75 Sun Energy 1 car running in 6th position. Tightest battle in GT Daytona remains for the race lead though, which is how we like it. AF Corse Ferrari Daniel Serra definitely ahead of Maro Engel now on the road and leading by 1.8 seconds. Ferrari versus Mercedes at the sharp end of GT Daytona. Andrea Caldarelli remains in 3rd position. There's another pit stop for the Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Pretty swift turnaround there. Philippe Nasser brought it in. I believe stays at the wheel as well. Such a quick stop, I'm not sure they could have got a driver in and out at that sort of speed. Into pit road comes John Edwards, by the way, and he sits on board the number 24 BMW whilst the team work rapidly around him to change Michelin tyres. It is indeed Philippe Nasser who stays at the wheel of 31. Back into the race in 5th position. I'm very interested in how Harry Tincknell's getting on here, because he's 2 minutes and 58 seconds away from the Nasser Cadillac. It'll be closer than that now that Felipe has made his stop, and that is less than 2 laps around here. 2 laps will take you over the 3-minute mark, and Tincknell's got it down to less than that, far less than that, to the next car. So it's a lap deficit to Felipe Nasser, therefore a lap deficit to the overall race leader as well. So persistence is key, as we have mentioned. Car 55, I would wager, has got 2 of its 3 laps back again now. Stellar work from Mazda Motorsports, and they are now very much in the envelope, the operating window, to gain that final lap back, perhaps in the next caution. Surely we've got to bank on there being at least one more caution in the remaining 5 hours and 51 minutes. We've managed to run for the last hour and nearly 45 minutes without one, mind you. And that one was a pretty swift affair at 18.5 minutes in duration. Prior to that, we'd had over an hour's worth of green flag running. And the other side of the previous caution to that, it was an hour and 23. The longest green flag run I make as 3 hours and 49, nearly 50 minutes. And that happened after we had sort of 4 cautions relatively close to one another within the first 3 hours, and then finally we got almost 4 hours of green after that. And the cautions, though fairly regular, have been pretty infrequent, I would suggest. On average, about an hour apart, and we're almost close to 2 hours now being clear of those pesky yellows. And this is a useful time for the teams to really work out where they are in terms of speed and pace and back timing to the end of the race as well. We're possibly still a bit too far out from 3:40 for doing that, bearing in mind that the DPIs will be doing 40-odd minute stints, maybe slightly more. So there's still a lot of 40 minutes to the end of the race. And you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, as we've said on several occasions. Tear off not being removed from the number 60 car. Instead, a wipe of the windshield will suffice for the Sirius XM sponsored number 60 Meyer-Shank Racing Acura. And Olivier Pla will stay at the wheel of that car. Also in for another pit stop on lap number 608 is the Ally Cadillac racing car of Simon Pagenaud. And rejoining in the Mazda, Harry Tincknell. Now, is this the point where he goes back to 2 laps down? I think it is. So it was because he owed us a pit stop that was throwing me slightly off. Gained the lap because everybody ahead of him has made the stop. He hadn't, and order is restored.
Let's lead us in as well, Johnny.
Yes, Joe. You're watching that stop.
Just ahead of the 60 and the 40 year Olivier Pla, Simon Pagenaud. We've got Kevin Magnussen coming in. Alex Rossi also in on the two leading cars. The Chip Ganassi Cadillac of Kevin Manchester taking on tyres and also Alexander Rossi getting off the pit apron first. However, that's by dint of it being at pit in. That was
Joe, we're going to head to a VP Racing Fuels pit and paddock report now because
Johnny.
Yeah, well, I'll let you dictate it, being our VP Racing Fuels pit and paddock member, because João Barbosa now joins us on the line here at RS2 IMSA Radio.
Excellent, Joe. Great that we've managed to contact you. Hopefully you can hear us okay.
Yeah, no problem. I can hear you fine.
Brilliant. It's thanks for getting in touch with us. Your car currently running in the LMP3 class, sharing the car to 33 car, isn't it? That you're down to run, I believe. The Screech, the Sean Screech Motorsport. The question I want to ask is, it might be an awkward one, you might not know the answer, but it kind of happened in front of us and we didn't notice, but your car dropped away from the leading LMP3 car, and I'm finding it hard to fathom out why.
That's a good question. Because when we lost that time, we did a mandatory 8-minute stop, and I was actually slipping. So when I got back to the pits, we were a few laps back. So I'm not really sure how that happened. Maybe 8 minutes just run really quick, and we lost a few laps. We did the stop on the yellow, which shouldn't be that bad, and we did a pretty quick stop considering we had to change brakes. But I was a little bit surprised, but still 6 hours to go. We still have a full Watkins Glen race to go, and still a lot can happen.
Yeah, very much. We get carried away, don't we, when we see 6 hours to go. We think we're nearly there, but we're very much not. Joe, you're very experienced at this race. You are more familiar name in the DPI category, but this year sees you in an LMP3, albeit it's a prototype, but a very different prototype. Can you take us through the major differences in the cars?
Actually, it is very different. Obviously, we have less aero, less power, and less brakes. We still use the steel brakes, and DPIs, they use the carbon brakes. So that's a huge difference there. Power-wise, it's a big difference, and also in aerodynamics, this car is not as good as the DPI, but overall, it's really fun to drive. It makes good racing, and it's running really good. People were expecting for the cars not to be as strong as they are, but the team has done a great job in preparing the car, and it's running very strong. We haven't missed a beat yet.
And how have you found dealing with traffic? Because the lap time, a well-driven LMP3 car is kind of on a par with a GTLM car, and the lap times are very similar, but both of those categories of cars produce that lap time in a very different way. And we've seen some problems with the LMP3s and the GTLMs. Have you found that to be the case?
It's a big challenge for sure, because like you said, we do the lap time in different parts of the track, and our cars, everybody's taking really careful, taking as much time as possible, because the cars, nobody really knows if the cars can handle really close contact racing, and the TT cars, they're very strong, very reliable, so and they push us around, so then they're really quicker on the straights than we are, and if they feel we're gonna slow them down at all, they just block you, and it just makes racing very interesting on my side, very different from what I'm used to. I'm not used to deal with overtaking cars and being overtaken by faster class, but it's I'm having a blast so far, so it's running very good. The car is fun to drive. This class, different classes, I'm in the middle of everything, so it's very busy all the time, so it's a good experience.
Excellent. Now, tell me about the psychology of where you're at. You're a few laps down off the leader. What's the strategy? How do you guys go about the final 5 hours and 43 minutes is on the clock? What approach do you take to the final stages of this race?
We're gonna do the same approach as we've taken this far. Just trying to keep the car clean, no contact, and try to do a safe race. Try to avoid all kinds of problems and be very conservative for now. 6 hours is still a long way to go, and we don't have the outright speed compared to the 74. We're a little bit down on top speed. We might be carrying a little more aero, so they're a little quicker than us. So we'll see. We'll see. We just need to keep doing our job like we've been doing so far, keeping our nose clean, and we'll see what happens at the end.
Thank you, João. We wish you all the very best of luck with the rest of this race, but I've got one out-of-the-box question before you go. You're a familiar name that I see iRacing most afternoons. You're a big sim racing fan, so I've got a question that all of the sim racers out there who, indeed, last weekend were probably competing in the iRacing Daytona 24 hours, just how close is that sim to being here and racing for real?
I might be a little bit the old school, right? I mean, the sim is really good to keep, especially to keep your mind sharp and to get you used to run like long scenes and keep the concentration up, because it's very tough. The sim is very tough. If you lose a little bit your focus, you're completely out, and that's not easy for sure. It's a big help on that perspective. Driving wise, it's really a good help, and understanding the car, the track. If you haven't been to a new track, it's really good to do that. But feeling wise, I mean, there's nothing that can compare to a real car, right? iRacing, they've done a tremendous job. It's as close as you could get, I think. But when you don't have the real seat, when you don't feel the car on your butt, it's very difficult to reproduce that feeling. So I'm still drive a lot by feel, a lot by what the car tells me, and not just by visual. That's what a lot of the kids nowadays are doing. So I still missing on the iRacing. I still miss that part. It's impossible to reproduce.
João, that's great insight. I'm sure all of our iRacing fans there appreciate that insight. I want to thank you very much for talking to us. We'll let you go now, and the very best of luck with the rest of this race, and give everyone all our very best at Sean Creech Motorsport, would you?
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, and you guys doing a great job, and let's see how this race is going to finish.
He was a race winner in 2018. That's João Barbosa chatting to Joe Bradley, and our latest VP Racing Fuels pit and paddock report. Thanks to Joe Barbosa, and we'll look forward to seeing him later in this event. It's the 59th edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona, with Joe Bradley and Johnny Palmer in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Don't forget, you can get in touch. At IMSA Radio is the social media handle to aim your tweets and other such things towards, and make sure you include the hashtag R24Radio as well. As we reach another hour in terms of ticking over into the 10th hour of the day, that is, and there are 18 hours and 20 minutes gone in the race, so 1 minute past 10 on the eastern seaboard, with near perfect conditions, it would appear. No hint of any rain on the horizon just yet. And down towards the first couple of corners go battling GT Daytona cars, with Nicholas Nielsen now installed in the AF Corsa Ferrari 488 GT3 and leading Philip Ellis by 0.8 of a second. Just hearing about a possible drama for the Turner BMW number 96, which was spotted as running slow through Speedway Turn 3. It's got to the pits, but it looked like the rear left was rubbing and actually manifested itself into a puncture. So that was the reason why the car was going slowly, and the car has already returned to the race. So that was Colton Herter who had to come in for an unscheduled stop, but the team dealt with it very, very quickly. I suppose they had ample warning with the news from the spotters, and also Colton, no doubt, on the radio as well, to say he would be pit bound to sort that issue out. But rear tyre failure is easily straightened by a team as experienced as Turner Motorsport, and not too much time lost there. However, much more of a story developing, Joe Bradley, for car 31. Felipe Nasser has brought the Whelen Engineering Cadillac in. Now, you and I were chatting about questions about the floor of that car, and you, of course, had heard the different engine note being produced from that car. The team maintained that's exactly as it should sound. However, the car's in the pits and is now the wrong side of the wall.
Completely different issue. It's Felipe Nasser has brought the car in. It's stuck in third gear and it's gone behind the wall, and being stuck in third gear is never a good thing. Being stuck in any gear is never a good thing, Johnny. It's kind of what the problem is internally in the gearbox, and if they're so minute tolerances within these race gearboxes that literally you can't risk anything. So that car is kind of out of contention now, and it's only been in the pits behind the wall a few minutes. But for any kind of gearbox issue, they're going to have to get the car out of gear and then see if the car will actually transition through the gears up and down the box once they've freed that up.
Well, how quickly, as we've been saying so many times, a race can change complexion for one particular team. 31 well in the hunt to that point, but even though a trip behind the wall doesn't necessarily mean you are out of the race, the difficulty for them is that they've hit this issue inside the final 6 hours, so there's virtually no time to try and catch up again. If this had happened in the opening 6 hours, it might have been a different story, but as Joe makes the point as well, a gearbox issue is going to mean a lengthy period of time in the garage, and Whelen will be up for the challenge here to sort the problem out. Whelen Engineering Racing, but it takes the 31 car, if not out of the race, certainly out of contention, as Joe has just said, and it perhaps brings Harry Ticknell slightly towards, well, he does, one place closer to the podium. He's still a lap away from the race lead. Now, he has done the pit stop that he owed compared to everybody else. When he comes in for the 31st time, that will probably drop him again 2 laps away. But that Mazda, for me, is inching just that little bit closer with every lap to the 4 DPIs that are now ahead of it. Alexander Rossi leading the race, Kevin Magnussen second, and only a 1/10 of a second away from the race leader. Olivier Pla is third, and in 4th position, Simon Pagenaud, as the Liqui backed Turner Motorsport BMW had to straight line the bus stop chicane on that lap. And remember, that car has just had a new rear Michelin tyre fitted to it after a slow puncture, or a complete puncture, was detected. So it's Colton Herter, wasn't it, brought the car in and took it back out again. Neck and neck for the lead through the tri-oval. It's the 10 car to the outside, it's the 0-1 to the inside. Alexander Rossi just about hanging on to it, as clipping the dust there on the inside of turn 2 is Kevin Magnussen in car 0-1. They also had the Heart of Racing Aston Martin to nip by safely, which they have done through turn 2A. And in and out of the International Horseshoe. This is really livening up. 5.5 hours there may still be to go, but we have got a ding-dong scrap, Joe Bradley, at the sharp end of the field between 2 stellar sports car drivers. Kevin Magnussen, less experienced, okay, than Alexander Rossi, but that does not stop him going completely the other side of a BMW from GT Daytona to try and gain the advantage.
You've got 2 single-seater hot shots coming together at the Daytona 24 hours. It's not an unfamiliar sight, is it, to see these 2 young drivers going at it tooth and nail. They are at the top of their game, and what we're going to see now, just sit back, enjoy this, and it's going to be all about getting through the traffic. And as we go into the bus stop chicane. 2 cars ahead of him. We've got a Porsche just ahead, followed by a Ferrari. He gets around the Porsche just on pure acceleration and momentum out of the bus stop chicane. He make swift work, both cars making swift work of both the Porsche and the Ferrari as they come out of Speedway turn 4 and down that straight to the tri-oval. Magnussen will want to try and get some kind of slipstream effect going into the braking area, and he does indeed. Looks to the inside, but no. Rossi had the momentum and takes the conventional textbook line there, JP.
Fantastic to witness, though, and it reminds me somewhat of the scrap we were enjoying in GT Daytona a few hours ago between Mauro Engel and Daniel Serra. Eventually the Ferrari did get in front in that particular class and is still being led by Nicholas Nielsen. But a sort of similar scenario. I would say that Kevin Magnussen's got more opportunities around the lap to be able to pull off the overtake, though, because that second-placed Cadillac looks very, very strong, and the Acura in certain places is having to defend mightily in order to keep Kevin Magnussen behind as he four-wheel drifts the 0-1 car into turn 6 to give it much tighter route through the apex and therefore on the exits. So he was able to apply the pressure, the throttle in more of a straight line than the Acura, which was heading up onto the high bank, and this could be Magnussen's opportunity. He's going to have to do it the difficult way around the outside. Can he brake later? Yes, he can. That, for me, is one of the overtakes of the race, so long as he can keep it on the road. But no, he can't. He's run too deep into the bus stop chicane, and Alexander Rossi takes the place back again. But brilliant understanding between the two of them. That was high-risk motorsport with 5.5 hours still to go in this race, and Magnussen, ultimate faith in the braking capacity of this Cadillac. He almost got the move done there, but Rossi, slightly more experienced around this place, I think sensed that Magnussen was carrying too much forward momentum into the bus stop, knew he was probably going to end up out in the weeds, and just eased out of the throttle to allow Magnussen to make that very slight error. And of course now what Magnussen's done is put dirt on his tyres, and it's going to take a bit of time to maintain optimum lap speed once again. But that was a brilliant half overtake, I'm going to call it.
He was through that bus stop chicane, Johnny. He was kind of out of control, and it was the ultimate skill of a driver like Kevin Magnussen that kept that car on the track, or barely on the track. I know he put a huge amount of wheel off. By coming around the outside of Rossi, he was actually making that first part of the bus stop chicane more of a corner than it actually is. You can take a much shallower line into there, and Rossi was on that. He saw Magnussen coming around his outside and thought, there you go, mate, you have a go. And Magnussen was so skillful in gathering it up. They're out onto Speedway turn 2 now and heading down towards the bus stop again. I don't think we're going to get a repeat of what we've just seen, Johnny, as Magnussen has dropped away. He's lost a bit of time there with completely losing his momentum through the bus stop. And as you said, probably getting a bit of detritus on that rear right wheel, which completely compromised him on that lap. But I'm pretty sure it's not going to be long before we see Magnussen challenging Rossi again. This is just like a fist fight, isn't it? This is fabulous. Two of the world's fastest single-seater drivers into this Daytona 24 hours in the fastest sports cars we have in the IMSA series, and they are absolutely flat out at this stage of the race.
The application of their aerodynamic knowledge and how that applies to a open wheel, a single-seater race car being adapted very slightly for roof overhead two-seater prototypes, but it's pretty much the same science beneath it all, and you have to have ultimate faith that the car is going to stop in time, particularly when you get such a good run out of Speedway turn 1. Well, it all began actually on the route into 6 for me, for Kevin Magnussen. He's still possibly just a bit too far away. It depends about, well, we're going to go into a caution now, so that is going to prevent these guys from performing the overtake. It's a full course yellow because of some debris on the front straight, so unrelated to this incident and this fight, but debris has been spotted and therefore the yellows are going to come out. A real shame, because I was enthralled by that battle, but safety of course is paramount. This, I make it, will be our 10th caution of the race so far, and we had 2 hours, 3 minutes and 48 seconds of green flag running to this point. Not quite, well, actually nowhere near the longest portion of green, which happened much earlier on. 3 hours and 50 minutes of it. But if it's debris...
Johnny, this would be an exceptional race to watch if these guys were down the field. The fact that it's for the overall lead of the Daytona 24 Hours just makes what we're seeing now a little bit of history. We're gonna talk about this. There are lots of Daytona 24 Hours. I remember Felipe Nasr and Fernando Alonso that I watched racing wheel to wheel, very similar to this, that I can still visualize in my mind, and I'm still going to be able to do that with this one. Kevin Magnussen, Alexander Rossi, absolutely flat out battling for the overall lead of this race. This is something that we'll probably find it hard to forget.
Oh yeah, I will certainly, and you and I witnessing it in real time. We don't yet know which way we're going to go next as far as they are concerned, but the one thing I suppose the caution does guarantee is that they're going to be even closer, those two cars, assuming that they are serviced to near perfection. You would expect nothing else from the Konica Minolta outfit and from Chip Ganassi Racing. Now, how did the debris end up on the racetrack? I don't think this particular incident is going to provide an answer to that, but the 31 car, which is now behind the wall, a gearbox failure, which means that it can only find third gear out of the box on its in-lap, and just no straight line speed whatsoever, with the revs sky high, and even the Risi Competizione Ferrari 62 nipping by on the right hand side, to give you an idea of the lack of speed for Whelen Engineering Cadillac number 31. And that car now in the garage behind the wall. Team very much still working on this car though, so they want it back into the race. There's no hint of giving up here. Everything's being done at a fast pace, but sadly, as we've remarked, it is tumbling out of contention now and very nearly being caught by, well, it'll take another 8 laps or so for the leading LMP2 car to catch this stationary machine. I don't think the 31 car has ever won this race, certainly not in its current guise. We've had victories for the long associated number 5 when they were both being run out of Action Express. Tracking through the years that 31 car will have taken part in this race, it looks like this one has always been missing from its CV, and it's going to remain the case into 2021. Shea Adam raising the potentially legitimate question as whether Mike Conway has ever won a 24-hour race. Well, we know to date the 24 Hours of Le Mans has been rather elusive to him, and this year is not going to be his year at the 24 Hours of Daytona. Just seems to pick the wrong car all the time. I mean, okay, he was up against the 8 machine with a certain Fernando Alonso driving that in 2 years of 24 Hours of Le Mans. Last year, in the September running of that event, it looked very likely that the 7 Toyota with Mike at the wheel might be able to take victory, but it wasn't to be. He is a World Endurance champion for 2020, so we shouldn't take that away from him, but yet to win potentially. We've got the facts and figures to hand, but the suggestion is that he hasn't yet won a 24-hour race, and won't do at this event either. A real shame for 31. Very little notice of that incident, and Felipe Nasr is about to be interviewed down there in front of the garage by one of the many TV crews that are here. Something that Mike Conway, some disgruntlement or disagreement with the racing gods that Mike has had perhaps in previous years. I have a funny feeling it will happen at some stage. He's got too much speed, that boy, to miss out on a 24-hour race in the whole of his career, but the 31 hasn't necessarily had the luck here either.
Consider, Johnny, it's these days with paddle shift gearboxes, it's not down to the driver to nurse the gearbox. All he can do is pull a lever. The electronics make the shift. Back in the old days when we had mechanical shifters with mechanical connections to the gearbox with a 3-pedal configuration, certainly in endurance racing, you know, it was down to the driver and how he was able to drive the car and use the gearbox. And it could be if you abused the gearbox, if you missed a gear change, if you weren't as sympathetic on the machinery, that could manifest in an issue. These days, less so. You know, Felipe Nasr is sat there, foot flat down on the throttle, and he's pulling a lever to go up the box or down the box. He's got his foot on the brake and he's clicking the other lever to go down the box. The electronics is dealing with the actual mechanisms of that gear change with the internals of the box. So it's down to the gods. And once again, the planets have not aligned for that number 31 car, and problems have befallen it. And it's just pure bad luck, really, I would say.
Yeah, and they've had plenty of it through the years at this particular event. I was suggesting that the fact that it was debris on the front straight, it could be dealt with reasonably quickly. Of course, we have to go through the sequence of pit stops though as well, but I think this is a moment that the Daytona track staff are choosing to actually clear up anything else that has been worrying them over the last 3 to 4 hours. So a chance to do a full track sweep essentially, where all the cars are bunched up on one section of the racetrack behind the safety car, and therefore it is safe for the corner workers to descend onto the Daytona asphalt. Right, here come the callers then for the next bout of pit stops. 1 or 2 deciding not to bother with this one, but the race leader certainly is. Joe, you're going to be watching these stops. Perfect run, of course, for Konica Minolta into pit stall number 1, but I make it another 6 cars following suit.
The car looked like he hit his marks, because Alexander Rossi has made the job very difficult, it looks like, for the team. He's quite close to the wall. No tyres going on, though, I noticed, Johnny. Just fuel into the... just fuel going into the Konica Minolta car, the number 10. It's done. It hasn't taken tyres. And in complete contrast, we've got tyres going onto the 01 car and fuel. Drive Stig Rossi in the number 10 and in the number 01.
So that's a VP Racing Fuels pit report, and now to a VP Racing Fuels paddock report, because Stephen McAleer joins us on the line, and Joe can have a chat to him.
Hi Stephen, hopefully you can hear us. Hello Stephen. The line's dropped there, hasn't it? Sorry Johnny, we'll try again.
I didn't think that sounded like Stephen. That's, I think his personal assistant, or more accurately, an automated message. But we'll get Stephen McAleer to the line just as soon as we can. There's a chance, therefore, to throw the spotlight onto the GT cars in a moment or two. Back out again. Now you see, I need an accurate order for the top few cars, because Alexander Rossi's pit stall is a bit further down pit lane, and therefore he triggers the timing loop slightly later than, rather the 10 car is the first pit stall, and he triggers the timing loop slightly later than the 01, so that's not necessarily a true order, and we'll get that to you just as soon as we can. But will there be an opportunity here for the Cadillac Chip Ganassi racing car to skip ahead? I am reading it as such. 01 appears to be ahead of 60 on the road now, and the 10 car has had to slot into 3rd position. So that is time, precious time lost by Konica Minolta. And you start a pit stop in 1st, you slip back to 3rd position very quickly indeed. More track sweeping taking place on the back, at the end rather, of the back straightaway. GT cars, both from LM and Daytona, are due into the pits anytime now, with Nick Tandy leading GTLM in the best of the Corvettes from sister car driven by Jordan Taylor, second of the C8s. And then it's John Edwards and Jules Gounon for BMW and Risi Competizione Ferrari, respectively, in turn ahead of Timo Glock. But the way that they are positioned behind the safety car, there's a big gap between Gounon and Glock, as it turns out. and still 9 laps, by the way, back to Jean-Marie Bruni in the WeatherTech Racing Porsche. But at least he is now right with the GTLM cars on the timing screen. Here we go then, GT Daytona time and GTLM as well. The LMs reach the pit lane first, of course, and it looks like all of the top 4 are in, Joe.
Yeah, we've got pretty much the whole of the GTLM field led in by the leading Corvettes. Nick Tandy first in line in the silver livery Corvette, then the number 3, that's the yellow liveried Corvette, followed him in. Then we were followed in by the BMW team RLL of John Edwards, and also the Rizzi Competition Ferrari of Jules Gounon into the pits also. So the main GTLM runners all taking advantage of this yellow flag and pitting, and all very clean and tidy and pretty much back out and on their way.
So this caution has resulted in the leading GTLM cars pitting after just 14 laps, I make it. Now on a normal green flag stint, we've seen these cars reach double lap, 31 laps for Nick Tandy and his teammate Tommy Milner the stint before that. So we're well within the envelope. There'll probably be only half a tank of fuel available for the refuelers on these cars. Jules Gounon heading back into the race, and the 62 car, I notice, is now up to second place, so therefore splits the 2 Corvettes. That's good work, Joe, from Rizzi Competizione.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment, but before I do, because it's gone quiet in the pit area, I just want a massive shout out to James Edmonds, who's here at the Daytona taking photographs, but also doing a bit of work for the team. He's also been a massive help to our team, because it's down to James. A lot of the interviews we've been hearing since this race started is down to James Edmonds, and I just want a personal thank you to James Edmonds, who's been a massive help to us in literally, and I kid you not, dragging drivers to their motorhome so we could speak to them on the phone, because it is so noisy in pit lane. And I really want to thank you, James. You've been a massive help. And while I'm talking, Johnny, I just wanted to pose this question: has this yellow flag put Harry Taylor in the 55 onto the lead lap in 5th place?
That is a question that I am desperately trying to answer, and we've got a number of people trying to actually provide a solution there. I think, and
it has, you know,
there's definitely a caveat here, but I think it has. I think it has. And the 55, all it needed was another caution and the opportunity to gain the lap back again. The problem is there's still 2 minutes and 20 seconds being shown as a margin between Tinknell's car and Simon Pagenaud, and that's a large margin behind the safety car, so it's kind of in the wrong place. Now it needs a wave by to get the right side of the safety car, and that shall put it onto the back of Simon Pagenaud, but until that happens, I'm not sure whether I'm entirely happy with that. It's too big a margin behind the safety car. But there may still be bunching to be done. There always is after a set of pit stops. So let's wait for that to happen, and then we can have some concrete information. Wouldn't it just? They were 3 laps down.
Wouldn't that be the story of the race? The Mazda, now I'm wanting that to happen, saw the Mazda get, and this is what I was saying earlier on, isn't it? Where you've got to get into the mindset of just plugging away and keeping going, because you've got to once you've lost time in the pits like the number 55 Mazda did, you've then got to be patient. You've then got to wait for the misfortune turning into good fortune and letting the race come to you. And you know what, the woman on the wall looking after that, the strategy of that Carlina Gade, very experienced race engineer, knew exactly that was the case, and that's what we're seeing, Johnny. This is going to be a mega final run into the flag for the next 5 hours.
Also receiving news that the number 3 is being told to overtake the 62 under the caution because of pit lane protocol. So 62, as I said, won the race visually to get ahead of the number 3, but it was judged to be an illegal release, and the cars presumably got to the end of pit lane where you are allowed to be two abreast, still two abreast into the single file section, and that meant that the 62 tucked ahead briefly, but we will be back to Corvettes 1 and 2 very, very shortly. There's a concern here, Joe, for Pfaff Motorsports, the number 9 Porsche that Lawrence Vanthoor has just brought in. Surrounding brakes, I reckon, front right.
Steering. I'd say that was steering.
Oh, is it steering? Okay.
Yeah, that they're looking beyond the brake rotor, the brake disc, and they're looking at the component parts of the front suspension, and where they were looking looked like it was the tie rod to the steering rack. They're in that sort of area. And that's Shea confirming that information from the Pfaff team that they're trying to fix their steering. Perfect. That was the one that Lawrence Vanthoor had mentioned earlier, didn't he? They had a problem. They had an accident in a pit stop, and we speculated as to whether that could be them making contact with the wall, which could be the only thing that would cause a bent steering. But that's what they're trying to fix now during this yellow period.
You were quite right, by the way, about the arrival of Alexander Rossi. I said he got the easiest route into his pit stall, but he did very nearly overshoot it, and the team had to inch him back into position. I missed that at the time. When I say perfect, not perfect for Pfaff Motorsport, merely in the fact that we were getting exactly the same message from Joe and from Shea about the steering needing to be rectified. So it means we're on the money in terms of their latest predicament. We're about to go for a restart here. Hopefully all the GT LM cars are now in the right order, with Jordan Taylor being told by race control to get ahead of Jules Gounon, and we'll confirm whether that's happening in a moment or two. But back to green we go, with 5 hours and 12 minutes still to elapse at the Daytona 24 hours for 2021, and the DPIs waste no time at all in getting two abreast. Actually the DPI trying to unravel itself on an LMP2 car, quite possibly. As the top 4 in DPI are nose to tail, and they run as follows: Alexander Rossi, Kevin Magnussen, Juan Pablo Montoya now installed into the 60 machine, and he's lost a place already to Simon Pagenaud in the Ally Cadillac racing car. So that might have actually been Pagenaud and Montoya side by side at turn 2, and it was Pagenaud getting the place and catching Montoya just a little bit sleeping into turn 1 and 2. Also coolish tyres need to be a concern as well, as temperature is steadily building on this next lap. Up onto the high banks goes the scrap for GT Daytona. It's led by Philip Ellis for Winward Racing in a Mercedes. Then Nicholas Nielsen in the AF Corsa Ferrari, and the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghinis of Madison Snow in the number 1 car is currently 3rd. He's ahead of Patrick Long for Wright, and Lucas Stoltz for Sun Energy 1. The Gradient Racing prepared Sun Energy 1 car number 75. Out of Speedway turn 4 come the race leaders, and through the tri-oval, Rossi, Magnussen, Simon Pagenaud doing the chasing, and this is exactly what we wanted. Joe Bradley joining me, Johnny Palmer, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. We mightily enjoyed this battle between Rossi and Magnussen prior to the yellow, and we've got exactly the same again, plus a Simon Pagenaud on their tail now.
Yeah, let's just throw in another IndyCar champion, shall we, and see what we get. Look at this fantastic racing onto the infield, through the kink and towards the western hairpin. It's absolute, it's nose to tail. Rossi in the 10, the 0-1 of Magnussen, second, third is Pagenaud. As the cars come out of that hairpin, head down to that very tricky left-hand turn, have to maximise your momentum through this, get on the power, nurse that throttle to get the maximum traction out of there, and now it's a drag race. And Magnussen goes low on the banking and goes inside of Rossi, as it's a race now, side by side, through the banking turns of Speedway 1 and 2, and down the back straight, and it looks like Magnussen has got the edge, and he's certainly got that advantage of the inside line, and roles have been reversed, and round the outside is trying Rossi, but Magnussen makes it stick into and out of the pit stop chicane. The question is, will Magnussen switch those tyres on first? He put that car onto new tyres in the pit stop, whereas Rossi stayed on the old set, and this is what we're going to see. Magnussen now an advantage of new rubber.
That is exactly the overtake he wanted to pull off. The previous stint into the bus stop, but couldn't do it because only was given the outside line by Alexander Rossi. Fantastic driving off Speedway 2 to give him the inside line, but I was impressed by the accurate straight line speed, and I thought Rossi might have had an opportunity to defend from the outside there. In the end, it didn't turn out like that. Great car placement from Danish driver Kevin Magnussen, and he just turned in at the perfect point to make sure that Rossi couldn't do likewise.
It was the traction out of the left-hander onto the banking where Magnussen had a little bit more grip that enabled him to get the momentum to get alongside Rossi into the first part of that banking through Speedway 1 and maintain that momentum all the way through Speedway 2 and onto the back straight where he really did extend that lead. And now look at the gap as they go back out that same part of the track as what I've just been describing. Magnussen has pulled out probably a 10-car gap now between his Cadillac Chip Ganassi racing car and the Minolta Acura as they went out there onto the back straight once more, and it's Magnussen very much into a solid lead, I would say, JB.
I have to say, it's phenomenal rotation that Kevin Magnussen is getting from that Cadillac through turn 6, which is the corner you're talking about. You've taught me a little bit about the importance of getting the car turned as quickly as possible in our sort of one day of karting that we get when we go to racetracks. And that solid axle that you get on a go-kart, it's very different technology utilised in these cars, but it is about getting the car pointed in the right direction as early as possible and then getting the power off the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit different in these cars, but they have got, which is for, you know, a limited slip diff and diff settings to give them the different way that the differential works across the rear axle. So it's very, very similar to what I was trying to get across to you on a card, Johnny. And Magnussen, being the type of driver he is, he will want, and I think Rossi's in the same category, really. These guys like a car that is pointy at the front end and has the rear end just come round, and once the car is pointing in the direction you need, then that's the momentum that you want, and the car will punch out of the corner. And none more so than that sweeping left-hander onto the banking for Speedway turns 1 and Speedway turns 2. It's all about keeping the momentum of that car up, and the traction out of that corner is all important.
Plenty happening elsewhere in the race, as you would expect, right after a caution and a safety car, of course. There's been a lead change in LMP2 with Ryan DL for Era Motorsport now to the sharp end to overtake Tim Bourret. Christopher Mies is in 3rd position, and in GT Daytona, Patrick Long had got up to 3rd position. Lucas Stoltz, though, flirting with that spot as well in the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes. Ellis leads the class, Nielsen 2nd, and then, well, pretty much even Stevens 3rd and 4th for Stoltz and for Long. There's been a problem, though, with the pit stop, hasn't there, for 0-1? You and I treated to what had happened in the pit stop a moment or two ago, and this looks suspiciously like a drive-through now for Kevin Magnussen.
A bit of a story spoiler as Magnussen comes into the pits to take a drive-through, and the reason he's been given a drive-through, he had wheel rotation whilst the car was still on the jack stands. It's just a minuscule amount of mistiming there from Kevin Magnussen. The car was still on the stands, about to be dropped when he put the car in gear and let the clutch out, basically, and that made the rear axle spin up. That's not allowed in the regulations for safety reasons. It's quite logical and it's a good rule, but Kevin Magnussen has paid that penalty now, and he's going to be dropped. He's dropped right off the lead. He's in the GTLM line there, and having to, in fact, he might even be into GTD line, and having to make his way through traffic. That's going to delay him trying to get back on terms with the leading pack.
A real shame. Not least for us enjoying that battle to this point, but I have a funny feeling that those cars will find each other a little bit later on in the piece. Maybe not with Rossi and Magnussen as the drivers, but they put a brilliant show on, and I don't think you can ever take that overtake away from us. Both the aborted one, when Magnussen tried to go around the outside into the bus stop, and then when he finally did pull it off up the inside of Alexander Rossi. Two fabulous memories from this year's Daytona, and be difficult to forget. And we're still left with 2 cars out front, by the way, because now Rossi has a different liveried Cadillac in his rear-view mirror. This time it's Simon Pagenaud for Ally Cadillac Racing and the number 48 car. And only a second adrift of those 2 is Juan Pablo Montoya for Meyer Shank Racing. So still plenty of entertainment out front. And Magnussen will slot back into 4th position. So he's still ahead of Jonathan Bomarito, who incidentally is very definitely now onto the lead lap for the Mazda DPI squad. So Harry Tincknell switched to Jonathan Bomarito in the last pit stop. And the 2 minutes that I was concerned about was just the extent of the safety car train. In fact, it was taking that long for the cars to go through the timing loop, and that was the differential at much slower speed. And it is condensed now to, well, 55 seconds from race leader Rossi back to J-Bomb, but onto the lead lap, and you can really attack the race from there. This is not done and dusted as far as Mazda are concerned. And speaking of which, we are very close now to a 19th hour of this year's race being completed, and therefore right here on RS2 IMSA Radio, where we're bringing you live coverage of the 59th edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. It is time for a Mazda in-race update. That sees Alexander Rossi leading after 632 laps for the Konica Minolta Acura squad in car number 10. Just that half-second advantage. Blinken, you'll miss the 2 that lead the race as they cross the line through the tri-oval. They're just exiting turn 2 now and heading onto the infield proper. Simon Pagenaud in hot pursuit then in the first of the Cadillacs for Ally Cadillac Racing. That's car 48. And then Juan Pablo Montoya in the pink and purple and black number 60 car for Meyer Shank Racing with Curb Agajanian in their Acura ARX05. So 3rd place for Juan Pablo, 4th place for a recovering Kevin Magnussen after the drive-through penalty, after his rear wheels were spotted rotating before they had made contact with the ground once again. Jonathan Bomarito running around in 5th, but back to the lead lap. And this is where there's more changes that have happened, because in LMP2, the 18 Ryan DL Era Motorsport Orica leads the class now, and Christopher Mies is up to 2nd place for Dragon Speed, having got by Tim Bourret in the opening exchanges of this particular stint. He's built himself a 2 seconds advantage now over the Frenchman. That's 18, 82 and the 8 cars then, 1st, 2nd and 3rd in LMP2. Sadly, the number 31 car is still in the pits, having all of that work done on its gearbox. It got stuck in 3rd gear, did the Whelen Engineering Cadillac, and a car that has had terrible luck at this race through the years. Looks like it is following, the bad luck is following that car once again in 2021. It's not out of the race yet, but it is out of contention. 4th place in the LMP2 category is the 51 car of Austin Dillon, and then it is the 11 machine of Thomas Merrill, rather, in the number 11 Win Autosport car. GTLM, led by Nick Tandy for Corvette in the first of the C8Rs from Jordan Taylor. Only 0.8 of a second between those 2. Jesse Krohn for BMW runs 3rd in the black number 24. And Jules Gounon, having made his way up to 2nd, coming out of the last phase of pit stops. It was determined that he jumped line coming out of pit road and should have in fact tucked in behind the 2nd of the Corvettes, but chose to split them and then was given the instruction to reverse those positions. Since then, Jules Gounon from Risi Competizione has slipped to 4th place, with Bruno Spengler in 5th. In LMP3, Scott Andrews leads the category in the 74 Riley Motorsports Ligier. 2nd place is Wayne Boyd for Sean Creech Motorsport, and 3rd in LMP3, although losing places on some GT Daytona cars, Moritz Krantz for Ulner Motorsports. And the top 5 in GT Daytona, Philip Ellis leads for Winward Racing with their Mercedes 57. The 21 Nicholas Nielsen Ferrari from AF Corsa 2nd. Lucas Stoltz, number 75, Sun Energy 1 Mercedes is 3rd. It's a Porsche next, the Patrick Long driven Wright Motorsports Porsche number 16. And Madison Snow, race winner here last year, car number 1 for Paul Miller Racing, is running in 5th. That's the latest Mazda in-race update right here on IMSA Radio. wonderful sound in the background of Simon Pagenaud's Cadillac V8 as it heads then into the International Horseshoe. And Alexander Rossi right up ahead of it. He's just keeping pace with Rossi right now. There's no real advantage for either of those cars, I would say. And happy to stay in the low 136s. They've got quite a lot of traffic to deal with right now. All of the GT traffic is well and truly bunched up, of course, after all of the cars exited the latest caution period. I'm sure I gave you the total time for that, which was originally thrown for debris, but there was quite a bit of track maintenance able to be done at the same time. It was 17 minutes, which is about the same as the last few cautions we've had, actually. Generally less than 20 minutes, but it was one of the quicker ones, considering we had virtually all of the pit stops cycled through and the reordering of cars as well, set for a restart. Prime time for the track to be swept where it needed to be. Juan Pablo Montoya in third position. Yes, Joe, you're joining me in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre.
Information coming in, this is really clever, information coming in from Jeroen Bleekemolen, who's actually at the wheel of the 91 Rally Motorsports Legion, currently running fourth in the LMP3 class. Now, this car was 7 laps off the car ahead, which just happens to be the bike manager of the kid. And that car on 48 laps. They were 7 laps off that car earlier today. They're now only within about a lap and a half. And Jeroen just absolutely enthusing about being able to drive this car and being able to push. He mentions how there's no balance of performance in the LMP3 class, and he can just drive this car pure in a pure race form and just push all the way. And he's really relishing this chase down. I know it's a little bit spaced out, the LMP3 battle, but it's still a battle to keep your eyes on. These cars, 25th for the number 6 Milner Motorsports to Kin. Mike Pence at the wheel of that in 25th overall, and then Bleekemolen in 32nd spot overall, with only a lap and a half between the Rally Motorsports car and the Milner Motorsports car. So a race for the final step of the podium in LMP3 beginning to shape up.
Also looking lively from third position in GT Daytona is Lucas Stoltz, just producing a 146.9, which is quicker than the 2 cars ahead of him on the road. Philip Ellis, the German-born and I think now based Brit, runs with the Union flag on the belt buckle, but I think he was born in Munich and spends a lot of his time racing around the Nürburgring at Nordschleife, but a lot of his close family come from the UK. Nicholas Nielsen, very much Danish, and a stalwart in Ferrari Cup racing in the Ferrari Challenge Europe. Won one of the big finals organised in that championship towards the end of probably 3 seasons ago now, but that put him into the right area to be picked up by AF Corsa and become as one of those sneaky silvers that you could run in a 4-hour European Le Mans Series event. Went on to win the ELMS for a team called Lucich Racing, and now well established in AF Corsa land, running with their number 21 car, joining Matteo Crisoni, Simon Mann and Daniel Serra. Very strong lineup indeed there. Matteo Crisoni has really impressed me. Led the race on a couple of occasions in GT Daytona. I knew he was good, but he's possibly stepped up even more of a level for me this weekend, considering who he's been able to race and outpace a lot of the time. But Lucas Stoltz, more pace being produced by the German than those 2 cars ahead, so we can look forward to the gap closing yet further. Top 3 in Daytona spread by 1.2, 1.3 seconds, altering very slightly lap on lap. So it is 10:46 at Daytona, and just under 5 hours of the race still to go. Still arguably a bit too far out to be properly back timing the event. I'm sure the spreadsheet's been open in order to do that from the start of the race pretty much, but there are one or two twists and turns still for the race to deliver, I'm sure. Ross Gunn rather tentative as to the order of the drivers for his car to the end of the flag, I think, to the end of the race rather, to the flag. I think he was deliberately keeping his cars close to his chest, and the relevant drivers will be well and truly mapped out for the final few stints. They will have worked out who's the quickest in the quartet, or in some cases the trio, and the driver will have been named already for the final, probably a couple of stints to the finish. But you need somebody quick behind the wheel of your car. If there is a late caution, we're almost guaranteed a flat-out race somewhere in that final hour, maybe with a caution, potential for maybe a slight extension as well. The white flag coming out to indicate the final lap, and then the run to the checker. As into turn 6 goes the 4th placed 0-1 car of Kevin Magnussen. Again, great drive off turn 6. This is, as Joe quite rightly suggested, where the car was very strong in that fight against Alexander Rossi. The problem, though, now for Magnussen after the drive-through is that it's putting him closer to the Mazda, if anything, of Jonathan Bomarito behind than the lead of the race, which is a good 37 seconds out of touch now for Chip Ganassi Racing. There'll be another caution, so it shouldn't be a huge drama. That will condense the field once again, and they'll have another stab at it, as will pretty much all of those 5 cars. 31's back into the race. I'm sure we mentioned that, Joe, but gearbox trouble forced it behind the wall, and I'm noticing that Felipe Nasser has rejoined, so that car now running around in 10th position and having to deal with LMP2 traffic. Talking a moment or two ago about the LMP3 scrap. Scott Andrews piloting the Riley Motorsports Ligier. 2 laps, a very comfortable margin over Wayne Boyd's Sean Creech Motorsport car. How crowded is the house into the West Horseshoe, though? 75 is Lucas Stoltz, who's got ahead of Nicholas Nielsen. We were threatening that that might be the case, and the Sun Energy 1 car, with an awful lot of hard work being done by Gradient Racing to prepare that car, of course, now getting some reward by jumping ahead of the 21 of Nicholas Nielsen. Got it done on the infield just before the left-hander at turn 6, and in sight is the 57 Winward Racing machine of Philip Ellis as well, with prototype cars moving left and right, trying to get heat, I think, in the tyres, or was that just an LMP2 car just trying to work out where do I need to be on the road as we head for the bus stop?
How do you pick your way through that, Johnny? You know what, that's got to be seen as an opportunity to make up time and make up ground on the cars ahead of you by picking your way and making a definite path through all of that slow traffic. Great driving from Magnussen.
Battling away with Nicholas Nielsen, who is also, I should remind you, a factory Ferrari GT driver, having joined the roster relatively recently, but at the same time as Daniel Serra, so he's been in the sort of latest signings for AF Corsa / Ferrari. AF Corsa not strictly the factory team for Ferrari, but it is as good as. They kind of run these cars on behalf of the great Mark, and you'd be hard pushed to prepare a Ferrari as well and as fast as AF Corsa do. You can sometimes match them, but very rarely are they outbeaten. No surprise therefore for their livery to be adorned on the number 21 car, and for it to be doing so well in the order, by the way. It's now back ahead of Lucas Stoltz. This is all down to where the traffic's falling as well, using that traffic to give it the opportunity for the infield battling. Right, a chance now to head to another VP Racing Fuels pit and paddock report, because Mike Conway joins us on the line. I'm sorry, Mike, that it is not happier times that we can have a chat to you on IMSA Radio. We've been scratching our heads about you and 24-hour races. They just seem to elude you at this point in your career.
Yeah. I mean, looking at gear, I think we were losing a bit of pace. I think it was down to the manifold that broke. We had the manifold this time, and then we had the gearbox. We instantly lost fourth gear, so we kind of have to figure out why that happened. But yeah, real game. I felt like we had a chance to be there at the end and fight for it, but yeah, not to be.
Is it a case that one problem caused the next one and then the next one, or they've been entirely separate issues?
We're not sure yet, but it could be related because of all the extra hot air that was flying around in the back end. It could have affected some of the cables or something like that that affected the optics. So it's a possibility it's linked, but we have to investigate a little bit after, I think.
We were talking about gearbox problems of yesteryear, whereby it's down to the driver, but I mean there are so many electronics involved in a gear change these days. Your job is just to keep your foot flat to the floor and pull another gear and hope the thing works, and you're entirely reliant on the makeup of the electronics there.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, can't go too wrong in terms of going up and down the gearbox. It was a nice short distribution too early, things like that. So they've got the systems in place, which is pretty good. But yeah, unfortunately, the last 2 years now, we've got problems of putting out race. So yeah, real game. I feel this year might be our year. Starting off very strong. But we've still got 6 to go. Still in the fight. We've still got 48. We're really good race the whole time. So we're going to root for them now and obviously bring off our home.
Mike, the line's not great to you, but we really appreciate you taking a few moments to just give us the update. I wanted to talk Toyota, but that can wait for another day. But the movement from the hypercar Toyota looking very exciting indeed. Saw some footage of those cars testing around Portimao, and I'm desperate for that season to get started now. It will start at Portimao, as we've learnt, and you'll be very much part of that campaign. So I'll look forward to that. We'll do that chat some other time, but safe journeying to get back to the UK.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
Mike Conway joining us here on RS2 IMSA Radio. Apologies for the difficulty in the line there. Been very solid up until now, and Mike not in clearly a positive mood necessarily. No, I think he probably was, but dealing with more disappointment sadly from this race. I can't believe the bad form that 31 car has had through the years as well. I still maintain that car has never won around here through 24 hours, and they'll have to wait for another year as well. We're verging on the point where we're going to have another shift change in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, by the way. Welcome back, John Hindhoff, to the broadcast.
Johnny Palmer, good morning. Good morning. Well, we left you a nice, exciting race, and for the most part, you haven't broken it. You've managed to keep it together. Thank you very much.
Well, see, Joe Bradley and I were blamed for crashing all the Matchbox cars at Dubai, so we've been mindful to be very much on our best behaviour 2 weeks later. And, well, what we have been providing is some fabulous overtakes, whether they didn't quite work for Kevin Magnussen first time around, and then he definitely did for one of the overtakes of the race so far. It's just a real shame that K-Mag was at fault with the wheels spinning in the pit stop, and that's taken him a little bit out of contention now. But the Mazda's back in the fight. We said it might be able to recover 2 of the 3 laps. All 3 now are back, and the 55's on the lead lap. Could still get a good result here. J-Bomb currently driving, John.
What a story that would be. And by the way, the Mike Conway, you're right, Mike didn't sound good. He was actually standing under one of the PA speakers on the pit wall, and the PA is so efficient at Daytona that I think we were hearing ourselves and himself back, which is what was overwhelming his form. But no, the Mazda is a magnificent story. Remember remember that car, JP, didn't want to engage first gear to pull out onto the warm-up lap, for goodness sake. And here we are with under 5 hours to go, and it's legitimately now back in the fight at just over a minute behind the leaders. Yeah, all right, it's in some respects has not been the tidiest race with 10 full course yellows, full course cautions, but that said, the racing again has been absolutely outstanding. I remember I was listening to you and Joe when the Mazda got back on the lead lap, and that's one of those, oh, we really kind of don't want to say anything about this because it might ruin the fairy story of it, you know, as if by saying it we were gonna spoil it. But that's exactly where we are right now in this story, this book that's not yet finished, which is what Johnny Palmer, a 24-hour race always is. You can't skip to the end and the last chapter, the last few pages, because somebody is still scribbling away trying to work out what the twist to the plot will be.
That's the thing, we don't know the finish, we don't know the end yet, and it's important therefore, although they seem to be fairly minor details at the time, to say, okay, the Mazda's made up a few seconds there, it's now back to one lap within race distance, and it becomes relevant, and you never know where these stories may lead. It might lead ultimately to a dead end, but we've got to keep monitoring them here on IMSA Radio, just in case the very much unexpected might happen. Very impressive impressed with the champion team from last year in the 2020 WeatherTech Sports Car Championship at GTLM level from the two Corvettes, because they've been glued together for probably the last 8 hours or so, and still metronomically ticking off the lap, separated by a quarter of a second, and now have a comfortable margin over Jesse Kroot's BMW. This is the way they seem to like it at Corvette, isn't it, John? They're not unsettled by such close running.
No, not at all. And I think there was a time, wasn't there, when the BMW 4 hours or so ago was in the lead for a little while. What I want to know now is when they're actually going to unhitch that bungee cord between the 3 and the 4. In fact, it's going to be a pass for the lead in GT Le Mans as we're talking about it, into the bus stop, and the number 3 car takes over. So Jordan Taylor goes past Nick Tandy and heads off. So have they finally cut the bungee cord with just under 5 hours to go to the checkered flag? Jeremy Shaw is with me in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Morning, Jeremy. I said this to Nick earlier on. It does look to me as though the Corvettes have had something in reserve. They've been driving together, swapping and changing the leads, and at the moment it looks like they're out on a test. There's nothing around them on the track. That pass there, whether it was orchestrated or not, we don't know, but this has been another good Daytona for Corvette and the new C8R.
Well, it really has, John, because the cars have been in control pretty much all of this race. There was a minor glitch for the number 4 car very, very early on. They made it only cost them a few seconds, so they made up that pretty quickly. And they're getting great fuel mileage. They seem to be getting a little bit, going a little bit longer between their pit stops than the other contenders. That could be critical in the late stages, but it's still super close between all of those cars in GTLM, John, isn't it? Because lap times have been close. Yeah, the Corvettes have been out front pretty much the whole way, but the fastest lap in the race has been set by the Risi Ferrari. That was by Alessandro Pierguidi, and on lap 429. So not that long ago actually. But most of the contenders in GTM set their fastest laps around about the same time in the race 2 or 3 hours ago, except for Jordan Taylor. His best lap in the Corvette car number 3 that is leading right now was set only 13 laps ago. So, I think it's. I don't think we've yet seen what truly we have in store for the final stages in GTLM.
No, our countdown to Graveston, countdown to grid, and a Porsche keys to the race. The one that I put a big highlighter mark around front two were the last two. High noon, so that's an hour away right now. The shadows getting shorter, the sun up, and the track temperature, which was down to 14 Celsius during the night, has risen in concert with the air temperature to 21 Celsius. And the tyres, Nick Damon. Who is going to have some sticker Michelins left for later on? They were sort of half doubling the tyres or alternate side doubling the tyres during the night to save some of their allocation, which started on Thursday and goes all the way through the checkered flag. A little bit of heat, a little bit of sunshine on them. They'll have them out the back, making sure that the sun's shining on them. And late race cautions, new sets of tyres, extra grip. That's where you want to be. You don't want to be going, oh, I tell you what, we'll stick this set on and dip 3 stints in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been working. Whilst they did the back time, you certainly can back time in tyre sets, and they want to save a lot of new stuff in the air. This taking 2-inch stop is effectively a way of, a stint and a half, and they had a lot of tyres in hand. I'm sure they're very, very careful what they use during the various practice sessions. So there'll be at least, I think, 4 sets to run the last 2 hours without any used tyres. Of course, that's the way the car handles best. It might be. It does actually. It actually likes to have a bit of age on one side. The top of the DPI class has all been in and out of the pits. The first stop since the last yellow, so you think it was Alexander Rossi, I think got 24 laps in that stint, but that's not a full speed 24 laps because he was, of course, had a couple of those first 3 or 4 laps were under the yellow. Looking at it, didn't change an awful lot. We're still waiting for, of course, the big thing that happened at the end of the last was the mistake which Kevin Magnussen made, was rolling these wheels before getting jumped onto the ground, so he bit of a drive-through, which is why he's now out of sequence and desperate for some form of yellow flag. So one more yellow flag, and that'll bring Magnussen back into play, and we'll be back with the 5 DPIs all running together.
That was a question that was asked by a number of people, including Lawrence Skeeter at IMSA Radio on the Twitter, hashtag R24Radio. Said I had to go and do the washing up, and when I came back, K-Mag was out of it. Very strict rules. And one or two people querying this as well, actually. Very strict rules in IMSA about what happens when the car is on its jacks, when it's up in the air in the pit lane. This is not the same as in the WEC about a wheel spinning away from your pit stall. This is about the car being up in the air and the rear wheels being engaged in gear to the engine and them turning whilst it's up in the air. And Jeremy, that's a safety. That's an absolute safety consideration there. Hands in, people looking around. If the car's in the air, really you want either your foot on the brake or the car not in gear at all. And IMSA, I think quite rightly, are pretty hot on that.
Well, yeah, they're very, very hot on that. You're absolutely right. I think it's allowed a quarter turn or something like that, and anything more than that, and it's going to be a penalty. And there are officials in every single pit stall to police that. And yeah, it's a great rule. We all know how easy it is for injuries to occur if wheels start spinning while the mechanics are trying to do something, whatever it is, change tyres or other things underneath a wheel arch. So yeah, it's a critical point, and it is very, very well policed by IMSA. That rule's been there for a long, long time, so everybody knows it.
Correct.
And but every now and again, it happens, and it's just sort of kind of one of those things. You're busy in the cockpit even during your pit stop when you're standing still.
That's very true. And Jeremy makes a very good point there. We're not talking about the little shuffle when you do put the car into gear and it sort of clocks on the racing gearbox and it moves an eighth or even a quarter of a turn. We're not talking about that. What we're talking about is the car being in gear, the engine being connected to the wheels through the gearbox, and it's spinning around. Very, very dangerous indeed.
Because the engine turned off after the pit stops. So
that's a very good point. That is a very good point, Nick, and that's why we don't see that happen in rules racing, that is a very good point, because that is the regulation that you're not allowed to leave your engine running in the pit stop. You're also not allowed to fuel and tyre at the same time. You can do one or the other, and I suppose literally, if you're an engine, you pay your money and you take your choice. I know it's just because of the amount of racing that I've seen down through the years, but it always slightly worries me when I see the fuel hose in a car and the car going up on its jacks and moving. And that is just something for me that I slightly balk at. But I think generally speaking, all of these things are here. All of those regs in the pits are there for a reason, and the first reason is almost always not for the aggrandizement of the series, but from a safety point of view. Jeremy, Larry Holt from Mazda and Multimatic has been keeping you informed with what's going on with them. He was a bit grumpy early in the race because they missed an opportunity to get the race lead lap back. What's going on down there now?
Well, yeah, they are back on the lead lap now. It's been a brilliant last stint by, I think it was Harry Tinkler who was driving the car, wasn't it, through the last stint. He actually overtook the leaders to get one of his laps back, and then that recent full course caution put him back on the lead lap. So they're quite a long way behind because they got the wave around right at the end. Hadn't yet quite caught up with the pack when they went back to green, but you know, there's still plenty of time left in this race. So lots of optimism, I think, here from the Multimatic Mazda Motorsports team, and they are back in the lead lap now and able to challenge. I don't think we've yet seen perhaps the full capabilities of that number 55 car. We will see.
It's Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindorf in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Nick Damon is looking after our pit and paddock reports from VP Racing Fuels. Gareth Evans has a question. Many of the cars, he says, have what looks like a pitot probe, which I assume collects data relating to dynamic air pressure. What does the car do with this data? You're absolutely right. It's perhaps sometimes more noticeable on some of the GT cars, Gareth. For those that don't know, a pitot tube, often used on aircraft noses for air pressure or for other types of speed and air pressure and density calculations. Again, it's all about gathering data, correlating other measurements within the cars that are used either by the teams or by IMSA or both, Jeremy. Down through the years we've seen some phenomenal arrangements, particularly I seem to remember the C7R Corvette had a couple of pitot tubes, those little thin tubes come out through the front of the car and then have a right angle at it. We were talking earlier on about the amount of data that is collected by the teams and by IMSA. It's not necessarily being used to affect the car directly and in real time, but it is being collected for later on.
There's so much data they'll analyse after the race, so they get a lot of information during the race as well, but there's a lot more that they'll sit down and pore over once this 24-hour race is completed. They might wait till tomorrow perhaps, but they might not do it right at the end of the race, but it's something they'll get to. And it's so professional these days, this sport. It's a completely different sport to when I first started getting involved in it. And in many ways it's a heck of a lot better, particularly the reliability of these cars. It's just remarkable now. These cars are pushed pretty much flat out for 24 hours. That would never happen back 20 years or so ago, or certainly longer than that. I think the first time I was here at this Daytona race, I think it was 1980, and I think the margin of victory then was 30 laps. Now it's quite likely to be 30 milliseconds. I mean, it's just incredible how the competitiveness and particularly the reliability has changed, and that's as a result of all that data now that the teams are able to get from these cars.
Well, we talked, don't we, about a 24-hour sprint. Let's ask a driver who's live from the paddock area for us on IMSA Radio as part of our VP Racing Fuel Pit Paddock Report. Oliver Askew is with us and joins us this Sunday morning. Morning, Oliver, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Surprisingly good, actually. We haven't been rattled around in a car and had to concentrate while going 3 and 4 wide on the banking at the sharp end of 180, 190 miles an hour. Tell us what your race has been like. Give us a brief synopsis.
It's been really exciting. So exciting I haven't been able to sleep a minute. I've been up since yesterday morning. I just got out of the car for my second and final triple stint. Scott Andrews is in the car now. We're currently seating in penalty 3 for Riley Motorsports, and then Spencer Pigot's gonna close off the race with us. Gar Robinson finished his stints early, and everyone's working really well together. So this is my first endurance race ever, so I've never done any driver changes before or anything like that. First sports car race, so I'm having a blast, and yeah, really looking forward to seeing how this race plays out.
It's a bit of a different, no, it's not a bit of a difference, it is a totally different mindset for a career motor racing driver such as yourself, because it is the nature of the beast coming up through single-seater ranks or any kind of races where you're alone in the car with one driver. In some ways you have to be a little bit selfish when you're in the car, and the first person you want to beat if you've got more than one car in the team is your teammate. Obviously you're not sharing the car. Is it then almost a reboot of how you go about your motor racing at the track, Oliver?
Yeah, a little bit. This car kind of reminds me of a USF 2000 or an Indy Pro 2000 car. So it's definitely bringing me back to my roots. It's like being out there in USF 2000 car and you have Indy cars around you, which are the DPIs, which I think is amazing, and that makes this type of racing so exciting. But to your point on having teammates, right now we're working really well together. I believe we're about 2 laps ahead of second place, so the main focus right now is to put our egos aside and take care of the car and bring it home for Riley Motorsports today.
The fact that this is your first race, I mean, I'm so envious. Your first endurance race, your first sports car race, and it's the Daytona 24 hours, and I've got to tell you, they're not always all like this, Oliver. I don't want you to think it's always this way around.
No, I understand that completely. Luckily, knock on wood, we haven't had any dramas throughout this race so far. It's been pretty straightforward, and I wouldn't expect anything less from this race. Bill Riley is very highly respected in this paddock, and he's a legend when you think of success at the Daytona 24 hours or just sports cars in general. So it's been awesome working with these guys.
Jeremy Shaw is with me in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre and has a couple of questions for you, Oliver, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Hey Oliver. Hey, look, you talked about the fact this is your first endurance race. What's been the most challenging aspect for you?
The most challenging for me is definitely understanding how to work around traffic and how to be passed without losing much time. Thinking a couple corners ahead, knowing that there's a DPI or an LP2 coming up behind you, and kind of trying to time that overtake as best as possible, and in order to lose as little time as possible. And the same thing goes with passing other cars, the GTD cars. We're quicker than today. So that's been a bit of a learning curve, but I think I've grasped that pretty well over a couple of triple stints that I've done.
Yeah, it certainly looked that way. How about visibility out of these cars too? Because that's quite different to what you're used to.
Yeah, visibility isn't very good, but luckily here at Daytona International Speedway we have spotters basically see the entire track from up top of the spotter stand. So You know, it takes me back to driving an IndyCar on the ovals, where we don't look in our mirrors at all. We just completely rely on the spotter to basically paint the picture for us and to let us know what's going on behind and around the car. So that's not an issue at the moment.
If you never look in your mirrors, Oliver, then you'd go very well in Europe at the moment, where people seem to have forgotten how to do that, driving their streetcars during lockdown. I mean, it's all a bit Mad Max out there. So you guys, the mandatory brake change, has that happened? It's happened for you. I think I've seen at least one 8-minute stop. Have you actually changed the brakes twice on the car?
I think so. I wasn't there for it, but so we definitely did the 8-minute stop. You know, and these guys can change the brakes in less than 8 minutes. And apparently we changed them for a second time earlier this morning, I think before the sun came up, just to make sure that they would last to the end, because we have such a big buffer to the cars behind. So, like I said before, right now it's all about you know, keeping that buffer to the cars behind, and keeping the car safe, not taking too much curb in the bus stop. I'm sure, you know, as you guys can see, the GTD cars and the GTLM cars, you know, take way more curb than the prototype cars can. So it's kind of difficult racing with them through there. But you know, it's all about taking care of the car at this point.
Listen, I know you want to get away and get a shower, clean yourself up.
Yeah.
The protocol at the track dictating that it's a little bit difficult for even you guys to do your job out of the car. So we appreciate you picking up the phone to us, Oliver. So, all right, I suppose the final question has to be this.
Thank you, guys.
The final question then, this has been your first endurance motor race and sports car race. There seem to be some opportunities here for drivers, for professional drivers. Oh, we've lost him.
No, you got me. Hello?
Oh, sorry. Are you going to do some more? What are you going to do in 2021? And are you going to do some more with us? Because we'd love to have you.
Yeah, we'll see. Right now, my focus is to get back to IndyCar racing. That's the main priority. But I definitely love being in this paddock. You know, I actually grew up as a sports car racing fan before I was an IndyCar fan. You know, my best friend and I used to go to the 12 Hours of Sebring every year and camp out. And you know, I just love this style of racing. It's kind of surreal to now be here racing in this paddock. So I'd definitely like to come back. Hopefully with Riley Motorsports, maybe for the endurance rounds. But we'll see. We'll see.
Well, you've done a great job. I'm pleased to hear that you've enjoyed it. It's always nice to hear someone who has such emotion for what they do, and particularly when they do it as well as you do. Oliver Askew, thank you. Best to the rest of the team, and the car still leading in LMP3 at the moment for Riley Motorsport, the number 74 Ligier. Thanks, Ollie.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the race.
I think that's almost a given. Almost a given. Great to hear such enthusiasm there from Oliver Askew. Nick David, whilst we were talking, the next round of pit stops. Give us a quick roundup, please.
Well, after the reset of the full course yellow, it's now run a whole set of fuel out for the GTLMs and some of the GTDs as well. Key point is that big battle at the front with the Corvettes and BMWs continues on, but the Corvettes have changed their drivers out. Jordan Taylor's got out, Dean Katzenberg's got in, and of course Nick Tandy's got out, and Alex Simmons' car as well. So they're pushing hard. Jesse Crone was on board. He stayed on board the BMW, and he now need to wait. With the came in static, he need to wait another lap or half a lap, so rectify what that line across the order across the line, and whether of course the Corvettes have kept their 10-second lead over that BMW. James Collado in the racing competition at the same time in fourth at the moment scored.
Nick with that VP Racing Fuel pit paddock update. The battle in GTD lead is now on the pit lane and separated by as little as it has been on the track. So the pit crews now will work to pit themselves against each other. The drivers have been doing this for a very long time. 7 Winward Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 and the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari. They both down a little bit quicker for the AMG, with that distinctive bulbous grille and the Mercedes-Benz trefoil on the front of it. They're pitted pretty close, just a couple of boxes between them in the pit lane, waiting for the VP Racing fuel. That should always be the determining factor. Oh, Ferrari gets a jump, but not enough of a jump, I think, to turn that around on the pit lane. They race to pit out on the pit lane speed limiter. Now, which of them are going to be bravest on their new Michelin tyres? Philip Ellis in the AMG, just weaving left and right, trying to get some of the shine and the sheen off those front tyres. He's off the pit lane speed limiter and down towards the infield hairpin at the International Horseshoe. They came in cars length between them. They're going out about the same. Here comes the Heart of Racing Aston to join the fun as well. Not in a race with those two, but on hot Michelin tyres, and in the middle of a stint. This could make things very, very interesting as they head towards the west end, through the kink and to the western end of the infield area, and it's defensive driving to the inside, the right-hand side of the corner by Philip Ellis. He drifts out in the short shift, and here's the Aston inserting itself here, and quite clearly Nicholas Nielsen does not need that Aston to be getting in between him and the car that was leading in the class, but it has happened, and that may well be the source of some frustration there for the F Corsa Ferrari driver. Although I think the Heart of Racing Aston has got the pace at the moment, with tyres that are up the temperature and pressure to get by the pair of them. Here's a chance for Nielsen then. He dodges to the low side, the left-hand side of the track, coming into the bus stop on the back straight. And we are left as we were when we left the pit lane. Jeremy Shaw, anxious times there. Absolutely not what either of those drivers wanted, just coming out on a fresh set of rubber to be involved and embroiled with a car further back down their class.
Yeah, that's true. But you know, these guys, they're fighting for everything out there. They don't know initially. Whoa!
There's a hit! There's a hit! Oh my goodness me! Into the tyre wall at turn 1 for the number 21 AF Corsa Ferrari. Well, I thought it was going to settle down. What was I thinking? Having that thought in, it looks like it's turned around. Nielsen is pointing in the right direction. Is the rear wing a bit askew? I don't think so. Coming down off the transition, always difficult, Jeremy, but surely you've just come out of the pits. You've still got 4 and a bit hours to go. Do you need to be racing this close? It was the tiniest of touches.
That was the Mercedes that caused that incident, John. The Ferrari was on the outside. It is not on board from the 57 car. They're heading down. It wasn't left a lot of room, but the 57 car just had to get on the brakes there. That was that'll be a tough one to call, because I think it's Grissoni who's just taken over at the wheel, perhaps, of number 21 Ferrari. He certainly squeezed down a bit on the number 75 car, which is driven by Luca Stolz. But yeah, it's a hard one. It was Grissoni, the 75 car. Yeah, Stolz had lost control for sure, and then took out the Ferrari. But once he squeezed a bit too much into making that happen, that's going to be one for race control to call. Looks like there might be a problem with the it would be the left rear tyre on the Ferrari. It's gone flat.
Yeah, it was driver changes for both of those cars. I think my timing just catching up with me, and it was a bit.
He did a couple of laps ago. Number 75 car was in a couple of laps previous.
Yeah. So yeah, they both came down the pit road at the same time. I think.
The Mercedes was in, I believe, 2 or 3 laps before the Ferrari.
Didn't we see them on the pit road together? Yeah, maybe I misremembered that. They were together. Oh, they were together. Yes, I thought they were. Yes, they came out together, right in front of the Heart of Racing Aston, Jeremy. That was what we saw. That was them coming out the pit, so that was their second lap. Each of them, their second lap. out the pit. The AMG there, we've talked about this many times before, but the transition down from the back end, it's not as high as the corners, as turns 1, 2, 3 and 4, but on still the transition, Jeremy, on the racetrack, as the fat Porsche is pulling off the circuit under its own steam and taking one of the shortcuts onto the infield. But there is still a transition from the slightly banked to the flat area on the apron. It looked to me as though that was what caught the new driver in that car out. Very tricky to get your braking right there. You're coming from very high speeds, and both of them with a brand new set of Michelins on. As I say, having come out of the pits on the previous lap, that was their first lap out of the pits.
Unless scoring's wrong, Salton's in 2 laps before number 70. Wasn't it number 75? Wasn't it? Or was it 57?
No, 57.
Big part. My bad.
Ellis has been in for 2 and a bit, so that he was not. There's no driver change then, John.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So Ellis stayed in that car. Sorry.
Wrong Mercedes. My bad.
No, that's all right. That's all right. It's a long race.
To get there in the end.
I'll take the $5 the back end of that Ferrari is not how it came out of the Ferrari factory, and that was the contact with the tyre wall, I think, rather than the contact with the other car. But that looks like that might be suspension damage. What a shame, because that was shaping up to be a great battle in GT LM. The 57, Phil Ellis, has managed to hang on to the lead. Lucas Stoltz then for a moment in the second for the Raging Runs and Energy One team. And Pat Long with the injured Porsche, which has been backed up a long time ago, is in the 3rd place. And the defending champions in class from this race last year, the race winners from last year, Paul Miller Racing for number 1, now in 4th position, and they're all on the same lap. So heartbreak for AF. Jeremy, David said that would be tough for them, and you said it would be, excuse me, you said it would be tough for race control to unravel that, and race control have made the call that there was no action. Now that doesn't mean that they've ignored that, it means they've looked at it and they can't find one driver more at fault for the action than the other. We're not talking about malice here, but we're talking about what's called instant responsibility.
Indeed so, and I think the Ferrari definitely came down, so to speak. It turned in a little bit too soon. I think the Mercedes, who was on the inside, had to go across that little bit of grass there because he was squeezed down by the Ferrari. And if the Ferrari stayed out another foot, maybe 2, then at least the Mercedes would have been able to stay on the black stuff rather than the green stuff, because the black stuff has a lot more grip than the green stuff, the grass. And I think it was probably as he got to the grass that the Mercedes driver kind of lost control and then sort of took out the Ferrari from there. But the Ferrari really did need, I think from my perspective, to give the Mercedes just a little bit more room there. And if that had been the case, if there had been contact then, I think the blame would have been more so on the Mercedes.
So suspension damage, we think. I thought the rear wing was damaged as well, Nick Damon, on that Ferrari.
Mercedes back out again.
Right.
So they did a nice bit of heavy-duty tank tape to repair the wing, which had a weird bend sitting on the tip of the tyres, but then righted itself. So obviously they probably cracked some of the laminates within the carbon fibre wing. I think actually what had happened is there's a couple of kind of strakes, almost I say diffuser strakes, but air directing strakes behind the rear wheel. I think one of them got bent onto the wheel, and that was had actually taken the tyre out. So they had to rip that one away in the first place. But I don't necessarily think it was suspension. I think they were rooting around underneath it to get off the erroneous pieces of carbon fibre.
Also, when a tyre goes like that, you get some of the cords from the tyre which are as you might imagine in a racing tyre, are fairly substantial. They have to be, and they get wrapped around pieces of the underbody and the suspension of the car, can cause issues as well. Let's head back to the front of the race after that little excitement. This race has never failed to excite, has it? There's barely been 3 or 4 laps where we haven't been watching someone closing down on somebody, working out who's got the advantage on the pit stops, seeing side by side, or a little bit of argy-bargy somewhere around the circuit. And at the very front of the field, with almost 20 hours having been completed on 9 minutes, Philippe Albuquerque back in the number 10 black and blue Konica Minolta Acura has all of half a second on second place, where Simon Pagenaud is in the Ally Cadillac. It's the 48, and in fairness, it's only another 11 seconds back to Juan Montoya, who's back doing his work in the Meyer-Shank Racing with Curb Agajanian Acura, and another 24.5 seconds back to Scott Dixon, who's done brilliant work and done more than his fair share of driving as well. Scott Dixon, he has undoubtedly pulled his weight. Wouldn't expect anything else from Dixie in 4th position. And a minute 1 seconds off the lead, Jonathan Bomarito completes the top 5 in DPI at the front of the field, all on the lead lap, with a little over 4 hours and 7 minutes still to go. We're about 25 minutes away from that high noon mark that we were talking about, have been continuing to talk about. Beautiful blue skies, temperatures just eased up another notch or 2, 23 Celsius in the air, 22 on the track, thanks to Michelin. And Simon Pagenaud really trying to keep the leader in sight, Philippe Albuquerque, trading tenths of seconds, Jeremy, fractions of tenths of seconds. 136.830 against 136.808. Juan Montoya actually took 3 tenths out of the last time around, but really it's neither here nor there at the front. The pace is a 136.5, and that's what they're all doing at the moment, with the last 4 hours of the race hoving into view.
Yeah, brilliant, isn't it? It's kind of cat and mouse right now. No one's, I think, really willing to show their hand. But look, those front 2 leaders, as you say, there's nothing to choose between them, is there at all? You know, actually, this might be the biggest gap we've seen for quite a while. It's a little bit over a second after 19 hours and 53 minutes of this race. It's tremendous. I think, you know, it's really cool to see. And the gaps of the other cars on the lead lap now, all 5 of them, is remaining pretty stable through this run at this stage in the race. It's about 11 seconds back to the 3rd place car, then gaps of around about 24 seconds between the number 60 and the number 01 in 3rd and 4th, and then Scott Dixon in the 01 and Jonathan Bomarito in a Mazda was running in 5th place. So as you say, pretty much running, they're not all 5 nose to tail, but they might as well be, because those are sort of lap times they're running right now.
James Hewitt has tweeted us at IMSA Radio, hashtag R24Radio. How good, just how good does that blue on the Wayne Taylor Racing Acura shine in the sunlight? It does look good, and it is proper sunlight now, with the sun almost directly overhead. Scott Fitzsimmons has enjoyed the coverage for the last 20 hours. Absolute joy, he said. Scott's in Australia, and he's just recording the last run to the flag in case this planned 2-hour nap was a little longer and I missed the end of the race at 7:30 his time. And Juan Alcala says, what happened with the FAF car? Drove off the track under its own team, Juan, under its own steam. Juan took one of the shortcuts into the back of the paddock and presumably drove back. We haven't had word from FAF yet on what that situation was, but I don't think it's come back out of pit lane yet. It is still in pit lane. Yes, it was Zach Robichon at the wheel. It's actually shown has stopped because it quit the circuit without coming back around, and it hasn't rejoined via the pit lane yet. So answers to that we have not, but we will try for you in the last 4 hours of the race. Beautiful weather. We blame Shea Adam for that. It's the first time she hasn't been in the pit lane since 2013, so of course it's been perfect late January weather in Florida, just a few miles in from the Atlantic coast. This such a evocative venue. I honestly, down through the years, Nick, we've spoken to a lot of people who've come to Daytona from Europe because they felt it was a tick in the box of their endurance, what racing watching that they had to do. And I'm not sure they expected what they would find. The main grandstand building, what was Daytona Rising, well, it's now risen, is impressive enough. Yeah, I know we don't fill all the grandstands, even in normal times, for these races, but the infield normally is a buzz, a hive of activity, and has, I mean, with the camping, probably has 15, 20,000 people in there pretty much all the time during the race, and getting backwards and forwards is actually an act of planning to get around the infield. It's a real atmosphere that I think surprised people who expect it to be sterile just because it's a big oval with a bit of a road circuit in the middle, and of course it's far more than that.
Yeah, it is an amazing amphitheatre. I came here first as a tourist in 2010, but oddly I stood in an interview with Jimmy Johnson. I was travelling up from a massive international RC race that was about half an hour to the south in Orlando, and then I was lucky enough to work the event in 2017. I didn't get this sort of weather though. I was absolutely blooming freezing and damp. I must admit, obviously they've worked out this is the year we're not here, as you said, but it is an absolute must-do for anybody who is a true motorsport, well, that's fair, who's a motorsport fan and has the wherewithal to travel the world, when we can all travel the world. Because what you can't see from the pictures, and you made that absolutely, you point out, is the infield on a normal race becomes this vibrant motorsport town. You have the RVs, you have all the amazing amount of concession stands, and also there's a lot of free stuff as well. I still got a couple of T-shirts I got a few years ago from putting to. Well, things like you need to have an American zip code. So I used the only zip code I knew, which was 90210.
Of course you did. Of course you did. In comes the leader, Philippe Albuquerque. And by the way, in that interview that Nick did for us all those years ago, it absolutely laid out the path to where Jimmy Johnson is today. And in that interview, he talked about going to Le Mans and doing the 24 hours, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, I remember. He was a really, really lovely guy, actually. He was, you know, I don't even know. He must have got me a pass because I was wandering around the back with a camera. We weren't actually using the camera, just using the sound recording bit. You know? But yeah, it's a great experience. It's an amazing place, and we've been lucky enough to go. Me as well with the Formula One. We'd like to go to so many of the classic circuits, but Daytona is just something else entirely.
We saw the new grandstand coming together. We were privileged to be first broadcast from the radio booth overlooking the Tri-Oval, an experience I will never ever forget. That was a great honour. Outside tyres only, right hand side tyres only, and we're going to pick up some news on the back car in a moment. A bit of look at one of its drivers as we're in the pit stop cycle. We'll pause our in-race update, Mazda in-race update, take a breath, and the next hour of racing, which is the last 4 hour of racing, starts right now. So inside the run to the checkered flag, 20 minutes before high noon and midday, and with pit stops starting at the sharp end of the field at the top of the timing and scoring, let's begin our in-race update with the GT Daytonas. That's been thrown into a little bit of confusion, or at least there's been some changes within the last hour of the race. Philip Ellis still leads for Winwood Racing, but are coming together between him and the Ferrari, the AF Corsa Ferrari, on their first outlap down at turn 1 after a pit stop. They've been locked together. Sees him now with an 18-second lead to, I'll do that again, with an 80-second lead to third place, Patrick Long, 2 seconds to Luca Stoltz. My eyes are getting tired. So it's 57 Winwood, 75 Sun Energy, and 16 Porsche for Wright Motorsports. Then Brian Sellers is another 11 seconds further back. And Roman De Angelis, who was trying so hard to get past those two cars on their outlap before they came together, that was massively important, because that has now effectively put the Heart of Racing Team's Aston Martin back on the lead lap of GT Daytona. So that's why he was fighting so hard when he drove through them. And he therefore puts that car into contention. GT Le Mans, Corvette, 8 seconds between them. And Nicky Katzberg and Alexander Sims run in 3 and 4. 5 seconds back to Jesse Cron for BMW, and 12.5 to James Collado for Risi. LMP3, it's Riley and the number 74 car with better part of a couple of laps actually between themselves and Sean Creech Motorsports. Jan Claret behind the wheel of the 33 car, Kenton Cook for Mulner, and the Duquesne in third position. LMP2, well, they've just started pit stops as well, so that is going to change around a wee bit. Ryan DL and Timothy Biret have just come into the pit lane, so depending on how quickly they get out, Fabian Schiller may come round and assume the lead. I'll come back to that in a moment, whilst that is sorting itself out. But at the front of the field, there's 6.8 seconds between Philippe Albuquerque for the number 10 Acura, Mike Rockefeller for the 48 Cadillac, and then 9 seconds for the second of the Acuras, the Mershank Racing with Kerb Agajanian, number 60, it's AJ Allmendinger there, and Scott Dixon 22 seconds further back. Watch out for Jonathan Bomarito. He was talking to us not so very long ago, nipped away and is now back in the car. He hadn't been long out of that car when we were last talking to him. 55 then in 5th position is a minute 7 off the leader, and has just come back out onto the track with a new a full tank of VP Racing fuel. And so in LMP2, Chatan and Bure in. So Schiller for Dragon Speed, RWR, Sally Yolik and Win Autosport are there as well. But the gaps between the first 3 and the rest are significant. There are laps between the 3 laps between the Dacia Mazda in race update at 15 minutes before midday. Let's head to Nick Damon. We were asking about the Porsche, the FAF Porsche, and you may be able to provide us with some answers, or at least your guess.
Yes, I think I'll be able to provide you no answers whatsoever. I'm sincerely hoping that Lawrence Van Toor can explain what's happening with the FAF car. Lawrence, how obviously problems, you've gone behind the wall, what's happened?
I'm not 100% sure yet, but it looks like some kind of drive issue, drive shaft or clutch or something that way. Just lost drive all of a sudden and tried a couple of emergency procedures, but he didn't seem to get moving again. I think they're trying to get it back to normal. That doesn't sound very promising.
It seems to be quite a challenging race for the team so far. What can you tell us the story of the FAF race so far for the first 20 hours?
I mean, in all honesty, it's been pretty horrible. I think our preparation for the race was very good in those first stints which I did. The car was really almost a rocket. I didn't even have to sweat to keep up, and then one thing after the other happened. I think there was some contact. Lars got hit from behind, then there was a drive-through, and then there was a pit lane accident in the middle of the night. And when I just got back in the car, I mean, the steering wheel was 20 minutes in the other way. So we're trying to hang in there and keep up, and you know, you never know, and especially try and grab some points, but it seems like even that was not going to be possible.
In the last few years, you've been running in the GTLM version of the 911. Now you're in the GTD. What are the differences? Or once you get behind it, is it just the same? You can't tell the difference in speed, or is it a very different feeling motor car?
It's a bit different, but obviously I know the car from doing Nürburgring and Spa. But the main difference is obviously there is an ABS system, so it requires a bit of different driving, especially if you're coming up GTLM car for a couple of years, and you know the grip is lower. You don't have confidential Michelin. The engine is like proper Porsche in the back, so it just requires a bit of a different driving style. And besides that, it's also just a bit of a different approach. You know, in GTLM it was a full factory effort. Now it's customer racing, so you know it's a bit different. You need to adapt a bit your way of working. But like I said, up to the race, everything went really smooth, and just also working with the team and my new teammates and all that. So just as soon as the green flag dropped a couple of hours later, the drama seemed to pile up.
So yeah, this race. Let's say it's not gone brilliantly, but there's a whole season here. So what does 2021 have in store for Lawrence? What are your programs moving forward this year?
Well, I'll be doing a full season with Fab and with Zach Rolex, and I think that's a good lineup, which should enable us to fight for the championship. And you know, as now they're announced GTD Pro for next year, it's also something to work towards. And besides that, I'll do the usuals with Porsche, probably Nürburgring, Spa, Le Mans. Those are big races, but that still needs to be confirmed how and when. But that's what's the plan.
Lawrence Hindhoff here in the Hackney Global broadcast said, bad luck, mate. That clearly hasn't been the race that you guys would have planned. I noticed you mentioned GT Daytona Pro, GTD Pro. How do you think that will change the face of GT3, GT Daytona racing in the IMSA paddock? Because we haven't really had all pro teams before. In fact, it's actually been discouraged.
Well, it's, I mean, difficult for me to predict, but I mean, I guess we're gonna have a GTLM kind of feel, but probably with more cars. So, which is, I think, beneficial for everybody. You know, in the end, the GTLM car is sophisticated and quicker, but once, you know, we start racing, you guys watching on TV probably don't care so much about that and just want a good show. And I think that's something which might be the case, and we'll have more cars. But yeah, for me, it's difficult to predict how many teams will be involved and how it will pan out. But I think honestly it's promising. I think it's something which everybody's been talking about for years and years, and then finally somebody made the move to try and do that.
You know, you're a pro driver. You've got close links with Porsche. A full pro team in a GT Daytona car. Do you think that there need to be a slightly different specification, maybe a bit more power or something like that to differentiate them from the ARM cars? Or would it be just like GTE Pro and GTE ARM at Le Mans, same cars, it's the drivers that makes the difference?
I think that kind of depends as well on how big the field is, because if you're going to have, saying, 4 GTD Pros and 4 AMs, it makes no sense to make, again, the class different. Then maybe, you know, one class, and even the pro driver in the AM class can fight with the pros for half the race to get more cars involved.
But I mean, I guess there's a lot of more sophisticated stuff behind it than I know. But I would keep them the same, or maybe for GTD Pro, remove the ABS, get better tires, to get with more natural driving. In fact, I don't like the ABS. That's why I say that.
You like to be challenged, Lawrence. That's why you like racing in the US. You and I have talked about that many times before at various Porsche events across North America. I miss not being able to talk to you in person, Lawrence. Will you pass on our best to the whole of the team, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you very much. Hope to see you guys soon.
Lawrence Vanter from Faf. That car then, I believe, not even back to the pit lane at the moment with a drive shaft or some kind of drive line issues. Very interested in what he had to say there, Jeremy, about that new GTD Pro category. I could see and probably hear, everyone else could hear, the smile on Lawrence's face when he said, "Not like the ABS." That he's a driver with soul. There's another passionate driver. He wants to pit himself against the car's ability, and the real challenge that he's talked about many times with us in the past of the circuits here in North America. Jeremy?
I'm sorry, yes, indeed, and I'm right with him on that as well. I'm not driven that many cars with ABS, I must admit, but I don't like it. I'm too old, I guess. New technology doesn't suit me terribly well. But yeah, shame for that car had difficulties, because that was very much right in the thick of that battle in GTD, which has been tremendous all the way along, and it's beginning to thin out a bit now, isn't it? I think we've only got now in GTD maybe 4 cars on the lead lap, which is a far cry from what it was not too long ago. No, we might have 6 cars on the lead lap actually. So we've got the number 57, number 75, 2 Mercedes then, and the Porsche caliber 16, the Lamborghini Brian Sellers caliber 1. But no, I think Roman DeAngelis is a lap down in the caliber 23 in the Aston Martin, and the other Aston Martin, the number 97, is about 23 seconds behind him. Yeah. And then the number 63 car is also in contention there, as is Brian Colton, the number 96 Telemos. Both of those last 2 cars, 63 and 96, making a pit stop just now, John.
Yeah, and you're right, Roman DeAngelis is now off the lead lap in that Aston Martin, the first of those 2 Aston Martins, the Heart of Racing, and the second of the 2, Charlie Eastwood in the TF Sport. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Just checking them out on our tracker around the circuit. Good drive back by both of those cars. They've just been bubbling under, sitting around the bottom end or just outside of the top 6. Big lift off there by Chase Elliott as he had faster traffic coming through turn 2 and 3. 31's charge dulled Nick Damon by an odd-sounding engine earlier on, which did indeed, as we speculated in the wee small hours, turn out to be a broken exhaust manifold, which caused 2 other problems as well, and has dropped that car off the lead lap. Yeah. And,
so we talk about a DPI that's falling backwards. Let's talk about a DPI that's moving forward with Harry Tincknell. Harry, the Mazda nightmare is turning into a dream. You got yourself back on the lead lap and you're fighting again.
Yeah, cheers, Nick. It's been a roller coaster race. Even before it started, getting the car in the first gear and everything like that. And our plan was to sort of run, with drama-free for the first 20 hours and go to work in the last 4. And I can tell you, we've been absolutely flat out ever since the flag dropped. It's just not really gone our way in a lot of respects. But the last 4 hours, when it counts, back on the lead lap, and yeah, we're just going to give it absolutely hell. Never give up. Never. We've never doubted ourselves, but at 1.3 laps down, it was looking tough. But managed to get 2 laps back on by passing Rossi and getting who was leading the race at the time, and then the world time yellow just after that. So look, it's a long way to go still, but we're just about in the fight.
Yeah, it must have been very rewarding that not only are you coming back thanks to the yellows, you also, you said you got one lap back on pure pace. So if you do get back up to the cars, you must feel you can fight for that win. You just need one more yellow just to shuffle you all back together, and it's go for the lot for however long it's left to go.
Yeah, to be honest, like, you know, all week we've been feeling confident, and then we put the car down for the race, and all of a sudden, the first 6 hours or so, we were sort of struggling a bit, and just not really a lot of pace, and not really feeling the same balance. But Lena and the team have worked really hard. You know, we changed the tail, we've done stuff with the tyre pressures, and we've got a car now that's underneath us that's working for us. And yeah, I mean, like I say, if we get yellow and get all back in line again, start P5, and be confident we can work our way forward from there. And it's always tricky when you're lapped down and you're trying to pass the overall leader, because you don't obviously want to have contact or anything like that with the overall leader when you're lapped down. But at the same time, it's a form of racing which I love. You've got to be, you know, you've got to take those opportunities to get laps back when they can. But yeah, credit to everyone at Mazda, because at one point we were sort of, there was a lot of head scratching going on in the stand, but we definitely got to keep back where we like it now.
You mentioned tyre pressure. I think we're quite intrigued by the tyre situation across all of the leading DPIs. Have you been, for want of a better term, saving tyres so you can go with full new sets for the last couple of hours, or is that not necessarily the way the car handles best?
Yeah, I think it worked out. It was a fully green race. You need to double stint 5 sets of tyres. So obviously, you know, there's been caution periods where you knew that was going to calm down. But yeah, we've still had to do that. We've got most of that out of the way now, and we also try to scrub as many sets of tyres in practice, just doing one lap, basically just take the shiny tops off, because the Mazda's probably one of the best cars on its tyres over a stint, but that means actually the warm-up phase isn't our strongest point, so we've been working hard to try and save a few of those scuff steps, as we call them, at the end of the race, to just give us that extra half a second on the outlap, because you know, this is the broadcaster tonight, and you know, he's saying about you know, having a new set of tyres every stint, which is a benefit from sort of lap 3 onwards. But I tell you what, when you go into the international horseshoe, turn 3 and turn 5 on the outlap at 3 o'clock in the morning, when the ambience are low and the tyres are ice cold, it does take a bit of driving just to keep the thing on the track, let alone try and be quick. So.
Yeah, that does sound absolutely nightmarish, even some of any ever done this virtually and not for real. So Larry, if the team gets up there, I mean, what is interesting, of course, is how do you pull up those actual passes in position against the other DPIs? Because of course you've got to get past, but then of course you've got this huge area of slipstream where you can't break away. What's the tactics? What are you thinking about as you look to go for those overtakes?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's funny, as the race progresses, you sort of you get to understand the gaps. Like, for example, if I'm going into turn 6, the corner before you go onto that long back straight before the bus stop, I now know, like, if I'm close enough to be able to pass that GT car before the bus stop, or if they're going to hold me up, and then you're sort of, it's a game of chess at 200 mile an hour basically. And you know, if you've got a car you're gonna meet in the middle of the bus stop, and you've got a DPI behind you, you need to sort of try and back off so you still get the run. If you close right up behind the GT speed, obviously the car behind is going to be coming up at full blast, and you're going to be absolutely, you know, Lancer on the you know, on the front straight. So like I say, it's a chess game, and you're constantly trying to calculate how much you're going to catch cars into each corners. And when you're the you know, the predator trying to hunt the car in front down, as I was with Rossi earlier, I was, you know, you sort of try and feel out where the car's strengths and weaknesses are. And for us and the Mazda, we're very, very strong in the high speed corners, but maybe, you know, with the turbo engine, you know, the Caddies and even the Acuras are a little bit stronger than us, like real low down, like run off the corner. So for us, getting a clean run through the bus stop and getting that slipstream down into turn 1's a key passing point for us. But like I say, it's constantly changing, and you can never perfect it, because the cars in front are all doing their own you know, they're on their own program. But the best way to describe it is a game of chess at 200 miles an hour.
takes its hand off in the Haggerty Broadcast Centre at the moment. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for the entertainment that you guys have given us. Been great watching you fight your way back, and plenty of people on Twitter following your progress at the moment. Temperatures rocketing up now that the sun is at its highest. We've just gone past midday, high noon, and it's 30 degrees Celsius out there at the moment, as opposed to 13, 14 as it was during the middle of the night. You mentioned tyre warmers. Do you like the fact that there's no tyre warmers at all allowed in IMSA? It does make those first 2 or 3 laps look very treacherous, but at least, does that give you an advantage if you're comfortable with it, or can you not? Simply nobody can get comfortable with it?
I don't like it, John. I love it.
Good for you.
It's a great challenge. It's a great challenge. I tell you what, sometimes I don't love it when you break into turn 3 and you sort of snatch your front right and you think, oh my goodness, am I going to keep this thing on the track? But it's an added challenge. It adds something to the strategy as well. Generally, an overcut rather than an undercut is the way to go. But fortune favours the brave, and if you can just hang it out there that little bit more on the outlap. You know, I had it once already this race with Felipe Nasser, and you know, he was coming on a warm set, and I was just having to hang on for the first couple of laps. And you are guessing how much grip you have, but look, we've been up and down a little bit, and you know, when we dropped those 3 laps with the rear wing, you know, for me it was important to go out and put in a really strong stint to keep everyone's chins up, because I think you know, no mechanic wants to lose laps in the pits through you know, not being able to you know, fix the bodywork or whatever, which was no fault of their own. It was just one of those things. But I think the spirits are still high in the camp, and you know, when I got out, everyone was in high spirits, like I say. So just need a couple more of those big outlaps on the cold tyres, and hopefully one more yellow. And you know me, John, it's going to be on the podium or in the fence. I'll give it everything I've got.
Don't you dare say that. We love that attitude, Diggs. We do. But let's get some points for the season as well. Have you had a rest? you sound like you're fresh as a daisy. Have you managed to get any shut eye at all? And I presume you go back in before the end as well, right?
Yeah, I'll be in to finish. And you know what, I've got a little story to tell you. I never usually sleep for 24 hours. I had about 3 hours sleep. It's unbelievable. But Lena said to me, oh, you're going to be back in about, well, I want you back down on the stand for about 4:45 this morning. And I was sleeping in the motorhome, and I woke up. I looked at my watch, and it was 6 a.m. and I sat bolt upright in bed, because I thought, oh no, we've obviously had an issue, and they've not come to wake me up, and just thought, oh, we'll wake up and sort of see her out. So I was frantically like reaching for my phone in the dark to refresh the live timing, and lucky Ollie was still you know, fighting away. You know, the same Captain was still running, so had that sort of dread for a second that something had happened in the night. But actually, yeah, feeling pretty fresh, and you know, I'm more motivated than ever to try and get this done. It's been an incredible effort for everyone at Multimatic and Mazda, and we've put a lot in. You know, I've left everything out there so far. So one big double stint to finish. One we'll see.
Well, we've seen what you, Ollie, and indeed J-Bob have been able to do on the restarts. That's been brilliant. We'll keep our eyes on you. What we're looking at the moment, I mean, you're about a minute, you've been hovering about a minute away from the leader, a minute and 10 at the moment, with Jonathan Bomarito behind the wheel. It ain't over till the fat lady sings, and she hasn't even cleared her throat yet, Tings. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, John. Hopefully, yeah, let's see what the last 4 hours has in store for us. I'm sure it'll be entertaining.
Thank you, Harry Tinknell. Thanks to Nick Damon and the rest of the team for getting him in. That was great.
So everyone had to double stick 5 sets of tyres, which means the team just doing 2 changes had to do that on 10 sets of tyres, but less with the yellows. And it's interesting to see now, you know, why they were scrubbing tyres. It's just interesting why.
Yeah, And we said that earlier in the race when we were talking about some of the guys in scrubbed 6 or 7 sets of tyres. IMSA Radio 107.9 around the track on FM, XM, Sirius XM, excuse me, Sirius 216 XM 202. I have to get that the right way around, otherwise I'll forget what the numbers are. And of course around the world at imsaradio.com, sound and vision there for those of you without the network TV deal. It's been a cracking battle in GT Daytona, and the Sun Energy 1 car at the moment, with Lucas Stoltz in second place, is just sitting about a second or so behind Philip Ellis for Windward Racing. He's just closed down under that. Remember, Phil Ellis was a bit further up the road and having the battle with AF Corsa, with Matteo Crosoni, wasn't it, that came together. And I'm seeing this, and this is speculation, as we're 3.5 hours to the end. The Sun Energy 175 car, with the guys from Gradient Runner, including Andres, who is a tactical genius. They've got all their driver times that they needed out of the way done. I think that car, if you look at how it's being driven at the moment, Jeremy, I don't think that car's pushing. I think they are watching the leader and making sure that they are there or thereabouts when we come to the end. I'm just watching the difference in the lines that Lucas Stoltz is taking, the way he's moving around. They've closed right up because of this outlap battle. They'd just come out of the pits the previous lap, and the Ferrari with the Windward Mercedes just coming into light contact going into turn 1. No incident responsibility attached by race control. The AF car with rear wing damage and a puncture ultimately. But I'm just looking at Stoltz. He's knocking out 47.3, 47.4, 47.2 against the 47.9s of the leader. He's pulled up to a second, Jeremy, and it seems to me that he's almost just sitting there at the moment.
Yeah, no, I think both of them, they're running the same sort of pace. I mean, the gap's been staying pretty constant. It might have gone down maybe a second in the last 10 or 12 laps, but you know, they're running the same sort of pace. And ditto Patrick Long in third place. Actually, he's fallen back just a little bit compared to the other two. He was 22 seconds, he's now 28. So that was nearly 10 laps to go. And Brian Sellers there, just half dozen seconds or so behind Patrick Long in fourth position. He's running strongly as well. He's actually closed that gap over the last 10 laps or so, just a little bit as well. So yeah, all of those 4 cars on the lead lap very much in this. And of course, it's only going to bring most likely another to bring several other cars back onto that lead lap as well.
And in terms of their pit stops and where they are through their runs, I don't think there's an awful lot to choose between them, he says, frantically scrolling down one of the myriad of screens that he's got at the moment to check
that. On the same lap.
Yeah, I think so. So there's no great advantage at all. Phil Ellis, I think, has been out a couple of laps fewer than Luca, right, but that's about all. Yeah. And they're due in. Luca will be due in about 3 or 4 laps, and another couple after that for Phil Ellis. So the Sun Energy 1 car will drop away for a moment, and you'll go make yourself a cup of tea or whatever, and come back and see that car's dropped back behind, possibly behind Pat Long and maybe even Brian Sellers as well. But for about 2 or 3 laps, they're going to be off sequence. They will be the first car to do their next pit stop in that battle for GT Daytona. Something we're going to keep an eye on. Oh my goodness. I know that we say this every time. Where's the last 20.5 hours gone? One thing I will say, Nick, is that I was getting so used to watching cars going round in the dark that that looking at this stint with the sunshine and the track temperature now 31 Celsius as the sunshine continues to put the UV energy into the track surface. I'd almost forgotten what the cars look like in the daylight.
Shiny and really nice. No, it's a long period of darkness, which is a weird darkness because of the floodlights. So you kind of get conned with, oh, that's what daylight's like over there, is it? We've got the GTLM cars beginning their second stop since the North flag. Alexander Sims has come in, doing 30 laps. He's come in from down in fourth though, so it's like a drop off there in the forecourt there. We've also seen a Philip Eng has got in to replace Bruno Spengler in fifth, but still not out is our leader, the number 3, Katzberg in the Corvette, Jesse Krohn in the BMW 24, and James Collado in the Risi, but they'll all be in the next couple of laps, and then we'll get to see what the true order is in the GTLM in this section of the race, which has never seen the first 3 more than 10 seconds apart.
Hello to Christopher Sharp, who couldn't decide between Low Notes or Daytona 24. So, quite rightly, he's decided it's not an either-or situation. He's writing the former while listening to the latter. Great soundtrack to Equity and Trusts. Oh dear, Christopher. Concentrate. And hello to Carol and Kevin Brink. Carol in Monterey, California, and out in Thermal, California, Kevin Brink with enhanced audio because there's some cars on the test track down there. As in comes the leader from GT Daytona, Nick Damon.
Comes in, the 57 car now. Is this going to be a full service? No, it's fuel only by the looks of it. They're going to, a bit of driver change, so must be doing tyres at the back first. They are, yeah, so it's a full service. The tyres will be down at the back. The car will go out with a fresh driver, fresh tyres. Which might have been here for why Luca was trying a little bit easier and looking a little bit more relaxed. He had more grip in his Mercedes than the Mercedes 57 car. And we'll find out who's taking over in a second. But it's interesting. One other thing about it, within the GT3 world, the GT world, you often get a situation where a certain track suits a certain car. It looks like the Mercedes is particularly suited in this format to Daytona, and you'll go somewhere else. The Ferrari goes somewhere else. It'll be the Porsche. There is a real kind of, how does that particular concept work against the other cars?
A couple of laps before, Lucas Stoltz came into the pit lane, so Brian Sellers will be next out the pit lane if he's not already in there. I reckon that was a tiny bit short for Philip Ellis in the 57. I think that was only 28 laps, only 28 laps, which, it's not hanging around, but just could have gone for a couple of extra laps. And has, for the moment at least, given up the lead.
Perhaps you double to them in the temperature of the day, and they were.
Well,
so that's too long for them now, and hopefully they've been saving overnight, and they've got fresh ones for the rest of the event. But he was looking like he was having to try harder to make the same time, which can be because you're trying harder. It could just be because the car's not got as much grip.
And it was Maro Engel, by the way, that jumped into that Winwood Racing number 57. Brian Sellers then in number 1 car, out on track at the moment, will be the next car to come in. At the front of the field, Philippe Albuquerque by 25 seconds now over AJ Allmendinger. An hour and 3/4 since our last yellow flag. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's because the number 48 car's just come into the pit stop. But it's a good point, that, because the number 48 car, after the previous round of pit stops, was about 7 seconds behind the leader. That gap more than doubled. It was over 14 seconds before Mike Rockefeller pulled off onto the pit lane this time around to complete lap 691. So I wonder whether perhaps he was just kind of using up. Maybe was that the car we saw just change 2 tyres on its last stop? Perhaps.
I think so. Yes. Outside tyres only, wasn't it? Yeah.
I it was for somebody. I can't remember. I thought it was number 10 car, but I might be wrong.
No, actually, I think it was an Acura. Sorry, my brain is getting a bit fogged now.
Yeah. he's certainly Albuquerque's doing a fantastic job out in front here. The guy on the move though has been Scott Dixon. Surprise there.
I think that might not be the first time you've ever said that whilst being in a motor racing circuit, Jeremy.
I think you might be right there, John. After the pit stops, Dixie was about 22 seconds behind the number 60 car of AJ Allmendinger. Now the gap is down to 7 seconds, so he's pulled in nearly 15 seconds on that Acura. That's effectively for now for second and third, with Rockefeller having just pitted. And now on lap 692, we saw top 3 cars on to pit lane, 10, 60 and 01, John.
Yeah, and that number 10, Philippe Albuquerque. Was that just outside tyres there as well, or did they do the insides first?
I didn't see it with the insides. They're going to do that. We now know they have to do it 10 times if they're going to, get to freshies all round by the end. So 10 stints of doubling the outside takes quite a long time. They did double the inside, so it takes quite a long time to get through, isn't it? It's 20 stints of actual driving.
Yeah. Mike, one of many who've tweeted in at IMSA Radio using the hashtag R24Radio. Great to hear from Harry Tinknell. How can you not love his attitude and spirit? He's just as much fun. That's Tinks, by the way. He's just as much fun talking about anything. Big fan of darts. Very good darts player. He and Nick Tandy in normal times are in a league in central England on a Wednesday night. That's why we never get them for midweek motorsports. They're actually in a proper darts league, and they are very handy with the arrows. And he just wants to race. He wants to drive. Pro driver, yes, but even after 20 odd hours of the race there, Jeremy, you could sense the excitement in his voice. And I loved what he said about, right, the stint after we had the problem with the tailpiece, I wanted to go out there and show everybody the car still had the pace, because that's about morale. And that's a team leader right there, Jeremy, in what Tink said.
Nail on the head, yeah, it really was. It was a great interview. I mean, it really was. He is a class actor. I loved every single answer that he gave. Great questions, great answers. Yeah, he's a true enthusiast. He just loves driving these cars. It's the tire warmer thing. It's completely different to Europe, where they do use tire warmers. And this, when you have to go out there on cold tires, it shows how committed you are. And as you say, that after they had a problem earlier on, just trying to put in a good fast stint to bring the morale back up again. Absolutely top to toe, brilliant interview.
Well, if he's got plenty of enthusiasm for motor racing, so is our next guest, as we bring in a man for whom the word legend could have been invented. Ron Fellows, the man who was a wizard behind the wheel, still a Corvette GM ambassador. Mr. Fellows, how are you, sir? Welcome to the programme.
I'm very well. A little colder. It's colder in the Toronto area, but I'm great. Happy New Year to you both.
Yeah, and to you, Ron. You'll be delighted watching the Corvettes at the front of the field. We've been speculating that those guys are running to a pre-planned, that they haven't so far, and I'm patting myself on the head here to touch wood, to knock on wood. They haven't had that plan really messed up yet between the 3 and the 4 car.
No, they've been outstanding from the drop of the green, and there was a window of time there with the 4 car having a bit more pace, and now that we've got a little more track temperature, sun's up, looks like the 3 car's a little better. But either way, Corvette, one of them needs to get to the end here in P1.
And it is very much a team effort as well. What makes those tiny little differences, Ron, when we've heard a few drivers saying, you know, we're waiting for the track temps to come up, it's up over 32 Celsius at the moment. Are we talking setup? Are we talking starting tyre pressures? Are we talking just the way the drivers like to drive the cars? What is it?
Yeah, it could be some slight setup differences. You know, as you know, the drivers, you know, all the debriefs on setup are done, you know, as a group, and then as you know, with the 3-car and the 4-car separately, they may decide, you know, we need a little bit more of this or a little bit more of that in terms of the balance for, you know, for the drivers, and that may make a difference. You know, there's subtle differences, and it could just be the you know, the difference in driving style at this point, and also, you know, we've seen it before. You know, when the car is at its heaviest with a full tank of fuel, how you abuse the tires early in the stint. You know, you've got to be careful early because they will pay dividends towards the end. So if you're pushing hard early, you know, a little too hard, it'll cost you a little bit of pace at the end of the tank of fuel.
That's a very good point, Ron, actually, and we even see that in the 15-minute qualifying sessions for the GT Le Mans cars. A new Corvette introduced last year, the C8R, engine in the middle. Nobody likes change. I know that from other manufacturers as well. Of course, there was a lot of screaming and wailing and people running around with their hands on hair on fire. That's not a real Corvette. And then people have got to see it race, hear it, and drive it. I see it as a proper Corvette in street car form and race car form. A fast car and a successful car. That's exactly what Corvette's always been.
You know, from my era, from the era the Corvette racing began, C5, you're right through to the C8, and if there are any stickers of the C8, that'll go away quickly as soon as you drive the production car. You know, I've driven the production car both on a road trip and on the track, and just absolutely love it. They've just done, Taj and the entire team at Corvette have done just a fantastic job with the C8. And Jim Campbell promised me an opportunity to try the C8R at some point. So this old man is looking forward to making sure Mr. Campbell is true to his word.
Jim Campbell, who is one of the exceedingly higher ups at GM. However, many years of absolutely berating him at Le Mans and other places where we've had him in our booth, we have finally got a right-hand drive Corvette, and that's something that I spoke to him about many times, and that is going to happen. And pounds, as it will be for us, pounds per unit of power, that is a very, very impressive motor vehicle. I can't wait to get behind the wheel in more different times, of course, of that. You talked about driving on the track, of course. Your day job now is looking after Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. Difficult times, Ron, for everybody.
Indeed.
How is the business of motorsport? Great to see IMSA on the traditional date here at Daytona, but how do you continue, and how is the business of motorsport from a track and a promoter's point of view?
Yeah, to say the word difficult is an understatement. But you know, we're in a global pandemic, as we all know, and first and foremost, we've got to pay attention to, you know, what health officials are telling us in terms of you know, planning for any kind of events, and you know, we're, I guess, 10-11 months into this, and you know, first of all, big shout out to health officials and all the frontline workers, just true heroes in the truest sense of the word. But we're hopeful that we'll we've got spectator events or at least race events on our calendar, and who knows? Certainly 2020 was a challenge. We were able to get Canadian Tire Motorsport Park open in the month of June, but for limited attendance and track days. So basically, track rental was our mainstay. The lapping days, the car club days, and social distance, which is easy in small group environment for essentially lapping days. We were able to get that done. We got the youth karting that I've been involved in for years. We were able to get that going in July last year. So again, we're hopeful that we'll get something going, but who knows? It's so hard to predict, and again, I think for all of us around the globe, there appears to be a light at the end of the tunnel with vaccinations, and maybe 2022 will be the breakout year for us all. But certainly, this weekend, being able to watch the entire Rolex 24 at home here, it certainly brings us back to 20 years ago when we managed to snag an overall win with the Pratt Miller Corvette C5R and my teammates Chris Neifel, Johnny O'Connell, and Frank Freon. It was and we had the Earnhardts in the sister Corvette finished second in class and fourth overall. It was an absolute magic time, and Daytona's Daytona. It is just, it's an awesome event, and I wear my Rolex on a regular basis still.
Good for you, as you should. That cannot, Ron, have been 20 years ago. It feels a lot closer than that.
Yes, it does. It's hard to believe 20 years ago. But you look at the evolution of, we're now we were in the 5th generation Corvette, and now we've got the 8th generation. So time flies, and then you look at the quality of sports cars. Certainly at the prototype level back then, the factories in the Grand Am era were. Certainly for Daytona, where it was then GTS/GT1, really fast race cars, and simply outlasted the prototypes. And I had very vivid memories of I was inside probably 3.5, maybe 4 hours to go. Doug Feehan coming in on motorhome and waking me to, hey, we need you to take it to the end. We got a chance to win this overall. I mean, we were certainly aware of where we were, and down. I think we were P2s, 12, 14 laps down to the Dyson car that had just, I think, blown up. But it was awesome. It was a year of a number of firsts for Corvette racing. We got the Rolex 24, and then we got our Le Mans class win that year. Just an outstanding race team that continues to this day. The Pratt Miller team and Corvette Racing, just an incredible legacy that is continuing to be built.
Extraordinary to think that was 20 years ago. Talking of Le Mans there, and the Daytona 24, very different characteristics, of course, in these two races, both 24 hours long. Just checking out a little bit of a smokiness from one of the prototypes. There's the Flexbox car. Sorry, for a moment I thought that was the number 48. Very, very different. You've been to both. You've been at the front end of both in class and, as we said, overall there. new regulations coming in shortly in both GT here in IMSA and at the prototype stage. We haven't had any decision. We had Laura One-Trump-Pauser on Liquid Motorsport on Wednesday talking about the options that GM have got. So they've got some great brands. They've got to find the right class and the right series for each of those brands. Could it be time for Corvette to go prototype racing as a brand, or is it always going to be a GT car? Or would you prefer to see that Corvette battling for overall victories, not just here at Daytona again, but also at Le Mans? And I'm asking you on a personal level, not with any GM affiliation there.
Yeah, no, being able to compete for an overall win at Le Mans, that's unbelievable. And never say never. If you think about back in the 90s when Herb Fischel, Joe Negri, who were then head of GM Racing, Doug Feehan, Gary Pratt, Jim Miller all got together. To think we'd be where we are now as Corvette Racing, anything's possible. You had a Corvette branded DP at one point in IMSA. Who knows? But the value proposition for Chevrolet is going to be racing what they build. Based on the production model. That I think that's always going to be key. But given the 8 class wins at Le Mans, there is certainly enough knowledge and expertise to look at whatever brand they might decide to take in and go for an overall win at Le Mans for sure.
Would that tempt you back, Ron? Come on, that's how. Or would getting in the C8R tempt you? But I think, do you know what? I've just realised what I've said there. Linda, Ron's exceedingly better half, is next time she sees me, she's going to slap me on the back of the head. Do you miss the racing though, Ron? Seriously, could you be tempted back to something?
Well, certainly never say never. Being now over 60 years old, we don't have quite the same level of career nor eyesight that one had. So I would love to just be able to jump in the C8R and see what it's like compared, given the sort of the long-term muscle memory I have of the C6, the C6, basically the GT1 class cars that were quite a bit lighter and had more power. It'd be cool to see. And then having driven the production car on the track, it'd be really cool to do a comparison with the race. They're just cars.
Just cars. Well, Jeremy and I, when you said that, and you mentioned the big 6-0, Jeremy and I are in text contact with each other because obviously we're social distanced as well. And we both said, hang on, that would make Ron Fellows a bronze-rated FIA driver. So there you go, Ron, we're putting it out there. Ron Fellows, never say never, is a bronze-rated driver for the new GT3 category in IMSA. There you go, mate. I'll take my usual fee.
Thank you. That'll be coffee and donuts and seafood for sure.
Which is always worth the trip.
I'll say one thing that having not been able to travel, it's been a focus of both our family as well as Linda and I is exercise. I'm not that far off my bike ride. So the good news is we're in relatively good shape. Whether or not the skill and the bravery is still there, maybe something different. But I love to, we never say never, John.
Bronze driver, Ron Fellows there. Mark Brundle's a bronze as well. No wonder I can't get a driver as a bronze. Ron, listen, best to you, to Linda, everybody up there at CT MP. Just so refreshing to hear your voice again, having dealt with what we've all had to deal with. Cheers, mate.
All right, take care, guys. Thank you very much.
Legend, Corvette legend, GM legend, Ron Fellows. Just wonderful to hear the great man, Ron Fellows, back in a GP3 Corvette, maybe. Something else with a Chevrolet 4-tyler. Nick Damon, bring us up to date with B3 Racing Fuel Packing Board of what's been going on whilst we were talking to the ledge there.
The key thing really is that the third place in P2, the Dragon Speed car, which was actually on the same lap as the top two, which is Paul Chateau in the motorsport car and Gabriel Albury, the Tower motorsport car, was beginning to smoke and was shown for a couple of laps of smoke, and they come in. Fabien Schiller brought the car in, and they're now stripping the back of it off, and they're having a good old look to see where the oil leak is, and it is very much oil. I wonder whether it might have been a brake, it might be tyre, but they know they got straight into the heart of the engine. Apart from that, Matteo Cressoni, of course, was the 82 car, which had the problem with the accident in the 57 earlier on. That's had more problems with spraying fluid at the rear of the car as well. That's coming, that's gone out again. But apart from that, yeah, it's been turning laps, and suddenly virtually every single team is going to start phoning up Ron, because if they get a bronze, I think he doesn't need to wait. The GTD class could find itself a new driver, I think.
No wonder Jeremy I can't get drives anymore. Never mind the lack of talent, but when you've got bronze like Mark Brundle, Ron Fellows, and Stefan Johansson, and all these kind of guys. Let's take a quick Mazda in-race update as we're coming to the end of another racing hour. The lead cars at the front of the field in DPI at the moment are about halfway through their current tank of VP Racing Fuel, and it's Philippe Albuquerque by 14 seconds over Mike Rockenfeller, 10 from 48. Taylor Acura ahead of the Action Express Ally Cadillac, with the third place AJ Allmendinger in the number 60 Mershank Racing with Curb Agagini. Did lead laps in the last pit stop rotation, which I think was the first time that number 60 car had led. He's another 14 seconds or so, but has got Scott Dixon. Well, I was going to say these mirrors. He's probably that close you can barely see him at the moment. It's 0.2 of a second across the line, but effectively it's side by side now as they go out onto the speedway turns 1 and 2, and Dixie's got the position down the inside. A little bit of side drafting there from Scott as they're into the braking area about now for the bus stop. A bit further. Why those cars go deep, and Dixie gets the pass done. Say again?
You brake clearly, mate.
That's why I'm a bronze, mate. That's why. Solid bronze, mate. If there was anything worse than bronze, that would be me. I'm solder. That's how bad I am. I'm not even a precious metal. In fifth position, Ollie Jarvis is hanging on at about minute 15 at the moment with that 55. Harry Tinknell rubbing himself down with warm halibut oil or whatever it is he does, having a couple of 501s on the dartboard and getting himself ready for the run for the checkered flag. He'll be in there to take that car to the end and pick up whatever they can after being 3 laps down at one stage there on the lead lap. In P2, Paul Lubchanov for Aero Motorsport, that's the car Nick was talking about, still leading 687 laps completed and 16.5 seconds, the 18 over Gabriel Aubrey for Tower Motorsport, and it's an Orica 1-2-3 again after a good run by the Talara and the Ligier early on. Third place, Eric Lux is behind the wheel of the big Dragon Speed, number 82. He's a couple of laps off. In GT Le Mans, it's the 2 Corvettes, 8 seconds between them now. Katzberg from Sims, 3 from 4 after that pass about an hour ago. They've stayed in that situation with Marco Fittman now driving the 24 BMW from BMW Team RLL, and that car is in third position ahead of James Collado, another 32 seconds further back. So 8 seconds between first and second, 8 seconds between the second Corvette and the first of the BMWs, then 33 seconds back to Risi at Competizione. Just to mention, by the way, that the WeatherTech racing car is still laps down on the leader, but they've got it back to 8 laps. It was over 10 laps at one stage. And in terms of the timing screen, the GT Le Mans cars are now in line astern. So it is neatly looking there, but Estra is 7 laps away from Eng, and Eng is a lap away from the leaders. LMP3, Riley Motorsports, still with that 3-lap lead, but that's 6-7 minutes, so that is by no means comfortable at this stage of the race. The 74 Ligier ahead of Sean Creech. Motorsport, Jan Claret in the 33 in second, Ken Cook in third, further 5 laps back. And in GTT, this extraordinarily interesting battle, which is still being played out between Windward Racing, Maro Engel behind the wheel of the Mercedes-AMG GT3 by 1.5 seconds. Lucas Stoltz has just dropped off a little bit, but we're talking half a second, 8/10 is all in that Sun Energy 1 75 car with the flames on the front. And then 36 seconds further back is Klaus Bachler now behind the wheel of the Wright Motorsports Porsche. There's another recovery story as well that's been written there. Paul Miller Racing another 6 seconds further back in 4th position. Roman De Angelis in 5th for Heart of Racing, quite on the same pit strategy, I noticed. Heart of Racing, and Charlie Eastwood dropped back as well, as he was due the pit stop the last time that we were talking about that. We are under 3 hours to go. That's your Mazda in-race update, and another racing hour at the 59th running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona starts right now. Jeremy, last 3 hours. We've got, a standard IMSA race or thereabouts to go from here to the end, and Acura, Cadillac, Acura, Mazda. This is shaping up to be an absolute corker.
Well, it is. Certainly the Mazda team, they need a caution period, I think, to get back on terms. No question about that. But they are back on the lead lap. The previous stint with Jonathan Bomarito, before he handed that car over to Oliver Jarvis, seemed to be struggling a little bit. And I asked the team about that, and I was told, look, he was told, we don't need any hero stuff at this stage of the race, so that was just fine. Last pit stop was good, and to quote Larry Holt again here, our only real chance is for Yellow to bunch it up and then attack like it's life or death, he says. So Harry Tingle was talking, when we talked to him a little while ago, it was going to be crash or bust, wasn't it? Well, Larry will be just fine with that, but he'll be hoping for the first bit rather than the second bit.
I mean, it is a season-long campaign, Jeremy, and there's points here for the Michelin Endurance Cup, for the long races, for the whole season as well. And when we talked to Ollie Jarvis, Harry's full season teammate at the Raw, he was absolutely solid in his belief that they've got a championship contending and probably a championship winning car here. But does the shiny glint of the Rolexes, for all of the winners now, not just the overall, all the class winners as well, but just the shiny glint of a Rolex Daytona and the immortality of being a Rolex 24 Daytona winner, does that slightly take over even from the championship? It is only the first round, and that's always a difficult one because this big race comes right at the start of the season.
I think so, I really do. I mean, Oliver Jarvis and Jonathan Bomarito, they both have class wins here at the Rolex 24, but none of them have an overall win, and that is very definitely a box they would like to tick. Mazda too. I mean, look, they've won a bunch of races now, they've won some endurance races, but they haven't won the big one. That's the big one is the Rolex 24 at Daytona. And I think, if it came down to the last lap, and it was going to take a do or die pass, I think they might well take it.
It'll be due.
Well, look, at that stage in race, with the points as they are scored, if you lose one position or two, it's not that many points. Okay, it's 10 times as many as it was, but everything else is 10 times as many. I've been used to this point system now for such a long time. I'm really having a hard time with it. But ultimately, it's not a big deal in the overall picture. So yeah, they're going to go for the win, I believe.
Nick Damon is our VP Racing pit and paddock reporter at this stage of the game. 1:45, one or two little Simpsons-like clouds starting just to bubble up in what has been otherwise a beautiful azure blue sky this morning. Track temperatures up to 32 degrees, Nick. Cycling through the pit stops, and what's your feeling then about what's going on at the front of the field? 2 Acuras, 2 Cadillacs, the outlier in some respects, with a minute and 15 to make up, Ollie Jarvis and the Mazda Motorsports team.
I think, as we're getting very close, as you said, that psychological, it's a normal, IMSA race distance to go, 2 hours 40. Everyone's running quite nicely. I think you can probably stop assuming there's going to be a yellow. We may get to run green the whole way. So people now need to start thinking about pulling the pin. They need to start making, or at least when they hit their tyre strategy of news all round, which I'm sure will be at least for the last 4 sets, which is 160 minutes for the or so for the DPI. So that's obviously just about now 2 hours 40. What my guess is we're going to start seeing the gloves coming off and people really, really pushing to try and actually make a lead they can keep and work with.
Yeah. And the battle continues at the front of the field because it's 12 seconds, but it's only 12 seconds. 25 seconds separating, 26 seconds separating the first 4 at the moment. Scott Dixon now ahead of AJ Allmendinger, but they've been trading lap times. So it is 10:48.01.60, and moving into the stage now of where, in fact, it will have already started, to be honest. Had those 10 full course yellows for just under 3 hours of the race time of the 21 hours and 6 minutes. Everybody now is planning. And I'm not talking about where they're going for dinner tonight, Nick. They are planning from the back of the race. As you said, you can't rely on a full course yellow, slightly fewer cars running now, everybody wanting to get to the end. Maybe there are people who are nursing car troubles, but you can't plan for a yellow at this stage. You've got to think, right, how many more laps are there going to be? And the computers are saying under 100 laps to go now for the front of the field.
Yeah, you're getting into 4 stop to go territory, which is absolutely work out with accuracy what's going to happen. The really great thing is that there are lively, definite battles. In obviously DPI, in P2 it's only 13 seconds, but both of the teams have their full pros to get into the end. GTLM, it's interesting. Catsburg in the 3 just seems to have the edge in pace over the 4 car, which is Alexander Sims at the moment, and they are. But then again, Marco Whitman in the 24 car, the BMW mate, that's just not being dropped, whereas Phil Egan's got flat back in the other BMW. James Carter is very much in the I'm there to pick up the pieces mode, isn't he, I think. P3 is a little bit split out, but again, GTD I think is going to be crazy. I think that's going to absolutely explode with the 2 Mercedes scrapping it out with some incredibly talented GT3 drivers currently at the wheel there.
And if that is a portent of what is to come next year with full pro drivers, I thought Lawrence Vanto was very interesting on that. He clearly wants to be involved in that. Whether it will bring back factory money in a category that was always designed to be customer racing. Although, in fairness, Nick, we've covered the Nürburgring races before. We've done down through the years, although not for a wee while, the 24 hours of Spa. I think we're the first people to do 24 hours of Spa, which off Spa in particular, full GT3 field split into many classes with the car's identity of the drivers rated differently and works teams by any other name, either works supporters or works drivers. If you look at what Tandy et al. Did at the Spa 24 this year, they were all Porsche factory drivers. The team might not have had Porsche Motorsport on the entry, but that was a works entry.
Yeah, and I think the thing to remember is having a professional, a fully pro GT pro team is a good shot window for your customer sales. This is the point. And especially if you've got, somewhere perhaps in 3 years' time we're running a DPI car with your...
Nick, just 1 second. We've got a problem with the Mustang sampling car. I think it's either just had a spin or a cough and a splutter. It's not had the cleanest of races out on the circuit. It's turn 5, the West Horseshoe. Just picked that car up moving slowly and its way down on the yellow line. So I'll keep an eye on that there. Challenge faded earlier, still in the darkness hours, in fairness. Sorry, go ahead about the
I just say that I think that if we run full pro, I'm going to predict that at least Porsche, Audi, and Lamborghini, and probably Mercedes will bite your hand off to get works teams in, full works professional teams.
Okay. This from F1 Prime, who said, looking at the lap count, would it be possible we could break the record distance again that was set back in, what was it set, 2019, 2018? 8:33 that was. I think not. Even if we go green all the way to the end now, I can see us getting maybe to 8:12, 8:15, maybe. Showing 8:09 at the moment. Right rear puncture for the Action Express car, and it's now rattling the bodywork at the back of that car. That's why it was going slowly, with 3/4 of a lap on that car, and straight in Mike Rockenfeller in the number 48. Now, in fairness, I think he was due that. Yes, he's spot on. They're all Nick spot on, coming in first four, all due a pit stop on fuel.
Yeah, no, in fairness to the assembly car, he was doing very, very well. He was a bit unlucky that delaminated coming out of the bus stop, and then it started slapping around the rear deck, but he wasn't down low off the that one was yellow. But now, yes, so this is it 4 from home? Because you've got, what, 120, 160 minutes. It's just actually, it's 4 and a splash, isn't it, 40 minutes ago, John? So
stay green.
Yeah, so it's 4 and a splash, but so a lot of the teams now are thinking, are they going to run fuel saving, or are they going to think, no, we've still got a chance of getting a yellow? Because if you can save 8 minutes and you start now. You can't save 8 minutes. You start after waiting for an hour for a yellow.
If you accept that we've got 2 hours, let's say 2 hours and 50, because it just makes it a bit easier. That's 120 plus 50, 170 minutes, and they do 40 minutes. So there we go. 23 lap stint there. 22 lap stint there again. Jeremy Shaw for Rocky as the 5 car still comes home. It's not quite cut and dried as to the pit stop strategy. So an extra couple of laps here and there could make a big difference if we stay green all the way to the end.
Very much so, John. Yeah, generally speaking, that number 48 car has been doing 21 lap stints. So this is one of the rare 22 lappers for Rocky. And during a stint, he actually closed in just a little bit on the number 10 car. We talked about the previous stint where he lost about 8 seconds. On this stint, since the last round of pit stops, he's brought it down by about 5. So it's super interesting to see who's pushing hard at what stage. And as you can see now on lap 7:14, the other 3 leaders, leading cars, including 4 other leading cars onto the pit lane, 0, 1, 6, and 10. And I'm expecting 55 to be in very shortly as well. That's still about 50 seconds behind the
It's also going to be an exercise in arithmetic and at least division, not long division, and certainly not quadratic equations, so it's not mathematics, it is only arithmetic. In GTD, because the 2 leaders there, as far as their pit stops, and I know I keep referring to this, but this is how the race is boiling up. Lucas Stoltz has done 23 laps, so he's 24th in the Synergy 1 Mercedes in second. Maro Engel done 22 in the leading Winwood car. They get about, let's call it 50 minutes by the time they're in and out of the pits, 50 minutes. So they've got, I reckon, in the tank probably 14, 15 minutes to go, 7 or 8 laps. So that is going to take them somewhere close to 2 hours and 30 minutes to go, which would be 150 minutes. Oh, that would be 2 more pit stops, 3 more pit stops in 150 minutes, 50 minutes ago. So that one could be a little more cut and dried. Their problem, as always, Jeremy, in the GT Daytonas is they're looking at time. They will not know how many laps they do, because the laps that they do is going to be governed by where they are in relationship to the leader. All right, only by maybe 1 or 2 at the end. So they have to think of it in those 50-minute chunks and stints, because laps for them are, for when the checkered flag comes out, they don't control their own destiny at that point.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, the prototype cars, they're doing about 36, 37 minutes between pit stops. For the last stint, the Ganassi car almost regularly gets 22 laps per stint. 22 laps also that time for the number 10 Acura. 22 also for the number 48 Cadillac. 21 number 55 Mazda. Interesting, because that was going to be running 22, I think, earlier on, and also 21 for number 60 Acura. So, you know, it's nip and tuck in there. But you know, if you can do 22, you need a little bit more fuel. If you do 21, you need a little bit less fuel to take on. So that'll determine the length of the pit stops. And with how long to go in the race? Is that 2 hours and 44 minutes?
Yeah.
How many minutes is that? 120, 160 odd.
Yeah.
Divide that by 37. What do you get?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what we get is get your Ford out for your calculator from you, from Jeremy Shaw. He'll do that. Nick Damon, coming to the end of your shift with us. Not our usual experience, but what is nowadays. What will you take away from the 59.3 and the Rolex 24 at Daytona?
I think just how incredibly close it's been the entirety of the 21 hours we've had. There's always been a battle, but you know, I think within a couple of tenths of a second for an important part of one of the classes. Yeah, I mean, GTLM's done what GTLM does. They've all stuck together. We've had some interesting standouts within the GTD. There's been some sensible. The driving did what it often does in 24-hour races, which is be a bit what's the word for it? A bit lazy and lackadaisical at the start, and that caused some problems. And then people got their eye in and went, "Oh, this is where I'm going to be overtaken. This is what I have to do." And you know, the P3 started out a little bit of a liability, but sorted themselves out after about 90 minutes to 2 hours. So, yeah, huge story. And of course, realistically, the last 3 chapters haven't been written yet.
Yeah, exactly. So the positive side of it, Nick, is watching 49 cars start at Daytona more than this time last year when we weren't in this situation. And the positivity we heard from John Durden with us earlier on, president of IMSA, the positivity we've heard from some of the manufacturer representatives would suggest to me that sports car racing here in North America, and under the IMSA banner particularly, is actually a pretty good place. That there is hope, there's more than that, there's excitement, there is a genuine desire to go motor racing.
Yeah, I think we all feel. I mean, obviously the pandemic is putting a down on everything, but it comes to endurance sports car racing across a number of different classes. I think we all feel we're on the cusp of another golden era. You know, we just got over the last one in 2016 and 2017, and now we're going to have another one in 2023. But we know we're building up to it. I think it's incredibly exciting.
Can't wait. Nick, thank you very much indeed for your hard work as part of our VP Racing Pit and Paddock team.
So it's great.
Say again?
I get to be a fan now, so it's great.
Yeah, I know I am still going to see texts from you as you're finding out information. I know Joe Bradley's doing exactly the same, although we won't hear from him unless we grab him in Michelin post-race tech. Thanks for all your hard work, Nick. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Bye-bye.
And don't forget that Michelin post-race tech show. Checkered flag is the end of the race, but only the start of the conversation. And we'll take some reaction from the circuit, and then it's over to you. You decide the agenda. We'd like to know from you your points arising, anything that you might have noticed during the race, observations, where you think we're going with GTD Pro. You've heard all of the points of view from people involved in the paddock. LMDH still a little bit further away, but sharp action being taken by IMSA to address the GT Le Mans situation. It's Michelin post-race tech. You can start submitting your questions or observations right now at IMSA Radio. The hashtag is Michelin PRT. Hashtag Michelin PRT for Michelin post-race tech. Always a nice way just to take stock perhaps of what we've seen. Problem at the bus stop, and that is the leader. It can't be. No. It's the Win Autosport car, isn't it? Yes, it is. Saw a flash of blue through the dust. It is the Win Autosport number 11. Wow, that woke me up. And I apologise to anybody in the Wayne Taylor Racing camp as well. Looks like may have had a problem coming in to the braking area. Did he either brush the wall or has he had a brake disc problem? Because there was a huge puff of black smoke from the right rear, and that looked to be, could it be just something like a puncture? No, there's air in the right rear tyre. So what happened there? Right hand side door is open, but is managed to be closed. Not sure how they did that out there. That was a scary moment at very high speed for the number 11, but fortunately nobody else involved, and we have stayed on a green flag situation at the sharp end of the field. Stephen Thomas, by the way, at the wheel of that LMP2. Wow, I managed not to hit anything, Jeremy. Not very often you can say that at the bus stop. Shea Adam, VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock reporter. Do my brain cells deceive me, or did that car have some brake issues earlier in the race? Welcome back, buddy.
Nope. Thank you. Yeah, you're spot on with that one. They had a left front brake failure, if memory serves. Changed that rotor and then went out a lap, did a lap, came back in and changed the other 3. And I believe they have done significant brake work on that car over the course of the race. So, yeah, it hasn't been their day.
Hasn't been there 24 hours at all.
Well, no, true, John. But then again, that's brand new team to P2 car. I mean, they've been running P3 cars for Bobby Golozinski's team under the K2R Motorsports banner for the last 2 or 3 years. But this is their first ever time with a P2 car. It's next Cool Racing Orica from Europe. Yeah, they've done a fair bit of testing with it. I mean, they can't get Stephen Thomas out of the car. When I think they first got it, they did sort of 3 or 4 days of testing right off the bat. They were supposed to do 2, and they stayed on. He just literally wouldn't get out of the car. I think he slept in it overnight actually each time. But it's been a fantastic effort by that team. I mean, there's a lot of experience there. Michael Harvey is the team manager. Bobby Golozinski has brought him in. Bobby, as we talked about before, is a long-time mechanic in the old IndyCar days, Champ Car days. Just a great guy, super enthusiastic. They also run cars, a lot of cars actually, in the Ferrari Challenge Series as well. That really expanded the business. And they're still running P3 cars. Stephen Thomas is doing that championship as well. He's the other co-team principal at Win Motorsport, and they are hoping to run a second P2 car perhaps at some stage as well. So big plans and a really fine effort. Yeah, it might not be ending quite the way they wanted it to, but they've led the race, they led it strongly, and it's been a very fine performance from this team. As Shea was saying, they overcame those brake problems early on, and they're not going to give up, I can tell you that.
No, and if I know anything about 24-hour races, being part of them as a broadcaster, having done some 24-hour kart races in the past, and 24-hour car races too, they are brilliant for team building. I know that's not why you do them. It's not a team building exercise. They will have learned a lot about that car in race conditions in the last 24 hours, and a lot about themselves as well, and that can be absolutely crucial going forward for that nascent organisation. Just want to flag up the GTD battle, which continues between Mauro Engel and Lucas Stoltz. I expect to see Luca in at the end of this lap or the next one, and Mauro Engel the lap after that. They're sitting in 22nd and 23rd position overall, leading that GTD category. The Wright Motorsports cars just dropping away with Klaus Bachler a tiny bit on that stint. He's been dropping about half a second to 6/10 recently. He's due it as well in a couple of laps as well. Still ahead of Brian Sellers as Mauro Engel goes across the line. That battle's still very much on, and the leading pair in LMP2 have come back together. Oh, it was a right front brake disc issue by the look of it, because that is not a full brake disc on that Win Autosport car. So it was the right front that went. Wow, that was a good save then, in that case, by Steven. Jeremy, LMP2 back together again. Ryan Diel and Mathieu Vaxivière, only 5 seconds between them, and what a run that's been by Era Motorsports. Laps down and fought back.
Yeah, tremendous effort there, and what a battle is going on there between that pair. They have just made a pit stop on this last lap, so they're going to go out and see what they are separated by once they get back out onto the racetrack. The number 82 car, by the way, that had got its lap back onto the lead lap during the pre-discussion period, which was what, a couple of hours or so ago now, 3 hours ago now, I guess. Yikes, time flies, doesn't it? But that we saw that have a problem in the pits. It's using a fair bit of oil. There's a replay of the brake disc. You can see the puff of smoke out of that car as he tries to get on the brakes for the bus stop. Did a really good job there to keep it out of extra harm's way. But number 82 car for Dragon Speed is still going again in LMP2. It's just a couple of laps behind Ryan Diel and Mathieu Vaxivière in the number 18 and 8 cars.
Yeah, the LMP2 battle, we looked at that on the entry list when we did our preview a couple of weeks ago, Jeremy, and looked at that and thought that was a deep field. You can say that about every class. We spent about an hour and 40 minutes saying, well, that car's got a chance of a class win, or that car's got a... It really has been an extraordinary entry in so many ways this year, throughout the 5 classes as it is now for the Rolex 24 at Daytona. 49 cars up on last year, as I said to Nick, but the depth of talent across every single one of the cars has been really impressive to see that Daytona once again really is back at the very, very top of the must-do races for international pro racing drivers.
Yeah, just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, all of the classes we knew were going to be competitive, didn't we? And it's turning out exactly that way.
And it's not finished yet. Ricky Taylor, 9 seconds to the good over Kamui Kobayashi, who's been bolted in to the Ally number 48. That's the white with the dark red stroke, magenta stroke purple, call it what you will, at the back of that car. GTLM pit stop starting again. Shea Adam watching these for us.
Fuel, tires, and Nick Katzberg staying behind the wheel of the yellow Corvette. This one getting a windshield clean, not yet a tear-off for this car, as there is an engineer not touching the car, wearing a bright yellow vest over the bright yellow overalls, not at all hard to see, indicating that he is not doing any physical work on the car, simply looking in, and it looked as if he was investigating as to the brake rotor amount left on the brake pads. But that service was done, and Katzberg leaves the pit lane a few minutes ago. We had Alexander Sims in for the number 4. That is the silver Corvette. That too is fuel, tires, and no driver change, no windshield tear off, just a clean.
29 seconds stationary for that Corvette. BMW in third as Alessandro Pernini, his competition car, has just come into the pit lane. And here are the GT Daytona leaders, because I'm fairly certain that the Sun Energy car must have been in last time around. This was that Rafael Marciello took over that car, Shea.
This was a 56 56-minute stint for Mauro Engel out on the racetrack. They need to be a little bit careful coming up against the 4 and 6 hour drive time limit for both Philip Ellis and Mauro Engel if they continue swapping back and forth. We saw a car last year utilize that principle going between two drivers for the first half of the race and two drivers for the second half. They came very close to exceeding maximum drive time. I'm a little bit concerned about this car in all honesty, but they did fuel and sticker tires for Mauro Engel, and also into the pit lane comes Raffaele Marciello. No, he's on an out lap, so the Sun Energy 1 car has already done their service. Who's going to inherit the lead of GTD?
They've gone through the tri-oval in that flaming front end of the car. That's only the livery, don't worry. The chrome and blue, great to see that number 75 with that livery. That's their traditional colourway. That was the previous lap. They were a couple of laps slightly worse off on fuel just because of the way they pitted last time around. So Brian Sellers must be has come in the pits now. He would have inherited the lead if he crossed the line. So Raffaele Marciello, I think, will be back in the lead because I don't think there was anybody else close enough, Jeremy, to those top three in GTD to have gone by on the pit stop cycle. The two Aston Martins who are next up are a little bit too far back to take advantage, and they're not actually on exactly the same pit stop cycle either for Roman De Angelis. Klaus Bachler in the right motorsport car in 5th position, and the recovering Matteo Cressoni for AF Corsa makes up the top 6, which means the TF Sport cars drop back. John Eastwood now down in 8th position in GT2.
Yeah, that's right, John. The number 23 Aston Martin, that's got its lap back for the moment, but is due a pit stop probably in the next 2 or 3 laps, I would believe. So they kind of need a caution right now. That would be super helpful for the number 23 car. So effectively, it's just the 4 GT3 cars on the lead lap in sort of regular terms, so to speak. Once this complete pit cycle sequence is cycled through.
Another one of these parts of the race where if you were to just glance in and not realise this was a 24-hour race, you'd think, well, there's not really much happening here, is there? 9 seconds at the front there, 6 seconds at the 15. Top 5. What we are seeing here is, as Harry Tingle described it beautifully earlier on, high-speed chess on the high backs. Still just trying to find out where you have a slight advantage over the cars that you are racing. In some cases, you've been spending, Jeremy, the last 21.5 hours working out who you are racing and who will be the competition. You can look all you like at the paper entry list, and you can think to yourself, well, they might be strong and they might be strong and they might be strong, but now with 2.5 hours to go, you know who you're racing, and that's when you've got to build your strategy to get to the end, yes, but to beat those cars that are left around you.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you certainly want to be planning ahead now from the finish line. Yes, it's 21.5 hours gone, but more importantly, there's 2 hours and 26 minutes and 54 seconds remaining in this race, and you want to try and be the first guy to make your last pit stop in case there's a full course caution in the closing stages. Watch an instant of somebody here, the race leader, I think,
side-by-side contact, with the Corvette, the grey Corvette.
With the second place Corvette.
It seemed a bit unnecessary from cars that are at the sharp end of the field, but what it does prove is what I was saying. Never think there's nothing happening. There's always something happening, and that number 10 of Ricky Taylor is going to have to pick up his pace a bit. A little, because Kobayashi is coming, and so is Scott Dixon. Scott Dixon is doing very well. Could of course be that Ricky Taylor was just trading a bit of paint with his former team. See, he knows those Corvette drivers very well indeed. Being part of Corvette racing for a wee while. Scott Dixon, oh no! A blow on the high banks, and it's the 0-1. It's Scott Dixon, the very car I was talking about. It's a right rear puncture. I don't know, is that an engine? There's a lot of smoke coming out of that car from the vicinity of the right rear. I think it's just dropped. There's a full course caution. That looks to me like a puncture. Shea, Adam.
Yeah, I think it's a tire, John. Just checking in with the team. And
yes, it is.
The rear wheel seems to be at a jaunty angle. They're ready with the new tire.
Oh, would you credit it? Dixon had been pushing really hard in third place. And so we have our 11th full course caution after 2 3/4 hours, 2 hours and 46 minutes of green flag since the last one earlier this morning. And Dixie's going to get that car back. Extraordinarily good and patient driving. He's turned in, I know he's great in everything he drives, but he has been particularly impressive. Looked like it went on the high banks early in the oval, so between maybe turns 1 and 2, or even before that, an awful lot of tyre smoke. I was fooled into thinking that there was fluid coming out of that car. It's just that the sun is still high enough that it was casting the smoke coming off the right rear was casting a shadow on the ground, and I thought it was the telltale line of essential fluids. Now, awful news for Chip Ganassi. Larry Holt at Mazda will be rubbing his hands here, Jeremy. This is exactly what they wanted with the number 55 as Dixie makes the pits.
Yeah, indeed so. It hasn't been the race that Mazda Motorsport wanted up until now. They had the glitch even before they left the pits, before the start of the race. They couldn't get into first gear. An actuator threw a fit, how Larry described it, something like that. But they were able to get back in the race, work their way through. It's been a kind of an up and down day. They had a penalty earlier on for a drive-through, then they had a problem which cost them a couple actually with rear bodywork. But now this Ganassi team is going hard to work on that right rear tyre. They're going to hope there's no supplemental damage to that right rear corner.
Adam, the pits are closed. That tyre is allowed under emergency service regulations.
Yeah, this is the very definition of emergency service. Scott Dixon, I don't know. I'm going to attribute it to great skill and talent that the tire did not delaminate. The bodywork is still intact. The latch is still complete on the back of that Cadillac. It's remarkable and quite lucky, to be honest. I know you think, how could getting a flat tire be lucky? Well, the fact that it didn't do any damage, it didn't shred any of the bodywork and therefore any of the suspension bits, that could have been a lot worse than it actually was.
Now, there had been a bit of side-by-side contact with one of the leaders before, but that was the 10 car that we saw on the number 4 Corvette. That was Ricky Taylor getting up close and personal to Alexander Sims. And that's the sort of thing, Jeremy, that, you know, having seen what's just happened to Scott Dixon, we don't know how that was caused, whether it's a bit of debris, running over a curb. I would doubt with Dixie whether it was a bit of rubbing, but you don't know. You can't control everything, of course. You can only control what you control. But that's exactly why in this portion of the race particularly, you're seeing your drivers, the old leaner gauge, push without risk. That's the definition of push without risk. You don't want to be rubbing side by side with GT cars if you're leading the race. So 2 hours 22 minutes to go. You're listening to IMSA Radio 107.9 around the track, and on Sirius XM, Sirius 216 XM 202, and around the world on IMSARadio.com. Sound and vision for those of you without a TV deal in your country. Thank you very much indeed, by the way, for your support in this race. And I think the best thing that we can say about this was mentioned a little while ago by Christoph. He says one of the very best things about this year's event is how un-COVID-19 it's felt. Great race, load of optimism for the future. A great discourse as well, not only between us, the drivers and the teams, and yourselves on Twitter, but it's clear that on the Listeners Collective, the Radio Show Limited Listeners Collective, on the IMSA forums, and indeed between yourselves on Twitter, might not be able to get trackside, but you have been swapping opinions and some quite heated debate. But it's all, I've been watching it. It's all stayed very, very sensible and respectful, with like-minded individuals. Exactly what these races are all about: spending time, meeting new friends. New friends are just strangers you haven't said hello to yet, remember. It's been a really, really good atmosphere on social media. Not always you can say that in the current circumstances, but I've been really impressed with what I've been seeing. It's been hard to keep up with because we've been so busy, and I think our viewing and listening figures will be interesting to look at. So thank you for your support. You know how much it means to us and to everybody at IMSA that you can tune in from around the world. And it has been a proper endurance race. So many of you seem to have been up the whole time as well, giving up your weekend and your precious time to follow the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship in the 59th running of the Rolex 24. At the end of the race, Michelin post-race tech on RS2, hashtag Michelin PRT for your questions. Points arising, we'll rattle through as many as we can before we keel over, desperately in need of more Sacred Coffee, which is where I'm headed at the moment. And then on Monday, I'm not sure this is a really good idea, but we've done it for the last few big races. 1 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. in the UK at Haggerty.com on their live pages. It's Inside Track, and we've got some great guests lined up have been making the headlines here this weekend in sound and vision, and you can ask them questions as well. Haggerty Inside Track via Haggerty.com on Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. in the UK. Not sure how I'm going to look on camera for that. Shea Adam, the pits are rough for TPI.
And unfortunately, a GT car followed them in, and it was a GT car needing emergency service. I'm sorry, Alex and Gabe, if you're still watching down in New Zealand, it is your Heart of Racing Aston Martin. That is not good. They did owe us a pit stop anyway, but we had fuel and tires for the Acura Minolta Acura. I almost said it. We had fuel and tires for the Meyer Shank Racing Acura. We've got fuel tires at Renger Van de Zande going in, or not tires, fuel going into the 01 Ganassi Racing Cadillac. The pit exit light is on. You know what? I think the 23 actually just drove straight down the pit lane. I think they missed the call thinking that it was GTD open. But other than that, we had a lot of other prototypes down the pit lane, including that number 55 Mazda, the white one. Ollie Jarvis brought it in, and it is now smack dab fourth in line for the prototypes. This is going to be an exciting restart.
Might have been just a splash of fuel under the emergency regs for Heart of Racing 23 Aston Martin, Shea, because they were, as you rightly say, due. They had done their laps. There couldn't have been that much in the tank. And again, the definition, we saw the rear right tyre replaced on the Scott Dixon number 48 Ally Cadillac, sorry, the 01 Cadillac, excuse me, and that's why my brain stopped, because he knew I'd said something wrong, but he couldn't work out the wrong bit of it. Well, putting a splash of fuel in, up to 5 seconds of fuel, is also allowed under emergency regs, because there's no point in having that car stuck out on the circuit, and that car then back in to do its proper service.
And that was interesting because they brought an air canister out to the car, to the right rear tire, the one that had been the issue. They put a new one on during the emergency service. They added air to it on the car under caution. Now, typically in a situation when you need to change your tire pressures, you change the tires, and the tires already have the new tire pressures in them. That's something that I've seen maybe once or twice before in my entire career.
Well, I know what they've done though, Shea. They only put the one tire on. That was the rest of the set from the emergency service tyre, and of course that will have gone on. It will then have done a lap, and they will be balancing the tyre pressures from the cold tyres that have gone on to the one that has had a little bit of scrubbing on that lap. I bet you that's what they were doing to match that set back up again.
That would make sense, and you don't want to scrub in one tire necessarily, even if you're going slowly behind the safety car. You want to keep everything as it is. So perhaps they've been expecting a pit stop or at some point expecting a tire change, and they had that set already up on the pit wall. It's Chip Ganassi's, boys and girls. They come prepared.
Here comes the GT field, GTD and GT Le Mans coming into the pit lane. Shea, Adam?
We have the Wright Motorsport Porsche, which is interesting, car number 16 into the pit lane, the 44 Acura. We haven't talked very much about them today. It's been a difficult race, and I believe that was Spencer Capelli getting back in. He does still owe us some drive time. Fuel only for both of the Corvettes, if they had just done their service not too long beforehand. And away goes the 4 ahead of the 3. So that's a change between the two cars. The 3 is not moving yet. The crew has not been working on it, and it doesn't look like it wants to fire. They're trying to get Nick Katzberg to get it going once again, but there was a little bit of fear in his eyes as, there we go, all of a sudden it lurches back into life. Is he rolling yet, though, as proper? No. Hands off the steering wheel. This is disaster. The leading car in GTLM not leaving its pit box.
Yeah, that is an issue. He was in some kind of limp mode or something like that. He either couldn't get a gear. Now, the good news is it's under yellow conditions, so he's lost the lead to his teammate, but he has lost a bit of real estate. Just a note, by the way, on the GTD, the 2 leaders, Jeremy, didn't come down through the yellow because they'd just pitted a couple of 3 laps before the yellow came out, as we reported. So both the...
That's exactly right, John. And the number 16 and number 16 and the one car, though, they also had pitted, but did come back in again, I think, just now. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. And the reason, as you just saying there, the GTLM cars also, they were in only a few laps to go, so they certainly didn't need much fuel. But at this stage in the game, you want to try and have as much fuel in the car as you can, so you have to put in less fuel at stops closer to the finish line. And at this stage now, we've got 2 hours and 13 minutes remaining. They will need probably 2 more stops, but if there's one more caution, they might be able to do it on 1 from here, particularly with this extra splash of fuel. So that is why we saw some of these cars come in and make this pit stop now, even though they didn't really need it in terms of having enough fuel to get through a full stint.
Well, Caldarelli had been out for 6 laps in the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini number 1, which actually is exactly the same as the leader.
Indeed.
And the second car that you mentioned there, the 16 Wright Porsche, 8 laps. And by the way, have I just noticed? No, still Mauro Engel leading for Winward ahead of Raffaele Marciello in that category. Let me just refresh that to make sure, yes, that is right. So the leaders, and it's always tough, isn't it, when you're in the lead. If you're 3rd, 4th or 5th, you can roll the dice a little bit, but if you're leading the class, you might want to be sitting out front and keep hold of your track position, because everyone else can react to you coming in under the yellow. You can't react to them, Jeremy. So you had to make your decision before everybody else did. Shuffle in the DPI positions, though, Jeremy, at the front of the field.
Yeah, very much so. Big shuffle. They came in the order 10, 48, 60, 55. And then the 01, of course, that caused us yellow with the problem on the track. They came out in the order 60, 10, 55, 48. All of them shuffling positions, and all those top 4. So the number 60 goes from 3rd to 1st, number 10 from 1st to 2nd, number 55 from 4th to 3rd, and number 48 from 2nd to 4th. And behind them all, of course, is Renger van der Zande, but they'll have done some an extra stop there just to make sure. I think there's three stops in a row for that 01 car, just to try and make sure, and hopefully that it isn't a problem, just making sure everything's okay on that car.
Yeah, if you
And
just
it's now Renger van der Zande, by the way. It's taken over after a marathon stint from Dixie.
Brilliant stuff from Dixie. L4NOO has just rejoined. What happened to the 0-1? We're under caution because of a right rear puncture on that car. We're not sure of the cause yet, so we won't speculate. It was on the high backs coming out of turn 6 from the infield on the speedway turns 1 and 2. Temperature is up a bit, 33 degrees Celsius on the track, 25 in the air, but I wouldn't have thought that would have overly impacted tyre performance and longevity. Hello to Gabe Newell and Alex Riberas in New Zealand, part of the Heart of Racing organisation. They're listening in from the future. It's 7:30 on Monday morning in New Zealand. Time zones there. Getting a lap back, the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, which was going so well early on. That seems a long time ago now in some respects, but they will carry on picking up points. When we get through to Michelin post-race tech, we'll give you, actually sure you might have the points. Have you been adding up the points for the Michelin Endurance Cup at 6, 12 and 18 hours? I wasn't on at the 18-hour mark, if I'm absolutely honest.
I have.
I thought you would. Who scooped the pool? You've got half a lap because the Lexus safety car lights are off.
All right, well, the 10 is leading in the DPI class with 13 points. That's what you need to know there.
15, yeah.
Yep, the 8 is leading with 12 out of the possible 15 in LMP2. In LMP3, it is a perfect score for Riley in the 74. Corvette Racing number 4, again with a perfect score of 15. And in GTD, it is our current leaders, current leaders. They have 11 points in second, tied with the 21, as a matter of fact, the Ferrari that they had the coming together with.
Right, a lot of fighting going on there. Nicely done, Shea. VP Racing Fuel Pit Paddock Report. John Hiner and Jeremy Shaw at the Haggerty Global Broadcast booth, and we come back to green with 2 hours and 8 minutes left of the 2021 59th running of the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona. Decent restart with the two Acuras together as they went across the line, and Ricky Taylor trying to go around, and does go around their Meerschacht Racing car, but Dane Cameron, who started at the front of the field's not having that. They're side by side coming out of the first of the infield horseshoes, side by side through the kink. Really, guys, with 2 hours and 7 minutes to go, they've managed to do it. And the purple car of Cameron gets back into the lead, but here comes Ollie Jarvis. They've been waiting for this for probably somewhere in the region of 20 hours. They're back in the fight, back in the lead group, and back with a sniff of victory. They know that those Rolex watches are only 2 cars away from them at the moment, and Ollie Jarvis with the Mazda, the smallest engined car in the race, 2-litre 4-cylinder turbocharged, not just in the DPIs, of all the cars. The little engine that can is right there behind the 2 Acuras at the moment. Down the inside, under braking on the first lap after the restart. It's another pass, and Ricky Taylor goes back into the lead. That's twice the lead has changed, 3 times the lead has changed effectively on this lap, and here comes Ollie over the top. Jarvis then in the Alpine white Mazda number 55. Harry Tingle told us they had a fast car. Harry Tingle told us it's good on its tyres, but they have to be careful in the warm-up phase, but they've been struggling in the Michelins. And just for good measure, Kamui Kobayashi joins the party round the outside. He goes up into 3rd. So Cameron restarted in the lead. He's down to 4th position. So it's Acura, Mazda, Cadillac, Acura, and the number 4 Corvette, which was somewhat recalcitrant coming out of its fuel stop, is back in the pit lane. Sheridan will keep an eye on that, but the battle at the front of the lead is extraordinary, and Renger van der Zande in the 0-1. Now, that car then did not lose the lead lap after that puncture. So they are still, Jeremy Shaw, in the fight, although at the moment just about a second or so behind this scrap of the first 4.
Yeah, so if there's no damage to that car, they made 3 stops during that caution period. First one to change what was left of the wheel and tyre, then another one with everybody else, and then a third one just to check things over before we went back to green. So still very much right there now. And this is going to be a dogfight from here in to the finish line. 2 hours and 5 minutes remaining.
Share that number 3 car wasn't a problem. A couple of penalties in that last pit stop. I'll come to you for those at the moment, but here's Ollie Jarvis goes to the high side in the tri-oval from 3 laps down. The Mazda number 55 didn't quite get to the lead this time around, but it looks to me as though it's a matter of time. We know that they're going to push hard. They will leave nothing on the table. And Kamui Kobayashi hunting around in 3rd position. 3 manufacturers in the top 3. Acura, Mazda, Cadillac. Then the second of the Acuras is Dane Cameron. The 55, Jeremy Shaw, if it does get into the lead, will complete an extraordinary stat in the 2021 Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona.
Yeah, indeed so. That's the only car that has not yet led a lap officially during this race. All of the other 6 PI cars have. They did so within the first 227 laps of this race, and now we're on lap 734. And number 55 car is not in the lead just yet, I think, but it's certainly knocking on the door with Oliver Jarvis.
Got the number 63 Ferrari going slowly out on the circuit, but I don't think it's causing too much problems for anyone else at the moment. It's having a problem at Speedway Turn 3, so in fact it's come in and got straight behind the wall. Shea, before this all blows up again, give us the news of those penalties. One certainly for the Corvette, number 3.
The Corvette number 3 passed cars in the pit commit area. That is a big no-no, drive-through penalty for that car. So their day goes from bad to worse. And then car 23 did not properly serve its obligation to the emergency service. So that was a trip down the pit lane and a stop with Richard and his stopwatch for 10 seconds for Ross Gunn.
Yes,
they've done everything right. They were lucky with the time of that caution. We talked about it, didn't we?
Yeah.
They had a few laps before, and they're able to stretch that fuel and just about get to the caution period. But they did need emergency service, and they didn't call that right. And that's could be a crucial mistake. Hopefully not. Hopefully they can stay on the lead lap in GTD, that car number 23, because they worked super hard to get it back, and they've now got 5 cars on the lead then in GT Daytona.
It's Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindhaugh in the Hackney Global Broadcast Centre. Shea Adam, our VP Racing Fuel Pit Paddock reporter, as we've got back underway with a couple of minutes to go before we head into the final 120 minutes. You don't need me to tell you, but we will do a little in-race update with Mazda. Ricky Taylor for Connington and Alder leads by 0.2 of a second from the recovering Mazda. The recovery, for now at least, is complete. They are back battling for the lead with Ollie Jarvis in second and Kamui Kobayashi for Allied Cadillac Racing in third, the number 46 car. Then Dane Cameron another 0.6 further back for the purple and black Acura. Renger van der Sande just sitting about a second behind the top 5 at the moment for the light coloured Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing number 01. Ryan DL has Era Motorsports Orica in the lead by 5.3 seconds for Mathieu Vaxivière. That's beginning to heat up again and starting just to bubble away. Number 8 from number 82 in LMP, excuse me, 18 from 8 from 82. As Delvin De Francesco for Dragon Speed. He's a couple of laps off the pace. Alexander Sims holds the Corvette Racing hopes at the moment ahead of the BMW Team RLL. That number 4 and the number 24 in second has Augusto Farfus behind the wheel at 2.7 seconds distance. Racing Competition third, another second further back, and that's snafu for Corvette number 3 in the pit lane, and the mistakes has cost them half a minute to the leaders in class. LMP, Spencer Piggott behind the wheel of the Riley Motorsports Ligier 74 car in 13th overall, has 3 laps over Joao Barbosa for Sean Creech Motorsport, and it is still Milner Motorsport in third position, although Riley's number 91 now, only a lap away from getting back to the podium. Jerome Blakemollen did a monster stint earlier on to pull that car back into contention and used the yellow flags very well indeed. In GTD, Mauro Engel from Windward has half a second on the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes-AMG GT3 Raffaele Martiello in the 75, so 57 and 75. Then the 16 Klaus Bachler driven Wright Motorsports Porsches, another 7 seconds further back. That's how it stands as we come down to 2 hours to go on IMSA Radio at Daytona 2021. The next hour and the final 2 hours of racing starts right now. Breathless stuff as we head into the last couple of chapters in terms of the hours on IMSA Radio 107.9 across the circuits. Sirius XM, thanks for your airwaves for the last 22 plus hours. Sirius 216, XM 202. Many of you tweeting us pictures have tuned in some very nice motor vehicles indeed, including a Rolls-Royce Ghost I saw earlier on. Did like the wooden dashboard on that. Very upmarket. We do have some clearly very influential people listening in, and of course around the world on IMSARadio.com. Sound and vision for those of you in territories that don't have a network TV deal. Since the restart, then, we have seen a bit of battling on that opening couple of laps. Taylor, for the moment, has pulled out to about half, 3/4 of a second. But what about GTD, Jeremy? Mauro Engel for Windward, same sort of gap between Mauro and Raffaele Marciello, about 6/10, 7/10 of a second. Oh, little mistake there from the AF Corsa number 21 car. That car was right up in the thick of it till contact early on. Now, was that just a mistake? Oh, yes, it was. That's not how you get the Rolex watch, straight through the sponsor signage. And the unconventional line, Jeremy, shall we say, down the International Horseshoe. Not across the grass, not there. That is not the right way to go into that corner for the 21 AF car.
I wouldn't even call that a scenic route either, to be perfectly honest.
Didn't do himself any favours at all there, really. These battles we've in at least 4 of the 5 classes, we've got real battles in this last 2 hours to the front of the field. Oh, full course yellow, and it will be a short yellow. I wonder if that was for the 21. Yes, it's brought debris onto the track, so this will just pack everybody back up again, and we get another restart. So this is then the 12th time that the double yellows have been seen down on the start-finish gantry. Dennis and Tony out in what is quite pleasant sunshine at the moment, and our best regards to all of our colleagues and friends at IMSA, whether they are waving flags, patrolling the pit lane, standing by, particular rescue crews. I know they're always tuned in on Sirius XM. Haven't had too much work to do, thank goodness. Always say to the guys when I see them before a race, I hope you get very bored and just end up listening to our commentary and our play-by-play all the way through. Also, of course, the AMR medical and safety crews, not just on the track but at the track medical centre, all of whom are essential workers. Thank you for all your hard work already in this early part of the 2021 season. So this is going to close things back up at the front of the field, Jeremy. We get another restart, which from an entertainment point of view, I have no issue with. And Ollie Jarvis gets to have another crack at Ricky Taylor. The problem is that Kamui Kobayashi is also a very quick starter. and Renger van der Zander's back on the back of that. Let's have a little bit of note on the leading car. Shea Adam has this VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock report.
It's really a shame that Philippe Albuquerque isn't in the 10 right now, because he and Ollie Jarvis shared an Audi back in 2013 to win the GTD class, or what is now the GTD class. That would have been a lot of fun, seeing those two former teammates duking it out for the overall Rolexes.
Shea Adam, yeah, that's good. There's so many, I mean, so many of these drivers, Jeremy, have been around for quite a long time, and therefore there are connections right the way through this field. People who have driven together against each other, sometimes in the same team or even in the same car. That is again one of those things that happens in sports car racing that's in certain other facets, areas of the sport doesn't have that facet to it, because people tend to be on their own in a car rather than sharing with other people, 2, 3, sometimes 4 other drivers. So Jeremy Shaw's with me in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Take the opportunity to remind you of the Haggerty Inside Track Show, live in sound and vision, 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, Monday. That's 6 p.m. in the UK. You'll have just about realised that there's no racing tomorrow by the time that happens. We've got some great guests lined up with a few options of who to take depending how the results go in the next hour and 55 minutes. Haggerty.com and look at the Haggerty Live section in their entertainment tab. You'll see all the details there. Join me and guests for Haggerty Inside Track at Haggerty.com, 1 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. UK tomorrow, Monday. It's our usual wrap-up of the weekend. A little before that, the Michelin post-race text gives you the chance to set the agenda. There's Jeremy, Shea, myself, and we'll try and get Johnny and Nick and Joe perhaps in on that as well for a bit of an old skate later on. Hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio, please, for that one. Well, this is not going to affect anything too much, Jeremy, other than to just close the field back up again, because it is termed a short yellow. So the procedure is we'll just get somebody out to pick that Rolex sign up, and then we'll get you back to green as quickly as possible.
Yes, but potentially very significant, because there were a few cars that really needed a yellow. The number 3 Corvette, of course, that had that long pit stop and the penalty that had fallen a long way back. So Nicky Katzberg will now be able to haul up to the back end of the other contenders in GTLM. He's currently 4th in class behind his teammate number 4 car, which still leads and has done for much of this race. Then number 24 BMW and number 62 Ferrari. Also great news for the heart of racing, Aston Martin, Ross Gunn, after that little miscue during the emergency service procedure during that previous caution period, had to make a drive through. That also will be able to haul up to the back of the pack, having been I think around about a minute or so down on the rest of the field. So very good news for those two teams in particular.
Yes, and you know, I think it was Reinhold Jost many years ago that said to me, the man at the head of the Jost team, he said, I'd rather be lucky than good. And in fairness, they were both of those things, often at exactly the same time. But it is the old adage, isn't it? The more I practice, the luckier I get. But there are some things that you just can't, Jeremy, control. I know Alan McNish always used to say, I don't believe in luck. Bad luck is what people say for poor preparation. But in this form of racing, there are some things that you simply can't control, like when somebody else has an accident miles away from you. At Le Mans, it could be 8.5 miles away. Somebody has a tyre blow or goes off the track, and that massively impacts your strategy or what's going on, and you can only react to that at that point.
Indeed so, and you know, and when a caution period comes out, when the lights flash on, you know, that can be another thing that is purely down to chance. Call it what you will, but it certainly isn't bad. Nothing bad by anybody. It's just the timing of it. You know, that's just the luck of the draw, so to speak. So yeah, there is some luck that comes into this sport. There's no question about it. But a lot of people say, yeah, we were unlucky there, and I get Alan's point. He's right. Yeah, they really weren't unlucky. They kind of brought it amongst themselves. But there are certainly, by the same token, various instances, as we just outlined, where it is down to luck alone.
Should just mention, by the way, while we've got Alan McNish in our minds. Hello, Alan. Hello, Kelly. I know you'll be watching and listening on. Listening to Harry Tinknell talk earlier on and his enthusiasm about what was going on, and even some of his phraseology will surprise nobody who knows that Alan McNish has been looking after Harry for quite a long time. And that's why I know that Alan will be tuned in to this, and I think he'll be as nervous as anybody else at the moment, probably more so than if he was driving himself. Core update, the number 54 as we're going back to green, Shane.
Matt McMurray in the car right now, they think they've got a tire going down, so he is probably going to pit on this restart.
Well, they must have tripped over a black cat under a ladder and fallen into a mirror, because if we're talking about bad luck as we were there, they've had nothing. They've had no luck other than bad luck. Not the race that they were looking for, and John Bennett's return to competitive motorsport at the high level here in IMSA, coming back to the green, and a very good restart by Ricky Taylor in the Acura, down on the low side this time. Ollie Jarvis tries to get a little bit of a draft as they go down into turn one. Behind, there's an added complication for Kamui Kobayashi, because the number 31 Cadillac is trying to get some laps back, and for a moment was side by side with Kamui in the 48 Ally Cadillac, but has now dropped back. Also, we've got the two Acuras then sitting in there with Meerschaank Racing, or sorry, the purple Meerschaank Racing Dane Cameron car, Renger van der Zanders in there as well. So that is the top five. That's how they restarted. We are just hearing there's been an incident between the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini and the number 21 car of AF Corsa. They've had a rotten hour and a half or 2 hours. Reviewed, no action, as the 54 car is coming slowly into the pit lane, as reported by Shea Adam, now VP Racing Fuel. Pit report: the leaders are down to the braking area on the restart after the restart into the bus stop. Under an hour and 50 minutes to go. Top three equidistant on Speedway turn 4. Yeah, well, we've absolutely had our money's worth already. If the race was to finish now, I don't think anybody would be disappointed. But Jeremy, we've got the better part of an hour and a half, an hour and 50 minutes still to go in GT Le Mans. Nicky Katzberg and Augusta Farfus rather, and Alex Sims go through, and the BMW is back to the lead. That was a pass made on the track after the restart, so the black BMW is back to the lead of the class, and now it's BMW versus Corvette versus Ferrari, the top three cars in class, three different manufacturers in GT Le Mans. After looking for a little while, not like a Corvette benefit, but it did look, Jeremy, like Corvette had it under control. Well, now they've got a real scrap on their hands.
They have, certainly, and this is going to be quite a battle. We wondered a little while ago whether the 24 BMW, or the BMWs in particular, had shown their hand in this race so far. They've been hanging in there all the way along. That team, of course, has won this race the last 2 years in succession. The 25 car is a couple of laps off, or just one lap off, not one back in that previous caution period, so that's just one lap off the pace as well. But yeah, good strong move there by that number 24 BMW. Just Farfus in the lead. It's a long time since the Corvette hasn't led this race in GTLM.
Have one bit when I was on during the wee small hours where the BMW got ahead for a while. I don't think the Ferrari has led. It's been there or thereabouts. I'm doing that from memory, not actually looking at any data, which is kind of making leaps of faith there. Through turn 1, 2 leaders, 3 leaders, 4 leaders. As quickly as you can tick them off and do your lap chart, they're through into the international horseshoe. Top 4, Taylor Jarvis, Kobayashi, Renger van der Zande now ahead of Dane Cameron. So that 0-1 car, apparently, Jeremy, not showing any ill effects from that tyre issue, the right rear issue for Scott Dixon, when Scott was pushing very hard indeed. It was an end of a great set of stints from Scott. And Renger van der Zande, I suppose the senior partner there in that team now, with the experience of that car, if not that team, and he's only 1.5 seconds off the lead and starting to close in on Kamui Kobayashi.
Yes, indeed, and lots of experience there, of course, both Kobayashi and Renger van der Zande. They've won the race the last 2 years, so driving alongside each other, then each two different teams or two different let me start again. They drove together last year, now they're back at the moment in 3rd position. And for both of those two, looking to become a 3-time winner here. In terms of the overall race here, it's only been ever won 3 times in succession, but once by Peter Gregg, 1973, 75, and 76. What about 74, you say? Well, there wasn't a race in 74, that was the entry crisis. But Peter Gregg is the only guy to have won this race 3 years, the race 3 years in succession.
Yes.
However, in the 80s, Unser did win this race 3 wins in a row, but the first one was Dad, Big Al, and the next 2 were Little Al, Al Alonso Jr. That was with Al Holbert's team, and his dad won it the year prior with Preston Hen's team. They're back in the Porsche 962 days.
See, Jeremy, that's the sort of stuff that makes this race, because it's the 59th running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona, because it has such a wonderful and vibrant history within the sport. That's the sort of stat that these guys probably don't know about, but when you tell any of those guys about that, it will mean something to them. To be alongside someone like, to have your name alongside someone like Peter Gregg, that is just, you know, lifetime dream stuff for these guys, because I know how much these guys enjoy the sport and how much emotion goes into it. So that means, Jeremy, with the 74 race not happening, that in point of fact, nobody has ever won this race 3 years in a row. They've won it 3 runnings in a row, as I said, but not 3 years in a row. So we would actually be making history if that happened today.
Indeed so.
Wow.
Absolutely, in the
Great
overall
stat.
terms, at least, yes.
Great stat, Jeremy. Well dug. Well dug. Still can't tell you which one of the top 4 or 5 cars is going to be in that victory lane. Cameron just can't find the pace in the Meyershank Racing number 60 Acura at the moment. He's dropped away by 4 seconds from the leader. I'm not reading anything into that at the moment, but he was mugged a couple of times on the restart, came to the previous restart as the leader and ended up at the end of that first lap down in, I think, 4th position. And since then, Renger van der Zande has gone by. Renger right up the tailpipes now of Kamui Kobayashi in the Ally Cadillac, and at the moment he looks like he may be the man most likely, but to be honest, any of those top 4 could be making a move shortly. The concentration, Jeremy, the pressure, as all of these drivers have got to keep their wits about them at all times. But these top 5 in particular, after 22 hours and 20 minutes of running, knowing that the win is on the line, not just for yourself, and that again is that team thing, isn't it? You are carrying the hopes and dreams of 30, 40, 50 people maybe in this last hour and 40 minutes. That's pressure.
It is, and just the slightest mistake could be so costly. We know how important it is to these drivers in particular to get that Rolex Daytona chronograph, and for the teams, for the manufacturers, for so many people, it is one of the most important races on the motor racing calendar, period. And it's the race that everybody wants to win. And as we see right now, in each of the classes, pretty much, the battle is far from over. And we're expecting probably a couple more pit stops, I think, probably just one more pit stop actually for the GT cars, probably at least 2 for the prototypes, and it could well come down to the pit stops at the end of the day. Certainly the strategies.
GT Le Mans, the BMW Corvette battle behind the pits at the moment, heading to the International Horseshoe. Fantastic torque out of the corner by what was then second place Corvette of Alexander Sims. Nicky Katzberg, by the way, has recovered into 3rd position, dealing with Alessandro Perguidi. So it was at the start of that lap, Corvettes 4 and 3 in 2nd and 3rd, now 1st and 3rd. That was like something out of a movie, Jeremy, coming out of the little flick-flack that are turns 2 and 3. Whether there was a little fumble by Augusto Forfus in the BMW number 24, the black car, or whether the Corvette just hooked up brilliantly, I'm not sure. But that looked very easy indeed. No muss, no fuss, and went round the outside into the braking area of what is effectively turn 4, the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, but by then he was well clear, wasn't he? He just powered right past him. That was really odd to see how easy that it looked. I'm sure it wasn't as easy from the inside. We didn't see whether Augusto Farfus maybe just put a wheel on the grass or something, lost a bit of traction on the exit of that first little complex at turn 1-2 there, but it looked surprisingly easy. We'll see if the BMW can challenge again as they come up toward the tri-oval.
Shea Adam, significant news in that very close LMP2 battle between Tower Motorsport and Era Motorsport. What's happened here?
On the restart, it was not a good lap for the Era Motorsport crew. It was about 30 seconds slower than it should have been, but it was a little bit too fast for the number 8 of Tower Motorsport. They were issued with a jump restart by race control. That's why they were evaluating the restart. A drive-through penalty for Mathieu Vaxivière in that car means that it will bring him right back into the clutches of Ryan Dial.
Yeah, a minute and 13 seconds between them at the moment. Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, and what's curious about that is at the restart, the number 18 car, Ryan Dial, was leading. He came into the pits as we went to green. Not quite sure why, because it was as we came to green, so that put the number 8 car in the lead, and it had a pretty substantial lead. So there was absolutely no reason for Vaxivière to jump that restart, because at that stage, number 18 car was headed to pit lane. Curious.
Well, that might be something we have to follow up after the race, yeah.
Yeah, who was he called for passing? If it was a number 18 car, that was the car that was coming towards the pits. Well, that's curious.
Whoever was next in line up there still can't pass anybody. It have to be a class competitor, does it?
No, indeed. But I think there were no tail conditioners, so I might be wrong. I don't know that for sure. But if there were, if the number 8 was directly behind the 18 and the 18 car came into the pits, I don't know. But anyhow, the penalty has been called, and that would be not what that team needed.
I suspect they're having a discussion with that. They've got 4 laps to answer that drive-through. It may well be that there's a bit of back and forth on that one. This is where your team manager earns their corn, and you can't have a word. That's why there's a 4-lap grace period. If there's some video, which there almost certainly will be, that will be getting reviewed as well. Just a bit of housekeeping as we're getting towards the last hour and a half here. Officially now, the number 63 has retired, so that one you can use the black marker pen of doom for Scuderia Corsa. Bad news for Ed Jones, Brett Curtis, Ryan Briscoe and Marcus Gomes. That one is out. Coming back to the fray from behind the wall, number 14 Lexus. That has gone in. going behind the wall to replace it. The number 52, I think we were talking about that's the problems for PR1 Matheson Motorsport cars, the Ben Keating, Mikkel Jensen, Scott Huffaker and Nico Lapierre car. It's been a fraught 24 hours in 2021 for that car. Was very well early on. Nico Lapierre ended up in the wall, if you remember, on his way out of the pits, either just a little side swipe or having to avoid another car. My goodness, video game stuff, iRacing stuff on the banging by. The leader, Ricky Taylor, goes down below one of the slower cars and then comes straight up and over the top of another. He's pushing very hard indeed. Took almost a full second out of Ollie Jarvis last time around, and that included passing some traffic. Mathieu Vaxivière is back out, having driven through the pits, and Renger van der Zand has just been through the pits as well in the 01 Cadillac DPI. Shea Adam, what can you tell us, if anything, about that one?
Looked pretty standard. We've got the leaders now having been out for 42 minutes, and yes, there has been quite a bit of yellow, but perhaps this is back timing to the end of the race. We've got an hour and 35 minutes to go. That breaks up nicely into 2 stops.
Yeah, I'll take that. They've been out 18 laps since the last time he was in the pits, but they'd had a couple of splashes before that. Remember, they had that problem with Scott Dixon coming in for emergency service. So that will be a full tank of VP Racing fuel for Renger. Now the leader is coming into...
We've got an hour and a half remaining.
Yeah.
They do 36, 37 minutes.
Yeah.
All right. Not convinced on that one.
When you did the calculation, having found your calculator early on, we were at 4.4 stops.
Yes.
And 0.4 of a stop is no good whatsoever to a race team, is it?
Exactly right. And since then we've had the caution. So you know, they definitely need 2 more, but I'm not sure they can get to the end. Well, I'm pretty sure they can't get to the end from here with.
So they're going to
get the 2.
They're going to get down to somewhere near the hour from where they've just stopped, and then they can break the last hour into 2 parts, so that they will still have to have 2 stops if we stay green. But I'm not sure what the advantage of doing that is, but then again, I'm not a strategist. Oh, hang on a second. The 75 car, was that going slowly there for a moment? No, that's Raffaele Marciello, Sun Energy 1. Now, so this has triggered something off. Ricky Taylor now comes in, and from second, Ollie Jarvis. Shea Adam.
And on his way out of the pit lane is Kamui Kobayashi, so it has triggered something. The 48 also into the pit lane. It is a driver change, though, as there is a bright red helmet climbing aboard the Mazda number 55. That could be orange, that could be Harry Kingshaw. And don't you want the things for your last stint? Go out and potentially win Daytona? Yes, please. Fuel, tires, and a windshield clean for the Mazda. Fuel, tires, and windshield clean for the Acura as well. The number 10 Connor Knowles car. And I believe that was an orangish helmet behind the wheel of the Acura, so perhaps Ricky Taylor stays aboard.
Right, okay.
And the reason for these stops now, they're just covering each other.
Yes.
Because when that first car came into the pits, that was the number 01 car. If there'd been a full course caution after that, the pits would have been closed.
Yeah.
And therefore, the car that had already made its pit stop would be able to stay out on the racetrack when the other guys needed their pit stop. So that's exactly why all those guys were making that pit stop. However, the number 61 car hasn't fallen for that one yet. So if there is a caution now, the number 60 car, well, it was at the back, that's why it hasn't come in.
It's what our NBC colleagues Townsend Bell and Paul Tracy called the danger zone. Once you've seen one of the guys behind you stop, you don't want to get caught on the wrong side of a safety car. But as Jeremy says, Mershank Racing with Dane Cameron have stayed out there. I don't think he can have much more VP Racing fuel in the tank there. They did do a couple of top-ups, but he's had 5 laps of yellow since he was last in the pit lane. He's been out there for 45 minutes. So I reckon he's only got probably another 2 or 3 laps. What that will do, of course, is mean that he gets closer to the end of the race with his next 2 stops. He's not going to save a stop, but they're gambling. And I seem to remember in the back of my mind that Harry Tincknell said that staying out on old tyres in performance terms was more beneficial than putting on a set of new tyres. He used the words overcut and undercut, which I dislike immensely. But basically the performance advantage of the old tyre when it's hot outweighs the disadvantage of a new tyre when it's cold. Yes, it's got more meat on it, but it's not up to temperature for at least a couple or 3 laps. So maybe that's what they're looking at as well with Dane Cameron in that Meyer Shank Racing. Mike Shank knows how to strategize. Dear, that was terrible. He knows how to work his strategy to get to the end of the race and use his resources as best he can, and that may well be what he's doing now. If you do everything the same as everybody else, you'll get the same result. If you go slightly different, well, you've got an option for that to change. Battle for second place, Jeremy, in GT Le Mans. Augusto Farfus has dropped 2.5 seconds since Alexander Sims dragged past him with the Jerry Bruckheimer 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th gears, or however that happened, because I've got no clue still how easily that pass was made. And his teammate now, Nicky Katzberg, is with Farfus and battling as they come out of the infield through turn 6 for second place in GTLM to make it once again, Jeremy, a Corvette Racing 1-2 if he can get by the black BMW.
Yeah, indeed. So the once again, Corvette's looking very, very strong here. Just to add to your note, by the way, about the leading car have not yet pitted. Of course, you're absolutely right. You know, as you stretch towards the end of the race, the later you make your last stop, the less fuel you're going to have to put on board. So therefore, a faster stop. So there's all sorts of things to play out. And the number 60 car doesn't seem to be quite as quick as those other contenders. These leads through most of the race so far, so you know, they're probably hoping that by taking on less fuel, having a faster pit stop, that maybe they can remain in contention for the win.
By the way, at Daytona 2021, of course, we've now done 24 hours and 10 minutes of racing this year because we had the 100 minutes last weekend. So we've actually done more than 24 hours. It's just been spread over 2 events. Here's the pass for second in GT Le Mans, and right in behind them is the number 31 Whelen Cadillac, which dropped laps earlier on. Mike Conway's been put into the end there, and he'll fight all the way back and picks his way between them. In fact, the pass did not happen from Nicky Katzberg on the BMW Team RLL. So I've been told by our executive producer up in London, Tim Gray, that wasn't a race, it was a competitive qualifying session, which is absolutely true, but it looked very like a race for the 100 minutes. But at least he got the point I was making. I'm throwing that into the mix. Under the length of a soccer game to go, 88 minutes of this one. As we head towards the end, in has come now the leader, Dane Cameron, and that was on fuel, so he has pushed the VP fuel all the way to the end, Jeremy, actually I've got to share that looked like full service, and you would expect full service now at every stop for these guys.
It was full service, and in rejoining the transition lane, he very nearly collected the 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes being run by Gradient Racing. The car coming into his box was a Mercedes. The car going out was the Acura, and there was probably 5 feet between them, but man, it looked a lot closer, not on the cameras. All good there, though, as it is Juan Pablo Montoya to take this to the checkered flag. The man who's won this race 3 times before knows how to get it done.
Certainly does. And by the way, that Sun Energy 1 car, Rafael Marciello, stretching a 29 lap stint there, still a little bit short of what we might have seen. Ross Gunn is promoted to second place. He's got about another 9 or 10 laps before he comes in, and promoted through the field. We're waiting for Mauro Engel to come in. Raffaele Marciello then drops down through the field behind Klaus Bachler and Andrea Caldarelli. That's what I was trying to say. Maro Engel due in next time around, maybe the one after that, which will leave Caldarelli for Paul Miller Racing. Remember, they took a little splash about 23, 24 laps ago. They'd only done 7 laps, but that stretched their fuel load. And we said at the time, Jeremy, that was an interesting thing to do. But somebody further down the field in GTD, as the #1 car was, really had nothing to lose by that. Caldarelli will assume the lead in a lap or two's time and will still have probably 6 laps to go to make good on that performance advantage.
Yeah, but Caldarelli, during that stint, did overtake Klaus Bachler in the number 16 Porsche, so he moved himself up into third from fourth, where he was at the restart. So, you know, the Paul Miller Racing team looking for the 2 in a row. And that combination, by the way, in that number 1 car, that is the only car in the race in which each of the drivers already have a Rolex 24 victory. And that, of course, was gained last year by Paul Miller Racing. No other car have all 4 drivers won this race before.
That's another great stat, and one when we were doing our preview for this, I was quite frankly staggered about, because so many people have swapped and changed, and so many good drivers down through the years since we started handing out the Rolex class wins as well. Sorry, Alan McNish, to remind you of that, because he won the last year that they were only for the overall winners. I was actually quite staggered that there was no other team, even if they'd had to mix and match down through the years. But that's it, exactly as they raced last year, Jeremy. Cars different colours, but it's the same car and the same drivers for that car. Different number, but effectively that is the same combination.
Indeed so, yeah. So you know, they've been there and done it, and they want to do it again because they enjoyed last year. And here we are, 12 months on, and a repeat would be very, very nice indeed for that content, and for Paul Miller himself, of course, who's arch enthusiast. He's an accomplished driver in his own right as well, and you know, he's so passionate about his sport. He was really disappointed not to be able to do the full season last year, but what a call! You know, it was great that he made that call to concentrate on the Michelin Endurance Cup and came away with that title as well.
It will be another win as well for Lamborghini in GT Daytona. They've rather made Rolex 24 their own in the last 3 years.
That would be 4 in a row, because the previous 2 years it was won by the GRT Grasser Racing team. Boy, what a disappointing outing it's been for that Austrian-based team this weekend, because one car was out pretty early after just 195 laps, and the other one did 347. But both of those 2 cars out of the race a long time ago. I don't think, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, particularly sad for them, Jeremy, coming off the back of the fact that we've heard that they're going to have a full-time entry in IMSA. We're not entirely sure about that, but it looks like they are going to have a full-time entry this year in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship.
Is that confirmed? That's brilliant news. It really is.
Yeah,
excellent.
I'm pretty certain I haven't made that up, but given the amount of information that my poor little adult brain has been taking in over the last actually 10 days of this event, really is an event with a capital E. I may have dreamt it or conflated two stories. Just a quick thought while we've got a moment on this, Jeremy. What do you reckon to moving the Raw to the week before? There's normally a free weekend between the Raw before and the Rolex. We've long debated the qualifying, and I've put that to one side. But what about moving the event a week closer and effectively making a 10-day, 11-day festival out of the Rolex 24 Daytona?
I think it's great, and I think it makes it a lot easier logistically for the teams, and obviously I would have thought expense-wise as well. You know, to have to come here for the raw test, then go away for 3 weeks, then come back again. You know, you've got double the cost of just about everything. Okay, you could be staying here in Daytona all the way through that time, but if you have no major problems, at least a little bit of chance of relaxation in a part of the world is not too bad at this time of year, generally speaking. But you know, but otherwise, you know, you could it's just one trip here, particularly in these COVID times, of course. But no, I like it, and I think the vast majority, I think virtually everybody I've spoken to likes that change as well. So I think that's probably here to stay, and I think it's a very, very good move. I'd say we'll talk about the others. We'll leave the other aspects out of it, but that side of it, I think is great.
Commissioner Porsche Race Tech, for your thoughts on that and what you've seen over the last 10, 11 days. You've seen and heard on our coverage. Slow-moving prototype. I think is that the number 31 car that was moving slowly? No, it wasn't. That smoky prototype. And Shea Adam has some news on the GT Daytona battle after the pit stops.
Yeah, Andrea Caldarelli managed to get out ahead of Raffaele Marciello. Now they're battling together on the track, separated by 0.3 of nothing at all.
What happened to the Cetilar Dallara, says Sean. I missed that one dropping down the order. They had a good run, you know, really did. It was nice to see the Dallara running well. Clearly likes the slightly harder compound of Michelin tyre that's used here in IMSA now. Remind me, Shea, what happened to the Cetilar Dallara? They had a couple of different problems from memory.
I want to say gearbox was ultimately what took them out.
Yes, good call. Very good. Very good call.
The top, excuse me, John. The top two cars in GTD haven't yet pitted on this sequence. So Mauro Engel in number 57 car, and Ross Gunn in the number 23 Aston Martin. The last pit stop for Engel was on lap 668.
He's got
to be due any moment now.
Yeah, had a bit of yellow there. Normally get about 30 laps, those cars. Oh my goodness me, that was tight again.
That's a change.
That is a change for position, as Jeremy says, down at the International Horseshoe, Jeremy, and that was very tight indeed.
Yeah, it was. And what did Harry Tingle say when he spoke to us earlier on?
He said we're going to be in victory lane or in the fence, basically.
Yeah. I said, yeah, indeed. I think he would say win or crash, or win or crash.
Win or crash. Yes.
Yeah. I asked Larry Holt about that, by the way, and he said attack like it's life or death. And I said it's hammer time, is it? I need a bigger hammer. Well, he's got his bigger hammer right now because Oliver Tingle is charged up, and I think he's up into second position. But what's interesting though is Paul Babergurk all the way 3.5 seconds during he's extended not by very much, obviously, but by fractions. There's a Sun Energy car off the road, and that takes that Paul Miller car off the road in avoidance, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Jeremy, in that amazing battle for GTD. That was at the bus stop. Those cars very close together. Marciello and Caldarelli in traffic. Just a little bit of a wiggle under braking from the 75 Sun Energy 1 car. Got that back together again, Marciello, and Caldarelli deciding that discretion was the better part of valour. Thought about going up the inside on the left-hand exit of the bus stop. Oh, actually got onto the dirt, got onto the marbles. There is, it's not a one-groove track through the bus stop, but it's probably only 1.5. I don't think it's 2 grooves through there. And as soon as the left-hand Michelins got out of the quote-unquote racing line there, Jeremy, that number 1 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini and Andrea Caldarelli, he knew he was in trouble, and that was a really smart piece of driving there. He didn't try to save it, he didn't try to tighten his line, which would surely have meant him spinning. He just opened up his hands, knew that the grass there is pretty flat, and just ran across it. Lives to fight another day, and lives to fight still for a potential podium for that car.
Take your medicine, in other words.
Yeah, very good. Engel's in the pits, Shea Adam, from the lead of GTD for Winward Racing, with 1 hour and 16 minutes on the clock.
this is not enough time to get him to the checkered flag. He was out there for an hour and 12 with a lot of help from the yellows, but this is fuel, tires, probably a windshield clean for Mauro Engel. He certainly needs to keep it clean to make sure that he doesn't see anything in front of him. And yeah, they're going to make sure every last drop gets in, but this will still necessitate a splash.
A pit stop before the end, I think, aren't they? So, yeah, but the good news for that team is they're going to need less fuel than everybody else because they came in several laps later. The 23 car hasn't yet come in, has it? So that I would imagine will be due in any time now. And it wasn't that far behind going into this sequence. It was only, what, I'm not sure how far behind it was, to be honest.
Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh in the Hackney Global Broadcast Centre. An hour and 15 minutes to go. Shea Adam will be our VP, Racing Field Pit Lane and Paddock Reporter to the checkered flag. They're going to try and get Johnny Palmer back into the Hackney Global Broadcast Centre as well for the end of the race to hear his thoughts. It's clear from what I'm seeing on @IMSA Radio using the hashtag R24 radio that yeah, all right, everybody understands we've had some full course yellows that has interrupted. It's been, and I quote, nonetheless enthralling for that, says Ian McCarthy. I disagree with that, to be honest. Moni, hello Monica. I agree with Jeremy Shaw. The Raw before weekend, directly before the race, makes it a festival atmosphere. I hope they do that next year, but I'm hoping to get back to the race. Pit stops in GT Le Mans. Shea Adam.
This is fuel, tires, a clean of the radiator, and a new driver. It's the end of the Daytona 24 Hours. The Ford Corvette with silver on it is going out for the final stint, and you have your driver choice between Tommy Milner, factory Corvette driver for the last 10 years, or Nick Tandy, brand new factory Corvette driver who knows how to win endurance races. I don't know which one they went with, but I'll tell you what, when they were making the decision, they had a smile on their face.
Yeah, for sure. That one is going to run and run. So BMW.
Is it there?
Yes. Sort of doing a bit of the old karting, warming up the tyres thing and flicking the car backwards and forwards. He wouldn't be the first person to do that and embarrassingly flip the car into a wall somewhere. BMW then has the advantage coming out of the pit lane, Jeremy.
Indeed, it does, yes, and it's been a pretty interesting battle between the Corvette and the BMW over the last, well, basically 22 hours and 46 minutes. The interesting thing to me is that the Ferrari seems to have been, it seemed to be right in contention earlier on, but not so much lately. That car is also in the pits. It's certainly in the mix still, but it had fallen, I think, about 10 seconds or more behind the other contenders just during that previous stint, which is slightly surprising. That is the car, by the way, that has set the fastest lap of the race. Not that it really means anything in GTLM. That was by Alessandro Pierguidi back on lap 429.
It's been an interesting one in GT Le Mans. Always been one of my favourite categories, if I'm honest. I have great memories of 4, 5 and 6 cars nose to tail at places like WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. 16 wheels of action I seem to remember seeing when we had 4 cars nose to tail a few years ago. Not as it was in factory GT racing here in the States, which is what has prompted IMSA to make this the last year for GT-LM as a category, and for these, the most highly developed of the endurance GT racing cars. It will be GT3 Pro, GT Daytona Pro next year instead, but proof, if proof were needed, Jeremy, that you only need 2 cars for the race, and we've had 4 or 5 this year. Really disappointing for the WeatherTech guys, who Jimmy Bruni, by the way, behind the wheel. First of all, great lineup. Cooper McNeil and the WeatherTech Racing guys assembled a fabulous set of drivers, but their race, really, the tone set for that race right at the beginning when they got tail-ended by the BMW, causing quite significant damage. They've done their best to fight back to, I think, 8 laps now off the lead. They were well over 10 at one stage.
I think 13
yeah,
laps.
well remembered. Yeah.
Oh, no, I just looked it up while you were.
You knew where I was going with that.
Yes, I did.
Yes, we've worked together for a very long time, ladies and gentlemen. You know, they're a full season car, so the 2 Corvettes, but we'll get to see the BMWs again at Sebring for the Mobil 1 12 hours in March, which is our next scheduled race. Risi, well, we don't know. It's a movable feast for Ferrari and Risi. Giuseppe would love to race. Giuseppe Risi would love to race in everyone. He's got full factory support for his driver package, at least here. But if we have another 5-car scrap with the 2 BMWs, the privateer Porsche and the Corvettes at Sebring, I'll be okay with that. Here comes the battle for the GT Le Mans lead, and once again at the end of the long run, it's round the outside through the turn 1 area, the 88 Earl Bamber Motorsport Team hardpoint car, the Porsche right ahead of them. That's causing a little bit of anxiety for our GT Le Mans leader, Augusto Farfus. Jordan Taylor trying to take advantage. It was Earl Bamber behind the wheel, now goes to the right, now to the left, through the kink and down towards the western end of the infield. This is the battle for the lead in GT Le Mans that we're talking about here. The Corvette just seems to have more tyre on it at the moment, really able to pick and choose where Jordan Taylor puts that car at the moment. He's putting pressure one side then the other on Augusto Farfus. Augusto Farfus meantime has probably turned the rear camera off and is not looking at the door mirrors either. He's concentrating on hitting his marks down low out of turn 2 and then drifting towards the wall to get the best entry to the braking area into the bus stop. That was a really clever piece of driving there, Jeremy, by Farfus. He stayed down low all the way through turns 1 and 2 on the speedway, drifted into the middle of the track to discourage the inside move, and then right at the last moment just drifted out of the wall to get the optimum racing line. But I don't think he's going to be able to hang on in the draft. The Corvette is mighty, side by side through the tri-oval. If this was the run to the line, the Corvette would have had its nose ahead, and it is back in the lead. So that's something to remember if we see the Corvette in second place as we come to the checkered flag. The run to the line was won on that lap, or with 1 hour and 18 minutes. All it means is the Corvette is back to the top of the timing and scoring in GT11. But Jeremy, that could be very significant if we get a nip and tuck battle all the way to the end of the race.
Wow, absolutely. I mean, gosh, do you remember back to last year, the BMW had a huge advantage on the straights. The BMWs were much quicker than anybody else. Well, clearly there, yeah, a little bit of a draft involved, but that didn't explain it. That was just top-end power there for the Corvette. He just marched on right on past the BMW. The Corvette guys found out how frustrating that's been for the last couple of years, and now they're dishing out momentum. There has been some changes to the balance of performance in GTLMs, certainly compared to last year, and actually even since the raw test, the BMWs have had to add a little bit of weight, 10 kilograms of weight. I think the Corvettes might have lost a little bit of weight as well, actually, unless I noticed from previously. So that's clearly now seems to be working in balance of the Corvette, which is also this race showing very good fuel economy.
Johnny Palmer is watching rapt at the moment, I'm sure. 67 minutes to go. GP, welcome back to the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. 1.7 at the front of the field between first and second, call it 5 seconds between the top three. LMP2, a bigger gap there, but still only a minute. GT Le Mans, 5 seconds between the top three, and GT Daytona, a second between first and second, and 3.5 between the top 4. Not bad after 20, nearly 23 hours of motor racing. We've kind of come to expect this from the Rolex 24 at Daytona, Johnny.
Anything else would be a disappointment, frankly, wouldn't it? Because of so much reputation that surrounds this race. But yes, it always is geared towards a grandstand finish. We've got the monstrous grandstand in the background, and I think we're very likely to have the finish to equal that as well. And yes, I mean, the tensions are so high, the stakes are so high in this phase of the race. Gaps just as close as they have been, pretty much. LMP2 developed into a pattern a little while ago, but in the principal pro classes like DPI and the ECLM division, it was always going to be just a crazy fight all the way to the finish, and so it is proving. I'm just loving Corvette versus BMW. BMW on a hat trick, aren't they? They won in 19 and 2020, although it was a strong year for Corvette, but wouldn't it be a great story for that C8R in only its second year at Daytona to take victory, and they're well in the game.
The pit stops at the front of the field, Jeremy, have started again, not full fuel stints for any of the cars who have just been in. So with 65 minutes to go, what they're effectively doing there is splitting it either into two 30-odd minute stints, or they're going to make it a splash at the end and spend less time on pit lane. Shea Adam was watching the stops. Was it new tyres as well, Shea, for all of those top runners?
It looks like it, and if you've got them, you throw them at your car and give them the best shot of winning the watch. And it is still Renger van de Zande behind the wheel of the 01, as that was the sound of the air guns you heard in the background. Fuel and tyres for Renger.
By the way, in that GTD category, the battle is rejoined between the two protagonists we've been talking about for some time, Winward Racing and the 57 and the 75 of Sun Energy 1, with Raffaele Marciello 2 seconds now behind. Had to make a pass there on Andrea Caldarelli. No, that's not true. He was ahead of him, wasn't he, when he had that little off, and Caldarelli sort of followed him off. Had a little bit of a wiggle, but that's second in the class still then for Marciello, and just under 2 seconds that gap, but not very much between any of those cars in GTD. Beyond the top 3, Jeremy, in GT Daytona, which is the 2 Mercedes and the Lamborghini, it's only another 2.6 seconds back to Jan Halen, who's been reinstalled for Wright. And that, you know, whatever they get out of this race for Wright, that's going to be a really good run, because that car was severely hamstrung early on for a very long time, with a bad toe-out problem on the left-hand side, where they got comprehensively picked up at turn 1. They've fought back very well from that.
They have fought back very, very well indeed. There's been a lot of fight-back stories in this motor race. Even one from the number 3 Corvette, which is now back in the lead. They had an issue on the stop, well, a couple of stops ago, I guess it was, and I forget what that was now. I did have a note about it. It was they just, I guess they couldn't get it couldn't get the engine fired into gear, so that cost them quite a bit of time and quite a bit of track position, and they made it up again.
You hope now, Johnny Palmer, with an hour and 2 minutes to go, you really hope that whatever happens now to determine position is done by a bit of brilliance or genius, and not some bad luck or something befalling one of the cars, because I know everybody takes the win and the W is the W, but after a race like this, you want it to see it decided in a positive way, don't you?
That is horrible when a situation that you've worked at all the way through the night, got to the various milestones, and you really feel good that the race has gone pretty much to plan, and then something entirely out of your control disrupts or completely ruins that. And I mean, motorsport isn't necessarily always the fairest of sports through the years, and particularly around this place, you have to account for the unexpected and something out of your control. But as long as you're doing all the things that you need to do, everything else kind of doesn't really matter, and you'll face potentially a bit of adversity in the next hour or so. And also, you know, the stress, the nerves can generate mistakes too, and there'll be an awful lot of those. Make no mistake about it, because drivers, teams that are in good positions right now can sense victory and think, this is ours to throw away now. And it's very easy then to throw it away, and you can start to, those mind games can creep in out of nowhere.
Yeah, I was talking with Jeremy earlier on, and I know you were listening, about the pressure of having not just your own performance, but the hopes of all of the team who've got you to this position. We'll have our final Mazda in race update in just a moment or two time, but we've gone through the 23rd hour of racing and the final hour of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona for 2021. The 59th running of this classic endurance race starts right now. So with 60 minutes on the clock and one more pit stop for the leading runners, it's Philippe Albuquerque who has the lead in the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura by about 2.5 seconds from Harry Tincknell, who's going to take the Mazda number 55 to the end. 3 laps down at one stage. That Mazda now right back in the hunt. Juan Montoya's just made a pit stop, so I think Renger van der Zande will nip back in front into 3rd place in the 0-1 Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing. They've been very quick all yesterday and today. Almost looked like their chance had gone when Scott Dixon had a very nasty incident with the right rear letting go on the speedway, but he got it back. They didn't lose a lap, and they're still in there. Ally Cadillac Racing for Kamui Kobayashi in the top 5 as well. All of the top cars still on the lead lap and still very much in the fight. In LMP2, Gabriel Aubry for Tower Motorsport leads by just on a minute from Paul Loubchaton for Era Motorsport. That's the 8 and 18 Oreckers, with Chris Meese back in the Dragon Speed car. Another Orecker, a lap, 3 laps down in 3rd position, and he's got sub-laps in hand over Sven Muller, Porsche factory driver. So an Audi factory driver, Porsche factory driver in LMP2s. That tells you about the future for those two manufacturers, doesn't it, with LMDH just around the corner. Cracking battle in GT Le Mans. 11th down over. Jordan Taylor leads by just half a second from BMW Team RLL, the M8 GTE, with Augusto Farfus behind the wheel of the 24 car. That's the black machine. Then Tom Miller in the second, the Corvette's number 4. He's 6 seconds further back, and another half a minute or so it is the 4th place car. That's Risi Competizione for the 62 Ferrari 488, Alessandro Pegguidi behind the wheel. In LMP3, Spencer Piggott is doing what Spencer does. He's been in the Riley Motorsports number 74 this year for a very long time, and he leads it by 3 laps from Schwab Barbosa, who's driving the wheels off the Sean Creech Motorsport number 33 car, the red, white and blue. Mueller Motorsports are in 3rd, but they again are laps down on the leaders. In GT Daytona, this is another really close fight for the top step of the podium and the Rolex watches. Mauro Engel for Winwood Racing by just on 2 seconds from Raffaele Marciello. Sun Energy 1 Mercedes, so the 2 AMG GT3s 57 and 75 lead. Then it's Andrea Caldarelli for Paul Miller Racing, looking to make it 4 in a row for Lamborghini and 2 for that team. They have the number 1 Lamborghini in 3rd position. They've got about 3.5-4 seconds on Wright Motorsports. Porsche in 4th, Jan Halen in the teal blue number 16 car. Then Ross Gunn is the best of the Aston Martins, 20 seconds further back in the number 23 Heart of Racing team. Richard Westbrook entrusted with bringing the TF Sport Aston Martin Vantage home, the number 97 car in 6th position. Shea Adam with more pit stops at the front of the field.
Fuel, tires, and a drink bottle change for Ricky Taylor for Philippe Albuquerque. This is the second to last stop for the number 10, the Konica Minolta Acura. Further down the pit lane, we have Harry Tinknell, and he is not getting out of that car. Good luck with that if you thought that he would. It's fuel and 4 new tires and a very nice.
I've noticed how few of those have been used in the last few hours. But whatever you've got now, you get it out. New set of Michelins, yes please. Clean windscreen, oh definitely. Absolutely right. It's the last tear off, we're going to use it right now. Need to clean the windscreen again, we'll do that by hand. So those two cars which came in first and second go out with about the same gap between them. There's 5 seconds between them. They're not off the pit lane speed limiter now. And I would say that actually the Mazda is a couple of seconds further back just by eye and counting in head, which is not always the best thing to do. But
there's 0-1 just going past going on the inside of number 10 car as it comes out.
Yes. So that's significant because that 0-1 Renger van der Zande has already made, Jeremy, the pit stop that those cars have just made. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. The penultimate stop. Those, the number 10, number 55, they were the last 2 cars on the lead lap to make their penultimate pit stop. And of course, when we come down to the final stops, which would be, well, anytime from about 20 minutes from now, it'll be the number 10, number 55. It'll be most likely a little bit less fuel than those other cars. Having said that, you were talking about a little while ago, sort of splitting the length of these stints.
Yeah.
Number 48.01 in particular. The 60 car went a little bit further, but they're trying to do 3 equal stints to the end of this race.
Yeah,
we'll see whether that pans out. But number 01 car is right there now.
Yeah, all 1 and 48 and the 60 all did shorter stints last time around. Renger van der Zande stayed in the 0-1. He only did 18 out of a potential 20-21 stop laps. Kobayashi, 22 laps actually. Kobayashi only did 16 laps and then went back out again in the Ally Cadillac. And Juan Montoya, who'd taken over the number 16 Acura for Meyershank Racing, did 16 laps before he went back out again. So there's a bit of mind games going on, isn't there, really, down there, to see who jumps and who follows who and where you are. And again, Jeremy, we've been talking about this all race, how the different cars perform slightly differently at different parts of their fuel load and their tyre wear. Well, what you'll want to do now is maximise the parts of those stints where your car is good. So if you're good in the early stages, you might as well do 3 short stops. If you're good in the late stages, you might as well do the longer stints to get the best out of what your car is giving you.
Look, it certainly paid off for the number 01 car. That made its last pit stop at lap 767, so 6 laps before the number 10. Before the 01 car came in for its stop, it was in 3rd position, 6 seconds behind the leader. It now leads the motor race. Generally speaking, if you stay out longer on older tyres, you are going to pick up time over somebody coming out of the pits on fresh tyres. That only works in kind of the short term. A longer term period, like 6 laps. By then, a fresh set of tyres is fully up to temperature within a lap or 2, and then it can gain time on the older tyres. Yeah. So it's really interesting to see how this is playing out in the final stages. And still, as you say, as Jimmy Johnson looks on, he did a super stint, by the way, last night. This is very much came on between not only these 3, because Harry Tinknell in the Mazda, he's come out there now fully 5 seconds behind. He was in 2nd, he's now in 4th. So again, it did not pan out in that last stint for the number 55 Mazda.
In for their last stop at 52 minutes from 2nd in GT Daytona, Shea Adam.
We've got Raffaele Marciello in for Sun Energy 1 Mercedes, the number 75, Jan Halen in for Wright Motorsport in the number 16 Porsche, and Ross Gunn in for the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Ross will be the first one back into the fast lane because he needs less fuel, having pitted more recently than the two cars in front of him. Now the question is, do they throw tires at it, or do they just do the bare minimum amount of fuel? And does anyone dare take their driver out at this point? I'm not seeing any driver changes, and I'll have to let you know when they cross the pit outline how long everybody sat patient.
I hesitate to bring this up, Shea, but are we sure that all those leading cars in GT Daytona have fulfilled their drive time commitments on their drivers?
Yes, I did go through that. I made a list and I crossed everybody off. The 75 was good. Habul and Grenier were the two drivers who needed to meet it on that car. For the 23, it was Roman DeAngelis and Ian James. Ian drove much of yesterday. Roman drove much of today. Jan Halen drove the start. Trent Hinman finished his drive time earlier this morning. So they are good to go.
57.
For the other two, 57. Our three drivers who needed their drive time were Phil Ellis, Indy Donchi, and Russell Ward. I believe Ellis got his drive time accomplished in that last stint he did before Mauro Engel got in the car. And as for the number one machine, that was Corey Lewis and Madison Snow who needed to get their drive times in, and Corey did well more than 4 hours this morning, well more than 4.5 hours this morning, and Madison Snow has done more than a quarter of the race.
Right, so that is good, because that means we are looking at a fair fight then between those cars, and we wait then to see how long Mauro Engel stays out before making his last pit stop, Jeremy, in GTD. He's been out there 13 laps. Rafael Marciello's made that to be his last stop. He came in a good 10 laps or so before he needed to, but that's that stop out the way. He's dropped the third behind Caldarelli, but he can't go to the end, and neither can Ross Gunn behind him, and certainly neither can Mauro Engel leading the pack. So the dice has been cast there in terms of the guys from Gradient who are running that, and Andres and the rest of the guys have done a very good job. They've cast their die. They're saying, right, we're good to the end from here.
Indeed so, and same in GTLM now, the leaders there hitting their final stop in this 24-hour race, 49 minutes remaining, comfortably to get to the end here, fresh set of tyres and a full tank of fuel. Away goes the Corvette, ahead significantly of the BMW, still in the pit box. Is there a problem? Or was it just the fact that it needed less fuel?
Well, yes, good point.
Well, I mean, they made a last stop last time around, but we have seen pretty much all the way through the race, I think, the Corvette going a little bit longer on its fuel since than the BMW, so it needs a little bit less fuel.
The 4 Corvette had done 14 laps, has done 14 laps, the 3 had done 20, BMW had done 13, so make of that what you will.
Yeah, but it's the previous stint really that's
that's a very good point, because you don't know what they were working on with what was left in the tank, because Jordan Taylor had done a 21 lap stint before the 1 lap stint he's just done, whereas the Milner car had done 31, then 14, and the Farfus car had done 31, then 14. So the 3 car potentially doing something slightly different on fuel. We've seen this before with Corvette racing. It hasn't always worked, Jeremy, but it looks like from further out, what's happened is the number 3 car has split the race into 3 shorter stints.
It does. I agree.
I think that's smart. That's very smart indeed. Johnny Palmer with us in the Hackney Global broadcast booth. He's the number 4 car coming in after just 15 laps. We are 47 minutes and 20 seconds. I've got that feeling at the moment, Johnny, and you'll know this when I mention it. I'm looking at various timing screens, and I actually, right now, I don't know where to look, because there's things happening literally everywhere on the timing screen and on the track.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know it's going to be like that to the flag, because I remember watching many a final lap with you at this place, and we literally have to have 4 pairs of eyes to keep tabs on 4 classes. Well, it's not going to quite be 5 pairs this time, even though that's as many classes as we have, because there are 1 or 2 divisions that have settled down like LMP3. But yeah, it's a question of where to look next as far as GTLM is concerned. DPI is just frenetic, and then you've got the extra scope of when cars have come out from the pit lane on completely cold tyres. Jordan Taylor nearly threw the number 3 car off the road going into the International Horseshoe, and these are the things that are forever going through drivers' minds, even though the end of the race is well and truly in sight now.
Johnny, we've still got around about, well, we've got a full stint of fuel for most people. What is going to live with you to this point? We still might have, of course, the big finale, the grand move. It could still happen, but what will you take out of this race to this point?
There was a moment earlier on this morning which saw the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura up against the 01 Cadillac Chip Ganassi car, and it was Alexander Rossi and Kevin Magnussen, 2 single-seater stalwarts there, driving. Now, I know Rossi, indeed, and now I know Rossi is more experienced at the wheel of these DPIs than Kevin Magnussen, but Magnussen's taken to this weekend like he's been doing it all his life, and I suppose, you know, through a process of osmosis and his father, he kind of has, in a way. He's been monitoring Jan's progress ever since he was born, and therefore knows this style of racing and has immediately fitted into it. There were 2 overtakes into the bus stop when Magnussen was going for the lead. One that didn't work, and Rossi could see that happening, so deliberately backed out of it, allowed Magnussen to make his mistake, and then just picked him off on the exit. And then only about 5-6 laps later, Magnussen had the inside line because of all the grunt that the 01 car has had for a lot of this race off turn 6, and just got a brilliant move done into the bus stop chicane. It was a classic overtake, and the car control from both and the respect from both is something that I will take from this race and remember for many years.
And that is still, as we say, with 44 minutes to go, 107.9 around the track. Thank you to all of our colleagues, wherever they are, trackside, up in London or in Charlotte. It takes a team of people to do this, and many of them are behind the scenes, not in front of the mics or the cameras, but without whom we cannot bring you the coverage. And that includes, by the way, the cooperation of all of the teams in the paddock, working under strict COVID protocols in a bio bubble, which has seen people checking in a minimum of once a day. Even if they are staying in RVs at the track, they've had to go, before they get into the paddock, they've had to go and be checked out, get a QR code. All of the support staff at the Daytona International Speedway, particularly those who make sure that we can be heard there on the FM and on the very effective PA system. Tyler Norling and the rest of his IMSA team as well, who serve many masters over a weekend, and what they do for us on the broadcast side is a tiny proportion of all the hard work that they've been putting in. So thank you very much indeed as we kick off the 2021 IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and indeed IMSA season. I'll say this now, I think everybody is to be complimented for getting this race on at all. 49 cars is a triumph, and let's hope that this is a portent of a season that has started so optimistically. Jeremy Shaw, Kamui Kobayashi chasing down Renger van der Zande. These two know each other very, very well indeed. And in the money laps, all of a sudden, it's the two Cadillacs, Mr. Shaw, that are back in positions 1 and 2.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? I mean, Cadillac just had an amazing history in this race. They've won it for the last 4 years. Acura might have won the manufacturing championship last 2, but Cadillac has won this race, and this is the big one. And they're looking to get another one here. But Renger van der Zande, against Kamui Kobayashi. Last year, they were both celebrating at Victory Lane as teammates at Konica Minolta Cadillac Racing. This time, driving for two different teams, and they are looking very, very strong at this stage. It's a super battle between these two. I mean, they know each other well, as you say, because they were teammates for the last couple of years, and both of them want another Rolex watch. Only one of them can have it. But Albuquerque, he's only another 4 seconds back in that the Wayne Taylor Racing team, the Konica Minolta team. Now running, of course, the Acura. That last stint wasn't very helpful to them, but there's still one more pit stop to go. Also looking, by the way, at LMP2, the leading car, number 8, just made a pit stop. That's Gabriel Aubry at the Tower Motorsport by Starworks entry. So that has handed back the advantage to the number 18, the Era Motorsport entry, Paul Chapin at the wheel of that car. So two Frenchmen battling away. There's 36 seconds between them. But the number 8 car, as I say, was just pitted. It will still need a splash of fuel before the end. The number 18 car will need a full stop. So it's that's not over yet in LMP2.
No, not
even though the cars are not particularly close together on the racetrack at the moment.
Yes, but that's the essence of endurance racing. You could be racing somebody who is the full length of the track away from you in some respects. Paul Limchatan's got about 7 or 8 laps maybe to go. That's going to take him into the last half an hour, so that will be an interesting stop for Paul Limchatan. Check that he's got 5 laps to go, 5 or 6 laps to go, but that will still take him somewhere close to the last half an hour. So
yeah, which is fine to get it to the end from there. Yeah,
correct, because they do about 38 to 40 minutes, so he may not need full fuel, but neither will Aubry, because he's only been out, as Jeremy says, for a couple of laps. That could be the battle of the pit crews, you know, and who gets the numbers right. How short, Phil, dare it go if you're looking for track position and the race to the end? And the other thing is, because they need a little bit more fuel, do Era Motorsport bang a set of tyres on it? Aubry, I don't think, has the time with just the splash to put certainly 4 tyres on, but do Era Motorsport say, if we've got a set of tyres, might as well use them, Jeremy? That could be the tactic there.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's pretty much a full stint they will need to the end there, but yes, it'll be a fresh set of tyres for Gabriel Aubry, and like the blue coat paper.
Yeah, very good indeed. Shea Adams been watching the GT Daytona battle, which is still to be resolved. Mauro Engel just seems by about 3-4 tenths a lap to be pulling away from Raffaele Marciello in second. The two Mercedes AMG GT3s, the 57 and the 75, Shea, have been in battle for a very, very long time.
Trying to do some sleuthing up and down the pit lane as to who took fresh tires. I believe that the 57 Windward Mercedes did not. It was stationary for a minute, or it was on the pit lane for a minute and 10 seconds total. I don't think Wright Motorsport and their Porsche took tires either, and neither did the Aston Martin number 23. But there is a question as to whether or not Sun Energy did, and so did Paul Miller. So if we get a caution, that's where the race is.
Okay, that's very interesting. Sad news of a late retirement, but a car that has been troubled. It is now official that PR1 Matheson Motorsport wins. Ray-Neck's car, one of Ben Keating's steeds this weekend. Henson, Scott Butler again, they all did a great job, but that car will not see the checkered flag. And a warning for the number 97 Aston, improper tyre while refuelling. Sure, you explained that before. That sounds something quite serious, but the reason it's a warning will be fairly specific.
Yeah, when this happens in practice, it usually means that the person either manning the fuel rig or the fire bottle is not wearing their fireproof socks, their Nomex socks. During the race, it typically means that the person involved, i.e. the fire bottle person or the refueler, did not put the visor all the way down, and that is a big no-no with an insect.
Yeah, we saw earlier on with Bill Oberlin getting sprayed from an errant fuel hose, how nasty that can be. And if you've ever had petrol, gasoline on any exposed skin, I tell you now, it's very unpleasant indeed. Two Corvettes are back together at the second and third positions of GT Le Mans. Sandra Peck-Edin is leading for Risi. That's on the vagaries of their pit stops. That car will need to come in shortly. Edie, he's starting his 22nd lap. They've been doing 31 or 32 laps in that Ferrari, so he's probably got 10 more laps before he needs to come in. That's 20 minutes. It'll be a short stop for that car, but he will not be able to get in and out and hold on to the lead. He's only got 10 seconds on Jordan Taylor and Tom Milner, and they've got 8.5 on Augusto Farfus. The two Corvettes still running as a team, Jeremy, as they have been for 95% of the race.
Yeah, but they've just, I mean, it's absolutely versatile. They've actually exchanged positions a couple of times in the last 2 laps. It's number 3 ahead of number 4 right now, but as they came across the trioval, the number 3 went past number 4, so this is a super battle between these two. I mean, the orders of Corvette racing have always been, have they not? You can race each other, you don't take each other out.
Absolutely.
And they are, we saw that fabulous finish a few years ago. Are we in for the same thing here?
You wouldn't bet against it, would you?
And if there's a caution, maybe that strategy for the Ferrari could work out. It's only about 10 seconds up the road, which is, of course, is not enough to overcome the time that would be taken by a splash going through from which you think he probably needs. But, this is fun.
3 more laps for Kamui Kobayashi in second, before I think he's got to come in pit lane. And Renger van der Zande 3 or 4 for the 0-1, which is scored as the leader at the moment. The battle is still... Who's in, Shea, sorry?
The 0-1, he's in, and he's followed in by the 48.
Perfect.
They both are coming down the pit lane now. The 0-1 trundling down further and further and further because his pit box is almost down in the portion of the pit lane that we would affectionately call the lane of shame. It's fuel and tires for Kamui Kobayashi. Wow, that's going to be dangerous. And fuel and tires. At the very least, they're doing the left side on the Ganassi Cadillac. Are they going to go around and do all 4? Yes, they are. So it's 4 tires for each of them. Came in from first and second. That leaves the Acura leading the Mazda out on the racetrack right now.
They're pretty well named, Jeremy, at full fuel loads, and they can easily change the tyres in the time that they put the fuel in. So that is a no-risk strategy there, and you get a new set of Michelins to take you to the end. They came in the order 0-1 and 48, with Renger leading in Kamui Kobayashi. They will go out in exactly the same order. Will Mahan, that Philippe Albuquerque has come around and retakes the lead of the race. Harry Tincknell 5.7 seconds in second. He took a bunch of time out the leader last time around, Jeremy.
Yeah, out of the leader, did he? Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah, he took about a second out of him, you're right. And the number 10 car, I mean, now is Hamilton. He's going right now. He's going to lay down 3 really quick laps, hopefully not too much traffic, and that is the only thing that's going to get him back into contention, I think, because he had made up a little bit of ground over the last 2 or 3 laps. It was 4 seconds, it was down to 2. So, and here he comes now. This is Albuquerque making the final stop for the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura.
And that makes sense again, because he doesn't want to get caught. That's only the end of his 14th lap. So he will fuel to the end. It will have to be a full tank, but only 2 tyres, Shea, Adam, because they didn't need as much fuel.
Left side only. They probably had enough time to run around and do the right sides as well. But the 55 Mazda also into the pit lane. This is fuel, tires, and a windshield tear-off. They have 4 Mazda tires, 4 Michelin tires on that Mazda. The car did start to roll ever so slightly with the fuel nozzle attached. That is typical for the Mazda. It's almost as if the little 2-liter engine gets so excited that it's almost about to go again that it just starts to roll of its own accord, and it's visible more on pit lanes that are slanted down, but that definitely was moving. It wasn't the wheels in motion, though.
Johnny Palmer, who would you like to be at the moment in terms of those top teams? The 10 Konica Minolta, the 55 Mazda, Chip Ganassi, or the 48? Who would you be right now?
That is so tough to call.
Well, this is a moment here, Johnny.
Yeah, it is.
Here because
I'll be the car that's doing an overtaking here.
Well,
I'll be the 0-1.
The 0-1 has got around in front of Harry Tinkler, but I think Albuquerque, Johnny, got out ahead of the pair of them, and therefore will still be scored as the leader next time around. So effectively what we've got now, and the timing will catch up in a moment, will be Van der Zande from Albuquerque from Tinknell. I think that's how it's going to... Sorry, Albuquerque from Van der Zande from Tinknell. I think, Johnny, that's how it's going to play.
Yeah, sounds about right. One thing I did notice is that although the Chip Ganassi Cadillac pitted much further down on pit road, it looked like visually that the team turned that 0-1 car around much more quickly than the 48, and there was maybe a second or two gained there. Could that prove pivotal as now the 0-1 arrives at the bus stop chicane? And this is full qualifying pace now, no doubt about it. We've had a phase, well, a number of phases of the race where they've been happily circulating in the 136 or 137s, but with a near enough brand new set of Michelins now to be utilised in this final stint, it is time to really push and see where they end up. But Philippe Albuquerque, so experienced in this race, he's tasted the good and the bad luck in it. A little bit of traffic for him to deal with at the start of this lap, but could do that very quickly indeed into the international horseshoe. And I'll change my mind, not for the first time in this last half an hour, and say I want to be the 10 right now.
Well, you had the numbers in the right order. You had the numbers rather, just in the wrong order. It's the two binary cars then, the 1-0 and the 0-1. Shea, there was no fumbles, I don't think, in the pit stop. My goodness, the 25 BMW on that transition again, trying to gain a little bit of time. Conor de Filippi's a lap down on the leaders, and he was trying to unlap himself with the two Corvettes. And just misjudged his braking, decided to peel out to the right so as not to run into the back of the third place Corvette. So that was a good move there. I think he might have been battling for position there. Yes, he was. Until down the back. He's in the pit lane anyway. It was a false position for that car. 0-1 and 1-0, leading the 1-0, 0-1 in second position. Now, where was I going with that? Yes, Shea Adam, I didn't see any fumbles in the pit lane for those last pit stops, so it was down to how much fuel went in. What are the comparative pit stop times then for that last pit stop, which will be the final scheduled pit stop for those DPIs at the front of the field?
From shortest to longest, Philippe Albuquerque had the shortest stop in the Konica Minolta Acura, 1 minute 7 seconds. Next shortest was Harry Tinknell in the 55 Mazda, 1 minute 8 seconds. Then we find Renger van der Zande in the 0-1 Chip Ganassi Cadillac, 1 minute 15 seconds, and Kamui Kobayashi in the 48 Ally Cadillac, 1 minute 18 seconds. That's a big discrepancy.
Yeah, that's an odd one, Jeremy.
No, it isn't. That goes back to the...
that goes, yes, of course, because of the fuel. Yeah.
Yeah, number 10 and number 55, they're on exactly the same trip. They came in on exactly the same lap, whereas the number 0-1 car on a previous stop was 6 laps more. And number 48 car, an extra lap as well, so that ties in absolutely perfectly, and that is all down to strategy that's played out over the last hour and a half or so. Great stuff. This is fun.
What we've seen, Jeremy, since we went green last time around some hour and 22 minutes ago, is we've seen a lovely mix of really, really impressive, not quite qualifying pace, but push style of driving, mixed in with a healthy helping of strategy calls coming from the pit lane, and as we said before, trying to maximise the places where your car has the advantage.
Yeah, there has been lots of great strategies. It's been a fascinating motor race. It really has, and it's been flat out from the word go. I mean, yeah, they weren't pushing ultra hard. They were pushing probably 90 or 95% for the majority of the race. Now they're not, but I mean the lap time's about the same as they've been running pretty much all the way through this race, and it's been just a tremendous contest from start to finish.
LMP2, let's take an update there. It is still 37 seconds between those two, but they both need a final pit stop. 8 and 18. That's interesting. We've got 1-0 and 0-1. We've got 8 and 18 battling together. We've got in GTD 57 and 75. Shay, you can make something of that later. Those two LMP2 cars, Tower Motorsport and Aero Motorsport, both need stops. They will not necessarily be the same length in GT Daytona. I think everybody's fueled to the end now, and therefore that 12 and a half, call it 13 seconds lead between Mauro Engel, Raffaele Marcello was over 15, 16 seconds not so very long ago, but that is a real gap, as is the gap between second and third, which is Andrea Caldarelli for last year's winners in GTD, the Lamborghini Huracan trio of Paul Miller Racing, quartet of Paul Miller Racing. Jeremy,
yeah, John,
go on.
Excuse me. Back to that P2 battle, the number 18 car for Aero Motorsport, that made its stop on lap 766, so 5 laps ago now. It's certainly going to be a stretch, but I think they can get to the end from there, but definitely not so the number 8 car, which holds an advantage at the moment of 36.9 seconds. Don't think that's going to be quite enough for the Tower Motorsports team, but it's certainly going to be pretty close, and those two they're both flat out from here. The two Frenchmen, Gabriel Aubry drives the leading car right now, number 8, but he definitely needs another pit stop, and I don't think Paul-Luc Chatin in the number 18 car does.
I would say it's close for both, but
no, it's not close. I don't think it's close.
It's not close for Aero.
The number 8 car definitely needs to stop.
Yeah,
and I think the 18. Yeah, the 18 is pretty close. I agree. Whoa, that was a huge lockup.
That was a few moments ago from the BMW number 25. It's since come in and had the right side tyres changed on that BMW. Racing Competizione have to come in shortly. I reckon another couple of laps for it's Alessandro Perguidi. That 2, possibly 3 laps for them. They will take a splash of fuel and come out. Where are they going to come out? They're going to drop out of contention for a podium position, aren't they? Drop behind the 2 Corvettes and the BMW. It was a brave effort by Rick Mayer and the rest of the team to do something different. They really needed a full course yellow, which all of us were hoping not to have, because we want this race to stay green. 57 leading in GT Daytona. Mauro Engel just eases out back to 13 seconds from Raffaele Marciello. It's been a good run from the Winward Racing team in GT Daytona. What a debut in the category for that equipe, Jeremy. And we've seen them in the past put some good runs together in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Now with HTP Racing in Europe under their wing as well. Mauro Engel with the honour of bringing that car home, and that 57 car, the blue and black machine, has looked pretty good throughout the whole race, to be honest.
Oh, it certainly has, yes. Very, very good indeed. And they had one drama, didn't they, when they were involved in an incident at turn 1 several hours ago.
Wow, yes, that
seems to recall. But other than that, it's been absolutely fantastic run for them. I mean, they've got the strategy right. The pit stops have obviously been good. So it's all the things that you talked about at the top of the show.
Johnny Palmer is with Jeremy Shaw and me, John Hindhaugh, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Last 20 minutes, the LMP2 battle I'm fascinated about to see how that goes. There's a pit stop for the leader to come, but with just still, Johnny, 10 seconds between the top 10, a fumble, somebody getting it wrong in front of the leading cars. The pressure is massively on the leading Acura now, as it is. We had 2 Cadillacs not so long ago, but now in the top 3 different manufacturers, Johnny.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it, considering the Mazda at one point was 3 laps down from everybody else in DPI pretty much, and looked well out of it and inched its way steadily back towards the lead lap. Now only 5.7 seconds it is to the race leader Philippe Albuquerque, and Albuquerque came out from that latest round of pit stops with something like a 4 or 5 second lead, and that's been chiselled away by Renger van der Zande. He's got it down to 2.8 seconds now, and to catch Philippe Albuquerque even at those very small steps is really motoring on. 2 seconds now is the gap on lap 794, with Harry Tincknell a further 3.6 adrift, but amazing to have just over 5 seconds separating those 3 very different DPI cars. I mean, instantly recognisable with the styling cues from the street cars, and Mazda could yet do better than 3rd. Who would have thought it? So the Ferrari number 62 is in. This is the expected stop for Alessandro Pierguidi, and therefore Jordan Taylor and Tommy Milner will head back into the lead of the race. Yellow Corvette ahead of the silver one of Tommy Milner. Augusto Farfus back up to 3rd position as well, but still frustratingly for the Brazilian, can't quite get close enough to those 2 Corvettes that remain nose to tail and are not averse to switching places sometimes every other lap, because Corvette permit that kind of thing. And it is the turn of the number 3 of Jordan Taylor to remain in front. Connor De Filippi, who is no longer on the lead lap, that was the case before he'd made that mistake as well into the first corner when he was catching up to the 2 Corvettes into turn 1, and immediately pitted after that. Now Alessandro Pierguidi, having completed his stop for Risi Competizione, will feed back in, and the latest information suggests he's 34 seconds away from the leading Corvette, so does lose time. That was always part of the plan, and the Ferrari has now served its final stop. We're into the final 20 minutes of the 59th running of the Rolex 24 of Daytona. 1.5 seconds now, John Hindhaugh, between Philippe Albuquerque and Renger van der Zande.
Still want to be the 10, or do you want to be the 01? Come on, Johnny. Jump off that fence.
I think I want to be the 55. Let's get Harry involved as well.
Well, I tell you what, he's only 4 seconds back, and he's been turning in some good laps as well. And Van der Zande and Albuquerque, this is very interesting. Renger van der Zande was last year a Wayne Taylor Racing driver, Jeremy. Effectively, Philippe Albuquerque is the man that replaced him. Is there a wee bit of needle there? I don't know, but I tell you what, it spices up the story a little bit, doesn't it? Because you know that Renger, if there's one car that he wanted to beat out there today, it was that Acura from his old team.
Yeah, and you know the number 10 car just put on left side tyres, did it at that pit stop. The gap over the last 2 laps, it was 6.4 seconds, then it was 5.6, then 4.4, then 4.0, then 3.5, then 3.1, then 1.9, and then 1.4. Now it's less than that. It's closing in next to me. It's right on the tail, nose to tail now, as they head out of the bus stop into NASCAR 3 and 4.
This is the battle at the head of the motor race. We have been racing for 23 hours and almost 43 minutes. And with a bit of traffic, they're in the tri-oval. Acura, the black and blue car, goes down to turn 1. The lighter coloured car with the red fin in second place is the returning Chip Ganassi Racing team, but into the top class with Cadillac. There's an opportunity down the outside here, and Van der Zande takes no second invitation. He's on the attack straight away. There was no waiting and gathering himself. The side-by-side out of the International Horseshoe. Side-by-side towards the kink. Van der Zander's going to have to toughen out on the outside and can't do it, as Albuquerque just eased through the kink there. Very clever piece of driving. Basically said to Renger van der Zande, oh yeah, you can put yourself on the outside there, but you're going to end up on the grass if you continue to do that. Turn 6, who gets the drive onto the high banks of Daytona? Johnny Palmer. This is absolute quality in the last 16.5 minutes.
We've been saying all race that the 0-1 has just got phenomenal drive off turn 6 to give the opportunity potentially for the Cadillac into the bus stop. It's not going to happen on this lap, but this is what K-Mag was finding in exactly the same car earlier on when he was up against the 10, the Acura Konica Minolta car of, at that time, Alexander Rossi. So it all depends on whether Renger van der Zande can get exactly the same sort of rotation out of 6 to get then that straight line drive up into Speedway turn 1. But it's obviously very good out of 1 as well. That's what gave Renger the opportunity, albeit around the outside, into the International Horseshoe. And he was asking Philippe Albuquerque a massive question. When it came to turn 4, the left-hand kink on the infield, it forced Albuquerque into an almighty defensive manoeuvre. 3.7, I'll just remind you, is the gap now from the back of Van der Zande to an approaching Harry Ticknell. This is not going well for the leaders in terms of their outright pace. They're slowing each other up through the battle.
It's great to watch. It is great to watch at the western end of the infield. These two cars with what are we going to call that? Three cars lengths between them. That's all it is. And again, a lovely entry by Van der Zande into turn 6. There's Porsche GT traffic. It's the much delayed number 79 WeatherTech car. Now one of the longer runs on the banking down towards the braking area at the bus stop. On as even, I would say, at this point. Maybe closing under braking again from Van der Zande. Ahead of them, a little more traffic. So a gaggle of cars further round that they will catch. That includes the 62 Risi Competizione car and the Magnus 44 machine. That's a little bit further round the track, Jeremy, go ahead.
Quicker than both of those two on the last lap was Harry Ticknell in third position, and quicker than Harry Ticknell was Kamui Kobayashi in car number 48.
It can't come down to 4 cars in the last 2 or 3 laps. We're not going to get the distance record. We're predicting 806 laps, which would mean 8 to go now for the leaders. Johnny Palmer. A little bit of a gap now, so we'll see the relative merits and performance of these two cars at the front of the field.
Yeah, and that's displayed by the 2 times that were produced by Albuquerque and Van der Zande on that lap in the low 136s again. And I think the traffic that maybe the 2 leaders had to get through safely. Harry Ticknell caught a bit of that on the previous lap because he's lost 7/10 of a second respectively to the 2 leaders. But Kobayashi doing about the same speed as Albuquerque and Van der Zande. So I think either way, Ticknell's going to end up with some company here, whether it be the 2 cars he's catching up ahead, or more likely from the Japanese behind in the Allied Cadillac Racing number 48 machine. So we'll have 2 for the lead, I reckon, and 2 to decide the final step on the podium. And this is that scenario, John, where you need eyes absolutely everywhere.
Why do you think I've got you back in the Hagerty Global broadcast booth so we can be watching trackers and what's going on out on the track at the same time? Just before we get another attack by Renger van der Zande, let's have your questions, points arising and observations. Hashtag Michelin PRT. We'll be discussing that afterwards. We may have a grandstand finish here, or we may have more controversy yet, we don't know. And a reminder that on Monday, 1 o'clock Eastern, is our traditional InVision Hagerty show. It's Hagerty Inside Track via Hagerty.com and the live part of their website. 1 o'clock EST. and 6 o'clock in the UK, with some of the people making the headlines. To the king again, Johnny Palmer, and it's as close as it has been for the last few laps.
Yeah, not quite overlapping this time, but once more, if Philippe Albuquerque just outbrakes himself very slightly, then Renga's going to be there. But of course, you so rarely get a mistake like that from the Portuguese, and he stays in front. But now he has a decision to make. LMP3 car to get through, and good driving from the prototype driver, the mini prototype driver through turn 6, stayed well out of the way and allowed the leaders to pick their way by, both going to the low side in the end. Again, they're trying to judge the straight line speed of Albuquerque compared to Van der Zande. It's even Stevens. Van der Zande might be able to close a little bit of that margin up under braking. They'll leave the bus stop pretty much together. That's about a 6-car length gap heading through Speedway turn 3.
Kobayashi 1.5 seconds behind Harry Tincknell in the battle for the 3rd step on the podium, and that is 4.5 seconds, give or take, behind the battle on the tri-oval now for the lead of the race, for the Rolex watches, for the entry into the record books as the winners of the 59th running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. 11 minutes to go. They're up on another Porsche this time. It's the Hardpoint EBM car that is going under the sword from the leaders. And the worry now will be at the front of the field, Johnny. Every time Philippe Albuquerque, you'll be listening to his spotter, every time that they say, oh, there's 3 cars ahead, there's 4 cars ahead, 1 or 2 he can pick off. But his worry will be if he gets on a battling group of cars, what that might do to his lap time.
And where on the track they are found as well, because if you find him on the straight, it's not a problem. He was held up a little bit. Yeah, I noticed that actually the Aston Martin he caught, number 97 at the West Horseshoe, benefited Albuquerque because he was able to skip by and Renga had to bide his time. But then the traffic just took all that away again at turn 6. Kamui Kobayashi, can I draw your attention to the Japanese in 4th place, has got the gap down to Harry Tincknell to less than a second now, because he was able to lap a full second quicker from the man from the southwest of England. And Tincknell under pressure, but not for the cars ahead of him, but for this final podium spot. Mazda have worked incredibly hard to be in that position, and you get the feeling Tincknell's going to have the elbows out to keep the Allied Cadillac behind.
Still waiting for the pit stop from the leading LMP2 car, Town Motorsport, by 32 seconds over Era Motorsport, 8 from 18. Jordan Taylor and Tom Milner ahead of the BMW by 13 seconds as the Corvette machine rolls on. Farfus in 3rd and Per Guidi in 4th. LMP3, Riley Motorsports from Sean Creech from Milner. At least they're together on the timing screens. They split up by laps, though, as far as their positioning is concerned. And Winward Racing with Mauro Engel, the 57 AMG GT3, now 15 seconds to the good. And Raffaele Marciello in the Sun Energy 1 AMG, 7.5 seconds ahead of Caldarelli, who's 8 seconds ahead of Wright Motorsports in 4th position. It's the front of the field that has our attention as Johnny Palmer is watching Philippe Albuquerque on the high banks at turn 2 again.
Should be all right, I think, into the bus stop this time. Has a sufficient gap. Again, traffic at the Western Horseshoe benefiting the race leader, and the chaser, Renger van der Zande, had to go very wide indeed. Took plenty of curve on the exit of the 2nd Horseshoe and just struggled really for track position. Had all the grip that he needed, but couldn't apply the throttle as early as Philippe Albuquerque, and the gap's going to extend very slightly in the favour of the race leader. Also, Harry Tincknell has rectified that threat to an extent from Kobayashi. It's gone back to 1.2 seconds. Oh, into the pits. Is that Renger?
Yeah, it's a puncture. It's a puncture.
I thought it was.
Right rear again. Right rear again. That's exactly what happened before. And there is the race. Right there. Now, was there a touch? What has happened? Or is that just gone? It was Scott Dixon at the wheel when this car had the problem before for Chip Ganassi Racing, and it was the right rear. Jeremy Shaw, it had been awesome up until then in terms of consistency and speed. Chip Ganassi Racing have been robbed of a shot at it right at the very end. What drama! What drama! 7 minutes to go, and a repeat of the issue further round. It's just the one, further out the track, just the one. Now, I didn't see it coming together there, but there's consternation at Wayne Taylor Racing. Or do they think, dare they think now, Johnny Palmer, that they've got this race won?
Many down at Konica Minolta. This is ours to lose now, and we are, what, 5 seconds in front with 6.5 minutes to go. They were expecting full-on pressure all the way to the flag. I don't think they were close enough to have made any contact. They certainly didn't when there was the overlapping into turn 4 5-6 laps ago. And the run to the end of that lap, they were far enough apart to be nowhere risking contact. And then all of a sudden, from a very high shot, I just noticed that the 01 car was slowing and coming into the pits, and big lock-up. I thought, okay, that's Renger on the very much on the limit, or is it a rear tyre gone? And that's exactly what it was, a rear right going. Thankfully, he was in a reasonably good place to get into the pits and back out again. But there goes your chance of winning the race, and the Masters up to second now.
Yes, and we've got the significant moment, Shea Adam in LMP2 as Tower Motorsport pit from the lead.
Which means that the leader is now Era Motorsport. They have at least a 20-second lead, and this is truly a fairy tale with 5.5 minutes to go. Can they hold on?
Jeremy Shaw, what a shame. We were really setting up for a grandstand finish with exceptional, quick, consistent laps before that right rear problem intervened for the 01 Chip Ganassi Racing car.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's any contact between those two. Look, I don't recall any other punctures for any other prototype team during this race. One has to wonder, the Ganassi team obviously is new back into prototypes again. Were they just being a little bit too aggressive with the camber settings or the tire pressures or something like that on that Cadillac? Because that's the only other car that I can recall having any sort of a problem in this race. They've been turning wonderfully consistent, fast lap times. Each of the last 7 laps by Philip Albuquerque in the lead of this race, and therefore Renger